Hey, don't skip. Give me your 15 seconds.
No.
I've launched my official Patreon, and you will find exclusive 18+ stories there. But why not here?
I don't know.
Because of community guidelines. But there are many stuffs that I want to share with you all regarding Harry Potter, Naruto and Deku that I can't share here. Please join our Patreon to find spicy, 18+ and unique story. Now enjoy.
Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter had dark Godric'S Gryffindor spirit? It's part 1 and it will have 3 parts. But you can see part 2 and 3 right now on my Patreon early access page. Cause part 2 and 3 will live here in someday. So if you want to see join now, link in the description. Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original stories link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. Harry Potter lay on his back, on the ground, and stared at the night sky. He was trying to get some sleep, yet again, to no avail. The young boy, well, not so much a boy anymore, had changed dramatically in the slightly less than 2 years that had passed since Dumbledore's death. He was no longer the skinny boy everyone had known, but a tall, strong, battle-hardened warrior. In fact, he was almost unrecognizable unless you noticed his brilliant emerald eyes and that legendary lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. After almost a year of constant fighting, however, he had collected quite a few more. Some of them might even make Mad Eye proud. As he lay there on the ground, his thoughts drifted to his friends, his one true family, which caused him to feel a pang of loneliness and perhaps some measure of guilt. These thoughts had been haunting him of late, his loneliness no doubt causing him to question his decision to head out on this quest by himself. He had meant to tell Ron and Hermione about the horcruxes after Bill and Fleur's wedding, but he'd never made it to the burrow. Had he made the right choice? He knew they could have helped him on several occasions, but most other times they surely would have died. He knew it was selfish, but the reason he had opted to go on this journey by himself was, after all, to keep them safe. Harry sighed. He knew it wasn't his choice to make, as the others were fully capable, as he was, to make their own decisions. Harry sat up, as it was clear he wasn't getting any sleep this night. He pulled a twig out of the fire and looked at it pensively. Family, a simple word, really. A simple thing, too, in and of itself. And yet, so fragile, so elusive. Harry let out a slow, deep breath. He had always been envious of Ron and Hermione. They had families who loved them unconditionally. They could look to one another for strength and support in times of need, and their kin would always be there. He wondered if Ron and Hermione had gotten together, since he had thought Ron was starting to fancy their friend by the time their 6th year finished. Perhaps. It was unfortunate that he could not in any way see how that relationship could possibly last. They were just too different, and he feared Ron's jealousy would always boil over whenever Hermione made further strides in her life, and Harry knew she would go far. He would see to it. She was integral to his plans, after all. Besides, the wizarding world deserved someone as brilliant as her in a position of power. Someone who was genuinely motivated to change things. Harry sighed again. He had broken things off with Ginny before it really evolved into anything because he wanted her safe. He hoped she moved on. Harry mentally slapped himself. Of course she'd moved on. There was no chance a brilliant, beautiful, and strong woman like Ginny Weasley had not found someone in all the time he'd been gone. Someone better than him. In matter of fact, her and Neville might make a good pair, now that he thought about it. This whole damned war was starting to tear at him bit by bit. This wasn't the first time he found himself wallowing in self-pity. Snorting disgustedly, Harry rose to his feet and trampled his little fire. He shouldered his bag of holding, put on his cap, and walked on into the early morning, just before sunrise, towards a small village Fawkes had sent him to. As he trekked on, his mind drifted to the events that led to the start of his quest. Roughly 2 years earlier, Harry sat at his desk in his room at NR. For Privet Drive, his head resting in his palms. Almost a month had passed since Dumbledore's death at the hands of that treacherous snake, Severus Snape. Harry had barely slept since that night, his dreams filled with visions of that awful night, mixed with his experience in the cave, with the Infiltrating and that cursed bowl, which had not held the horcrux in the end. All that effort and pain for naught. Harry kept blaming himself. He should have insisted Dumbledore let him consume that foul drink. If he had, the headmaster would surely still be alive today, searching for the rest of the horcruxes, Harry thought. And he would be right there, at his mentor's side. That was the way it should have been, but in one fell swoop, it had been taken away from him, and Riddle strengthened his position in the war. He glanced at his alarm clock and found it was almost time for supper, but he was not hungry. Not that the other occupants of this house cared much. Most likely, they were happy not to have to look at his face any more than was required. He stood up and fed Hedwig, and stroked her feathers absent-mindedly. The horcruxes. He had to find them. He had to start looking for them sooner, rather than later, but he had no idea where to start. The locket was missing, and he simply had no idea where to look for it. Or any of the other horcruxes, for that matter. Perhaps Ron and Hermione might have some ideas. 3 heads were better than 1 after all, though it had to be said that compared to their friend, neither he nor Ron had much to offer to the think tank that was Hermione Granger. He had been forced to stay at NR for Privet Drive against his own wishes. He had wanted to go to either NR, 12 Grimmauld Place, or the Burrow, but he had returned to Little Whinging. To renew his protection, they said. Harry had disagreed. Surely the Dursleys were that much safer if he wasn't around. Besides, these blood wards could be useless now, since Tom had used his blood in the ritual that brought him back. But Lupin and Tonks would not hear it. It had been Dumbledore's wish, and they would honor it. Harry turned off the light and gazed out his window. The night sky was pitch black, not a star in sight. A few minutes later, lightning streaked across the sky, followed by booming thunder. Again, the sky lit up closer than before. Harry, who had foolishly stared into the flash, turned around, rubbing his eyes. He nearly yelped in surprise when he saw Fawkes perching atop Hedwig's cage. Harry gave Hedwig a panicked look, but to his relief, his wise owl remained calm, if slightly fussed over the Phoenix's sudden appearance. It certainly would not do to have the Dursleys come in here to discover another bird in his room. There was enough grumbling about Hedwig as it was. Harry wondered what his scarlet friend was doing here. After all, he had been certain the royal bird had left for good after his master's death. He slowly raised his hand to Fawkes, who rested his head against the back of it. There was an aura of sadness around the majestic bird. "I know how you feel, Fawkes. I am sorry I couldn't do anything to prevent his death," Harry said sadly. As Harry said that, he felt a feeling of peace coming from the bird. Evidently, the bird did not in any way hold Harry accountable for Dumbledore's demise. It was a small thing, but Harry felt surprisingly relieved at the notion. Guilt had been weighing on him terribly, so any small measure of peace was indeed welcome. "What brings you here, Fawkes? You can't stay here, you know. My relatives won't allow it. You would be welcome at the Burrow, I'm sure. They will take good care of you." The bird raised his head from Harry's hand and jumped onto the teenager's shoulder. Harry reeled slightly. He had forgotten just how heavy the Phoenix was. Fawkes looked Harry square in the eye, and then suddenly he felt as if there was a tug behind his navel, and a second later, he found himself on the top of a cliff, overlooking the ocean. Rain was pouring down, thunder boomed in his ears, lightning streaked across the sky, and the wind came in from the west at a strong gale. He looked around frantically, but saw nothing that could shelter him from the elements. Eventually, though, he noticed Fawkes hovering at the edge of the cliff. Harry ran towards his feathered friend and felt a strange sensation ripple through his body. A few meters further, he suddenly noticed a well-worn path edged into the cliff. The feeling he'd felt earlier had to be a muggle-repelling field, similar to the one surrounding Hogwarts, or perhaps a notice. Not spell of some kind. Harry slowly made his way down the pathway, as there was a drop of several hundred feet into the sharp rocks and the surf below. After descending the winding path for quite a bit, he eventually rounded a bend in the rock face and found himself in a narrow ravine. Harry carefully made his way into it, coming upon a crevice, just wide enough for one person to walk through unhindered. Fawkes trilled ahead somewhere, urging him on. As Harry ventured further, he again felt the strange sensation in his body, and a few steps later, found himself in a massive cave. Wondering why the bird would bring him here, he walked onward, And then he saw it, a stone door. It was almost hidden among the stalagmites rising from the floor. Engraved into the center of the door was a lion with scarlet rubies for eyes. Harry raised an eyebrow. A lion with scarlet eyes was an obvious reference to Gryffindor. Harry laid a hand on the door, pushed gently, and the door opened slowly with a heavy, grating noise. Harry hesitated. While he was absolutely certain Fawkes would never intentionally endanger him, he had some misgivings about entering a place like that alone and unarmed. His wand lay on his desk at Privet Drive after all. After a moment of looking into the doorway, he made up his mind. Or, rather, his cold and wet clothes made up his mind for him. It was pitch black inside, but as Harry stepped over the threshold, the whole place came alive. He heard torches turning ablaze and fireplaces roaring to life, as well as a host of other sounds he could not quite place. Soon, though, things calmed down and the door closed slowly with a thump, apparently of its own accord. The young man turned to look at the door and pulled on it, but it remained closed. It seemed there was no turning back now. Harry looked around and discovered he was standing in a large foyer, and he noted tapestries and torches lining the walls. He walked on. The only sound he heard now was the telltale, snarking sound echoing from a nearby fireplace which, Harry noted, burned smokeless. As he wondered what powered this place, Harry slowly walked on and scratched his chin slowly. He smiled. He was actually starting to grow a little stubble, and it itched furiously at times. He shivered and made his way to the fireplace. He noted a painting of a pretty landscape, with trees and flowers hanging above the fireplace. Rubbing his hands together, Harry brought them closer to heat, trying to warm himself and dry his wet clothes. He grabbed a nearby chair and brought it to the fire and sat down. He rubbed his face with both hands, slowly, and took a deep breath as he did. "Who are you? And what are you doing in my house?" Harry's head shot up at the noise, and he saw an older gentleman in robes storming into the frame above his head. The man eyed Harry suspiciously and narrowed his eyes. "What?" Harry asked, to which the man gave him an annoyed look and gestured with his hand. "This is my house. I would know why you are here. It is really quite rude to enter another's house uninvited." Harry stood up and stared at the man. He recognized him from a portrait he'd seen in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts a long time ago. "You're Godric Gryffindor, aren't you?" The man inclined his head slightly. "I am, or rather was he, but my question still stands unanswered," the man said firmly. "My name's Harry Potter. I was brought here by a phoenix named Fawkes, a former familiar of the late Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts. I've no idea why, though." Gryffindor's eyes lit up at the mention of the school he helped found almost 10 centuries past. He rubbed his hands together excitedly, beaming at Harry. "Ah, Hogwarts. How is she faring these days, my boy?" Harry was a bit taken back by the sudden change in demeanor. Also, he found it strange how aware the portraits seemed. Usually they were not quite so talkative. They were, at best, a faint imprint of their real-life counterparts. Although the portraits in Hogwarts, and especially in the headmaster's office, seemed similar to this one. Discarding that thought for later, Harry decided to answer the question. "I don't really know how to answer that question, Master Gryffindor. It used to be great, bloody brilliant, actually. Now, though, with Headmaster Dumbledore murdered and Voldemort, no, Riddle rising in power, I don't know what the future holds for Hogwarts. Or the world, for that matter." Gryffindor tapped his lips several times before looking at Harry again. "Go into the hall. 3 doors down on your left is the kitchen. I will meet you there." And with that, he walked out of the frame. Harry stood up and walked into the hall at the other end of the foyer. He walked slowly down the hall and found the kitchen. He saw Gryffindor waiting for him in a painting of a bowl of fruit on the far wall. The Hogwarts founder pointed to a door in the corner, opposite the entrance to the kitchen. "There is food in the larder, lad. You should eat. You look famished." Harry frowned slightly. "You know, it's been 1,000 years since you died. I doubt the food is kept." Gryffindor smiled knowingly. "I'm well aware of the date. Thank you. Today is the 27th of July, 1997. The food will taste horribly stale, but it will be in edible condition, I assure you." Harry went into the larder, which was cool and fresh. He brought out a loaf of bread and cheese and butter. He looked questioningly at Gryffindor, who smiled in satisfaction, as if to say, "I told you so." A magical stasis charm, designed specifically for foodstuffs and alchemical substances. My boy, though it can be used for other purposes. A fine invention of my dear Helga. Harry found the food was indeed stale, but certainly edible. After a while, Gryffindor cleared his throat, and Harry looked at him, chewing a bit of cheese. I have not had visitors in a long, long time. What is your connection to this Dumbledore's murder and this Voldemort, Mr. Potter? Harry swallowed his cheese and pushed the plate away. Sod it. He might as well tell the old man, who was going to know. Besides, he was leaving shortly. He had to go home. Voldemort, or rather, Tom Riddle, wants me dead. During his first reign, there was a prophecy wherein a boy was born at the end of July to parents who had defied him 3 times. The boy would have the power to defeat him. There was another, my friend Neville, but Tom chose me for some reason. Dumbledore seemed to think Tom saw himself in me. He murdered my parents, but couldn't kill me because my mum willingly sacrificed herself for me, causing the killing curse to backfire. It almost killed the snake, but he's returned. Harry was seething now. He has tried to kill me several times, but failed, obviously. He calls himself the Dark Lord, and he thinks I am his nemesis, the one man alive who can defeat him. He hates muggles and half-bloods, or anyone really. He wants to create a perfect wizard world with himself at the top. But that is not enough. No, he wants to defy death, live forever, and he will do whatever it takes to reach his goal. Sure, I have foiled him more than once, but I'm a 17-year-old teenager, for fuck's sake. What can I possibly do to him? Now that he is fully returned, his power unmatched, surely? Nothing. I can do nothing the way I am now. Harry grabbed his plate and threw it against the wall, breaking it into 100 tiny pieces. With his fists clenched at his sides, the boy shook violently as he looked at the pieces on the floor, an angry frown on his face and his teeth gnashing. Gryffindor watched the young man with interest. He was young, but there was spirit in him. No denying that, and a sense of responsibility, of duty. Gryffindor was certain that, if given the choice, young Harry would take up the fight against this enemy. He pinched the bridge of his nose for a moment, thinking, this Voldemort person you speak of, what can you tell me of him? What do you know of the events that lead him to become so hateful towards regular humans? Harry looked at Gryffindor wearily. Now the portrait was asking about Tom Riddle. He underscored a mental note to ask Gryffindor about how he was so much more alive than any other portrait he'd seen before. Taking a deep breath, Harry went, with some detail, over Tom's life, with the old founder listening intently, nodding along. So, his father abandoned the pregnant mother, thus dooming her and her unborn son to a life of poverty. Tom's mother died, and he was put in an orphanage, which he hated as most orphans do. He must have resented his mother when he found she had magic, but refused to practice the art, or too weak. A near squib, then, such a childhood is certain to breed resentment, contempt, even hate. It is unfortunate he transferred his hatred of his father to all muggles, but it is understandable, given his upbringing. Harry nodded. These were all things he had heard before. These were very similar to Dumbledore's musings on the very same issue. What became of you after your parents were murdered, Harry? I was raised by my aunt, my mother's sister, Petunia, and her husband Vernon. Was it a good home, a good life? Harry snorted derisively. No. I was made to live in a cupboard under the stairs until my second year at Hogwarts, when they became too afraid to keep me in the cupboard any longer. They even tried to hide my Hogwarts admission letter from me, to keep me from going. Their son, Dudley, and his friends bullied me constantly, and I had to wear hand-me-downs. After I met another boy named Ron Weasley on my way to Hogwarts, his family, in a way, adopted me, but I always had to go back to the Dursleys over the summer. For my own protection, Dumbledore said. Something about blood wards. Gryffindor watched the boy with an inquisitive look, his index finger tapping his lips. There certainly are similarities between you and this Tom Riddle, Gryffindor said, before raising his hands in a disarming gesture at Harry's angry gaze. Now, don't get angry, lad. I'm just stating a fact. Tell me, do you ever wish your parents had lived, and this other boy, Neville, had lost his parents and lived such a life, instead of you? Harry crossed his arms over his chest and stared hard at Gryffindor. I won't deny it. There have been times when I've been at my lowest, where I have wondered about this possibility. But then, I would not wish this life upon anyone, especially a friend. Besides, out of the two of us, Neville's fate was definitely worse than mine. His parents were tortured to insanity with the Cruciatus curse by an evil which called Bellatrix Lestrange. Frank and Alice Longbottom were good people and respected. They are now permanent residents at St. Mungo's Hospital's psychiatric ward, and Neville lives with his grandmother, Augusta. He visits them, on holidays and such, but they don't even recognize him. That's worse than dead parents, if you ask me. The older man sat silent for a moment before he cleared his throat. History has a way of repeating itself, Harry. In my time, there was a dark witch named Morgan Le Fay, also known as Morgana. She was the daughter of Godric'S, the Duke of Cornwall, and Lady Igraine. Uther Pendragon fell in love with Lady Igraine and went to war with Godric'S for her hand. Sometime during the war, a prophecy was made, which foretold the birth of a man who would unite Britain under his rule. King Arthur, right? Harry asked. Gryffindor smiled at Harry. Yes, that man was indeed Arthur Pendragon. Merlin Emrys, whom you know as Merlin, heard the prophecy, and when Uther approached him for a way to make Igraine his, Emrys saw an opportunity to make certain at least the first part of the prophecy came to pass. Uther, disguised as Godric'S, got Igraine with child the very night Godric'S was killed. Soon after, with Emrys' help, the war ended and Uther made Igraine his wife. Now, Morgana always resented Uther for his actions against her father, and that resentment she also felt for her half-brother Arthur. When she became an adult, she was promised to a man whom she was unsatisfied with, and she ran away from home, eventually finding her way to Avalon, where she learned magic for a time. She was eventually cast out by the Avalonians, as her dark nature and obsession with vengeance against the king came apparent. Gryffindor's eyes had almost misted over by now as he recounted tales of ages past. As time went on, she became more and more focused on having her revenge on the Pendragons. She supplied the Saxons with poison, which they used to kill King Uther, and Arthur succeeded his father as Lord of Camelot. Shortly thereafter, Arthur was given Excalibur by the Lady of the Lake. Around this time, he married his love Guinevere and founded the Order of the Round Table. They fought against injustice and united the realm. Harry remained silent, which Gryffindor took as a sign to continue with his story. I'm sure you have heard of some of the knights, Lancelot, Gawain, and Galahad. I fondly remember Valiant, a prince from faraway Thule, who brought with him his singing sword, a weapon gifted to him by his rival and later friend, Arn of Ord, when they attempted to free the Lady Eileen who had been kidnapped by Viking raiders. Then, there was Mordred, who was the secret, bastard son of Morgana. All of us warned Arthur against Mordred, but the king would not be dissuaded. He took the young lad into his confidence and soon knighted him. They got along famously, and they shared an intimate bond, and I'm certain it would have become stronger than the very foundations of the earth. But alas, at his mother's behest, he would eventually betray Arthur, and they fought a bitter duel in the Battle of Camlann, where Arthur killed Mordred, but not before being fatally wounded himself. He was taken to Avalon, where they buried him at a location known only to the priestesses of the island realm. Harry looked at Gryffindor flatly. He had not been expecting a lecture on Arthurian legend that long. The old man smiled apologetically. I beg your pardon? Old habits, I suppose. But the point I was trying to make is, every few generations there will be a war. A villain will rise up, and someone will rise against that servant of the dark, such is the way it has always been. Harry yawned and seemed to be falling asleep, and Gryffindor decided it might be a good idea to tease him a bit. And it seems the Lady of the Light has chosen you as her champion. Harry suddenly became alert once more and stared at the older man. What? Please tell me you're joking. Gryffindor chuckled at him and waved his hand. Don't mind me, lad. Harry narrowed his eyes at Godric before yawning widely again. He rubbed his eyes a bit and stretched his neck. He was awfully tired. He stared at the table for a while, contemplating what Gryffindor had said. He was the champion of the light? A gesture from Gryffindor brought Harry out of his reverie. Again, do not worry, Harry. I do not believe you to be an agent of some deity. It was more a figure of speech. Now, you should find a bed to lie in before you fall asleep on your feet. We could talk more in the morning. There are things we must talk of and things we must do soonest. At the end of the hall, you will find the stairwell to the upper floor, the sleeping quarters. Please take any room and rest. I dare say you need it. Harry nodded, got to his feet, and headed to the sleeping quarters. Tired as he was, he went into the first room he saw, a simply furnished chamber with a small bed and an armoire standing at the far wall. The bed seemed surprisingly comfortable, and Harry lay onto the dun mattress and was fast asleep within moments. Harry's eyes opened, and he looked around frantically, nervous in the unfamiliar surroundings. Soon, though, he calmed down as he remembered the events of the night. He brought his hands to rest behind his head on the pillow, staring at the ceiling. Gryffindor had said there were things they had to do, and quickly, by the way he'd talked. Harry wondered what that could mean. A moment later, his rumbling stomach decided he'd stayed in bed far too long, and so a yawning Harry got to his feet and stretched lazily. He left his room and made his way to the kitchen, where he found Gryffindor staring at the door impatiently. With his arms crossed, Gryffindor tapped his upper left arm repeatedly and was obviously somewhat annoyed. "I trust you slept well? You must have, as it is late afternoon. Well, you were very tired and quite sleep-deprived, so I'll let that one pass, but please do not let it happen again. There are few things as annoying as a pupil who does not arrive on time for his lessons." Harry simply stared at the portrait, his mouth hanging open slightly. "What? Pupil? I don't understand. And I can't do that. I have to go home." Gryffindor smiled slightly at the reaction from Harry. "I was unsure at first whether you were fit for it, but after spending the rest of the night and early morning contemplating this, I've come to the conclusion that I will help you in your endeavor against this Voldemort fellow. And you must stay here. I cannot help you if you leave. Do not worry, Harry. You're quite safe, so long as you do not wander out of the cave." Harry crossed his arms over his chest and cocked his head slightly to one side, eyeing the older man warily. "First off, call him Riddle, which is his name. I refuse to empower him by using that ridiculous made-up name of his. Second, why would you help me, a person you just met? And similarly, why should I trust you and accept your help?" "These are all wise questions, Harry. We spoke of evil mages last night, Harry, and while we only mentioned two, they had quite a few things in common. You know the things of which I speak, Harry, and you must have wondered about the similarities between you three. You must understand, no one is born evil, nor is it something that happens overnight. It is a gradual process, which usually culminates in an event that pushes people too far and they can't find their way back. This could quite easily have been you, lad. By some stroke of luck or fate, you met Mr. Weasley and struck up a friendship with him. I assume you found other friends at Hogwarts." At Harry's nod, Godric smiled. "Good. Love is a very powerful healing agent, Harry. It heals the soul. Yours needed healing, and you found it to some extent. Tom Riddle seems, from what you tell me, to be unable to love and, in fact, may not understand the feeling at all. The same could be said of Morgana. I think she must have been incapable of love. At the very least, she did not love her son Mordred. He was merely another, easily discarded tool in her mad quest for revenge. I suspect Mordred's betrayal and murder of the king was mostly the desperate attempt of a young, burdened man to gain his mother's approval. I can see that you will fight to your last breath to make sure no one has to go through the ordeals you've had to endure in your life. It is an admirable goal, a goal I wish to help you achieve." Frowning, Harry leaned against the kitchen table, his arms still folded over his chest, and looked at Gryffindor with a steady gaze. It was true he needed help desperately. The way he was now, there was no chance he could defeat Riddle. The difference in both power and experience was vast and ever-growing. He most likely would not even survive the challenge of finding the horcruxes themselves. That aside, how is the old man going to help him? A bloody painting, of all things. Of course, it was evident this was not an ordinary painting. Every portrait I've ever met was at best a faint imprint of their real-life counterparts, like an echo. Sure, they talk and move around, but they are very limited in the way they can interact with the world around them. Talk to one for long enough, and you'll start to see it, how they will start to repeat themselves. Well, aside from the portraits at Hogwarts, you're not like that. You are proactive. Make deductions. I wonder why that is. And why isn't the world full of paintings like yours? And lastly, how is this place still humming with magic after all this time? It should have faded ages ago. Gryffindor chuckled softly. When I felt I was nearing my end, I heard of a young man with an extraordinary gift. He could paint a person-esque portrait and weave into them a part of the subject's soul. I sent for him and had my portrait painted, much to my dear Helga's chagrin. Vain, she said it was, but then she always was extremely pragmatic, whereas I, on the other hand, was a hopeless romantic. I felt I still had something to offer this world, and I was certain a time would come where I was needed. Oh, and of course it was in part an old man's whim. I wanted to leave something behind for future generations, should they require my help. So I built this dwelling, my secret fortress, if you will, known only to Helga and me. Harry looked back at Gryffindor, slightly annoyed. He could not understand how this place was going to help anyone when it was hidden, unknown to all. Also, why had he never heard of such paintings before? Surely the man's services would have been much sought after. He voiced his doubts to the old man, who answered promptly. First, the young painter was set upon by bandits and killed on his journey home, a very sad end, and the secret of his paintings died with him. Well, it died with me, really, as I had understood how he did it, and I imbued Hogwarts with some of that magic. I imagine the portraits are quite helpful, lad. Secondly, I am, or was, a firm believer in fate, and my belief has, thus far, not failed me. The fates brought me to my lovely Helga, and my meeting Salazar and Rowena was firmly fated. Of that I have no doubt. I was similarly certain fate would bring those who needed my help to me, and here you are in the flesh. I refuse to believe otherwise. As to how this place has not faded away, I left a good portion of my power tied to this place, in a device you will find in my chambers at the very heart of this house. I will show it to you, as it is one of the things I feel can aid you in your quest. All I ask is that you trust an old man and listen to his teachings. Harry nodded slowly. He did not understand why, but he trusted the old man completely. He felt safe, somehow, a feeling similar to the one he felt whenever around Dumbledore. Godric clapped his hands happily, beaming at Harry as he did. Excellent, my boy. We should get started right after you've eaten. We've no time to lose. I will see you down in the cellar in a moment. As the teenager ate, he wondered if he was doing the right thing. He had not planned on this, of course. Fawkes seemed to have, though. It was just as well the magical protection he'd always had whenever he stayed at NR. For Privet Drive would have ceased to function at his 17th birthday. They would have had to relocate him sooner rather than later. He knew Order of the Phoenix would be in an uproar right now, with him gone. He had spotted his guardians more than once, when they did not take enough care to remain hidden. They'd been posted at Privet Drive for his protection, making rounds through the neighborhood, looking for anything amiss. All this trouble for his sake, and him unable to do anything. All he did was burden everybody, and it made him sick. It was time for him to take matters into his own hands, be master of his own life for a change. He now felt he needed to undertake the search for the horcruxes on his own. This was his responsibility, and he would see it done, while keeping his loved ones safely away. Standing up, he stretched and rubbed the back of his neck. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself for what was to come. Three. It was early afternoon, and Molly Weasley worked in her kitchen with practiced ease. It was the twins' birthday today, and she wanted to make them a special supper in celebration. She smiled. How fitting her goofy lad's birthday happened on April 1st. It would be a nice, large gathering, what with the burrow being the second headquarters of the Order. After the Death Eater attack, the burrow had been rebuilt, stronger and safer than ever. Much stronger wards had been placed around the home as well, courtesy of Bill and Gringotts. Of course, some people would not make it, busy on assignments, no doubt. She eyed Ron, Ginny, and Hermione in the living room. Ron was quietly whispering to Hermione, who laughed silently and swatted him on the arm playfully. They were happy. It was clear, and Molly hoped with all her heart they would have the chance to live their lives to the fullest. Once the war was over, Ginny threw a pillow at them, which Ron caught in the face, resulting in a curse and a great belly full of laughter from the girls. Molly smiled happily at her kids. These were good times in the burrow. Strangely enough, all of her children, aside from Bill, lived here now with their significant others. Except Ginny, of course. She was still attending Hogwarts, her newts coming up at the end of May. Even Percy had returned home when he found his senses and accepted the fact that you know who had returned. There was one missing, though. She sighed deeply and closed her eyes before looking at the marvelous clock of the Weasleys. Originally, it had been equipped with 9 hands, though more were added as the family got larger, one for each member. Most of them pointed at the word home, with the heads of Fred and George, along with their girlfriends Angelina, Johnson, and Alicia Spinnet pointing it in transit. She hoped they would not be late. The last one was stuck at mortal peril and had remained there for the better part of 2 years now. Molly fought back the tears that always threatened to fall whenever she dared to look at the clock. She missed her boys so much. While it was true Harry wasn't actually her son, she did think of him as her own. She certainly was more of a mother to the boy than that aunt of his. An awful woman, that one. She smiled sadly as she remembered the first time he came to the burrow all those years ago. Those boys and their mischief, flying that blasted car to Surrey to rescue Harry. It was a good thing they did, though. She trembled slightly. Bars on his window, for Merlin's sake. Ill-fed, as well. Who did such things to a child trusted to their care? Well, she and Arthur had always tried their best to make him feel a part of this family. Harry had been happy about it as well. The magical sense of wonder that always played upon his face when seeing the most mundane of things was such an endearing quality, matched only by Arthur's similar expression when he discussed muggles with his adopted son. But she had noticed changes in him, and they hadn't been good ones. A haunting look had found its way into his eyes after the 4th year at Hogwarts. And that awful thing in the graveyard with you-know-who, and had gotten so much worse after the death of Sirius. Smiles rarely reached his eyes after that fateful day. She could hardly imagine what he was going through, even though she had lost her 2 brothers, Fabian and Gideon, in the last war. Difference was, she had been an adult when they died, thusly better equipped to deal with the pain and sorrow. And of course she'd had Arthur to lean on for support. Harry D. been just a boy and as good as alone in that awful Dursley house. And then he had lost Dumbledore. He'd already lost so much, yet he was the most selfless person she knew. He had already saved Ginny's life once, without a care for his own. And if it hadn't been for his vision of that snake's attack on Arthur, he'd willingly run into danger for a stranger, if he had the power to help them. Courageous and noble to the point of foolishness was Harry Potter. A lone tear ran down her cheek, and she felt her husband wrap her in a hug from behind. She leaned into him, crying softly. She was displeased with herself. She was supposed to be stronger than that. Arthur kissed her neck behind her ear and stroked her hair softly. "You'll be fine, ULLC. He a resourceful lad." Molly turned to face her husband, her features composed once more. She laid a hand on his chest, a slight frown forming on her brow. She saw the truth in her man's eyes. He was trying to reassure himself as much as her. "That's just it, Arthur. He is just a boy, and it's been so long. I'm so afraid for him. I keep thinking about him all alone out there, cold, hungry, perhaps even hurt. I cannot bear the thought." With that, she regained her composure and went back to her work and busied herself with the potatoes, expertly peeling them. Arthur looked out the window, frowning. That bloody boy had better be all right, and he had better find his way home. Later that night, once the festivities had run their course, Ron lay in bed and Hermione lay beside him, reading some book. The book looked heavy and long enough that Ron knew he'd never, ever read the thing. Hell, he got bored even thinking about reading it. He stretched his hands behind his head, and Hermione put her book onto the nightstand. She snuggled closer to Ron and kissed his lips softly. Ron's left hand wrapped around his lover and hugged her closer to him. He swore he would never let her go. She was his. He didn't really know how they had ended up together, but a few months after Harry's disappearance, they'd ended up in bed one night, and that was it. They'd become a couple. Dad caught Mom looking at the blasted clock again today. "Did you see?" Hermione winced. "Yes, I saw. She has been doing that more and more often. She'll fret herself to death if this goes on for much longer. I also wonder all the time where Harry is, or if he's even alive at all. It pains me to say it, but he could honestly be dead, Ron. I don't think Riddles killed him. He'd have made certain the world knew about it as soon as it happened. That might just win him the war outright, without further bloodshed. Much to his dismay, I'd imagine." Ron grunted his assent at that last part. He knew Hermione's logic was sound. It usually was. But still, he refused to accept the notion his best friend might be dead. He could not. Annoyingly, They did not have any idea what had led to Harry's disappearance. The Order members stationed at Little Whinging had reported some sort of freak thunderstorm and lightning they'd never seen before. As soon as they were able, they had gone to check on Harry, only to find him gone. There had been no evidence of foul play, no forced entry, no traces of magic, so they knew he had not operated, and his wand had been left on his desk. Hedwig had also seemed remarkably unperturbed, if unhappy. She was now in Hagrid's care. His friend's disappearance had also left Mrs. Dursley in a right state. According to Tonks and Lupin, she had spent almost a quarter hour screaming at them for not doing a better job of protecting her nephew. That she cared had surprised everyone quite a bit. After all, her treatment of her nephew suggested the opposite. Even so, Harry was her last living relative, aside from her son and husband, so perhaps Harry had managed to find his way into her heart after all. He had a way of doing that. Now, Ron missed his friend quite a bit, but he had a gnawing problem. There was a tiny part in the back of his mind that kept whispering to him every time someone mentioned Harry that, now that the bloody boy who lived was gone, Ron finally had a chance to step out of Harry's shadow, make a name for himself as something other than Harry Potter's friend. Worst, however, were the times when the voice would tell him Hermione would always choose Harry over him in the end, that they were so much more compatible than Ron, himself, and her. But what Ron felt was possibly even worse was the fact that the voice wasn't wrong. While Ron was lost in his thoughts, Hermione rested her head on his chest and listened to his heartbeat. It was slightly elevated. She knew why. Certainly, not only because Ron had always been easy to read and wore his heart on his sleeve. No, it was simply because she felt much the same as did Ginny, she suspected. Their best friend was missing, and there was not a single thing they could do about it. The Order had searched far and wide, with nothing to show for their efforts. Once she and Ron became full Order members after graduating from Hogwarts, they too had joined in the search, their frantic despair deepening as days turned into weeks, and the weeks into months. Eventually, the news spread, and there was widespread fear among wizards, a moment Tom Riddle had seized and attacked several towns and villages. Nothing major, but enough to announce his return without a shred of doubt. The attacks have been getting larger and more violent in recent months, however. To those old enough to remember the First War, the first few weeks after Dumbledore's death were like gazing into the past. People disappearing, bodies found here and there, distrust forming among friends. Anyone could be under the influence of the imperious curse, after all. At first, measures were put into place to try and seek those individuals out, but it was hard work and slow, especially if the subject was skilled at occlumency. And of course, the ministry was corrupt, so after a while the funding was diverted somewhere else, and the effort was halted. Knowing she wasn't going to solve any of this right then, Hermione turned off the light and went to sleep. Ginny slowly eased herself into the bath and sighed contentedly as the water engulfed her. She relished this chance to be alone, to be left to herself, without the constant looks of worry her mother gave her. Well, almost everyone gave her these looks as of late. Her mother was no better off than she was, always looking at that damned clock as if she was seeing it for the first time. Ginny had long since decided to leave the clock alone, as had most of the others. It wasn't as if looking at it would magically bring Harry back. He was in her thoughts, constantly though. She kept dreaming such horrible things, Harry being dead, being tortured, Riddle displaying Harry like some sort of trophy on the Hogwarts grounds. But there were happy ones too. Images of them living together, married life, with small children running about. She missed him dearly, but it was the uncertainty, not knowing where he was, or if he was, in fact, still alive that hurt the most. Nearly 2 years with no word. Nothing to cling to but the unreasonable hope that one day he would come back to them. He loved her, she knew, or at least he had, on that day when he broke things off between them. She'd always refused to acknowledge his reason for them parting ways. For her protection? He was afraid Riddle would come for her, if he knew they were lovers. Well, let him come, then. She would gladly give Riddle a piece of her mind and provide a healthy helping of bat-bogey hexes. Smiling, she began to wash herself. What would Harry be like now, after all this time? Did Harry still feel the same way as he did back then? The smile was replaced with a frown. She desperately needed an answer. Starting during Neville's last year, She and him had been spending quite a bit of time together at Hogwarts, and they were greatly attracted to one another. It did help quite a bit that Neville had gained a lot of confidence since he finished Hogwarts. Ginny wasn't shallow, but Neville had become much more desirable after he'd lost a bit of weight. Neville had taken on a position as Professor Sprout's assistant, but he was really there to help McGonagall to keep an eye on things, and relations between staff and students were not allowed, so they had not taken it any further than stolen kisses here and there. Yet, she felt somewhat guilty, even if Harry had no control over what she did with her life. And he had ended the relationship, not her. She loved him still, and probably always would, but perhaps it was time to move on, to take the fledgling relationship with Neville further. 2 years was quite a long time after all. Ginny stepped out of the bath and dried herself. She looked herself in the eye, in the mirror, while she braided her long, fiery red hair. There was another matter weighing on her mind, one about which she had reached a decision, and she would have to tell her mother soon. She was joining the Order, no matter what her mother said. It was her right, and she would not take no for an answer. In a few months' time, she would be 18 and out of Hogwarts in a mere few weeks, and there would be nothing anyone could do to stop her. Oh, her mother would yell and cry. The youngest child joining the war? Unthinkable. An absolute travesty. Ron and Hermione were doing their bit, and the way Ginny saw it, she had no right to do any less, so long as she was able. She stared out the window, her eyes noting the cars going by. They really were resourceful and innovative, the Muggles, she had to admit. The things they had built, the amazing feats of engineering, all accomplished without the use of magic. Of course, to most pure-blood, some of the things the Muggles had at their disposal might seem like some obscure magic. She heard her oldest sister approach to stand beside her, also to look through the window. "Thinking of Harry, aren't I always?" she asked. "He's not been around for some time. I'm worried. We're all worried. He's all right. I can feel it. The bond is quiet, if a bit turbulent. It grows weaker every day, and I do not expect it to last more than a few days further, at most. His strength is incredible. It, more than anything, has helped me heal as well and quickly as I have." The younger sister nodded and returned to her observation of the Muggle world. So Harry was safe. She was glad of it, and the news helped settle her heart. He usually came by every week, but he had missed several meetings. She stole a look at her sister's reflection in the glass and marveled at the changes in her. She had filled out nicely since Harry had rescued her, and her gorgeous black hair had finally regained its luster, and the bright violet eyes were shining as they once had. And lastly, the familiar, mischievous glint that had been absent from those same eyes for far too long was firmly in place once more. Both saw the third sister's reflection in the window as she approached and stepped in between them, as had been her place since birth. "Worried about Harry? Well, I can't say I'm not. I'm just happy you two found someone actually worth worrying over, sisters." The other two gave her a look, at which she chuckled, and raised her hands in defeat. She was just as worried as they were, and they knew it too. "How did the session go?" the youngest one asked gently. "It went very well. I believe our dear older sister is almost at the end of her road to recovery. She draws strength from Harry, and it has helped immensely. I'm confident the bond will disappear any day now. Usually a therapy like this takes months at least, so it just goes to prove your strength, sister. I just wish he was here. I dislike him being out there by himself when I know we should be there with him," the eldest confessed. Her youngest sister nodded slowly. "We all do, sister. He would never allow it, as well you know. He'd never forgive himself if something happened to any of us." A comfortable silence followed as the three sisters watched on through the window as the Muggles went about their business, not even aware of the house that was strangely missing between 43 and 47. At dawn, Harry quit the forest and found himself in a large meadow. He shivered slightly. Spring was well and truly upon the land, but it was still bitterly cold in the mornings. He had always liked the wee hours of the morning, the peace and quiet it afforded. It gave you time to think, to ponder the world and its trappings. Harry took a deep breath, the cold, fresh air flowing into his lungs. No sounds, except his own breathing, could be heard. At least nothing a normal Muggle or wizard could hear. But Harry wasn't normal by any definition. Not anymore. He closed his eyes, raised his arms a little from his sides, palms forward, and focused on his breathing. a slow, deep, and a steady rhythm. He felt the power of the earth, the air, and himself. Soon, he could feel small creaks in the earth as the last vestiges of winter slowly but surely left the soil. There was a squirrel in a nearby tree, and a mouse scurried along the ground. He could feel the trees moving, as if they were stretching towards the warmth of the rising sun. This was nature in its purest form. He never tired of this experience, and he did it often as possible, as Gryffindor had advised. Every place was different, with its own unique sound and feel, and he wanted to experience as many as possible. Harry lowered his arms slowly, opening his eyes as he did. He smiled at the sun and plunged himself into his memories as he crossed the meadow. The young man entered the basement of Gryffindor's stronghold. The room was vast and seemed to serve as both an alchemical lab as well as an armory. Desks and tables, filled with various contraptions and containers, lined the southern wall of the room. Shelves lined the other walls, and in them, you'd find either flasks or books. Over on the northern side, there were racks upon racks of weapons and armor, as well as several dummies, obviously meant to be used for training. Harry made his way over to the weapons and armor and examined them closely. Almost every kind of weapon imaginable was stored there. Knives, swords, axes, many kinds of pole arms, and a pair of bows. One bow was very long while the other was shorter, and the ends curved outwards. And lastly, several shields leaned against the wall. Eventually, Harry picked up one of the swords and swung it around a bit. "You like those, lad?" "Of course you do," Gryffindor said jovially. "Every young man does, after all. The one you're holding we call the bastard sword, or a hand-and-a-half sword. Light enough to use with one hand, big enough to swing with both. Over there we have a regular long sword and a pair of scimitars, brought to me by a traveling friend. A spear, and a staff as well." "You look puzzled." Harry nodded at Gryffindor, who was standing in a painting of a suit of armor this time. Harry continued to browse the various items stored there. These were quality items, it was clear. He had read that Gryffindor was a skilled duelist in his time, but to have so many, I find it a bit strange for a wizard to have so many weapons, when you could easily dispatch anyone with magic, powerful as you were. Gryffindor inclined his head. "I was a very good swordsman. In fact, I was one of the very best. I was very young when I started training my swordplay. My father thought it foolish, being a wizard himself, but my mother was quite happy. She was born to Muggle parents and came late into her magic. You must understand, Harry, that at the time, dueling, magical or otherwise, was a very common way of dealing with arguments. I was of the opinion that using magic in a duel against Muggles was unfair, not to mention dishonorable. Of course, if discovered, it would also cause all sorts of problems, as you can imagine." "Yeah, that's true," Harry said with a nod. "There's also the fact that most magical beings, such as giants, dragons, werewolves, vampires, and many more are resistant to magic, some extremely so. An enchanted melee weapon is a much safer bet, at least when traveling alone. With enough knowledgeable and capable wizards, you can subdue almost anything. Every weapon you see here is made from a metal called meteoritic silverite. While the substance is extremely rare and expensive, it is well worth the price since it is much stronger and more durable than regular silver. I'm sure you know silver is useless against werewolves and vampires, but the same goes for most of the supernatural creatures. Silverite is quite effective, however. It's the purity of it, you see. It is also readily imbued with magic, making it ideal for monster slaying. I suspect you will come in contact with some of those beings on your quest, so it would not go amiss for you to learn the sword and perhaps the bow as well." Harry looked at the portrait of Gryffindor with a very skeptic look. Swords? He did not have time to waste on learning to fight with something that looked like an unduly long kitchen knife. And yet what Gryffindor said made sense. Harry knew he could not use his magic, since he'd left his wand at his aunt's house, and as long as he was bonded to his own wand, he could not use another one. Family, those related by blood, could somewhat get by with one a relative, but it was never the same. A prime example of this was Neville and the Weasley children. But what did Gryffindor have planned for him? That man was entirely too mysterious for Harry's liking. "How do you plan on helping me?" "If you plan to, I must insist we get to it. I also should go get my wand. I won't be doing any magic without it. I was never any good at wandless magic. Wait, that's not a good idea. The ministry is corrupt, and they will most definitely not deactivate the trace on my wand. So, I suppose I'll have to do without. At that moment, Harry really hated that a wizard could only be bonded to a single wand at a time. So long as your wand remained whole. That was the wand you'd use your whole life. Gryffindor was silent for a moment, then spoke in a grave voice. I agree, we must make haste, but too much is folly. If you rush into this unprepared, you will most certainly perish. There are a few things I have planned for you, Harry, and it will speed your progress greatly, but it will still take months at the very least. Harry did not like the sound of that. But that's dash. Harry, this Tom Riddle is quite clearly very powerful. Much more so than you are at the moment, so the first order of business should be to lessen that gap if we can. I happen to have a way to do so, but in order for us to be successful in that endeavor, we must do something about that body of yours. You're not but skin and bones. Harry looked down on himself, frowning. There was nothing wrong with his body. Sure, he was lean, he was a scrawny little git. But he was healthy, he rarely got sick, and even if he did, he always recovered quickly. Before Harry had time to reply, however, Gryffindor continued. As I said, I have a way to make you much more powerful, Harry, in an instant. Your body, however, will never be able to handle a sudden influx of power of the magnitude I speak of. Thus, we must enhance your body. And the only way for you to achieve that quickly enough is by consuming a potion Merlin and I concocted when Arthur was fighting Morgana. There were dark and hopeless times in that war, where victory seemed impossible. We created this potion as an alternate plan. If we thought the war effort seemed lost, we would give the potion to the Knights of the Round Table in a desperate plan to weather the storm. We never used it, though, as the war ended several weeks later. The reason I believe you must consume the potion is because of the way magic works within the body. As we grow older, we become more powerful, as you know. Some by quite a bit, others not as much. Magical power increases gradually over time, and the body slowly regulates it. Too much too quickly may cause unrepairable damage. There are techniques one can use to improve their body's regulation of magical energies, and I will seek to teach you what I know before you will be granted the power I intend to give you. But we must be very cautious in this endeavor. Harry listened to Gryffindor with great interest. Finally, they were getting somewhere. This might be the answer to most of his problems. But there had to be a catch. No rose came, without thorns after all. But how does it work, exactly? What are the effects, and how does it achieve them? Surely there are side effects from such an invasive treatment. You are quite correct, my boy. There will be difficult hurdles to overcome once you've taken the potion. When we created the potion, we collected the essence of several beings and mixed them with ingredients meant to open up several points in the body and mind. Your body will fuse itself with these spirits. Imagine having the eyesight of the owl, hearing of the bat, and the wolf's sense of smell. You'd have the agility of the cat and vastly superior physical strength and endurance compared to other humans. Harry stared at Gryffindor. This sounds too good to be true. There has to be something that prevented you from simply giving the potion to all the knights, Harry said. Yes, Gryffindor said, and inclined his head in acceptance. Only those of the strongest could ever hope to come through this with their sanity intact. We ran 3 tests and all of them failed. One died almost as soon as he drank the potion, and the subjects that survived became feral and dangerous and had to be put down. Oh, Harry said simply. You see, the spirits within the concoction would try to overtake their minds. The potion itself was working correctly, but their minds were not strong enough. You must overcome their spirits and bend them to your will, Harry. Once you have done so, and I hope you can, the melding shall take place, and you will acquire the traits I mentioned earlier. Harry had a horrified expression on his face, as if he was seeing the man in front of him for the first time. He rubbed his arms slowly, shaking. You performed those tests on humans? That's disgusting and wrong in so many ways. Gryffindor looked sharply on Harry, disapproval apparent in his eyes. Don't be naive, Harry. Those were desperate times. The lives of those men, all of whom were willing participants, was a small price to pay if it could lead to a victory against Morgana. War sometimes leads men down paths they never thought they would go, all for the greater good. I dare say you will find yourself at those same crossroads sooner than you think, and more often. Now, I ask you, what will you do? Harry cringed slightly. This wasn't fair. Why was Gryffindor being so forceful, putting him on the spot like that? Would he be willing to do whatever was necessary to achieve victory against Tom? No, they would not do. There were lines he and others on this side of the war could never cross, because if they did, they'd be no better than Riddle and his Death Eaters. Harry sighed. The old man was right. He did not stand a chance against Riddle, and the potion was the only way he figured would come close to bridging the literal gulf in difference of power. In the end, he'd have to. He still wanted to make his point to Gryffindor. Where do we draw the line we must not cross, Gryffindor? When do we become no better than the ones we're fighting? This is precisely the time where we must hold to our morals and principles. If we forgo them, we lose our humanity, and if that happens, we might as well join Riddle and stop the war that way. The old man acknowledged Harry's words with a nod, smiling. A good question, an honest question. These are queries you must make of yourself, I agree. And we must forever seek the answer within ourselves. I fought in wars, and I understand all too well how easy it is to fall. You must decide for yourself how far you will go to obtain victory. I ask you this, however, is there any price too high in order to vanquish evil such as Voldemort? Gryffindor let the question hang in the air, allowing Harry to ponder it. These musings were almost the same as the boy had voiced. Sometimes it helped to hear someone else voice your own thoughts. It could provide clarity. It took a strong man to ask himself such questions, and it took an even stronger man to actively seek an answer. Harry looked up at the older man, resolutely, and nodded. I'm relieved you have decided to trust me and take the potion. I must warn you, however, that once you've taken it, the changes to your body and mind are permanent. There will be no going back to how you were before. I understand, Harry said. Good. Now, there are 2 vials left. They sit in the 3rd shelf from the left. That's right. These ones there. Take one. I'm certain it is still in perfect condition, or at least it should be if the wax on the stopper has not been broken. There's a rune etched on the wax, imbued with Helga's stasis charm, which should have fed of the magical energies in this place. Shake it firmly, please. Harry rolled the vial in his hands, and to his surprise, colors came to life in the small, cylindrical bottle. They swirled around as if they had a mind of their own. Harry assumed he was looking at the spirits of the beings Merlin and Gryffindor mixed in there. He fiddled with the vial in his hands for a while, looking at the glass tube with intense doubt. This was at the point of no return. What would he be like once he'd swallowed the drink? Was there really no other way? Ignoring his doubts, he broke the seal on the vial carefully. Gripping the tip with his fingers, he opened it with an audible pop. A foul smell rose into the air, almost choking him. Harry looked at Gryffindor, an unspoken question in his eyes. It always smelled most foul, almost like curdled milk. No way to fix that, though. As with most potions and elixirs, any attempt to sweeten it will render the potion fruitless. Best to simply upend the bottle in one gulp. Death waits for no man, as they say. I would advise you to remove your clothes beforehand, as they may be too small afterwards. Harry eyed Gryffindor, his expression a bit stony. That brought a wry smile from the old wizard. Was now really the time for such jokes? The old man wasn't wrong, though. There was no time to lose, and Harry removed his clothes, except his socks and underpants. Harry swallowed the liquid in a pair of gulps and found the taste did not match the smell. It was much, much worse. Harry grimaced and nearly heaved as he placed the vial on a table next to him and shook his head in an effort to somehow lessen the taste. It was less than effective, and Harry tasted his tongue even more than before. It was strange. He'd taken the bloody potion, but other than strong nausea, followed by a short bout of light-headedness, he felt much the same as before. Soon, though, his heartbeat rose quite a bit, followed by a terrible headache. A very sudden and terribly sharp pain in his chest and abdomen brought Harry to his knees, clutching his torso the best he could. A scream escaped from his lips as he felt like his head was being split open. Harry's hands went to his head as he fell to his side, writhing on the floor, the pain overwhelming. The cruciatus seemed like a tickling charm compared to this. The pain spread to his ears, eyes, and limbs. Even his lungs seemed as if they were on fire. Through the white-hot pain, Harry felt as his face changed shape, his cheekbones, jaw, and brow reshaping themselves. Even his ears and eyes seemed to change shape. He felt his hands grow bigger and his limbs and torso grow longer, and still the pain increased. Then images and emotions began assaulting him. Memories not his own of running around, chasing prey, flying through the air, hanging upside down in the darkness. There were images of wolves, bats, cats, and humans and fish. It was all very distorted, and Harry felt as if he was losing himself, drowning in a pool of emotions and desires he could not comprehend. Bloodlust, anger, joy, a craving for blood and raw meat, the sheer joy of running free and swimming in the vast, blue oblivion that was the sea. A myriad of other emotions he clearly found were not his own kept assaulting him. Fighting this bombardment, as well as the pain, seemed like an impossible task, and Harry could feel his breathing becoming shallower by the second. He was dying from the shock. He dimly realized he had to regain control over his mind if he was to make it through this ordeal, not only alive, but in control of himself. He focused on his mind and tried to block out the pain. He sought out and desperately grasped his own memories that he held dear and kept close to his heart. Harry had always been master of his own mind, and eventually the raw, uncontrolled rush of emotions died down, and Harry shut them down entirely, his mind his own once more. Then suddenly the pain stopped, and he went completely limp. Gryffindor watched it all unfold with great apprehension. This was so much more violent than he remembered. The other subjects had not thrashed about as furiously and almost, certainly not for such a long time. Had the potion turned bad, despite the spell placed upon the bottle? Then Gryffindor saw as Harry's body started to rearrange itself. At one point, Harry's face looked like that of a werewolf, and at another, a semblance of a bat and an owl. Alarmingly, Gryffindor noticed Harry's breathing had become dangerously shallow and labored. Then suddenly the boy went completely limp, his body completely still. Gryffindor looked at the boy, desperately looking for signs of life, cursing his inability to help the young man. Then Harry twitched slightly and opened his eyes, to Gryffindor's great relief. Harry opened his eyes slowly and blinked several times before he turned his head to either side, noting his surroundings. Every joint in his body ached terribly as he got to his feet, but with gritted teeth and determination, he rose to his full height. He brought his hands up and examined them, and found them to be much the same, albeit bigger. He saw his glasses on the floor, and by reflex, bent down to retrieve them and put them on. Everything went quite hazy the moment he put the glasses on, and he removed them quickly. It was then he noticed how good his eyesight had become, and at that time, he also discovered his extremely sharp hearing. He could smell all kinds of different scents, smells he could not have discovered before all this. A buzz in the far upper corner of the room, a full 80 feet away, turned Harry on his heel, and he peered into the shadowy part of the room. Harry stared for a full minute before shaking his head in disbelief and turned to Gryffindor. "I can count the legs on the fly caught in a spiderweb in that corner there, Gryffindor. If I really focus, I can find an isolated smell and pick up several different frequencies of sounds the wings make as they flutter about. I can hear the spiderweb stretch as the fly struggles to break free, the ferocity of its efforts doubled from before, because the spider is returning to its lair. It's really weird and uncomfortable." Gryffindor simply stared at the boy in a mixed state of awe and apprehension. The cold fact was that he and Merlin had never reached this far in their experiments. The young man surely had a will the strength of steel to be able to come through this ordeal, seemingly as sane as before. With this kind of mental fortitude, one moved mountains, built empires, led rebellions. But more than that, the transformation was utterly astounding. Gone was the skinny little boy, replaced by a tall, strong, and robust young man. Gryffindor cleared his throat to grab Harry's attention. "There's a mirror on the far wall. I believe you ought to go and see the changes for yourself." Fair warning, the change was much more drastic than anything I could have anticipated. Harry nodded numbly and made his way to the wall to peer into the mirror and let out an audible gasp. Surely this was some trick. His mind must not have recovered as much as he originally thought. The man looking back at him in the mirror was tall, had a healthy tan and broad shoulders, with strong, well-defined muscles. His eyes, although still emerald green, were a little bigger, had a slight slant to them, and they seemed to shine, as the fire in the small fireplace led the shadows in a dance upon his features. And the pupils had narrowed into slits. His nose was mostly the same. His dark hair had grown longer and framed a chiseled jaw, which angled down to a strong chin and a thick neck. Harry shook his head and ran his hand through his hair slowly and froze. His hand caressed his right ear. Wide-eyed, he angled his head to the left and stared at his ear. It was pointy. Harry turned his head to the other side and found the other ear to be the same, naturally. Fortunately, they did not angle out from the head too much, but definitely more so than before, and they were very noticeable and larger. Harry let his hair fall and ran his hand down the side of his neck and felt several bumps on one side, then the other. He asked Gryffindor about them, and the old man told him they were gills. Gills! Harry stared at himself in the mirror some more. The last part of his body to examine was his mouth, which Harry knew was not the same, as he had run his tongue around his teeth a moment ago. He opened his mouth, only to confirm what he had felt before. His canines had become slightly longer and more pronounced. It was not terribly noticeable, unless he smiled, so a lopsided grin was the way to go from now on. The only thing that hadn't changed was the famous scar on his forehead and the color of his eyes and hair. Well, on the bright side, he was almost unrecognizable, which was a massive plus. Still, rubbing his face, Harry sat down in a nearby chair and let out a deep sigh. So this was it. This was the new Harry Potter. He had expected some changes, but nothing like this. Was he even human anymore? Was he some kind of a hybrid? Part man? Part beast? Sure, he had bested the spirits in the elixir, but could he be certain they would never return? He could not answer any of these questions, and neither could Gryffindor. Harry knew. The old man was treading the same uncharted waters as he himself was. One thing was certain. He was stronger than before, both mentally and physically, which would certainly come in handy in the coming months. So, Gryffindor, where do we begin? The old man was a bit taken back by Harry's demeanor. He had seen Harry's reactions in the mirror and had assumed the boy wanted to discuss what had happened to his body, but apparently that was not the case. Gryffindor assumed the boy had realized he knew no more than the boy himself. Practical and efficient. A good mix and a solid foundation upon which to build. Sleep is what you will do, young man. Sleep. There's no use training or learning when you're like this, my boy. Go rest. We shall continue in the afternoon, or whenever you wake. So, there you have it. Chapter 3. As you can see, I have changed Harry's body quite a bit, but there are two things I didn't touch. The color of his eyes and his hair. To me, those are two things that should never be changed, as they are too big a part of who Harry is. If people change that, it completely ruins the immersion for me. Some people change Harry's gender, and that's something I'm fine with. And in some cases, the heroine has red hair and brown eyes, and I quite like that idea. She then has the hair of her mother and her father's eyes, so that's cool. Another thing I've always disliked is when Harry Potter, be they male or female, is not the child that lived, unless, of course, they've been transported to a different reality, but that's a completely different scenario. Potter being the child that lived is completely central to everything the series is about, so it makes no sense to me to mess with that. Oh, and one more thing, being a metamorph is Tonk's thing. So anyway, these thoughts are mine, so feel free to ignore this and go about your lives. Smiley face. Thank you for reading. 4. Petunia Dursley walked slowly down the aisle of the supermarket, the trolley rolling ahead of her. Her hands reached for items, left and right, seemingly as if she was an android. However, if you look close enough, you'd notice she moved with the grace and efficiency of a person who had done this very thing an untold number of times. Ham, bacon, eggs, there would be roasted ham this evening. Vernon Dursley was not a man who liked to change things, and he liked his routines, his food at the table at the same time each evening, like clockwork. Each night had a menu that had not changed much for at least 20 years, not even after the doctor had recommended he started eating right. Petunia sighed. If her fool of a husband kept eating like this, she'd become a widow before long, and Dudley without a father. Not that Vernon had been such a good influence on their child. In fact, She felt there were only two things her boy had learned from his father: eating too much, and if you did not care who you stepped on, it was perfectly possible and acceptable to bully your way through life. You had to know who to bend your knee to, of course, but the rest of humanity was inconsequential. She was loath to admit it, but her nephew was the only one who seemed to have had any positive influence on Dudley. That summer night, when Harry had saved her son from those dementors, she had been so angry, so afraid, not only for Dudley, but for Harry as well. He was, after all, her only living relative. She knew in her heart of hearts that Harry had saved her boy, despite the way she, Vernon, and Dudley had treated him all those years. And Marge, of course. Oh, how she detested that woman. And he would, she knew, save Dudley again if called upon. He was Lily's son, after all, and she had always seen a lot of her sister in Harry. Even so, she had done nothing to help him in the aftermath of the Dementor attack, aside from revealing her knowledge of those monsters, which had calmed Vernon a bit, since he no longer believed Harry was responsible for the state Dudley was in. She had not even protested when Vernon demanded Harry left their home. Not until Dumbledore sent that letter of his. Harry was not to leave home before his 17th birthday, no matter the cost. As to Harry's influence on Dudley, there could be no doubt her boy had changed after that encounter. Despite never seeing the things for himself, Dudley instinctively knew Harry had shown extraordinary bravery when facing those horrors, while he had been unable to do anything. He stopped mistreating his cousin after that. Once school started, she received no more letters from teachers complaining over Dudley's behavior or his bullying of other, weaker boys. He also got rid of those friends of his. She was glad of it, but to her everlasting shame, she never even thanked Harry for his effort. Petunia put the groceries into the bag without much thought and drove home. She carried the bags into the kitchen and put them away. She called out, but received no answer. Dudley was out, apparently, and her husband would not be home for several hours, just before supper, as usual. For some reason, her mind was very uneasy, and she paced the living room for a while before she decided to clean the house. Doing so always soothed her, no matter what was going on in her life. Ruefully, she wondered when she would wear the carpet down so much that they would need to replace it. An hour later, she found herself outside Harry's room, but could not, and not for the first time, bring herself to enter. Nor could she turn away. Steeling herself, she turned the knob, and the door slowly edged open. The utter silence that filled the empty room seemed to scream at her, and she almost recoiled away from it. She stepped over the threshold and slowly made her way over to the window. As she cleaned the glass, she eyed the repairs done after that flying Ford Anglia had pulled the bars from Harry's window. Vernon had insisted on the bars quite strongly, and she had gone along with it, somehow hoping they would keep those damn wizards away. Before Harry had even joined Hogwarts, she tried her best to hide the admission letters, trying in desperation to keep her nephew from ever learning of this hidden world. Vernon had assumed she was just as desperate to appear as normal as he was, and she more than played her part to make it seem that way. One day, if she got the chance, she would have to beg his forgiveness for how far she went. Perhaps Harry would have been safe if he'd never known. It was wishful thinking, of course, but she had been so determined to keep him safe. After all, that blasted world had stolen her sister away, in more ways than one. And it seemed that cursed place had finally claimed Harry as well. Almost 2 years had gone by since he had disappeared without a trace. She had screamed at his bodyguards, who arrived a little later. They had supposed to have been there for his protection. They'd taken her outburst in stride, but seemed a little surprised at her anger. Petunia could not fault them, really. The wizards knew how Harry was treated at her home, and she vividly remembered their words on King's Cross when Harry had arrived for the summer holidays after his 5th year. The night Harry had disappeared, it had been her husband who'd been the recipient of the worst of her ire, though. After Mr. Lupin and Mississippi Tonks left, Vernon had approached her. Not understanding her outburst, he thought she was as happy as he was to be rid of that boy and all the trouble he brought. A few minutes later, Mr. Vernon Dursley found himself on the front lawn, holding a duffel bag in one hand and a tooth in the other. Her full-arm slap had knocked it out. He was not to come back, until he was ready to apologize for his words. Vernon had taken care never to mention Harry again in her presence. Petunia sat down on the old bed, distraught. On the desk, she spied a picture frame lying face down. In stark contrast to an otherwise impeccable room, a layer of dust covered the frame. She had not been able to touch it since Harry's disappearance, for she knew whose picture it was. This time, however, she reached across, grabbed the wooden frame tightly, and turned it around. Looking back at her were the smiling faces of her sister, her husband, and Harry, who was a few weeks shy of a year old. A tear fell onto the glass, and Petunia quickly wiped it off with the cloth, but the floodgates had opened, and she could not stem the tide. She brought the picture to her chest and rocked herself back and forth, weeping silently. Oh, Lily, how she missed her sister. They'd been the best of friends, almost inseparable when they were young. Then came that fateful day when the letter arrived. Her sister was a witch and would be able to do amazing things with the flick of a piece of wood once she had been given her lessons. Her parents had been overjoyed, of course. Their beautiful Lily was even more special than before. Petunia remembered the intense jealousy when she found out, the anger and resentment that followed, made only worse when she somehow managed to send a letter to Hogwarts, asking to be admitted. She was refused, of course, in a letter containing meaningless platitudes and well wishes. Soon after, she distanced herself from her sister and almost stopped talking to her altogether. Lily had not understood, but this was the way it had always been. Lily had always been their parents' favorite. They had always tried to hide it, tried to treat them the same as most parents do, but it was painfully obvious. Lily was prettier, more intelligent, more popular. This went on for years. She started seeing Vernon, mostly because her parents and sister disliked him, and eventually, she married him. She'd even refused to have her sister as a bridesmaid, something she had always regretted. What she regretted the most, however, was the way she had let her feelings bleed into her treatment of her nephew. How awful she felt whenever she let herself stray towards those thoughts. If only she'd had the strength to overcome herself and give that boy the home he had deserved. Petunia sighed as she felt herself slip even deeper into her regrets. While Lily had always been very happy with James, Petunia had sometimes wondered over the years whether she would ever have married Vernon, had she not been so angry and resentful. Those thoughts had assaulted her more and more often lately. As her crying faded, she collected herself and left the room, carrying the frame in her hand. Her gait purposeful, she went into her husband's toolbox and brought out a hammer and a nail, which she brought to a living room wall. She struck the nail in with a couple of hits of the hammer, and then she grabbed Harry's picture and hung it on the wall, next to the picture of her parents. She was done being ashamed of her sister and nephew, and if Vernon had a problem with that, she was certain he knew the address of a suitable hotel in the city. The village was distinctly average, nothing special about it. It was more of a hamlet, really. One street, houses lining each side. Harry watched the settlement from his vantage point on a nearby hill. Most of the houses had cars by them, so this was a Muggle village. For the most part, at least. It was nearly noon, and Harry made his way down the hill, his eyes constantly scanning the environment for any dangers. His stomach was rumbling, so a stop at the local restaurant would not go amiss. He mostly avoided places like restaurants, cafes, and other places where you would be in close proximity with others. It lessened the danger of him being recognized. As he neared the town, he spied a signpost which read, Bullswick. A fitting name, Harry supposed, as he imagined there had to be a fair number of farms around, with all those fields and meadows. As Harry walked along the singular street, he would eye the houses as he passed by. They were all very well kept, the fences painted, and the lawns clearly well maintained. Their owners obviously took pride in their homes, but unlike the sterile feeling that surrounded Privet Drive, these houses had souls. All in all, it was a lovely place, and Harry decided he liked it more than a little. There were several people about, and Harry nodded to them as he walked on. He would hear a few of them remarking on him being there, that surely it was a bit early in the year for backpacking. The cobbled street angled a little to the west as it stretched its way through the village and beyond. Suddenly, Harry was assaulted by the smell of roasting flesh, his mouth almost salivating at the sensation. He chased down the smell to a small restaurant in a nice little house at the other edge of town. The place was empty. Good. Harry entered Katie's and was greeted by a beautiful woman, who he decided was in her late 40s or early 50s. She had a pleasant, matronly air about her that reminded him a bit of Mrs. Weasley, even if she was less stately than his surrogate mother. She looked up at him and smiled. "Good day, love. I'm Katie. Fancy a bite?" "Yes, I would like that very much. Some venison. A little red, if you please." Nodding, the woman took Harry's money and went to the kitchen to prepare his meal. Harry found a table in the corner and placed his backpack on the floor by his seat. He removed his long coat and hoodie, but kept his wool cap on, as he would have a hard time explaining the shape of his ears before sitting down. Removing the hoodie revealed the leather arm braces he wore over his shirt sleeves, but he did not much care. There was little chance of anyone knowing what they really were anyway. Hand under his chin, he gazed vacantly out the window and soon found his mind wandering into his memories once again. Harry sat on the floor in Gryffindor's laboratory, his eyes closed. He was breathing in a steady rhythm, deep, slow breaths. Gryffindor had told him in through the nose, out through the mouth, focus the mind to the inside, visualize the magic within you. Harry did well to hide his boiling impatience. Over a week of this and nothing else, and nothing had been gained. Well, that was not entirely true. While every day was mostly spent breathing while sitting in whatever position Harry was most comfortable, Gryffindor had lectured Harry on various topics, such as magical beasts, spells, and techniques. Harry found his respect for Gryffindor increasing, day by day. The man was a bottomless well of information, knowledge, and wisdom. Some of the beasts and beings Gryffindor spoke of, Harry had never heard of. Some were extinct by now. While others were so reclusive, there were still to this day arguments to be had whether they even existed at all. Harry had heard of some of them, of course. The Fae, he had only ever thought existed in the tales of the mythical land of Tir na Nog, a land of eternal youth, gods, fairy tales, and adventure. Gryffindor had chuckled at that and agreed with his protege. There was no proof the Fae were anything more than a bedtime story, despite the existence of house elves and goblins and other such beings. Harry found it fascinating to listen to anyway, especially the tragic story of Oisin and Niamh, an Irishman. Oisin was a Fiannan warrior and a poet who was loved by a fairy woman named Niamh. She came to him one night and professed her love for him and took him to the land of the gods. After a while, 3 years in fact, Oisin succumbed to his desire to visit the Emerald Isle once more, and Niamh lent him her magical horse, Imbar, for the journey. She warned him that time flowed differently in Tir na Nog, and he should expect some 300 years to have gone by in the time he had spent by her side. He was not to dismount the horse for any reason, for if his feet would touch the ground of his birth, the years would catch up to him, and he would turn into a feeble old man. And as all such stories went, Oisin could not resist dismounting once he was back home and died of old age soon after. Gryffindor watched as Harry stood up and stretched his limbs. He would get nowhere with the meditation today, either. Harry had too much trouble relaxing his mind to focus. It was partly due to his altered physical and mental state. He had not gotten used to it yet. His mind would wander too easily. Every sound or smell would break his concentration. The boy had to learn to control his senses, and quickly. Perhaps physical training was the way to go. Some occlumency would go a long way. As well, usually Gryffindor would recommend mastering the mind before attempting to master the body, but perhaps that was not the way forward in this instance. If the boy was tired enough, perhaps he could relax for long enough to enter the trance required to find your magical center. He would also have to focus on his body to learn the various fighting techniques Gryffindor planned on teaching him. The boy leaned against the table and looked at Gryffindor expectantly. "Harry, I think we should give the meditation a rest for a while and focus on some physical training. I'm fairly certain you know nothing about fighting. Although, I do believe you have inherited some abilities from the spirits you have inside of you, as every animal has an instinctive ability to defend themselves and fight if necessary. Those instincts should conform to the human psyche as you mastered them, and as such, I think you will be a fighter to be reckoned with. Even so, I must recommend you train in the right forms and techniques. Instinct, reflexes, and speed will only get you so far. They will work very well against beasts and animals, but eventually you will find yourself up against an opponent who not only possesses some of the same qualities you do, but has more experience and knows the proper forms as well. Such a fight will only have one outcome. Now, I'd like you to pick a weapon, please. Harry went over to the weapon racks and looked over the weapons. As he wondered which one to select, he walked slowly along the racks, his fingertips brushing each weapon as he passed them, trying to get a feel for them. Might I suggest the long sword, Harry? Or the bastard sword, perhaps? They are very basic weapons, and most people start there. They're also highly versatile. Harry removed a bastard sword from one of the racks and gripped it tightly in his hand. It was rather large for a bastard sword, almost a great sword, in fact. The overall length of the sword was about 50 inches, the blade itself an exact 40. The blade was surprisingly narrow, given its length, about the same as the long sword. Harry estimated it weighed around 3 pounds, light as a feather for one as strong as him. The pommel was shaped as a lion. The grip was wrapped in cold iron wire. The guard curved slightly forward, and the surprisingly long, pointy ricasso angled into a fuller, which ran almost 3/4 of the blade's length. The blade was razor-sharp and surprisingly rigid, given the length and how narrow it was. On either side of the blade, a long series of runes Harry had never seen before had been etched into the silverite. Harry swung the sword about a little and twisted it in his hand before gripping it with his left hand. Also, he brought the weapon up over his head and swung it down, hard and fast, the blade whistling through the air. It felt right in his hands, the weight and length perfect. Harry looked over to Gryffindor and nodded. "I like this one, Mr. Gryffindor. It fits perfectly. Are you sure, my boy? Very well. We shall turn you into a master of the bastard sword before long. Now, here's what I want you to do." The smell of cooked meat brought Harry out of his reverie, and he looked up at Katie, who stood behind the counter, waving and calling to him. She looked as if she'd been trying to get his attention for a while. Harry stood up and approached the counter, a sheepish look on his face. Katie waved and called to the young man, and he finally seemed to hear her. He stood up, a sheepish look on his face as he made his way over to her. She eyed him curiously and found him somewhat fascinating to explore. When he had come in, he'd been wearing a long, form-fitting, charcoal gray coat, a pair of dark cargo pants, and a black hoodie, along with a wool cap. By now, though, he'd stripped his shirt sleeves but kept the cap on. What caught her eye, however, were a pair of leather arm braces he wore over the sleeves of his shirt. They had strange markings, intricately worked into the dark brown leather. He looked like a character from a fantasy novel or film. Well, no matter. To each their own. "I'm sorry, Katie. I was completely lost in thought." "Oh, it's quite all right. Think nothing of it, love. I would have brought it to you. But I seem to have unusually many visitors today." Harry's eyes calmly followed her gaze and landed on a group of 7 coming through the door. While outwardly calm, he berated himself severely in his mind. He should have heard them long before they had even entered the small restaurant. They were a shady-looking bunch, Harry thought, and smiled darkly as he did. He was pretty damn shady himself, if he was honest. Harry grabbed his plate and made his way to his table and subtly changed his seat so that he could watch the newcomers. They all ordered food and took their seats here and there in the room, but they seemed to avoid looking at Harry overly much, who simply sat at his table, eating his food, making it look like he was in no way interested in them. Nothing could be further from the truth. As soon as Harry had sat down, he had been listening closely to the newcomers, but they did not speak of anything worth noting. But that was not what made Harry curious. It was their elevated heartbeats and sweating which really piqued his interest. They were afraid. They reeked of fear. They were dressed in a manner that was obviously meant to make them look inconspicuous. A group of friends having a day out in the countryside. But the way they were behaving, refusing to look at him, even though he looked the way he did, made him instantly wary of them. He picked up a pen and a napkin and wrote a few words on it before folding it together. Some time later, Katie brought out their food, and they began to eat in timid silence. One of the men reached for a salt stick, and Harry spied a wand in the pocket on the inside of the man's coat. Not only that, but also a familiar, dreaded mark sneaking its way past the man's cuff as he reached across the table. Harry's mood darkened and his brow furrowed as he looked at the man out of the corner of his eye. He also found it surprisingly careless of the man. Rookies. Seasoned Death Eaters did not make such mistakes. After a while, Katie came over to him to collect his plate. She flashed that lovely smile at him and lifted the plate of the table. "All good, love?" She noticed Harry's look and attempted to follow his gaze, but felt a slight touch on her arm, demanding her attention. She turned her head again and saw Harry shaking his head slightly, a serious look on his face. He passed her a folded napkin, which she took. This all happened very quietly and went unnoticed by the Death Eaters. Katie made her way to the kitchen, clutching the lad's note tightly in one hand, his plate in the other. She unfolded the note and stared at it alarmingly. It stated that the people who arrived after he had were very dangerous, and that she should leave through the back door and go home that instant. She put the plate down, grabbed her coat and all but fled through the back door. Harry's sensitive ears heard as Katie left her own establishment and in frantic hurry, fumbling a little with the door as she did. Then he heard a loud crack outside, followed by a few screams and crying children. Harry closed his eyes and sighed deeply. Yet another battle, more senseless violence and death. A deafening roar tore through the walls this time. A giant. They brought in a bloody giant. So this was the reason Fawkes had sent him there, in the middle of nowhere. Things had been rather hectic for a while, but this place was a bit out of the way compared to the other places that had been hit over the last month or so. Clenching his fists, he stood up and took a deep breath as he turned to face the Death Eaters. The burrow was a crowded place this day, as many of the people who came in for Fred and George's birthday had decided to stay for the night. Lunch was just about over when a man in deep blue robes burst through the front door, his breath heavy and labored. "There's a Death Eater attack on in a village called Wick. They brought a giant. By the report, at first everyone simply stared at Kingsley Shacklebolt, who bent forward and placed his hands on his knees as he tried to catch his breath. A second later, the burrow exploded with activity. A couple of people, nurses, ran outside at full speed to the edge of the property where they operated away, most likely to NR 12 Grimmauld Place, where the wounded order members would be taken, should there be any. The rest, however, cleared the table, and someone produced a map of England out of thin air. After several seconds, Ron exclaimed loudly, "Found it? It's deep in the Midlands. Is it on the Portkey network? Just outside the next town over, but it's over 20 miles away," someone said. Ron swore. The art of operating was a wonderful invention, but it had its shortcomings, one of which was you could not apparate to places you had not been to before. If you needed to travel far by apparition, you had to know the place you wanted to get to fairly well. Operating could also be very dangerous. If you lost your concentration even for a moment, you risked splinching yourself, leaving a part of your body behind. Ron had experienced it before, but he'd been lucky. He'd only left behind half an eyebrow. Susan Bones had left behind her leg. In most cases, it could be fixed, but it was always messy. There was also the anti-apparition charm, which prevented people from operating into certain places. The burrow was under such charms, as they were a part of the wards, and you had to get to the edge of the Weasleys' property if you wanted to apparate. Portkeys were the solution they had settled on. The Order had set a number of people to the task of traveling to as many places in the UK and Ireland as possible, as well as a few in France, and place portkeys at those locations, so they'd have as wide a network as possible. The Order had grown considerably in the time since Riddle's return, but their numbers were still rather limited. As a result, there were annoyingly large gaps in their portkey network. Sod it all, they'd have to disillusion themselves and fly the rest of the way. Hermione apparently shared the notion, because she came into the kitchen holding a pair of brooms, one of which was Harry's firebolt. Ron took his friend's broom, then followed Hermione and a number of other people into Mr. Weasley's shed, where the portkeys were stored. Arthur, Ron, Hermione, Fred, George, Bill, Charlie, and Kingsley placed their hands on an old ball Kingsley had placed on a pedestal in the center of the shed. A second later, the shed was empty. Molly looked on sadly as these brave souls ran into the small building, and a moment later, a small light indicated the portkey had been activated. She turned around and found herself looking into Ginny's eyes. Her daughter looked angrily at her mother, who knew quite well what was causing her daughter's temper to flare. "I should be going with them. I can't stand it any longer, Mum. It's not right that they run headlong into danger," and all I do is stay here. It's not right. Molly sighed wearily. How many times were they going to have this argument? She had made herself clear on so many occasions, but Molly was not a fool and realized that she was fighting a losing battle. There was no denying her daughter when she became like this. She would have to relent eventually, but not yet. Not yet. She advanced on her daughter and stopped a few inches from her face. Her eyes were dark and angry, and she knew the effect she had on her older children when she became like that. It was the first time she showed her daughter she was capable of something like this, however, and it was readily apparent in the way her daughter recoiled slightly from her mother. When you turn 18, you can join the order, not a day earlier. All my other children are fighting in this awful war, and I am not keen on sending my youngest child and only daughter off to war. But don't worry, you will have your chance soon enough. Mark my words. Soon, you will see things that will make you wish you'd never joined the order, that you'd never even been born. You'll have nightmares, and the memories you will carry with you until the day you die. If you wish to join the war effort, make sure you're ready for that. There's no room for passengers on this train. We will not speak of this again until the day you do join, Ginevra Weasley. Now, help me tidy up the kitchen and go get your things ready. You're returning to Hogwarts in the afternoon. With that, Molly stalked into the house to clean up after lunch and left her daughter alone outside, speechless and slightly afraid. She'd heard the first part of that rant before, but the latter half was new. She'd never seen her mother quite like that. She was like a different person, dark and angry. Her mother had been a part of the order the first time around, but she never talked about it much. Ginny knew her uncles had died in the First War, so her mother's fears were understandable, but everyone had to help if there was to be any hope of victory. Sighing, Ginny went inside to help her mother, the work done in bitter silence. Harry looked at the Death Eaters, who had surprisingly been smart enough to stay spread around the room, wands at the ready. Harry looked at each one, his mind working, measuring, planning. 7 of them. It should not be too much of a bother, but he had to end it quickly. He was needed to battle the giant. What troubled him was the fact that they were not. Surprised by him being there, they recognized him. Harry realized. Had this all been about catching him? A trap? No, Harry decided. He'd just been at the location of their attacks too often for them to be surprised, and so him being here was merely a coincidence as far as they were concerned. Besides, these dunderheads were too useless to be a part of some kind intricate plot. The Death Eaters raised their wands and spells flew towards Harry, who dove forwards and swept the legs from under the closest 2 enemies, striking their temples as they landed. Rolling to his feet, he willed power into the arm guards, brought his palms together, and slammed a spear of pure air into 3 of the Death Eaters, who foolishly had grouped together in the middle of the room. They crumbled to the floor in a big heap. That left 2, who managed to send a pair of curses Harry's way. Harry weaved out of the way and advanced quickly. He punched the first one in the gut and brought his knee to the man's face as he doubled over in pain. The other backed away and found himself up against the wall. Harry strode slowly over to the last attacker and put him to sleep with a well-placed hit to the temple. Harry collected the wands of the enemy wizards and placed them behind the counter. After snapping them some time ago, he had started destroying the wands of defeated enemies, as they were usually released quickly by the corrupt ministry. This way, at least, these people were kept out of the fight a bit longer. Seeing how Ollivander was dead and the other 2 proper wand makers in the UK had gone aground, Harry proceeded with tying up his attackers and removed their emergency portkeys. It would not do to have them escape once this was over. Harry ran towards his bag and opened it. He reached into it and brought out his sword, which he strapped onto his back. A few throwing knives were next, which he slid into their respective slits on the front of the baldric. After that, he quit the house and found himself on the street. What greeted Harry was a nightmarish scene. A few feet from the door lay the body of a woman who tried to run away from the giant, her neck bent at an awkward angle. Her glazed eyes stared empty at the clear sky. Harry walked past the body and started running along the street, discovering more bodies along the way, the surprise in their eyes a telltale sign of the Avada Kedavra curse. Destroyed houses and cars littered the area, and the smell of gasoline, leaking from damaged tanks, assaulted Harry and served to fuel his fury. which was already close to boiling over. He rounded a bend and came upon a few Death Eaters, who were toying with what looked like a family of muggles, dangling them in the air, upside down. The poor muggles cried and tried to somehow free themselves. One of the attackers seemed to be having a right old time. Such filthy apes, these muggles. Can't even defend themselves against a simple levitating spell. A child could do better. That comment brought laughter and sneers from the other dark wizards. None of them had noticed the lone figure creeping up behind them. Harry slipped a knife from the baldric and placed it against the torturer's neck. He was seething with anger. It took real effort to keep his hands still, to not slice open the man's throat. Bring them down slowly, and perhaps you live. If you don't, the man's eyes nearly popped out of his head with shock. There was a man behind him. Not only that, he felt a blade press against his throat harder and harder, drawing blood. He slowly lowered his wand and brought the muggles down. The muggles stared in disbelief at the wizards, frozen in place, too scared to move. Harry knocked the man he was holding on the head with the butt of the knife's handle, knowing the other three would attack as soon as he did. Before they managed it, however, Harry again willed power to his arm guards. Palms facing upward, he raised his arms quickly and tore a few stones from the cobbled street. This caused his enemies to hesitate for a single breath, but that was enough. Harry spun on the spot, his hands moving in a dance-like move. The stones flew outward and struck the Death Eaters in their heads with force, causing them to lose consciousness. Those idiots seemed to be the last of the Death Eaters. Harry retrieved their portkeys and wands, then proceeded to place them on the bonnet of a nearby car. One snapped as before. Leaving the Death Eaters tied up, similarly to the earlier group, he turned toward the muggles. Harry returned the knife to its sheath and walked to them, palms forward. "You don't have to fear me. I will not hurt you. I'm here to help. I know you're frightened, but I need you to hide. This little skirmish is far from over, and it will get worse, I'm afraid. You know of a place to hide? Good. Go there and grab anyone you see if it's safe." One of the muggles nodded in acknowledgement. He grasped Harry's arm and mouthed his thanks before taking his family behind a nearby house. Well, it was a bit too much to hope the man would think of someone else than his own family. He saw the giant making its way along the street, swinging its club left and right, leaving death and destruction in its wake. Then, Harry spotted a crying girl, no older than 7 years old, on the ground, a ways ahead of the giant. With a cold, sinking feeling, Harry realized he would never be able to concentrate enough to apparate safely to the child. He sprinted onwards, running faster than he had ever done before in his life. The giant would surely murder the girl if he was too late. As he ran, he started gathering and focusing his energies, planning his next move. He was almost upon the girl now. With dismay, he saw the giant notice the girl. The giant flexed its muscles and stepped forward, about to swing the club upwards after destroying a nearby car. Harry made it just in time. He lunged forward, his right hand leading the way. The earth shook and a cliff-like wall of rock rose from the ground, blocking the giant's path to the girl, which caused it to hesitate for a second. The wall was as brittle as a porcelain doll. Harry knew, but it would have to do. He landed by the girl and scooped her up in his arms, turning as he did. He heard the giant roar and felt as the beast brought its club to the wall. At the same moment, the club came crashing through the wall. Harry wrapped himself and the girl in a ball of air. The club made contact, and Harry, holding the girl in his arms, went flying through the air, eventually crashing through a second-story window of a nearby house. Harry slid across the floor of the room, coming to a sharp stop against a wall opposite the window, and his head knocked into the wall. Harry could taste blood in his mouth. He had bit into the side of his cheek at some point. He also felt blood running down the side of his head from when it hit the wall. He knew he had at least 3 broken ribs, most likely a concussion and a sprained ankle. There were several bleeding cuts on his arms, none life-threatening by themselves, but were bleeding quite a bit. What was dangerous, however, was the large glass shard embedded in his thigh, and the wound was bleeding freely. Fortunately, it did not seem to have hidden artery, but the bleeding had to be stopped. Thankfully, the giant seemed to have lost any interest in them, since the art of destroying cars was much more fun. Struggling to retain consciousness, Harry carefully unwrapped his hands from the girl, who seemed to be fine, all things considered. Shaking like a leaf, she held on to Harry's shirt hard enough to turn her knuckles white. She looked up at him, her eyes pleading, as if asking him to never let her go. Harry set her on the floor next to him, smiling what he hoped was a reassuring smile. He needed to calm the girl down. The girl smiled weakly back. "What's your name?" he asked gently. "Sarah." "What's yours?" "Hello, Sarah, my name is Jack. Are you okay? You're not hurt?" Harry asked, and she shook her head. "Good. That's good. Could you look away for a moment, sweetie? This will be unpleasant and not something I want you to see." Sarah sat down by the wall and hugged her legs, her forehead resting on her knees. Wincing, Harry propped himself up against the wall for support. He tore open his trouser leg and examined the shard embedded in his thigh. He felt his hand grow warm and glow as he felt power gathering in the palm of his hand. In this situation, the only way to stop the bleeding was to cauterize the wound after removing the penetrating object. Harry slipped a knife into his left hand, his glowing right hand gripping the blade. After a while, the blade was white-hot, ready to be used. Harry yanked out the shard and stuck the knife in, barely stifling a scream as he did. A moment later, he removed the blade, the smell of burning flesh making him feel sick. Sarah heaved next to him, her expression quite ghastly. Damn it, he had asked her not to look. Well, at least the bleeding had stopped. Breathing heavily, Harry replaced the knife and stood up. Slowly, Sarah had made his way over to him and looked up at him with concern. This little girl was something else. With all this going on, she was concerned for him? "Are you all right, Jack?" Harry made to answer, but instead brought his finger to his lips. There were footsteps outside the room. Harry stepped in front of the young girl and gathered power to the arm guards, ready to face whatever came through the door. A familiar smell found its way to his nostrils, and he took several short whiffs before calling out, "Katie, it's all right. You can come in." Katie heard the man and opened the door warily. Inside, she saw the young man she'd serviced earlier and young Sarah Burton, who seemed fine, if a bit shaken. The man was in bad shape, however. The right side of his head was covered in blood, and he hunched slightly over to his left. A nasty wound could be seen through a large tear in one leg of the trousers, and she saw a blood-covered piece of glass on the floor, which she surmised must have been removed from the leg. She smelled a strange odor in the air, and her eyes went straight back to the wound in the young man's thigh, which was not bleeding. Had he cauterized the wound? The girl ran to her, hugging her close, sobbing violently. Katie stroked Sarah's hair gently and spoke to her in soft tones, trying to calm her down. This was a nightmare, and it had been less than quarter of an hour. She had seen more than one body on the street. After that thing had crushed them with its club. Houses, cars, even the street itself was in shambles. Her children had gone to London for a sporting event with their father and his wife. So perhaps they were safe, but she couldn't be certain. Looking at the young man, she decided now was not the time to worry about them. She had more pressing concerns. Thing was, Katie had not always been a restaurateur. For 10 years, she had been the head nurse of an ER room of a big hospital in London. It had taken a bad toll on her marriage, and eventually she and her husband separated. One night, she simply had seen enough done. Enough and quit her job. She moved with her children away from the city and opened her little shop. And so, she knew a badly injured person when she saw one, and that young man looked like he'd been hit by a lorry. He looked at her pointedly and inclined his head towards Sarah. That was when she saw his eyes and realized he was badly concussed. Or worse. "Please take care of her, Katie. Her parents are gone, and I need to know she'll be all right. At least until help arrives." Katie looked on with apprehension as the boy took a single step and almost fell to the floor. Shaking himself, he turned towards a nearby window and tore a piece of a low-hanging curtain and with a pained grunt, wrapped it tightly around his thigh. Then he started limping out of the room. Thinking the boy was absolutely mental, she moved to block the doorway. "And where do you suppose you're going?" she asked in a firm voice. "I best not hear you're going to fight that thing out there," she hissed and pointed to the window. "You can barely stand, for heaven's sake. You'll be crushed. You need to lie down so I can tend to your wounds. There's no time. I must stop that giant before he kills anyone else. You've seen what he can do. He won't stop. Not for anything. Please step aside." Catherine crossed her arms over her chest stubbornly. "A giant? So that's what that thing was. But that was impossible. Giants were not real, surely. Still, it was hard to deny it when she could see it plain as day just outside her house, swinging its club around. If that is a giant, then what are you? Not only did you survive the blow from that monster, but also crashing through my window, which should have killed you. I want the truth. Harry eyed the woman carefully and decided to tell her the truth. I'm a wizard. I can wield magic, which is the reason we survived the attack from the giant. I wove a ball of air around us to dampen the blow. Look, I know this is a lot to take in, but I need to get a move on before the authorities get here, muggle or otherwise. The wizards can subdue the giant eventually, but the muggles will get squashed. Their regular guns won't do them much good against that thing. What you need is a good, strong, enchanted blade, which, incidentally, I dropped out there somewhere. I need to go find it. Wait just a minute. Giants, wizards, and God knows what else are real. Why haven't we heard of this before? You want to go into this now? Now! Harry exclaimed. Get out of the way, Katie, or I will be forced to move you myself. I will be happy to answer any and all questions you may have later. Harry felt awful, lying her like that, but he had to get moving. He limped towards the woman, who reluctantly stepped aside and let him out of the room. As he quit the room, however, he felt a hand grab his own. He turned around to find both Sarah and Katie looking at him with concern. Sarah grabbed his shirt, tears in her eyes. Harry felt a slight tremor in his temple at the sight of her, but a deep breath steadied him. I don't want you to go, Jack. You will die, just like my parents. Harry's heart broke a little, but he firmly held it back. No, I won't. I will take care of that thing, then I will come back, all right, sweetie? Just stay here with Katie and be a good girl, yeah? It'll be fine, I promise. The little girl let go of him and turned around to sit down by the wall, her arms hugging her knees, same as before. Harry looked at Katie and bowed his head slightly before leaving the pair. Heading down the stairs, he went over that whole thing in his head. What had he been thinking when he promised her to answer all her questions? The statute of secrecy was in place for a reason, damn it. Well, the ministry would surely send some officials over here and take care of all this, including wiping their memories. How they would go about it, he didn't know. With all those dead people, destroyed houses and cars, they could fix the village easily enough, but the rest… Harry found himself outside, searching for his blade, watching the giant a little further up the street. The big brute was oblivious to his presence, thankfully. So Harry moved with haste to where he had erected the wall and found his blade lying on the ground. To his immense relief, he found the weapon undamaged. He squeezed the handle tightly and swung it around a few times, his ribs aching badly. He tested his ankle and found it was much better now, so he could walk without much trouble, albeit painfully. He just had to hope his thigh would not start bleeding too badly again. It was time to end this. That giant was not hurting anyone else. Harry drew in as much power as he could into the arm guards. He made a sweeping move with his left hand, and a huge fireball erupted from his hand, flew down the street, and hit the giant square in the back. While Harry knew it would not do much damage, as the giant's skin was very thick, it would be rather painful and certainly draw the giant's attention to him. A decent-sized rock would have been more effective had he been closer, but he was unable to generate any sort of power over that much distance with something so heavy. Howling in pain, the beast turned around to look for the source of the attack. Harry grinned and walked slowly toward his enemy, his confidence growing with each step. He could do this, he knew. That thing was no match for him. It was a being of very little intellect, used to getting its way because it was so much bigger than anything else. Well, Harry was about to show him that size was not everything. He was within striking distance of the club now, and the giant bellowed as he swung the club down. The sheer speed and force of it blew the wool cap of Harry's head. He dived out of the way, grunting in agony as he felt his ribs complain. Ignoring the pain, he sliced into the calf of the giant, resulting in the giant releasing a deafening scream. Harry just about managed to roll out of the way as the club came at him again, tearing a fair-sized hole into the street. As Harry got to his feet, he shot an involuntary glance at the hole and shivered. One clean blow, and that was it. Glancing blow, and no more Harry Potter. Again, he felt his ribs hurt, more so than before. He needed to finish this quickly, or he would be in real trouble. A hand gesture tore up a large rock from the ground, which Harry smacked into the head of the giant. The giant was reeling, finding it difficult to find his balance, the club swinging about wildly. Recognizing the opportunity, Harry rushed in. With lightning speed, he cut through the Achilles tendons on both feet and the anterior ligaments in both knees. The beast let out a wordless howl as it came crashing down. The giant writhed pitifully on the ground, trying desperately to get on his feet once more. But the legs would not work as intended. Harry cautiously walked toward his fallen enemy, his sword clutched tightly in his hand. This was it. The fight was over. All that was left was to put the giant out of his misery. Restricting the giant's movements with ropes of air, Harry walked to its head and raised his blade above the neck of the beast, pointing it downward. He pierced the neck of the giant with a thrust powerful enough that the blade sank almost a foot into the ground. Harry winced as the giant convulsed several times as he died, life leaving his body, one drop of blood at a time. This was not the first time Harry had taken a life. He had killed vampires and werewolves and even a number of Death Eaters, but it never got any easier. In fact, Harry found it more and more difficult. As time went by, the regret and anguish kept piling up, and he feared that eventually he would reach a point where he would hesitate at the wrong moment, stay his hand and die. Finally, the giant stopped thrashing about, and Harry yanked the blade free and carefully wiped off the blood. He replaced the blade on his back and hunched over as his ribs protested. The movement, it was getting awfully painful now. Painful as it was, he wasn't in any immediate danger. He would just need some time to recover, that was all. He looked over at the house where he'd left Katie and Sarah and found they were standing by the broken window, staring. Sarah was pointing at him excitedly, tugging at Katie's arm. Harry looked back at them for a while, his hand running through his hair slowly. Ah, of course. Not only had they watched a man kill a 20-foot giant, he imagined they had also noticed his very prominent, pointy ears. Blasted things. Harry turned around and retrieved his cap from the ground and stuck it on his head. Stealing one last glance at the duo by the window, he turned around, heading to Katie's restaurant to get his things. He heard the faint sound of people flying in on brooms and landing beyond a curve in the road. It was time to leave. An angry shout had him faltering slightly before he squared his shoulders and strode on deliberately. Some achingly familiar voices found their way to his ears. That's when he started running desperately in the other direction. He had to get away from those voices, lest he be unable to leave. Katie stared at the twitching corpse of the beast, her breath caught in her throat. She exhaled slowly and heard Sarah do the same. Katie berated herself for not making certain the girl had not seen what had transpired down on the street. The girl had seen enough death already, for heaven's sake. She felt Sarah pull at her arm, pointing at Jack excitedly. She followed the girl's gaze and could understand the younger one's excitement. The boy had, after all, just defeated a monster of legend. Looking at Jack closely, she noticed he had dropped his cap, revealing a head of short black hair and very prominent, pointy ears. Wait, pointy ears? What in the world was that man? The young man looked over at them and ran his hand through his hair, seemingly noticing for the first time his hat was missing. He bent over, grabbed the thing, and crammed it on his head. Looking back at them, he seemed to make a decision as he turned around to walk in the other direction. He clearly wasn't coming back. Katie frowned angrily and ran downstairs and onto the street. Sarah followed closely behind. She would make him hold to his promise. Jack, stop. You promised me answers. The boy faltered slightly before striding on, determination in his every move. Katie moved to follow him before she heard voices coming from down the street. She looked over to find the source of the noise before shifting her eyes back to Jack, who was sprinting away, running faster than she thought humanly possible, his hand clutching his side. Ron flew faster than he had ever done in his life. Following behind, his companions barely kept up with him. It had been several minutes since they'd seen the smoke rising from the small village of Bullswick. Ron could feel the anger slowly work its way into his system. How long would this have to go on? He slowed down a little bit to allow Hermione to catch up with him, her hand reaching over to him, squeezing tightly. They had been to Death Eater attacks before, of course, but it was always hard. They came upon the village and could literally smell the death and destruction in the air. Ron gritted his teeth as he landed. Dismounting and drawing his wand, he motioned for the others to do so as well. Ron had somehow taken the lead from the outset, even with the more experienced Arthur and Kingsley with them. The group advanced slowly, cautiously taking in their surroundings. Even though there was no destruction in this part of the village, at least there was not a soul in sight. There were quite a few empty driveways, so at least some of the muggles had escaped or not been home. On they went, and the smell of gasoline suddenly filled their nostrils as they rounded a bend in the road and found themselves in hell. Bodies lay on the ground here and there, a few of them crushed as if they'd been crushed by a huge, forceful blow. Cars sat burning next to destroyed houses. A few more dead souls could be seen scattered around. Several yards further along the street, they saw a few people tied together by a light post, struggling to break free. Ron's first instinct was to run up to them and let them loose, but a motion by Hermione made him stop. She was right, this could be a trap. Everyone, be on your guard. This could be a trap. Let's just keep moving at the pace we have been going. I'll call out to them, he said cautiously. Ron did call out, but he did not expect the reaction from the unfortunate sods tied up to the post. Their struggle to break free doubled, but to no avail. They were not getting free. Ron and the rest came upon them in short order. The frightened looks they received were somewhat alarming, but even more alarming were the 3 snapped wands and broken pendants lying on top of the bonnet of a nearby car. Whoever had tied them up had known they were wizards. Moreover, they had known other wizards would come here and place the wands for them to find. Ron cautiously moved to one of the men and pulled up his sleeve, revealing the dreaded dark mark. Disgusted, Ron let go of the man's arm, as if he had been burned. Those bloody, filthy cowards. Kingsley stepped forward, clasping Ron on the shoulder tightly. He was the best interrogator in the order, and he did not need to resort to violence. His skill and legitimacy was too good. Let me at them, Ron. I would ask that your father remain with me while I interrogate them. The rest of you should press on. Who knows, perhaps there are people in need of assistance further ahead. Go, lad. We will be fine. Ron nodded his assent. Kingsley was right. He turned around sharply and motioned for the others to move on. After walking in silence for a few minutes, they saw a large, heavy shape on the street, a giant by the looks of things. They came upon the body, and it was rather ghastly. The thing was all bloody, as its eyes stared at the sky, unseeing. There was a wound in its throat, which had obviously killed it, as the blood had barely stopped flowing yet. Hermione knelt beside the beast and examined it. There are several injuries here, but none of them fatal, except the stab wound in the throat. See the cuts on the knees and ankles? Brought it down, then stabbed it in the throat, killing it. Quick and clean, as painless as possible. No muggle, nor a normal wizard did this. But there was some strange magic at work here. I checked earlier, but I could not see any traces of a wand. Judging by the looks of the giant's wounds and the marks on the ground, these spells were much too powerful for a wizard to perform with wandless magic. Excuse me, but who are you? By any chance, could you be wizards? Are you here to remove the giant? It's such a ghastly thing. All the assembled wizards turned as one, wands at the ready, shock evident on their faces. Before them stood a woman in her middle years and a young girl. The girl clutched the older woman's hand tightly and eyed Ron and the others warily. The woman looked Hermione in the eye, and the Hogwarts graduate could see a strength in her, a strength she found very impressive. Not only had she survived this hellish ordeal, she had kept that child safe. She also seemed to recognize them as wizards. Hermione stepped over to the woman, her hands raised. She lowered her wand and put it in the back pocket of her jeans. We are the Order of the Phoenix, or a part of it, at least. We are sworn to fight the one who ordered the attack on you village, Mrs. Catherine Walker. We could have used your help an hour ago, miss. You can rest easy. The fighting is done, it seems. Hermione nodded, noting the slight accusation in the woman's voice. She could hardly blame her. She looked around and saw several more people warily making their way to them, crawling out of whatever hole they had found to hide in while all this had been happening. They all looked at the giant, whispering to one another, pointing and shaking their heads. The world had, for all intents and purposes, come crashing down over their heads. Hermione felt her heart ache when she saw people finding loved ones lying on the street, men, women, even children. There were wails of sorrow and cries of anguish, each one tearing at her very soul. This was the harsh reality of war, but it never got any easier, and she refused to get used to it. She grit her teeth. Things like this were not supposed to happen. Good people losing. Their loved ones, especially when it was a war they knew nothing about and had nothing to do with, even if they were the supposed enemies of Tom Riddle. She and the other Order members bowed their heads, keeping a respectful distance. Then Hermione noticed a man standing a ways off, looking their way. He was too far away for her to discern any details, except he was tall, wore a long coat, and carried a backpack. Of course he had been here. That certainly explained things. A few moments longer they looked at one another, before suddenly he disappeared. She looked at Catherine, who gave her a strained smile. He's the one who saved us. He fought these other wizards and slew the giant. Without him, I doubt there would be a living soul left in this town. He was strange, though. Not human by the looks of things. Jack saved my life, too, Sarah exclaimed. Hermione looked at the little girl, who seemed to suddenly come alive at the sight of the stranger. Jack, she had said. So, he had talked to some of them, at least given a name even. The girl seemed quite taken with him. Jack was probably not his real name. He obviously did not want to come into direct contact with the Order, else he would have come to them. Well, he had worked with them on a few occasions, but otherwise kept his distance and only spoke with Moody. Katie cleared her throat to get her attention. Not human, you say? What makes you say that? Well, he was very tall, had emerald green eyes with the strangest pupils I've ever seen. Almost cat-like, in fact, and they seemed to glow. Oh, and jet black hair slightly ruffled in the back. Now that got Hermione's attention, who stared at Katie with such fierce eyes. That older woman felt somewhat uncomfortable. Emerald eyes, black hair, unruly at the back. She knew one person whose description might go along those lines. She was grasping at straws, but she had to ask, did he have a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead? Did he by any chance wear glasses? You know, those big, round ones? Not that I saw, no. Well, he was wearing a wool cap when he came into my shop earlier to eat, before all this began, and he certainly did not wear glasses. He seemed like a normal young man. Until the fighting started, that is, I only saw him fight that beast, but the speed, the strength, the magic. He threw boulders around as if they were nothing and great balls of fire, as well, almost as if he was manipulating the very earth itself. And of course there was that big sword of his, the one he used to slay the giant. We were terrified, but we had another shock when he dropped his cap. Oh, well, he had pointy ears. Big and pointy. So, not human, I should think. I'm a certified nurse, so I would know the human body well enough. He was badly injured, though. Mental, you know? Absolutely mental. Who cauterizes a wound by sticking a knife in their thigh. Bloody mental, Katie said and grumbled a few obscenities. That young man just came out from my restaurant, where I wager you find more of those evil, rotten bastards. I thank you for your time. Hermione returned to Ron and related back to him what Katie had told her as they made their way along the street, finding more dead bodies, more destruction. Ron shook his head wearily. This stranger had been showing up all over the place for months, battling Death Eaters and other foul things in Riddle's employ. It was the first time they had been given such a good description of him, though. Well, he would not worry about that now. That was certain. Ron sighed. The giants had attacked a few times before, but usually more than one. And to think this was the damage done to a village by a single giant after less than an hour. Not surprising, really, but daunting nonetheless. It put things in a certain perspective, and Ron shuddered to think that if one giant could do this, what could an army of these things do? Fortunately, Riddle seemed reluctant to allow these things free rein. He voiced his thoughts to Hermione as they walked through the street. Best not dwell on it, Ron. It will do us no good. Giants are notoriously individualistic, so perhaps we will not have to worry about a collective effort. At least I hope so. Let's go, Ron. I want to go check out that restaurant. The pair finally came upon Katie's and entered the building, only to find several people inside, all of them tied together same as the earlier group, wands safely away. What Hermione always found interesting was the lack of any wounds upon the dark wizards the stranger fought. Only a few light bruises and broken pride. He clearly was not a fan of unnecessary violence. She had noticed the clean way he had dispatched the giant, but it was strangely comforting to know he was seemingly free of any cruelty. They heard steps approaching, followed by the appearance of both Kingsley and Arthur. They looked weary and uneasy. Kingsley sat onto a chair and ran a hand over his face. We got nothing of use out of them. Riddle seems to have completely erased from their memory anything that might help us gain any insight into his organization. We learned their names, but that was about it. These poor bastards will be much the same, I'm afraid. I suggest we go home now. The ministry will be here shortly, and I don't want to be here when they do. The others have already left. What followed was a series of pops as the Order members operated away, just to help people get an idea of what Harry's new body is like. https://www.deviantart.com/.quintigo/art/The-Witcher 3 Geralt of Rivia 694573217. I googled shirtless Geralt Witcher 3, and this is one of the images that came up. That's kind of what I had in mind. Buff and a little big, but not huge. He's not Letho. Harry's not got a beard or long hair, though. Harry let out a deep sigh as he felt the hot water envelop him. The pain in his ribs had finally subsided somewhat after ingesting the healing potion he had brewed himself. It was nowhere near as good as anything Madame Pomfrey could conjure forth, but it would do in a pinch. He had returned to Gryffindor's stronghold an hour earlier, his side aching violently. Harry let his head fall back and looked at the ceiling, his mind wandering to the events of the day. Killing a giant. You didn't do that every day. He didn't fancy having another go at it anytime soon, though. His body wouldn't be right for days, weeks. All those bodies, all those homes and lives destroyed in what seemed like the blink of an eye. To Harry's shame, that wasn't the most difficult thing he faced that day. No, that would be the appearance of his friends. He remembered how he had almost run to them, horcruxes, quests, and Tom Riddle be damned, one and all. In the end, though, he settled for watching them for a few moments before operating away. They had looked good, all things considered. Harry remained in the bath a while longer, washing himself thoroughly, taking extra care. When washing the large gash on his head, it had finally stopped bleeding, and he did not want it to start again. Usually you would stitch something like that, but you couldn't very well be expected to do that to your own head. So it would scar badly, as would the wound on his thigh. Even with stitches, some of the cuts on his arms would scar as well, but would mostly fade away with time. He gently fingered a deep cut in his left shoulder he had just stitched. Another scar waiting to appear. Rolling his stiff shoulders, he rubbed the back of his neck, trying to ease out a knot that was forming there. He had landed a bit awkwardly after one of his rolls to avoid the giant's massive club. It was what it was, and there was very little he could do about it, but learn and be more careful next time. Harry got out of the bath and dried himself. He looked at his reflection in the mirror, and the stranger therein stared right back. He still had problems reconciling himself with his new body, which was starting to look a little worse for wear. All set with scars, he wasn't a pretty sight. A shallow scar ran across the bridge of his nose, a sign of how he'd broken it, and recently at that. Fortunately, it had not been disfigured in the event. Another faint scar could be seen snaking its way from the corner of his right eye, down his cheekbone, ending just below it. Twisting his body and neck, he examined the claw marks that ran down his shoulder blade and across his lower back. Big, red, and ugly. He'd survived those wounds because he'd had a healing potion in his bag and a friend who'd patched him up. Come to think of it, he'd not been to see her in quite a while. Some friend he was. This damn quest would lead to his death, he knew. All he hoped was that he'd manage to at least destroy all the horcruxes. The others could then finish the rotten bastard off once that was done. His mind was in utter turmoil and refused to calm down. His friends had been there. He'd seen them for the first time in almost 2 years. It had been much harder than he would have had imagined. Sighing, Harry left the bathroom and limped down into the cellar, the place he spent most of his time when not out hunting the horcruxes or seeing to some other thing that needed doing. He walked over to the small fireplace and got a fire going. The medicine was working his body hard, he could tell. He really should be sleeping for maximum effect, but he knew that was not likely to happen. And so, he grabbed his bag from the table and placed it in front of him by the fire. Reaching in, he retrieved his blade, a piece of goat skin, and a small bottle of oil. He reached into the bag once more, and out came a whetstone. A fighter always kept his blade in the best possible condition. Always. No exceptions. Gryffindor had drilled it into his mind with a passion. It was what separated a living warrior from a dead one, after all. Harry worked his blade, carefully stroking it with the whetstone, the sound of it soothing his mind. It felt comforting to go through these motions. Motions he'd repeated so often, he'd be able to do them in his sleep. After a while, he brought the blade up to his face, surveying his work. Finding it satisfactory, he put the stone back in the bag and grabbed the bottle and rag. Wetting the skin with oil, he slowly rubbed the blade until it shone like new, a thin layer of grease remaining on the silverite. Harry sheathed the sword once more and placed it in the bag, along with the instruments of his work. As soon as he did, he could feel his mind threatening to go wild once more. So he took a deep breath and sat back in the chair. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Harry felt his consciousness slip into a trance, and he smiled softly when remembering how difficult he had found this in the beginning. As he felt his trance deepening, a part of his mind drifted to the events that followed his initial success at meditation. Good, Harry. Yes, just like that. You've gotten very good with a variety of swords, very good indeed, and your skill with the shield is nothing to laugh at either. You must remember, however, that even though you've mastered the forms, you have no experience in using these weapons in battle. An animated doll is no match for a living being, and nothing weighs more than experience. So approach every fight with the utmost care and never, ever underestimate the opponent. Gryffindor continued, we could do with some more training with the bow, but I feel we must turn most of our attention to your meditation once more. By now you're quite well acquainted with this new body of yours, and the meditative sessions we have been doing in the evenings have been showing progress. Harry nodded. It had been several weeks since his transformation. Gryffindor had trained him rigorously, hours upon hours of learning fighting techniques, forms, and how to properly care for his weapon. And while Harry worked the forms, Gryffindor kept schooling him on various topics. The young man felt he was becoming an expert on almost everything: beasts, spells, hexes, charms, and curses. Even history. Just how bad was Binns anyway? Harry shuddered when he recalled some of the mind-numbingly dull lectures by Professor Binns. Even if he'd never hear another word about the Goblin rebellions, it would be too soon. Even though Harry's stamina was prodigious, each day left him completely exhausted and extremely hungry. At the end of every day, before Harry was allowed to eat, Gryffindor insisted he meditate, or try to anyway. They had found that, if Harry was tired enough, he could almost enter the kind of trance Gryffindor had spoken of. It had been a bit of a revelation when Harry mentioned he had practiced a little bit of occlumency, which prompted Gryffindor to train him in that discipline as well, all the time cursing the fact that Dumbledore had forced him to learn from Snape, a man who hated the boy. Trust was needed for such things, and Gryffindor was not surprised in the least to learn the lessons had failed utterly. Limited as the portrait was in testing Harry's advances in building the defenses in his mind, it had certainly helped Harry in organizing his mind, which made it easier to calm and focus his mind. Harry sat down on the floor in the lotus position and went through the usual steps. He'd done this so many times already. Refusing to let his impatience get the better of him, he fought it down and kept to his task. Harry slowly filed the newest memories away to their proper place, and his mind became far less cluttered. After some time of careful breathing, he gradually felt his mind open. Sensing the breach forming, Harry focused on expanding it, and slowly, but surely the breach became a sizable gap, big enough for him to get through. Slipping through, Harry found himself standing outside a small cave, a strong current of air flowing from it. Harry walked into the cave, not knowing what to expect. There was nothing of note inside, except a stone pillar, atop of which sat a simple clay bowl. Harry approached the bowl and looked into it. The bowl was overflowing with what seemed like water. The liquid kept spilling onto the floor of the cavern. Frowning, Harry reached out with his hand, but stopped abruptly as he felt a drop fall on his hand, followed by another and another after that. A brief tingling sensation followed, and Harry was even more curious now. Backing away a bit, he noticed a fair-sized crack in the ceiling, which was dripping water into the bowl at a fairly quick rate. Harry stared at the bowl for a long time, before focusing his mind back to the real world, and when he opened his eyes, he was sitting on the floor of Gryffindor's lab. "Well, how did it go, my boy?" Harry told Gryffindor of his experience, and the old man listened with great interest. Apparently, not many people had the ability to visualize their magical center so vividly, and fewer still had the strength to maintain their presence in there for longer than a pair of breaths. Judging by Harry's description of the place, Gryffindor believed Harry was currently not in balance. There was more magic flowing into him than he was able to regulate properly. The boy had managed to sneak a peek into his own mind, but there was still a lot of work to do. "You did very well, Harry, very well indeed. This is just the beginning, however. We have weeks of work ahead of us, months even. It will be hard, slow work since this is not something we should rush." And so the months rolled on, and Harry spent his days working on bringing balance to his magic, which proved harder than he ever thought possible. Every once in a while, they would stop with the mind games and train with swords for a few days. To clear the mind, Gryffindor said. Harry found the old man was right. After a few days of hard physical training, he found himself much calmer and less stressful. They would mix in lessons of history and magical theory, debates and other such things. The young man would also practice his occlumency. Harry felt it somewhat difficult to admit, but he was enjoying himself immensely despite everything. It had been almost 3 months since the day where Harry had finally managed to enter his own awareness. Once Harry had established a firm grasp on the art of entering his mind, they worked on his ability to maintain his presence there. Slowly and surely Harry became stronger and more confident. One day, in early May, after an unusually long session, Harry lay on his back on the floor, breathing hard. Gryffindor looked at the boy with great admiration and pride. He had bottomless potential. No matter what was thrown at him, he would master it and press on with steely resolve. This, and what came after, would be no different. He decided it was time to show the boy why he'd been driven so hard in his training, a little something to reward honest progress. "Follow me, please." Harry rose from the floor, somewhat perplexed at the brisk tone and the pace with which Gryffindor moved. Harry actually had to jog to keep up with the old man, who moved between the frames faster than Harry had ever seen him do. Well, to be perfectly honest, the old geezer had so many things to say that whenever they were walking about, Harry had to walk slowly, so Gryffindor could use every frame in the large house to the fullest in order to inject him with some wisdom, knowledge, or advice. Eventually, Harry found himself in a part of the stronghold he'd never been in before. A strangely secluded hallway, completely empty, aside from a painting at the very end. Standing before the painting, Harry studied it. It was a painting of a room, or rather a study of sorts. Hundreds of books lined the walls. Stairs leaned against the shelves, and in its center, Harry saw a simple desk and a wooden chair that looked surprisingly comfortable. There was no sign of Gryffindor. Harry crossed his arms over his chest, studying the painting further. There was nothing further of note, Harry decided. So he studied the frame instead, golden and intricately woven with signs and symbols, none of which he had ever seen before. Of course, he had not taken ancient runes in school, so it was not surprising. Meaning to have a look behind the painting, Harry grabbed the frame, which resulted in something very strange. The surface of the painting rippled as if it was floating, similar to the way water ripples in a bucket. Harry frowned in surprise. He tapped the frame softly, the result the same as before. He took a deep breath and put a finger onto the image. He pulled his hand back, and the material stretched out a little before snapping back. Harry smiled slightly and stepped into the frame with conviction. Not surprisingly, he found himself in the exact room he'd been looking at earlier. In a picture of a lovely garden, his mentor reclined in a divan, smiling at him. "Well done, Harry, well done. I was confident you'd find your way here quickly. I think it's time for me to show you what I can offer you when I've been convinced you have mastered your magic completely. At the moment, your magic is still overflowing, and it will only increase and eventually become dangerous. It may burn you up. You've given me plenty already, Mr. Gryffindor. I can't ask for anything further," Harry said. "Nonsense, my boy. What I am going to show you, and eventually give you, I give freely and to a worthy cause. Now, go to the second shelf of the eastern wall, third book from the right. Pull on it if you please. Harry found the correct book and put a finger on the top of the spine and pulled on it. He heard a slight scraping sound and turned his head to find a small alcove in one of the walls. In it, there was a small pillar of sorts, a sphere of some kind lodged in its center. The sphere was pulsing, power flowing from it through some kind of veins, reaching out from the pillar, disappearing from view. Harry assumed they wound their way through the complex. What he was looking at had to be the power source of this place. He knew what the sphere contained, but was hesitant to ask, as he felt it was a highly personal matter. He looked at Gryffindor, the unspoken question obvious on his face. What you are looking at, Harry, is me. A part of me, at any rate. In order for this place of mine to function properly, I designed this sphere to contain a part of myself. It bleeds into this place, giving it its power. I've been around a long time, and I think it's time I let this portion of myself depart this world. I have decided to give this to you, once you have brought your magic under control. Now, while there is some power to be had here, what it mostly offers is the opportunity to reach your full potential quicker. Quicker? Harry asked the old man. Indeed, Gryffindor said. Almost instantly, in fact. You know, it takes some mages decades to reach their full potential, but we do not have the time to wait for it to happen. Once you have taken it, I will cease to exist. I will become no more than a regular, non-magical portrait, unable to help you any further, aside from allowing you the use of this place. Harry was somewhat dumbstruck, regardless of the fact that he'd in truth known, or at least suspected what Gryffindor had planned. He did not know if he was ready to be truly alone. It was a big step, one he'd been thinking of almost constantly, but this made it so much more real somehow. I don't know if I'm ready for it, Gryffindor. Going out there alone? Looking for and finding the horcruxes, not to mention destroying them. That has been your plan, has it not? To go it alone, so that your friends would not have to go through it as well? Admirable, but ultimately reckless. Should you decide to keep with that plan, you will need every advantage. I know you have limited experience with the world, young as you are, but you are intelligent, highly adaptable, and headstrong. So I expect you'll have little trouble in that regard. Now, I want you to go rest. We have a long day ahead of us tomorrow. Harry was tired when he awoke the following morning. Sleep had been hard to come by in the night. His mind bombarded with thoughts and questions he kept leveling at himself. He opened the wardrobe and fished out clothes for the day. Loose-fitting pants and a belted tunic. He'd taken to wearing a pair of knee-high leather boots he had found lying untouched in the wardrobe. His trainers had long since worn out, not to mention the fact that they were too small. A few days after he came to Gryffindor's stronghold, he realized he had to change clothes, of which there were plenty to choose from. At first they had made him feel silly, but he got used to them. After a while, he decided it was time to have a serious discussion about the horcruxes, as they had spoken remarkably little of them in the time he'd been here. After eating breakfast, Harry, yet again, made his way to the basement. Waiting for him was his mentor, ready for the day, as he always was. Good morning, Harry. I would like us to start with meditating today. I think it's time for you to try and reach your center without having to be completely exhausted to get there. It severely limits what you can do in there. Once you do get in there, I want you to try and focus on your magic. Try to prevent all that excess energy from spilling out. That is the first step. Once you have that, we can begin to learn to regulate it. Harry took his place on the floor and began his breathing routine at once. Almost immediately, Harry found himself outside the cave entrance, looking in. He ventured inside and found the bowl in short order. It was much the same, but there was more water spilling from the bowl than before. The crack wasn't dripping anymore, it was leaking. Alarmed, Harry forced himself to remain calm and focused his mind on the water spilling over the edge of the bowl. He stared at the water for some time. Not really knowing what to do, he simply followed his instincts and tried to will the water back into the bowl. The water on the floor suddenly started to rise until it was level with the bowl, slowly floating over to it. Before he dropped the water into the bowl, however, Harry stopped and looked at the thing. He was starting on the wrong end, obviously. He let the water fall to the ground with a splash, and instead, arched his head toward the crack in the ceiling. He had to reduce the flow into the cavern first. The bowl was overflowing as it was, so adding into it all, the water on the floor was like drying yourself in the rain. He focused his mind to the crack, and to his astonishment, it started to close. Fast. Nearly panicking, Harry turned his head down, focusing on a pebble on the ground. He was trying to make the crack smaller, not close it, damn it. He heard a drop of water fall into the bowl, and he stole a look at the crack again and found it somewhat hard to see this time. The flow of water greatly reduced. He breathed a sigh of relief. He'd almost shut himself off from magic. All right, that was one problem solved. Now for the rest. What was he supposed to do with all the excess water flowing all over the place? The bowl would carry no more. Could he make it bigger? It stood to reason that he could manipulate the bowl as he had the ceiling of the cavern. Harry approached the bowl and carefully picked it up, letting it rest in the palms of his hands. He closed his eyes and turned it counterclockwise in his hands. His sensitive fingers felt every imperfection, every part of the bowl. He visualized the bowl carefully in his mind, how it would look if it was bigger, and felt as the item in his hands started growing. Harry decided to only make it large enough to hold the excess water that lay on the floor of the cavern. Surely he could come back to it later. He put the somewhat larger bowl on the pillar once more and eased the water into it, almost filling it to the brim. Harry let out a deep breath. This had been much easier than expected, but his success filled him with dread. It moved him ever closer to the eventual moment when he would have to go and actually start his quest, and it made him terribly nervous. There was nothing for it, however, so he eased his consciousness back to the material world. Goodness me, lad, I was starting to wonder if you died on me. You've been in there for almost 6 hours. 6 hours? I feel as if I was only in there for a few moments. Anyway, I managed to bring my magic to balance, Gryffindor, and I can feel the difference already. Oh, pray tell. Harry stood up and moved around the room for a little while to get his blood moving again. He told Gryffindor of what had transpired inside, and the old man took great interest in his tale. The boy had managed to do all of it in one go, truly remarkable. And good thing he did, too, because he was almost ready and would soon embark on his quest. Gryffindor knew the boy wanted to discuss the horcruxes, but he had deliberately avoided the topic because he was certain it would only be distracting to the young man, but they could delay it no longer. So, these horcruxes, let us go over what we know. I, of course, know what a horcrux is, as do you. So let's focus beyond that, shall we? Gryffindor said. Harry nodded gratefully. About time they got to the things that really mattered. There was Tom Riddle's diary, which I already destroyed, using a basilisk fang, and Dumbledore destroyed Marvolo Gaunt's ring. Dumbledore, and I believed Riddle split his soul into 6 pieces, with himself being the 7th. He seems to think 7 is the most powerful magical number. Some texts on arithmancy seem to confirm that theory, Harry said, but Gryffindor snorted, clearly annoyed. I've never understood the fascination with the number 7. It's just a number. In fairness, there are some spells and rituals that do require exactly 7 people to be present, but they are the exception, not the rule. Now, I want you to understand, Harry, what Riddle did has severely crippled him. No one in their right mind would ever split their soul in such a way. He seems to have no respect for the human soul, and as such, does not understand what power it holds. Had he kept his soul intact, he would be near invincible, judging from what you have told me, so in a way, he will have contributed to his own demise. Harry frowned. Not unless I find and destroy the rest of them. The problem is I don't know where they may be. Slytherin's locket is lost, stolen by someone, known only as R.A.B. I've no idea who that person is. I also don't know how to destroy the horcruxes. I assume it was the basilisk poison that destroyed the diary, and I don't fancy the idea of carrying that stuff on my person. It sounds unhealthy. Gryffindor could not help but look at the young man with concern and a great deal of pity. He was barely more than a boy, yet he had been faced with many challenges in his short life. Challenges which would have broken greater men than him. Difficult as Harry's life had been thus far, Gryffindor knew this was just the beginning for the young lad. He also knew the young man had a destiny even greater than the one that lay before him now. I remember that locket, the old man said. As I recall, Salazar was very fond of it. It had some magical properties, but I never learned what they were. I do know that it could be opened, but only by parcel mouths, a talent you already possess, strangely enough. It is an exceedingly rare gift and always hereditary. Are you aware of any parcel mouths in your lineage, Harry? Harry shrugged at that. I don't know much about my family or its history, Gryffindor. In fact, I know almost nothing. No one bothered to tell me anything for some reason. I do know I am a pure blood on my father's side, and that, by now, almost all pure blood should be related in some way, however distant the relation may be. I know Tom Riddle is very proficient at it, and probably acquired it from the Gaunts, who were pure bloods. Riddle transferred some abilities to me when he tried to kill me all those years ago. We are, for better or worse, linked. It also explains the visions I sometimes had. When I slept, there was an instant when I dreamed of an incident where Arthur Weasley was almost killed by Nagini, Tom's snake. Because of that vision, we were able to save him. As a result, I grew arrogant, and the bastard used it against me. How so? Gryffindor asked. Harry took a deep breath to calm himself. He fooled me, which led to the death of my godfather, Sirius Black. I wondered if I could try and steal the knowledge of Tom's horcruxes from his mind using legilimency, but it's probably too dangerous. There is too much at stake, so that is out of the question, at least until I am fully confident in my ability to protect my mind. Gryffindor nodded appreciatively. It is a very wise man who recognizes and understands his own limits, Harry. It took me many years to accept mine, as I was a proud man, proud to the point of folly actually, and I am glad you seem to have avoided that fate. Going by what you have told me, Tom Riddle has not, and his arrogance will only help you. It is obvious. He will not consider any old thing as being worthy of holding a part of his soul. Gaunt's ring, that journal of his, and finally Salazar's locket. Gryffindor stroked his chin for a few moments, lost his thoughts. Harry, meanwhile, was rather pleased with the way things were going at the moment. Then suddenly, he remembered how Draco had once mentioned their manor was full of items related to the dark arts, carefully hidden beneath the living room in their house. Before Harry could give voice to his thoughts, however, Gryffindor spoke up once more. I must think further on this connection to Riddle, and also on how to destroy these things, so I propose we table that part of this discussion for now. Gryffindor stared into the distance for a moment before he went on. You know, Helga, Rowena, Salazar, and I each had items we valued greatly and kept close at hand at all times. I would not leave my house without my sword, as Salazar always wore his locket around his neck. Rowena prided herself at the beauty of her diadem, and I must say it was most pretty a bauble. Enhanced her already considerable wisdom and intelligence, it did. It was lost, though, stolen. In fact, her daughter disappeared around the same time, if I remember correctly. Strange coincidence that they never found her? No, Gryffindor replied sadly. Poor Rowena was never the same after that. And finally, my dearest Helga had the goblins build her a golden cup and would not drink from another afterwards. Quite marvelous, really. Always full of some beverage or other. She was a right proper housewife, of course, and it would not do to have an empty cup, but I digress. I think we can safely assume the cup and diadem to be horcruxes, Harry. I just remembered something, and I think I may know where to start looking, actually, Harry said, and went over how Draco had revealed his family's secret collection of dark artifacts to him and Ron, while they were under the effects of the polyjuice potion, appearing as Crabbe and Goyle at the time. The story, serious as it was, amused Gryffindor greatly. The bit where Hermione turned into a humanoid cat was a point of particular mirth. His booming laughter echoed throughout the room, and eventually Harry joined him. It felt strange to laugh again after all this time. Merlin, how long had it been? Months, surely. Gryffindor brought his mirth under control and looked at Harry with a twinkle in his eye, very similar to the one Dumbledore used to show at times. We must never let the world bereave us of our laughter and joy, Harry. As love can heal the soul, so can laughter. I urge you to try and find the humor in life, the small things, the big things, and all in between. It can save your life, you know. You will not find any joyous laughter among the followers of Tom Riddle. Of that I can assure you. Gryffindor rubbed his chin in a thoughtful manner before he continued. I do agree with you, Harry. Malfoy Manor seems like a very good place to start. Malfoy had the diary in his possession, so it's not inconceivable he also got his hands on the locket or the cup, or perhaps both. It's just as well we have no other leads. But first, there are two final things I would like to teach you. Since you have mastered the art of looking into yourself, I think it prudent you learn the opposite as well. You'll master it quickly, I'm sure, as the two are very closely related. What do you have in mind? Harry asked with great interest. Traditionally, Humans interact with the world using the five senses: sight, sound, smell, taste, and touch. What I am going to teach you will go beyond the limits of those senses. You will feel the world around you in a much more profound way. You will sense the earth, the air, water, the very elements themselves. In addition, once you've become proficient enough, you can sense individual beings as every being has its own feel. Similarly, every place has a distinct feel, and I encourage you to experience as many of them as you can. Harry took great interest in this latest piece of knowledge. He could sense other people. That would surely come in handy once he went about finding the horcruxes. It would also help him stay vigilant, although he suspected this was not some passive skill, but one that required some time and effort every time he used it. I want you to clear your mind the same way as before, but instead of focusing inside, I want you to focus on the outside, on a single thing in this room. The candle on the table, for example. It's not too big, and fire is, by its very nature, a simple thing, but be careful. Fire is very volatile and dangerous, unless treated with care. Just probe it gently once you feel it. Harry looked at the flame for a short while, before closing his eyes and slowly worked his mind. His consciousness skirted the edge of the trance he fell into when he entered his core, but instead of going in there, he pushed the other way and sought out the flame with his mind. A moment later, he could feel warmth and intensity radiating from the flame, fusing itself with his mind, threatening to overload his senses. Harry hastily let go, afraid to hold it any longer. He would have to try again with something less intense. The ground might be a safer bet, solid and sturdy. Slow. Harry reached out with his mind once more into the rock, and he felt slow tremors of sorts deep beneath his feet. Reaching even further down, he could feel it coming in waves. The regularity and strength varied quite a bit. Water. He could feel it clear as day. It was the sea, he realized. He was feeling the ocean crashing upon the cliff. Far below, retreating into his own mind, Harry shuddered. This was an intoxicating feeling, the world literally at his fingertips. This is incredible, Gryffindor. The level of power in the earth, it's astounding. How have we not heard of this? I'd assume such powerful magic would be on anyone's lips. The sheer thrill of it is indescribable. It was ancient magic even when I was young, Harry, and mostly forgotten. I should be very surprised if anyone else knows of it nowadays. Limited control over the classic Greek elements: earth, fire, water, and air. Once you're proficient enough, you can even manipulate some of them together to create other effects, such as lightning. It originated in ancient Greece and perfected in Egypt. The best translation I can give you on the title they wore would be elemental mage. This magic isn't very utilitarian, and the only part of it that can be used with any kind of finesse is air, and even that takes quite a bit of concentration. I want you to go to the table by the wall and pick up the leather arm braces. Yes, those. These are from ancient Greece as well, designed to magnify the control one has over the elements. Put them on, please. Harry slipped his arms into the arm braces and laced them up. As soon as he did, he felt a slight tingle in his hands, which turned into a dull throb. Acting on impulse, he reached his right hand towards a candle, and suddenly, the small flame zipped across the table into his hand, where it formed into a small ball of fire. Harry chuckled softly and tossed the ball from one hand to the other, before shooting it into the fireplace, creating a small explosion. He felt a little drained, however. Harry looked at his hands, marveling at how much easier it was to concentrate with these things on his arms, easier to manipulate the energies and shape them to his liking. It was somewhat strange that Gryffindor hadn't given those to him before. But then the old man surely had a reason. He did nothing without purpose after all. Harry looked expectantly over at Gryffindor, who smiled happily, yet sadly at the same time. You're almost ready, Harry. It will take some time for you to learn your limits and how not to overextend yourself. This technique is very dangerous if approached without proper caution, which holds true for all magic, of course. The reason I did not ask you to don the braces immediately was for you to understand the ramifications of failing to control yourself. You felt the fire almost taking over. Yes? Now let's begin. One day, after 3 weeks of further training, Harry made his way to Gryffindor's study. He grimaced slightly before plunging through the portal on the wall. He decided he did not like that thing. It felt as if he somehow evaporated and was then put back together once he came through the other side. It was not painful by any means, just very uncomfortable. Harry walked over to the painting, where his mentor looked at him with a deeply troubled frown. Once Harry asked him whether he was all right, the old man let out a sad sigh before speaking. Harry, I have been thinking of what you said the other day about Riddle transferring some powers to you, and I must confess to being very troubled. You say you could sense how he was feeling at times, even if you could not peek into his mind. Such a connection. Harry, I want you to prepare yourself for the possibility of a horcrux existing inside of you, lad. Your very soul. Having thought this over many times, I believe this to be very likely. In fact, I'm certain of it. There's no way that I know of which allows a person to transfer abilities to another or sense their feelings. There's also the fact that him touching you causes that scar to explode with pain. Harry stared at Gryffindor, his eyes wide as causers. A horcrux within his soul? It was impossible. Riddle was an evil, sadistic bastard, whereas Harry believed himself to be at least a fairly decent human being. If he had a piece of Tom's soul in there, should he not have felt it? Still, the old man was quite knowledgeable, and Harry trusted him completely by now. Harry gripped his chin, deep in thought, and a sudden thought wormed its way into his mind. If indeed there was a horcrux within him, bonded to his soul, how could he remove it? Some kind of spell, hopefully, or a ritual. After all, magic could do almost anything. He took a deep breath and sat down in a chair and slowly worked himself into a short trance, which completely calmed him down, his occlumency working its magic. He looked over at Gryffindor, who looked at him with deep concern in his eyes. Harry gave him a weak smile before rising from the chair slowly. So, if we take this idea of living horcruxes further, I'm going to assume Nagini, Riddle Snake, is also a part of his soul. True, he is a Parselmouth, but I find his control over the worm much stronger than it should be between man and beast, so it should be a safe bet. I do have a question, though. Will Riddle not notice when I destroy the horcruxes? Gryffindor stared at the boy in wonder. Moments earlier, he'd been told he possibly had a piece of his nemesis inside of him, but already he was asking questions and planning. Quite a remarkable young man indeed. No, I do not believe so, Harry. These pieces are no longer a part of the whole. They are completely separate entities. Furthermore, I do not believe he can split his soul into any more pieces without killing himself in the process. By your description of his frail, unnatural body, I'd say he's almost there already. I've also thought on how to destroy these horrendous things. You were able to destroy the diary with the Fong, and you are right, the poison most likely did destroy. I do not believe that will work with any of the others, however, except the snake, but simply killing the beast with a cutting curse should be enough to destroy that horcrux. Why wouldn't the poison be enough? Harry asked. Gryffindor looked at Harry with a thoughtful frown. I believe the reason you were able to destroy the diary was because it had been exposed to Ginevra's soul. It was drawing from her strength, her soul, and was becoming a living entity itself, a proper person, if you will. Soul magic is a dangerous and tricky thing, and somewhat chaotic, Harry. Most people stay away from it, and for good reason. Salazar and I spent many an evening speaking of it, and I believe I know how you can destroy the locket, cup, and diadem. I believe, since you hold a piece of Tom Riddle's soul within you, the others will try and merge with you. You can draw the soul pieces out of those items and into yourself, and destroy them that way. I believe Dumbledore was quite right when he told you your hidden power was love. Riddle's splintered soul pieces, full of darkness and hatred, will not be able to inhabit someone who holds such love and caring in their heart, as was apparent when he tried to possess you. Harry didn't look convinced. That sounds a little far-fetched, he said. It won't be easy. They will attack you and try to possess you when they feel the connection. They will try to force out your soul, the same way you will try to expel them, and they will try to feed on your negative emotions. Your occlumency will help you there, Harry. You can unlock your happy thoughts while keeping the dark ones at bay. In theory, it is also one of the only feasible ways to do so, I believe. Why is that? Harry asked wearily. Gryffindor inclined his head toward Harry. Whenever an object is made into a horcrux, it becomes almost impervious to damage. The reason for that is it is not possible to destroy the soul via physical means. There's also the fact that I have no idea where the horcrux would go when the object it was stored in is destroyed. Does it die? Does it float out into the world, looking for another host? The variables are too great to chance it. There can be no uncertainty when dealing with these things. Harry wondered about that for a moment. Then he looked up at the old man, his eyes hopeful. Can I remove the horcrux from myself that way? Try to find it within and expel it. A pained expression came over Gryffindor's features as he shook his head. A logical question, but I am afraid not, Harry. The horcrux was placed there when you were just over a year old, and I expect it to have integrated itself in your soul to such an extent where I imagine it is as much a part of you as your own soul. Perhaps if you had been older when it happened and known what you do now, it is a foreign object, but I can't see how you could remove one without the other. And to my knowledge, there's only one way to remove the soul without destroying the body. You know what I speak of? Dementors. Disgusting, foul things. Harry briefly wondered if he should try and get a Dementor to kiss him and hope it would remove the horcrux, but dismissed it quickly. Those monsters would not pick and choose. What a foolish idea. He took a deep breath and rubbed the back of his neck. He was trying to stay calm and composed, and while the short meditation had certainly helped, he felt more agitated than he cared to admit. Without a word, he left the basement and lay down on his bed, but sleep proved elusive. The following morning, Harry arrived in Gryffindor's study with a tired but determined look in his eyes. He had known for a while that he was never very likely to survive the war, but he was determined to do whatever he could to make certain old Snake Eyes snuffed it. Harry gave Gryffindor a firm look that told him he was ready and that there was no time to lose. His mentor smiled before he became deadly serious. Before we get to the part where I give this part of me to you, Harry, I want you to open the chest by the desk. In it, you'll find a small fortune in galleons, sickles, and knots. You're welcome to it, as you are welcome to everything in this house. In fact, once I'm gone, consider it yours. Harry opened the chest, and sure enough, it was almost overflowing with money. The gold, bronze, and silver coins glistening in the light cast by the torches. Harry could see a coin purse in one corner of the chest, bulging with coins. Harry grabbed a fistful of coins from the wooden container, let them slip through his fingers, and the clinking noise filled the room. He felt a small frown edge its way onto his face. More money. He was already extremely wealthy. Not only had his own family, the Potters been very wealthy. You could add to that the even greater wealth of the House of Black, of which he was the current head. Harry snorted. Head of 2 houses, one of which had 1 living member, and the other was full of criminals, aside from Tonks and her mother Andromeda. He wasn't 20 yet, for Merlin's sake. He would have to make a stop at Gringotts soon to look into his affairs. He remembered when he went to Gringotts for the first time with Hagrid before his first year. He had been so excited, seeing the goblins, the ride in the cart, and he fondly recalled the thrill he had felt when his vault opened to reveal heaps of gold and gems and other treasures. He had felt somewhat less happy the following year when he'd gone there with the Weasleys, who were rather poor, at least in the physical sense. While it was true that what they had as a family trumped any joy you would get from owning all the money in the world, you could not do without it. He would have liked to transfer some gold from his own vault to theirs, but had thought better of it, knowing they would never accept it. They still had their pride, after all. He had not been of age, either, so he would have had to have the permission of Dumbledore, his guardian by proxy, to make such a transfer, which the old man would most certainly have granted him, but he had not felt like asking for it. How was it that men like Malfoy had it so good, when the really decent ones had to live off of scraps? Just another of the world's injustices, Harry supposed. And men of Malfoy's ilk had a willingness to step all over others. Quite similar to Vernon Dursley. In fact, that coin purse is a fine invention. It is directly connected to the chest, and it fills automatically with coins. Quite useful. Something troubling you, lad? Harry shook his head. I have a bit of disdain for money, that's all. Greed is a cancer upon the world, both magical and mundane. Please, let's not dwell on it. Letting the matter drop, Gryffindor motioned for Harry to open the secret compartment that held the special orb. He felt the slow vibrations of power flow from it as soon as the compartment slid open. All you have to do is take the sphere into your hand, then open yourself up to the power. Let it flow into you and control it as you did before. Have no fear and be brave, Harry. You are both strong and capable. You survived the potion and mastered your magic. I firmly believe you can destroy those horcruxes. Just have faith in yourself, my boy. Now, get to it. No goodbyes, Harry. I've never been any good at those. And with that, Gryffindor disappeared from the frame, leaving Harry alone in the room, facing the sphere. This was it then. After a few moments, he'd be alone. A slight tremor went through Harry as he contemplated that thought. He'd gotten close to the old man over the months since he'd arrived at his house. Losing the people closest to him was something he knew very well by now, of course, but it was not something you could get used to. It was always awful, and it always hurt. Harry squared his shoulders and approached the sphere, his hand extending slowly. He felt the orb fill his palm, and he lifted it up from the pedestal, grasping it tightly. The touch was electrifying, and a strong current flowed through him, threatening to burn him to cinders. His hand shook, and he took a deep breath to steady himself. And after a while, he felt himself slowly fade into a very familiar trance, wherein he would stabilize himself, then open up his body to receive the power the sphere promised. In his current state, Harry was only dimly aware of how Gryffindor's stronghold seemed to simmer down, the source of its power no longer supplying it with the vital energy it required to function properly. Harry found himself in the familiar cave, his eyes focusing on the bowl. It was tranquil at the moment, the surface completely still. It wouldn't be for long, though. Harry felt the crack in the ceiling open up. The power came rushing through, but he was ready for it and gently accepted it, merging it with what power he already had, the process succeeding flawlessly. As Harry let himself return to the physical world, he felt a sense of elation and then a calmness he had rarely felt before, as he experienced an understanding he had never known. So that was what Gryffindor had been talking about when he mentioned understanding. It had unlocked even more of his potential. For example, he understood how the sphere worked, how it had powered the stronghold. What a rush it was. He felt incredibly powerful. Harry walked over to the chest and grabbed the coin purse and placed it into his pocket. There was no time to waste now. He walked down to the kitchen to get himself some food, then made his way to the baths to clean himself up. Once he had done that, he went to the foyer and stared at the portrait of Gryffindor. The Hogwarts founder sat on a stool in the frame, not moving. So it was true then. Godric Gryffindor had been reduced to nothing more than a regular Muggle portrait. Harry went to bed that night satisfied with the day's events, his mind set on a trip to Diagon Alley first thing in the morning. Harry ascended the stairs that led to the top of the cliff for the first time in nearly a year. He had gone outside since he came to the stronghold, of course. However, at Gryffindor's behest, he had restricted his movements to the interior of the cave, just to be safe. As he came to the top of the stairs, he checked his pockets to make certain he had brought the coin purse. He needed to go to Diagon Alley to buy himself some clothes, something less conspicuous. He had to be able to move around without attracting too much attention. At present, he looked like someone starring in a stage production of Romeo and Juliet. Even in the wizarding world, that would make people look twice. Something Harry desperately wanted to avoid. It was a wet June morning that welcomed the young man as he emerged from the stairs, the temperature a lovely 15 degrees. Harry looked up at the sky, allowing the raindrops to fall on his grinning face. He enjoyed feeling the wetness on his face, refreshing after spending all this time confined inside. Harry ran a hand through his long hair. Nearly a year spent down there. How quickly time went by, oh well. Rubbing his hands together, Harry visualized in his mind the entrance to the leaky cauldron on the Muggle side of London, and just like that, he disappeared. A second later, he found himself in an alley, across the entrance of the famous Inn on Charing Cross Road. Harry smiled. The wooden sign and the curved entrance was a welcome sight. He went inside and took a deep breath once there, his eyes scanning what he could see of the first floor, noting each person in turn, what they looked like, what they wore, and so on. He needed to be fully aware of his surroundings, so he found a secluded table with a view of the entrance. He had a meal of fried bacon and eggs, the taste quite exquisite after such a long time. Eating out of the larder of Gryffindor's stronghold and he thoroughly enjoyed it. He felt a little bit like he was experiencing the world for the first time, and in a way, everything felt different. He was so much more aware of everything. His capacity for gathering and processing information on his surroundings astounded him. After a while, Harry felt a massive headache coming. He had, of course, expected some changes, but Gryffindor's stronghold had engaged those rather newfound senses of his in a very limited way. Harry reached his hand over to the next table and grabbed the day's prophet. No mention of Voldemort, nor his Death Eaters on the front cover. Nothing on the back cover either. Frowning, he scanned the rest of the paper. Well, no news was surely better than bad news, but still, it was as if life was going the same as always. Perhaps the Quibbler would have something worth reading. Luna's dad was a strange fellow who held some peculiar beliefs, to say the least, but he was a highly intelligent man who was rarely wrong in his assumptions if he curbed his more fantastical leanings. At least that was what Harry had gathered from talking with the very intelligent Luna, and he had no reason to doubt her, even if she was as strange as her father. Harry finished his meal and went through the leaky cauldron and entered the back alley, which led to Diagon Alley. Since he had no wand, he willed a trickle of power into his hand and tapped the brick wall in the correct sequence. The wall parted and Harry stepped into Diagon, his mouth angling in a small grin. Diagon Alley, the same as always, bursting with life, people going about their business. It really looked like nothing was wrong. Harry refused to believe it, though. Surely Riddle had not stayed idle since Dumbledore's death? While Harry was disinclined to play up his own importance, he was sure his disappearance must have had some impact. The Ministry had to be controlling the media to some extent. As his survey of the alley continued, Harry's eyes lingered on the closed shops of Florian Fortesque and Garrick Ollivander. A shudder of rage ran through him. He could understand removing Ollivander, but an ice cream maker? It made no sense. His eyes traveled further along the street and came to a stop on Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes. Just how in the world were they still in business? Shaking his head in wonderment, Harry walked over to a newsstand, grabbed a copy of the Quibbler, and tossed an old man a silver sickle. He unfolded the paper and saw his own face staring back at him. Arching an eyebrow, Harry read the headline, Harry Potter sighted in Leeds. He snorted. Who in their right mind would ever go to Leeds? And that was it. No mention of anything war-related at all. Harry handed the old man the paper again with a wink and went on his way. The old man grinned back and put the paper back in the stand. Time to head to Madame Malkin's. She mostly sold robes, but Harry knew he would find all sorts of clothing in that store, and it would be of the highest quality as well. As Harry entered the store, Madame Malkin came dashing to him from behind a rack, filled with Hogwarts robes of varying sizes. Harry gave her a lopsided smile. "Good morning, dear. What can I do for you?" "Good morning, Madame Malkin. I'm in the need of new clothes, shirts, pants, that kind of thing. I don't need any robes today." Certainly. Follow me, please. We just received a new shipment yesterday, so I'm sure we can find something to your tastes, young man. Were you looking for anything specific?" "It's all right. I'm sure I can find what I'm looking for on my own. I will find you should I need anything." Madame Malkin led Harry into a section of the store. Behind a thin curtain, a plaque on the wall read, "Everyday Apparel." She gave Harry a polite smile and rushed back to greet a pair of customers who had just entered the store. Harry picked out a couple of dark blue work shirts, a couple of dark cargo pants, a few t-shirts. He found himself some socks and briefs and a pair of fingerless gloves, as well as a wool cap. He needed something to hide his ears, after all. They were currently safely hidden beneath his mane of hair, but Harry was desperate to get a haircut, even if he had to do it himself. It was way too much work to maintain all that hair. Short and tidy, thank you very much. Or as tidy as that mess on the top of his head could ever be. Oh, he needed scissors. He grabbed a pair of tall working boots, and he needed a coat as well. He walked over to the coat section, and almost immediately found a charcoal gray trench coat he liked. It was a perfect fit. It hugged his frame slightly, but in such a way that he could move without any difficulty. The coat reached halfway down to his ankles, providing warmth and shelter. Harry quit Madame Malkin's and made his way down the street, heading to Wiseacre's Wizarding Equipment. If memory served, Mr. Wiseacre used to sell a kind of backpack called Bag of Holding, a pack which was charmed with a permanent expanding charm, so that it could hold much more than its outward appearance promised. It was also very light. Once Harry had procured the bag, he went back to the cauldron and rented a room under the name Jack. Harry let himself fall onto the bed, completely exhausted. His heightened senses had been assaulting him all day, and sorting through it all had been difficult, to say the least. He knew he'd get used to it in time. He tucked his hands behind his head and stared at the ceiling, his eyes focusing on a spot in one of the corners. Tomorrow, it was on to Wiltshire. He would have to get back to Muggle London, then take a train to Swindon, which reminded him he needed to exchange some galleons to pounds. Fortunately, there was a contraption in the alley that allowed for such, a sort of Gringotts ATM. After that, all he knew was that Malfoy Manor was somewhere in Wiltshire, which was a fairly big county. Was the manor near Chippenham, or was it further south, by Salisbury? He'd have asked around. Surely someone knew, unless its location was kept secret, by means of the Fidelius charm, of course. Then he'd never find it, unless he somehow found the secret keeper, and even then, the information had to be given freely. Eventually, Harry rolled over to his side and closed his eyes, sleep claiming him almost instantly. Harry stepped off the train in Swindon, hoisting the bag onto his shoulder. He felt a small tingling in his palms. He was actually setting out on his quest, after a year of training, and he felt elated to have taken the first step towards his goal, despite some fear and uncertainty. A sense of guilt found its way into his mind, though. His friends really should be there, ignoring his mind. He waved over a porter and asked him if he knew of a tourist information desk. The porter waved his hand vaguely to the east, then hurried on to help passengers with their luggage. Harry strode to the east of the station and quickly found the desk. A pretty woman with blonde hair and blue eyes greeted him with a professional-looking smile. "Good day to you, sir. My name is Betty. How may I help you?" "Hello, Betty. I'm studying architecture, and a mate told me there were a lot of old manor houses in Wiltshire, but the bloody git did not tell me where, and I didn't think to ask, so I was wondering if you could help me out." Harry smiled politely at Betty while cringing on the inside. How pathetic had that been? Betty snorted and stared at him with a raised eyebrow. "Well, I don't know anything about architecture, but I do know the woodland north of Salisbury is full of those snobs in there. Expensive houses, with their big grounds and gates and fences. I'd go there if I were you. Just don't expect them to invite you for tea." Slightly taken aback by the woman's attitude, Harry thanked her and made his way out of the station, his mind racing. He had to somehow get from where he was towards Salisbury. Sod it all. He'd take a cab. He hailed one, which took him out of the city and into the country. The cabby-eyed Harry in the rear-view mirror. A strange fellow, this one, to be sure. He'd sat in the cab for 10 minutes, not uttering a single word, save to ask him to drive until he was asked to stop. Unusual that. "So, where are you headed, lad?" "Not a lot to see out here. Nothing but a few small villages and a few manor houses, really. Visiting relatives. The Malfoys, to be exact. I've never been, so they invited me over for the summer." The driver's eyes went wide. The Malfoy house? An ominous place, if there ever was one. Strange happenings, and even stranger people coming and going, according to the rumors. Very reclusive lot, hardly seen among other people. After a few miles, Harry saw the first driveway, closed by an intricately worked iron gate. "Is it much further to Malfoy Manor?" Harry asked. The cabbie shook his head. "It's the next driveway over, I think." "All right, I think I can manage, sir. Just pull over. I'll walk from here." The cab driver knew he was visibly relieved when Harry told him to stop. He was not a particularly superstitious man, but he was not too keen on going any closer to the Malfoy place than he had to. Harry thanked the driver, who drove off somewhat more urgently than he thought was strictly necessary. He rolled his shoulders and walked on, maintaining a vigilant eye on the forest, which lined the road on both sides. Some time later, Harry came upon the gate to Malfoy Manor and found it surprisingly plain. Judging by how much Draco liked to brag about his family's wealth, he'd half expected the thing to be lined with gold. Looking at the sky, Harry reckoned it was around 4 o'clock. He'd go into the forest and take a look while it was still bright out. He did not want to rely on his ability to see in the dark, since he had not used it to any extent. Harry entered the forest, and a few moments later, he closed his eyes and reached out with his mind. Harry let up and opened his eyes once more. There were no wards in place, aside from anti-apparition and portkey wards. Strange. He trekked further, and the house came into view. It was less of a house and more of a villa, as it turned out. Harry grimaced when examining the place. Well over 100 yards of open space between him and the house, and very little cover. What he would have given to have his invisibility cloak at that moment, well, there was a chance to get there unseen, under the cover of darkness, but he had to move fast. He surveyed the estate for a few hours, his eyes adjusting to the change in visibility. There was some activity in the house, he could tell. Shadows moving beyond closed curtains. A few people went outside for a minute, then back inside, one of whom was Bellatrix Lestrange. Harry's hands clenched in anger when he saw the murderess which, the memory of Sirius falling through the veil, never to return, flashing across his mind. Taking a deep breath, Harry calmed himself. This was not the time to lose his head. He sat behind a nearby tree, drawing his knees up to his chest, wrapping his arms around them. He'd meditate then make his move. A few hours later, Harry arose from his hiding spot and gazed upon the house once more. It was almost pitch black, the overcast sky shielding the world from the moon's silvery light. He left the backpack behind and slowly made his way to the tree-line, his mind racing and his blood pumping. Now or never. Harry crouched low and in a careful dash made his way to the nearest wall, his heart beating like a jackhammer in his chest. He was certain someone would hear his hammering heart and bring the sky on top of him, but nothing of the sort happened. The night was as quiet as before. As his heart calmed, the young man closed his eyes and focused on his hearing. A few were awake, all on the second story, the rest most likely asleep. He assumed the number of people in the manor and the frequent comings and goings were the reason for there being no wards on the property. It would be a real hassle to key every newcomer into the wards, so better to have none at all. Besides, fear was a great discouragement. Or maybe Riddle was just that arrogant to believe he did not need them. Harry walked slowly by the wall, listening intently, when he heard a woman crying softly, muttering to herself under her breath. The voice came from a second-story window. As Harry got closer, he could make out her words. "Please don't let my son die. Please don't hurt him anymore. Please. He's loyal as any of the others. Why must they keep torturing him?" Harry frowned. He knew that voice, even though he'd only heard it once before. It belonged to Narcissa Malfoy. He heard the door open, and someone entered the room. Narcissa leaped to her feet, almost running toward the newcomer. "I must say, Narcissa, my dear nephew is stronger than I thought. He's still conscious. I would have thought he'd not last this long, after our session yesterday." Harry looked up at the window, a dark expression clouding his features. Draco was being tortured and had been for a while, by Bellatrix's words. She really was completely insane. Torturing her own nephew, for Merlin's sake. When will it be enough, Bella? Has he not been punished enough? Surely, he has seen the error of his ways by now. Torture Snape if you must. Please, you must dash. A slap, then another, followed by a third. A thud, as Narcissa, Harry assumed, fell to the floor. Draco's mother sobbed quietly. "Those two will never be trusted by our Lord again. Narcissa." Draco failed to kill that senile old fool. Dumbledore and Severus had the gall to do so in your son's stead. Snape must have thought to gain prestige by doing so. Our Lord has no use for those who act on their own. Nor does he forgive failure, as you well know. A fact well known to Snape. And to think they thought they could run and hide. From us? From me? No, they will die a slow, painful death, Narcissa. But the vow. Severus was merely doing as he was bound to do. And you were our bonder. You can't dash. Be quiet, sissy. The mark has many uses, sister. Why can you not accept his fate as your husband has? Lucius may be useless, but at least he knows where his loyalties lie. When our Lord returns tomorrow evening, he will decide when they will die. I suggest you get yourself together before then. Now, I am a kind, gentle soul, sissy, and I was always rather fond of my nephew. So I will allow you to bring him food this night, so that you may see your son. The guards know to let you in, but you will not be allowed to see him alone." And with that, Bellatrix left her weeping sister on the floor. Harry slid down the wall, Beneath the window, his hands damp with sweat. Not only Draco, but Snape too. No matter how much he disliked those two, no one deserved to be treated this way. He had to get them out. Then, a sudden thought flashed through his mind. He hated himself for even thinking it, but this situation could be used in his favor. If he could manage to help them escape, he could use the distraction to get to the vault, or wherever the Malfoys kept their treasures, unseen. Hopefully Riddle would not think to check on the vault. He heard Narcissa stand up and walk to the window. Harry pressed himself to the wall as best he could. Narcissa took a deep breath to calm herself before she spoke into the night. "Oh, Andy, if you could see our sister now," she said in a trembling voice. "There's something very wrong with Bellatrix. What has that monster done to her? Where is my sister, my sweet older sister? And you, Lucius? I curse the day my parents and Aunt Walburga gave Bella, and I to you and that dim-witted thug, Rodolphus." With a trembling sigh, Narcissa closed the window and left the room. So Bellatrix's and Narcissa's marriages had been prearranged. Harry was not surprised, really. Damn, pure bloods and their traditions. Harry's heart went out to the woman. Truly, Harry got to his feet and made his way to the back of the house. Surely a house such as this one had an outside entrance to the basement. As soon as he rounded the corner, he saw stairs going down a few yards further, but he also began to hear the faint whispers of two men through a nearby grate. One was obviously in great pain, struggling to gain control over his breathing, which was somewhat irregular. Harry knew why, of course. The twitching that followed the cruciatus was not pleasant. The other man, Snape, was trying to remain calm. He had little luck, however, and Harry could well imagine why. No matter how evil you were, it had to be hard, as a former head of a Hogwarts house, to see a former student of yours tortured. Harry edged his way forward warily. He had discovered 2 additional people in the basement, guards most likely. He descended the stairs and found the door unlocked. He pressed his palm against the door, and it opened soundlessly to a surprisingly spacious hallway with a low ceiling. Every few feet, a column rose to the ceiling, supporting the upper floor. Stacks of firewood lined one wall, and wine racks filled with wine lined the other, but one of the racks was half empty, Harry noted. He sniffed the air, noting various aromas. It was all very clean somehow, not a speck of dust to be seen anywhere. Mr. Malfoy obviously kept a very neat house. Harry was suddenly very glad to have freed Dobby all those years ago. The idea of his friend being stuck in this house left a sour taste in his mouth. Harry kept his ears perked for any change in the breathing of the 2 men he knew stood just around the corner. As it was, they were completely unaware of his presence. He needed to take those 2 out of the equation without making a sound. Harry risked a peek around the corner to find the men standing on either side of the door which held Snape and Draco, obviously bored out of their minds. Harry grinned mischievously and extended his hand carefully and with great concentration, wove air around the pair's throats and mouths and squeezed them tightly, while simultaneously holding them in place. In short order, they both lost consciousness, and Harry gently lowered them to the floor. He made his way over to them, searching for the keys to the door. Harry opened the door, expecting the worst. Snape and Draco sat on the floor, their backs to the wall opposite the door. While the 2 men did not look good, by any means, they seemed to be faring better than Harry had imagined. Judging by their twitching muscles and red eyes, they had been subjected, intermittently, to the cruciatus for a while. Bellatrix had not done any more than that, at least. They were most likely newly captured, and the very sadistic Bellatrix would want to prolong this as much as possible. Releasing a deep breath, Harry turned around and dragged the 2 Death Eaters into the room effortlessly. He reached inside of the guard's robes and produced the captive's wands. Then he walked over to Snape and extended a hand to his former potions master. Snape rested his head against the wall, physically and mentally exhausted. 3 days since their capture, 3 days of intense torture at the hands of Bellatrix. He turned his head toward the blonde youth next to him, his former student. The boy was holding out remarkably well, considering the situation, his eyes focused and determined, though red with pain and weariness. At first, Draco had not believed it. When his father had not objected when Bellatrix had demanded he be subjected to torture, until such a time the Dark Lord returned from whatever else occupied his time. The former Hogwarts potions master closed his eyes. He had seen the hurt and eventual understanding in Draco's eyes, and that it had torn him apart. Lucius Malfoy's standing within the Dark Lord's organization was more important to him than his own son. Lucius had needed to do anything possible to regain his lord's favor after not looking for his master after his fall. The Death Eater's foray into the Dom had been Lucius' chance to get back into his good graces, but had failed spectacularly. The Dark Lord had given Draco a chance to regain their standing by murdering Dumbledore, but that, too, had failed. Snape did not know how Lucius was still among the living, and honestly, he did not care, but apparently it involved sacrificing his son. Narcissa had not dared say a word at the time, but Snape knew there was a strength in that woman. She was a black after all, and the blacks were nothing if not strong. He was certain she would have done anything in her power to get at least her son some leniency. Snape almost chuckled when he thought of the treatment Lucius would endure at the hands of his wife when he returned. While Narcissa was a firm believer in the importance of honoring the traditions of wizarding society, she had never officially been a Death Eater, and she abhorred many of the things her husband and his colleagues had done. Snape very much doubted she had been happy when the Dark Lord chose Malfoy Manor as one of his bases of operations. In fact, he was fairly certain the woman hated him. Snape's eyes flew open as he heard the keys rattle in the lock on the door to reveal a tall, young man who stood in the doorway for a second before turning around to effortlessly drag two incapacitated Death Eaters into the room. The man dumped the two unceremoniously on the floor behind the door before reaching inside one of the men's robes and produced what Snape recognized as his and Draco's wands. Walking over to him, the newcomer extended his hand to him in a bid to pull him to his feet. Snape hesitated for a second before grasping the stranger's hand, who pulled him to his feet as if he was a bag of feathers. The man turned to Draco, who likewise grabbed his hand. It was all very strange to Snape, who had been very certain his demise was at hand. He was still unsure whether or not that was the case. The man, who looked to be in his mid-20s, was very tall and obviously well-muscled. Yet, he moved with the almost unnatural grace of a seasoned ballet dancer, or a professional gymnast would be more accurate. "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" Snape demanded quietly. The young man's eyes narrowed slightly. "Someone who can get you dash." The man held up a finger, signaling for Snape and Draco to be silent. He dashed to the door, not making a single sound. Snape was a bit awed at the way such a big man could move with such finesse. Standing by the door, the man leaned slightly forward, his hand on the wall, his eyes closed. He relaxed slightly, without dropping his guard. He turned to Draco. "Your mother is coming down here. I need you to make sure she remains calm when she sees us in the hallway. Can you do that?" Draco nodded before his eyes narrowed dangerously. "If she was allowed down here, she'd have been here already. How do you know she's coming?" "I have very keen senses, Malfoy," Harry said. "She's on her way to the stairs leading down here, and it would be prudent for us to bind and gag these two idiots and get to the hallway before she sees the door open and no one guarding it." Quickly, Snape hurried over and stunned the men and put them under a full-body bind, with Draco standing there, feeling somewhat useless. A minute later, the trio quit the room to stand outside the door. Harry faced the end of the hallway, which Draco knew led to the upper floor. Less than a minute later, Draco saw his mother come around the corner, holding a tray in her hands. Her eyes were downcast, and she was obviously very deep in thought as she was nearly upon them before she noticed them. Her eyes lit up, and she nearly dropped the tray, which Harry took from her hands. Draco quickly put a hand over his mother's mouth, while whispering in her ear, "Please be quiet, Mother. They must not hear us." Narcissa nodded and hugged her son tightly, almost afraid to let him go. Finally, Draco pried himself from his mother's arms and rounded on Harry, who motioned for them to follow him. They did so, quietly and without reserve. Once they rounded the corner, Harry put the tray down and looked at the other three. Finally, Narcissa spoke. "Who are you, and why are you trying to save my son?" Narcissa had regained her composure and spoke with the authority of someone who was used to being answered in short order. Harry fought down the urge to grin at her. "Who I am is unimportant, and I did not come here to save them. I didn't even know they were here. Once I learned they were here, and heard of your husband's betrayal and what your dear sister was doing to him and to Snape here, I could not stand by and let it continue." Snape was somewhat surprised the stranger knew who he was, and he was certain he'd never seen this man before. He knew he'd remember. This man was not someone you'd forget easily. Snape agreed. Narcissa was right in questioning his motives, even if this was hardly the time nor place to do so. The stranger continued, "I need to get to the secret subbasement. I know your family has a lot of dark artifacts stored there to keep them safely hidden in case of a surprise ministry raid." Narcissa was reeling. How did he know so much about all this? Her husband's actions, her sister's involvement, and not to mention the hidden space beneath their feet. But she was also becoming rather angry. There was no way she was going to help some stranger loot her home, even if she was fleeing from it. To her surprise, the stranger seemed to know exactly what she was thinking. "Narcissa, I am not some thief come to your home in search of a few baubles. I can take to Borgin and Burke's for a few sickles. I am after very specific items, and I don't even know if they are here or not. I hate to admit it, but I need your help. This can help in the defeat of Tom Riddle, which, incidentally, is the only way you and your son will ever be safe." A life on the run does not sound appealing. Narcissa was conflicted. That boy obviously knew all the right things to say in order to get her to help. Still, she was unsure. This whelp was going to defeat the Dark Lord? And he even used the Lord's given name, a name few knew and fewer still dared to speak. But she knew he was right. Her sister would hunt them to the ends of the earth, enjoying every minute of it, no doubt. Mrs. Malfoy strode to a wine rack almost directly in front of the door into the cellar. The one Harry had noted was half empty. Starting from the upper left corner, she removed the bottle and placed it in the center of the top row, the upper right one in the center of the right row, and so on. The rack slid to the side with a low grating sound, revealing a small door, just big enough for one person to go through. Harry watched in excitement as the door opened, revealing short stairs into a small room. He nodded his thanks to Narcissa and almost ran through the small doorway, throwing caution to the wind. He made his way down into the room and almost instantly saw Slytherin's locket on a table in the middle of the room. Lucky, he quickly scanned the rest of the room, but saw neither the cup nor diadem. Harry's eyes found the locket again, and in his excitement, he grabbed it without thinking, which turned out to be a mistake. Pain shot through him, and he grunted with the effort to contain his scream as the pain became worse. This was only slightly less painful than the time when he had ingested the potion all those months ago. He dropped to his knees as the locket attacked his mind. He started having doubts about his whole quest. He had done enough, surely. Why was he here when his friends were at Hogwarts, finishing their education, spending time with their families and friends over the holidays? For some reason, he started getting angry at them for leaving him alone out here. But wait, his was the decision to leave for this quest on his own. He was here so that they didn't have to be. He had decided to shoulder this burden, and he would do so until his last breath. The pain started to fade a little bit. He was not going to let this damn locket get the better of him. There was just no way he was going to be found dead in the cellar of the Malfoy house. And with that, Harry felt his inclemency take over, and he pushed back with his own mind, thoughts of his friends driving him, and felt the locket tremble in his hand. Harry pushed more of his own will into the locket, which shook even more violently, starting to heat up more and more. Harry's hand was burning, and he could smell his palm's flesh almost frying under the heat. Finally, though, Harry's superior will won over, and the locket exploded with power in his closed hand, searing itself to the skin. Harry tore the locket free from his palm and got to his feet. He pocketed the cursed thing and started to climb the stairs, and saw the other three stand there, questions in their eyes. He emerged from the stairs, and Mrs. Malfoy placed the bottles in their respective slots, and the rack closed again. Harry was completely exhausted, and he was panting heavily, which was why he had not heard the several people descending the stairs into the cellar. The prisoners have escaped. Harry shook his head, annoyed. Things have been going so well, damn it. He ran up the stairs and onto the grounds, which at the moment were bathed in moonlight. Harry further cursed their luck. We have to make a run for the forest. As soon as Harry said that, a stunner came roaring his way from the doorway, forcing him to roll out of the way. Unfortunately, the red-colored spell hit Narcissa square in the chest, and the woman started to fall over before Harry caught her and held her in his arms, bridal style. The Death Eaters came pouring out of the door like a dark flood, firing hexes and curses at the fleeing foursome, shouting for Snape and Draco to keep going. Harry slowed down and tore a small piece of turf out of the ground and sent it hurling at the Death Eaters. He caught 3 of them, who fell and did not rise again. As Harry turned to follow the 2 men, he saw Bellatrix come, running along with several Death Eaters. He gently put Narcissa down and made a sweeping gesture with his arm, and a huge crack formed in the earth, barely a foot behind his enemies. Using his momentum from his earlier move, Harry twirled in a circle and unleashed a massive gust of wind that blew his attackers away and into the chasm he created, which immediately started to cave in. This ought to keep them busy enough, Harry muttered as he picked up the stunned woman and ran the rest of the way into the forest, where he found the others crouching behind a tree, catching their breath. Harry discovered to his delight that they had entered the forest, right where he'd left his bag. He asked Snape to pick up his bag and continued through the forest, cradling Narcissa in his arms. "Shouldn't I revive Narcissa?" Snape asked Harry, while they hiked through the woods. "Not yet. Let's get out of this forest first. And please, leave me be, Snape. I've no interest in talking to a murderer." That stung Snape more than he had thought possible. In truth, he had only killed 1 person in his whole life, and that had been Albus Dumbledore, at the man's behest, no less. Before he had time to answer, Draco came to his defense. "Dumbledore told Snape to do it, so that I wouldn't have to, you bastard." Harry eyed Draco coldly, hating the fact his former schoolmate was probably right. Also, he and Gryffindor had come to the conclusion that Dumbledore would have died soon anyway, given the state of his arm and the overall weakness he displayed in his final weeks of life. Still, he was angry at Snape and Draco for their involvement. Snape spoke once more. "If it came down to it, I was supposed to kill him and spare Draco that fate. I did so, but unfortunately, the Dark Lord took a dim view of my interfering as well as Draco's failure. So we went on the run, only to be caught, as you can plainly see." "So you didn't do it to save your own life?" Harry asked. "I know about the vow." Harry ignored their shocked looks and trekked on, eventually coming upon the road. They were out of the woods, it seemed, literally and figuratively. Harry motioned for Snape to grab their wands from his coat pocket and asked Snape to revive the woman he currently cradled in his arms. Snape did as requested, and Narcissa slowly came to, blinking a few times before her piercing blue eyes focused on and stared into the most striking emerald eyes she had ever seen, looking at her with concern. How long had it been since anyone had looked at her like that? She became aware of the fact that she was resting in her savior's arms. She found the heat radiating from his body strangely comforting. Without thinking, she put her arms around his neck, and he tightened his arms around her, just a little. It felt nice. They stared into each other's eyes a moment longer, until she arched an amused eyebrow. The young man blushed lightly, before frowning darkly at her teasing. Even so, he very gently placed her on her feet before backing away. Their brief moment over, Narcissa straightened her skirts and advanced on her rescuer with her hand extended in thanks. The young man's expression had changed to that of contempt, and Narcissa lowered her hand, disappointed. And slightly sad, she realized to her surprise. "I may have saved you, but that does not mean we're friends. You, Narcissa, represent most of what I loathe in this world." He turned to Draco. "And you allowed Tom Riddle his first real victory in this war. You disgust me. This time, you won't be able to fling your father's name around, will you? Hiding behind him like the bloody coward that you are?" Draco shrank away from the stranger, a look of shame clouding his features. Narcissa was seething with anger. No one had ever spoken to her in such a fashion before. She deserved to be treated with respect. She was a no more Malfoy business. That was done. Despite that, the purest wizard blood ran through her veins. She was a black. Even the Malfoys were paupers compared to her own family. In terms of wealth, the blacks were conventionally spoken of in the same breath as the Potters, Longbottoms, and Bones, as well as Abbott and the extinct McKinnons. While the blacks had been dark for a while, these other houses had been firmly of the light for centuries, but they were most ancient and noble houses one and all. And thus, she and any children born of her deserved every respect. Taking a deep breath, she found she could overlook his lapse in decorum towards her, but his outburst toward Draco could not go untended. He'd been through a traumatic experience and did not need that man adding to it. She resisted the urge to grab her son and looked at Harry with angry eyes, an uncharacteristic show of emotion. "My son was tortured and would have been murdered tomorrow. Is there no compassion in that heart of yours?" Harry stared at Narcissa Black, his gaze frosty and hard as a rock. Snape felt shivers down his spine, and even Narcissa, strong as she was, swallowed, but quickly regained her usual, haughty expression, which seemed to enrage their rescuer. In the moonlight, Snape saw the man's emerald eyes shine brightly with anger as he stepped up to Narcissa, his face mere inches from hers. The man was a complete stranger, and Snape was fairly certain he was not entirely human, but he'd recognize those emerald eyes anywhere, even if they looked alien. After all, Lily's eyes had been that exact color, and he had only ever seen such eyes in one other person, but it could not be. Surely, it was impossible. "I will not be lectured on the merits of compassion by the likes of you, Narcissa Malfoy," Harry hissed. "I'd be surprised if you even understood the meaning of the word compassion. You think I was harsh on your son? All I did was point out the truth, a truth anyone can see, plain as day. So he was tortured. What of it? It happens all the time in war. And you, Narcissa, asking me to show compassion? Coming from you, any plea of such comes across as hypocritical at best. How many parents lost their children in the last war? How many children were made orphans simply because their parents were muggle-born?" Narcissa looked a little lost. "I don't. How many houses were destroyed? The McKinnons mean anything to you? And how many of those deaths can be attributed to your husband? And don't even get me started on that sister of yours. You remember Frank and Alice Longbottom? Your own sister did that for revenge and her own twisted sadistic pleasure. Killing them outright would have been a mercy, both for them and for their son. So don't you dare speak to me about compassion." Narcissa's sharp and quick tongue was as venomous as any viper's, but this time, she was at a complete loss for words, an event neither Snape nor Draco had ever witnessed. Wide-eyed, she stared at the young man in front of her, as if she could not believe what had happened. Most people backed away from her, if she as much as frowned their way. She had no experience in dealing with such an outburst. Her station in the wizarding world ensured she was treated with the utmost respect. Yet a point, though, she had always been saddened by the Longbottoms' fate, as well as that of the McKinnons. They had been pure-blood mages of the finest stock, after all. And of course, the young man was right. Bellatrix was quite insane. She saw the man turn towards the woods, his eyes narrowing. Snape grabbed Draco by the arm and looked him in the eye. "Draco, take your mother to that place. I will join you shortly." Draco nodded, grabbed his mother's hand, and sighed a long operate way. Snape walked up to his rescuer, and before Harry could do anything, his former teacher grabbed his arm, and they disappeared as well, reappearing a second later on a cliff, overlooking a field. Harry yanked his hand away from Snape and glared at him before shuddering violently. "Bloody sidelong apparition. What's your game? What made you think I was willing to go anywhere with you?" Harry asked, annoyed. He turned and stormed away from Snape, who cleared his throat. "Harry Potter, get back here this instant." Harry's back stiffened and he stopped in his tracks. He turned to stare at Snape, who stared right back, a very serious expression on his tired face. How had old Greasehair figured out who he was? He had thought his identity safe after all the changes to his body. "Your eyes gave you away, Potter. I'd know your mother's eyes anywhere. Such brilliant green eyes are not so common that yours don't stand out. You may be all but unrecognizable, but anyone who knows you well enough will know it's you, simply by looking into your eyes." Harry looked at the sky, which was getting brighter as the dawn edged ever closer. He removed his hat and ran a hand through his hair before he sat down, his eyes looking east toward the sunrise. He looked at his palm and frowned. It was throbbing furiously now that the adrenaline high had subsided. Ignoring all the signs of his apparent inhumanity, Snape walked over and sat down next to Harry, who gave him a tired glance before fixing his attention on his hand once again. Gaunt's ring was already killing the headmaster, Potter, but I assume you already suspected that. He managed to destroy the horcrux, but he was unable to resist the corruption they can bring about if you're not strong enough. Looks like you just barely held out. Rill's diary, Gaunt's ring, and the locket. That makes 3 out of a theorized 6, with himself being the 7th. Correct? Harry did not respond for a few minutes, wondering what to say. He found it unsettling to be spoken to by Snape like this. No vitriol or scorn or sneer of any kind. It went against the natural order of things. Discovering the earth was flat would have made Harry less uncomfortable. Yes, I suppose it does. I must say, Potter, using our escape to hide your excursion into the Malfoy vault. Very Slytherin of you. That aside, this is a victory. Make sure you appreciate it and use it to make you stronger. Snape sighed wearily. The boy was obviously in no mood to talk, but he was not about to let him go without a little chat. He understood how hard it was to operate alone, the toll it took on you, and how it could stay with you, even after you return home. I understand why you decided to go after the horcruxes by yourself, Potter, and it's a noble thing, but fighting alone can be unbearable, even at the best of times. I was Dumbledore's man inside the Dark Lord's army for a part of the First War, and it nearly swallowed me whole. Remember your friends, Potter. They're the ones who will get you through this. Even if they're not here with you, keep them close. With that, Snape rose to his feet, and Harry followed suit. The two men looked at the sunrise together, side by side, neither uttering a word. After a few moments, Harry cleared his throat. You should take Draco and Narcissa and reach out to the Order. You know they can and will protect you if you would be willing to be questioned under Veritaserum. I'm aware you'd be fine on the run, on your own, and Narcissa strikes me as a very capable woman, but Draco won't last and you know it. I just hope the Order won't ask who rescued you. I doubt they are aware of our capture, so they'll have no reason to ask about any rescue, Snape said. I will take your advice under consideration. Tell me, if you don't mind, what are your plans should you defeat the Dark Lord? Harry gave Snape a tired smile. He would not really go into any details, so telling Snape some of it would not really be such a bad thing. Well, Severus Snape materialized in an alley, in front of an unassuming house in Coventry, about half an hour after he had sent Draco there, along with his mother. Since Spinner's End was compromised, they would have to stay here for a time, at least while they decided what to do. The former Hogwarts professor approached the house and entered cautiously. He made his way into the kitchen to find Narcissa there, quietly sipping a glass of fire whiskey. She spared Snape a tired glance before she sipped a bit more of her drink. Snape was somewhat surprised, as Narcissa had always preferred port. The events of the last few days had been very taxing, and he supposed she required something a tad stronger. He got himself a glass and set about pouring himself one. I was beginning to wonder. I assume you had a little talk with our rescuer? Yes, I did. It was somewhat enlightening. Fascinating even. Is that so? Pray tell, what did Potter have to say? That was so fascinating. Snape whirled around to stare at Narcissa, then cursed himself when he saw a sly smile appear on her face. She played him. She had obviously suspected who had saved them, and his reaction had confirmed it. Snape allowed a sigh to escape his lips before he sat down at the table with his own drink in hand. He took a small sip and felt the slight burn as he let the drink slide down his throat. Small sips, that was the key to drinking fire whiskey. Too much at one time, and you'd have smoke shooting out of your ears. Narcissa cocked an eyebrow. Well, where is Draco? Asleep. I gave him a dreamless sleep potion I found in your lab. Now, are you going to answer the question? And in case you were wondering, the eyes gave him away. I may only have met him once or twice, but I met his mother often enough to recognize those eyes. I very much doubt even the strongest, most meticulous glamour spell could hide those. Snape nodded at that. Well, he wanted me to bring you his apology for his outburst. Once he calmed down, he decided it was unbecoming behavior and unduly harsh. Especially since he doesn't know you at all. He stood by his words toward Draco, however. I suppose they were justified. Speaking of my godson, do you believe he recognized Potter? Narcissa brought her scotch to her lips and took a tiny sip. Potter had apologized. She was surprised, she had to admit. Judging by what her son had told her of the Potter boy, he was stubborn and a bit hot-headed. She would have guessed he was one to hold a grudge, but she was wrong, apparently. T-Hat made her relieved and weirdly happy. Thinking of those arms of his, holding her as if she weighed nothing at all, cradling her to him, as if she was the most precious thing in the world, made her shiver. Feeling a slight blush threatening to color her cheeks, as she remembered his eyes on hers, she forced those thoughts from her mind and focused on Severus' question. She loved her son dearly, but he was as bright as a brick and about as subtle as a raging minotaur. A bit of a coward as well, going by Potter's word, using his father's shadow to hide in. She gave Severus a wry smile. Severus, I love my son, but he is a dull-witted thug, so there's little danger of him making the connection. I sometimes wonder how on earth he was ever sorted into Slytherin. He does not have an ounce of cunning in his body, nor is he brave enough to be a Gryffindor. In fact, I cannot see him embodying any of the traits treasured by Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw either. He is ambitious enough, Snape said. Well, he certainly is that, Severus, Narcissa said coldly. Perhaps enough to make him a Slytherin. However, ambition without wisdom and cunning is dangerous, so perhaps it would be best if Draco refrained from trying his hand at any political maneuvering in the future. Snape stared at the woman in front of him. Never before had he heard Narcissa speak of her son in such a way, and the way she said it. And after all he'd been through, she was as cold as he'd ever seen her. What had brought this on so suddenly? Did you and Potter not speak of anything else? He did not go into any particulars, of course, but he said once he defeated the Dark Lord, he hoped to bring about an era of peace, acceptance, equality, and fairness. Change, he called it. He said the wizarding world was so mired in archaic traditions and lack of forward thinking that it was a wonder there were any wizards left at all. Not to mention the pureblood nonsense, as he called it. Narcissa laughed at that. Lofty goals, I must say. Indeed. It gets better. He also promised me he was going to drag the wizarding world into the 21st century, kicking and screaming if he had to. The only problem with that plan, he said, was the fact that in order to bring us that far, he'd first have to drag us through the 18th and 19th and 20th centuries first. Snape said, and chuckled slightly. Narcissa arched an eyebrow at the man's uncharacteristic behavior before affording him a smile. She spied her empty glass and went over and grabbed the bottle from the kitchen counter and brought it to the living room. Snape followed. She poured herself a stiff drink before she sat down in a comfortable chair and let out a deep sigh. She rubbed her temples and looked over at Snape with an enigmatic smile on her face. He's not wrong, Severus. I'm aware. Narcissa gave a wry chuckle. Of course Severus was aware. Any mage worth their salt knew they stood at a crossroads. One way led to prosperity and the advancement of their society. The other led to death, destruction, and the utter ruin of their world. Add to that the fact the Muggles were leaving them behind completely. If the stories were true, they had landed on the moon over 30 years ago. The bloody moon, for Merlin's sake. The only question was, how much further apart would the two worlds grow before her own found its way to modern times? The last few days have given me a lot to think about, Severus, and this night in particular. I have reflected on my life, and I must admit, given recent developments with my contracted spouse, that I made a mistake not divorcing Mr. Malfoy 20 years ago. It might not have been safe to do so at that moment in time, but I really should have left him when that lord of his was vanquished the first time. It might have taken a bit of work by solicitors to breach the marriage contract, but I'm certain it could have been done. You do it now then? There's a chance now. You are aware that there was no public reading of my cousin Sirius' will, but I know young Mr. Potter was declared his sole heir, and as such, he convoyed my marriage to Mr. Malfoy. Sirius might not have cared overly much about his house, but he would have never risked the Black Fortune finding its way into the hands of Draco, and by extension, his father. And we both know to whom he would have given it to. Snape looked at the beautiful woman on the other side of the coffee table warily. He knew exactly where she was going with this conversation, and he found it very interesting. She had just been through a lot in a short time, but these musings of hers were obviously not newly conceived. Neither were these the ramblings of a person in shock. They were careful considerations of a woman who was obviously plotting something. And by Merlin, could the woman plot? Lucius Malfoy was a cunning devil, to be sure, but Narcissa, well, she could topple nations in her sleep if she put her mind to it. Too bad for Lucius, he was too arrogant and foolish to ever realize it, that he viewed his wife as nothing more than a trophy. The fool man. Blacks had long been known for their cunning as well as their intellect. Some of them were also extremely powerful magicals. Narcissa brought her glass to her lips before continuing. If Potter is planning to change the wizarding world, he'll need all the support he can get. He will especially need the help of someone who understands and can navigate the shark-infested waters of the Wizengamot. And trust me, once this war is over, it's going to be even worse than it was before all this. Snape took a sip of his glass. What is it you intend to do? If he will have me, I intend to be there for my head of house, Severus. Not only did he save mine and Draco's lives, but he was absolutely correct. I know what my husband has done in the service of that madman, and I did nothing. I had some misgivings about it, but I was so comfortable. I was willing to ignore my better judgment if it made certain I would retain my place in pure blood society. Narcissa took another sip of her whiskey. No more. If nothing changes in our world, we will be fighting a war every generation until there are no wizards left. You know, there's only a matter of time before the rest of the beings in the magical world band together and attack us wizards, regardless of status. When that happens, we stand no chance whatsoever. You will contact the Order of the Phoenix as soon as possible and convince them to protect us. There's only so much I can do on the run, after all. About the Black Heir, if Lucius got his hands on Draco again, could he have the boy challenge Potter for the headship of House Black? Snape asked. Narcissa shook her head. No. Lucius meant to try, but I advised him against it. It seems Sirius knew what he was doing. Mr. Potter has a legitimate claim through blood. Doria Black was the sister of my great-grandfather, Cygnus Black II. She married Charles Potter, Mr. Potter's great-great-grandfather. Potter's claim is more distant than Draco's claim through me, but it matters not. Blood is blood. I suppose Mr. Potter knows all this? Snape shook his head. I'd be surprised if he knows of any of it, actually. He was raised by Muggles, and I don't think Dumbledore educated him at all on these matters, which I confess I always found somewhat odd. I may have been his most trusted confidant, but he kept many things, even from me. A thoughtful frown lined Narcissa's face. I shall have to teach him then. Snape merely nodded. Inside, however, he was grinning. Narcissa was already working toward securing her position in this new world Potter envisioned. He knew she would have little trouble establishing herself into his confidence, should he accept her offer of help. However, judging by the way she had looked at Potter earlier and unsuccessfully tried to hide her relief and subsequent blush when he delivered the young man's apology, there was something more driving her. But the very idea it implied was preposterous. Still, this merited further observation. Snape decided as he quietly sipped his drink. Draco will need to be obliviated, Narcissa. What Potter did at the Manor must never be discovered by the Dark Lord. Already done, Severus, Narcissa said coldly. Do not assume I do not know my son. I am well aware he cannot keep a secret to save his life. Snape nodded, and the room went silent as both occupants wondered just what the coming months held in store. Six. Harry started awake, his hand gingerly pressing against his ribs as he rose from the chair. He'd fallen asleep during his meditation, which he had spent in his memories, something he was doing more and more these days. With the memory of his hunt for Slytherin's locket fresh in his mind, he walked over to the table where he kept the horcruxes, rubbing his right palm as he went. A locket and a cup. He was still missing one, Ravenclaw's diadem. Heading to Gryffindor's study, Harry decided to take a little detour into the dining hall, a fancy room he'd only been in once before. It was furnished with a long mahogany table, high-backed chairs, and a pair of very nice chandeliers hanging from the ceiling and a big fireplace opposite the door to keep the room warm and cozy. Above the fireplace hung a big painting featuring 4 people in their prime. From left to right, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and finally Slytherin. Harry glanced at the painting, his mind wandering to Gryffindor. To be sure, he missed the old man something fierce. They'd become more than just mentor and pupil. They'd become friends. Walking past the fireplace, Harry came upon the right-hand wall, which was practically littered with portraits of various people. Walking slowly along the wall, Harry found the painting he was looking for, a painting of Rowena and her daughter Helena. Ravenclaw was wearing her diadem, which seemed to enhance her already staggering beauty. Helena was as beautiful as her mother, although she did lack her mother's mature grace. Harry stared at Helena for a good, long while. Why was she so familiar? Had he seen her picture somewhere before? At Hogwarts? No, that wasn't it, he was sure. Still, the feeling was there, gnawing at his brain. Oh well. Harry limped away, but when he was at the door, he saw a torch outside the room, casting a somewhat ghostly light upon the wall. Harry stared at it, and he could almost feel the gears in his head fall into place. He went back the picture and had his revelation confirmed. The Grey Lady, Ravenclaw's house ghost, was Rowena's daughter. Harry stared at the painting a while longer, very annoyed with himself for not paying more attention to the ghosts of Hogwarts, and for not figuring this out earlier. Well, to be fair, the Grey Lady was even less sociable than the Bloody Baron, so he had known for some time that he was Hogwarts bound, and really, it changed nothing knowing Helena was in fact at Hogwarts. While he knew the ghost could shed light on the events of the diadem's disappearance, there was little chance of her knowing where it was now, almost a millennia later. He had no idea how long she had wandered the halls of Hogwarts, but he was fairly certain the founders had left this life behind before she found her way to the school. Harry knew Gryffindor would have told him about her otherwise. Harry went to his room, utterly exhausted. The pain was returning with a vengeance, and his thigh throbbed angrily. He stared at his wounded thigh for a minute, his thoughts returning to the village from earlier. He had been avoiding thinking about this, trying to focus on healing and the horcruxes. It would not do. They knew what he looked like, obviously. Well, they had known ever since he raided Malfoy Manor all those months ago. Harry had been a thorn in Riddle's side for years, of course, but ever since that night at Malfoy Manor, Harry had really been prickling his nemesis bloody. He'd interrupted several raids by Death Eaters, and more than once, he'd caught a few and left them for the Order to find. He was playing with fire, he knew, as some of the raids had obviously been meant as a trap, and at least once, aside from this battle, he had been lucky not to get overwhelmed. Still, Riddle had only appeared before him once, and their very recent battle had been a close one, and the snake had fled the field. He'd had a bit of a tumble with Bellatrix Black some time ago as well. One of only 6 from Riddle's inner circle he'd come into contact with, and 3 of those were dead. Harry rubbed the back of his head absent-mindedly. The thought of Bellatrix brought about a dull throb. It was always there, that little tingle. He could ignore it if he did not think of Bella, but sometimes it was unavoidable. Almost every time Harry had thwarted a Death Eater raid, he had arrived on the scene ahead of his enemies because of Fawkes' warnings. Harry had not seen Fawkes since the Phoenix had brought him here, to Gryffindor's stronghold. The warnings came to him in his sleep. Harry had, at first, questioned the bird's ability to obtain this information, but soon stopped, as he had found Fawkes' visions and warnings to be sound. That was not to say Fawkes was always on time. He'd been late on a few occasions, people had been taken, killed, or worse. Harry lay down, the scars on his back tugging ever so slightly as he did. He traced a scar above his cheekbone absent-mindedly with one finger. Harry stirred the small cauldron 3 times clockwise and 4 times counterclockwise, making sure he got it exactly right. This healing potion seemed to be a good idea, assuming he got it right. He had never been good with potions, and despite his newfound powers and all the knowledge passed on to him by Gryffindor, he still was no good at it. Come to think of it, why hadn't they brewed some potions while he was training? To make himself feel a little better, he decided Gryffindor had also been no good at potions. It nearly worked too. Harry made sure the heat was at the right temperature and left the cauldron alone for now. Boil for 3 hours, then stir 4 times clockwise and 3 times counterclockwise, then simmer for 6 hours. Harry sighed. Damn potions were absolutely not his thing. He walked over to another table and picked up Slytherin's locket, turning it around in his hand. It was early October. Nearly 4 months had passed since his raid on the Malfoy house. It had been a taxing night. His first fight using his new powers, and it had gone well. He'd been quick and decisive. He'd managed to find and destroy the horcrux in the locket, and even saved Snape and Draco. And Narcissa, the stunningly beautiful and majestic Narcissa. If he wasn't thinking about the horcruxes or Tom Riddle, he was thinking of her. Indeed, they had shared a bit of a moment the night he'd saved her, But how the hell had a woman he had met no more than twice managed to lodge herself so completely onto his mind? It made even less sense than a grown man not being able to pronounce the word telephone. Arthur Weasley and his phones. She was Draco's mum, and not to mention the wife of Lucius Malfoy. Former wife, he suspected, if she had anything to say about it. He could not understand, nor would he be able to solve this particular riddle unless he met with the woman and spoke with her, forcing the blue-eyed beauty from his mind. He kept staring at the blasted necklace. He'd gotten nowhere on either Hufflepuff's cup nor Rowena's diadem. He kept himself busy, though. He brewed potions, trained with his sword, and practiced his meditation. He had managed to end several Death Eater attacks. A week ago, he had thwarted an attack on a small Muggle farm. Fawkes had sent him a vision, a dream of sorts. Harry had set out at once, arriving just in time to intercept the raid in a field, before the Muggles ever saw the. He silently advanced, and peeked around the corner and saw a pair of men with red markings on their arms. Snatchers. He quickly and silently dispatched the two fellows and locked them in a container. He was not gentle. He remembered Greyback clearly, the savage face and the unbridled brutality. The man, no, the monster reveled in death and carnage. It ate people, for heaven's sake. An image of a badly injured Bill Weasley crossed Harry's mind as he came upon an old, abandoned. Only two of them, that time, so Harry had knocked them out and operated to Diagon Alley. Once there, he left an anonymous note on an Auror's table at the Leaky Cauldron. He returned to the field at a safe distance, and sure enough, a little later, a squad of Aurors came to take the Death Eaters away. Harry kept staring at the necklace, his gaze a little desperate. Despite what he'd told Gryffindor, he was leaning more and more toward the idea of trying to enter Riddle's mind, to try and ferret out the location of the other two horcruxes. He knew it was dangerous, but his mental fortitude was much greater than it once was. Harry paced the room all afternoon, while he was finishing the potion, trying to predict any and all possible situations he might find himself in, should he open his connection with Riddle once more. But he was truly desperate. By the time Harry had bottled the potion, he had reached a decision. He was going to at least open the connection to Riddle's mind that night, and try to measure the other man's defenses. He'd have a go at it after midnight. Surely, Riddle had to sleep sometime? That night, Harry sat down in the lotus position on the floor of the basement, in front of the small fireplace. He closed his eyes and let his mind wander for a little while, to relax himself. Sometime later, Harry decided to take the plunge. He removed the blocks that closed of his mind and opened his connection to Riddle. Harry found it at once. He also found it completely blocked on the other side. Harry probed a little, but soon gave up and retreated back to his own mind, closing it off. He was not skilled at legilimency at all, and he had no way of sneaking past Riddle's defenses without alerting the other man to his presence. Over the next several nights, Harry would probe Riddle's mind, and each night, he found it completely sealed off. By the fourth night, however, something had changed. Harry found Riddle's defenses down, completely faded away for some reason. He instinctively held back, fearing it was a trap. A second later, Harry advanced again in small steps. As soon as he entered, he saw old memories of some of the events he'd seen before, during his meetings with Dumbledore. Harry gently focused on Hufflepuff's cup, trying to force his mind into other places in Riddle's mind. He had to be careful, however. If he was too forceful, Riddle would surely discover his presence and retaliate. Suddenly, Riddle's mind was flooded with thoughts of Bellatrix Lestrange, images of her face, a somewhat peculiar look in her eyes. A brand new image flashed across the bastard's mind. Harry's face turned deep crimson, and he almost gagged. It had become very clear why Riddle's defenses were down. Oh, this was fantastic. He'd be stuck with this image in his head forever. Riddle was having sex with Bellatrix. Right. Now, there was no way to unsee this, damn it. No better way to end the day than to watch a psychopath have sex with an even worse psychopath. Fucking hell, he'd probably dream about it when he went to bed too. Harry did note, however, that there was no feeling of joy, of affection of any kind from his nemesis. This was simply a pleasing distraction, a way to sate the needs of the flesh, nothing more. The look on Bellatrix's face spoke volumes on her feelings, though. Harry did keep coming back to a strange look in her eyes, however. He could not put a finger on what he found strange about it. Deciding he'd had enough of the show, he moved on. Harry again focused his mind on the cup and gradually found an image of a younger Bellatrix. The young woman was holding a finely crafted silver cup in her hands, a look of immense pride on her face. Like a dog that's been given a pat on the head by its master. Disturbing, really. She curtsied before Riddle operated away. Harry's mind was racing, and he very nearly did not notice the way Riddle's mind was calming itself. Wait, that was it? He himself had no experience with these things, but surely that had been rather quick. Then, just as Harry was preparing to leave, Riddle's mental defenses were coming back in force. In a panic, Harry rushed for the exit, just about getting there before the walls slammed shut. He did not relish the idea of being stuck in there with that man. Harry's eyes flew open, and he was panting with the effort it took to rush back to his own mind. He was never doing that again, that was for certain. Once he had calmed down a little, he had the presence of mind to digest what he had seen. Bellatrix had the cup, or at least she had, at one point. Knowing her infatuation with Riddle, she would have guarded the thing better than her own life. And where was the safest place to keep such valuable things? Gringotts, obviously. Harry stood in front of the fireplace, his chin resting in the palm of his hand. It made sense, seeing how the place was impregnable, or so they said. That wasn't factually true, however. Quirrell had broken into Vault 713 the summer before his first year at Hogwarts. He was also absolutely sure Riddle had not told even his most trusted servant anything regarding the true nature of the cup. The fewer people that knew, the safer the secret was after all. Getting into Gringotts might prove problematic. Not only that, he had no idea which vault belonged to Bellatrix. Such information was not readily available, of course. The only feasible way he saw to go about finding that information was getting a hold of a Gringotts employee and ask them. Harry ran a hand through his hair. He was starting on a slippery slope, that was for certain. He tried to talk to whomever he got his eye on, but if that did not work, kidnapping? Was that something he was ready to do? He could try and use legitimacy and forcefully take the information he needed, but the very idea left a bad taste in his mouth. Sure, he'd done it just now, but that had been Riddle's mind, and that did not count. Harry shuddered as an image flashed across his mind. Bellatrix's legs wrapped around Harry's side, seared onto his brain forever. The young man sat down in a chair in front of the fire, his mind working in overdrive. He would always need the help of a Gringotts goblin to get into the vault. If it was as well fortified as the stories would have you believe, he had no chance of getting in there without making a huge mess. And as always, this whole thing relied on Riddle not getting any wiser on his activities. For days later, Harry was standing across the street from Gringotts, carefully watching the place. He was wearing his cap, a hoodie, a short jacket, jeans, and trainers. Soon, after beginning his quest, he had realized that his other outfit was too eye-catching to be wearing it all the time, especially for several days in a row outside a bank. This was the third day he was staking out the bank, noting comings and goings, alternating between points of view fairly frequently, so as not to raise suspicion. He already had an idea of who he was going to approach for help. Harry's mouth quirked in a small but sarcastic grin. Help, huh? That implied the other person would be a willing participant in this whole thing. The person Harry had in mind was a goblin named Griphook. Harry remembered having met the goblin during his first visit to Gringotts, when he went to withdraw from his vault for the first time, along with Hagrid. Harry rubbed his chin. They also went to Vault 713 that time, and Harry fervently hoped Bellatrix's vault did not lie that deeply in the ground. They became more and more secure the further down you went. It was 4 o'clock, and Harry watched on as Griphook left for home, which was located at the upper end of Diagon Alley. Harry found it somewhat odd that a goblin would choose to live in such close proximity to wizards. Most goblins lived in isolated communities, mostly wanting to be left alone. Little wonder that, to be honest, why would a goblin want to help him, a wizard? In fact, why would any magical being want to help wizards, period? Harry wondered as he slowly followed Griphook around Diagon Alley. Almost all magical beings had been marginalized by Wizardkin's apparent superiority complex, which was so wonderfully underscored in the very atrium of the Ministry, by that stupid fountain of magical brethren, outdated and ridiculous in Harry's eyes. It wasn't the Middle Ages anymore, for Merlin's sake. While goblins likely had too much at stake to take sides in the war, most other beings would be more open to Riddle's influence. The giants had already pledged their allegiance to him, despite fairly little activity from them. Some werewolves had done so as well, namely Fenrir Greyback. Perhaps the vampires might be swayed his way as well. All those beings could be bent by glittering promises of better times. There was no way Snakey would ever keep those promises, of course. He viewed all sentient beings, other than pure-blood wizards, with utter disdain. The fact that any being was willing to join him was a testament to how badly they were being treated and how desperate they were for change. Well, he wasn't going to be fixing any of that today, and he should focus on his little goblin friend, who was currently unlocking his front door. Harry approached the door and knocked sharply. A few moments went by before Griphook answered the door, a somewhat annoyed look on his gnarly face, and his long nose twitched irritably. Before Harry could say anything, the old goblin motioned for Harry to step inside before he closed the door and locked it tight. The goblin turned around and led Harry to a small living room. While the house was not specifically built for goblins, it was furnished for a goblin's much smaller stature. They rarely topped 48 inches. The living room had a very nice sofa and two stuffed chairs that looked very comfortable, and a single oversized chair, obviously meant for big people like Harry. Griphook motioned for Harry to take a seat before sitting down himself. They looked at one another for several moments before the old goblin broke the ice. "What brings you to my door, Harry Potter?" Harry's eyes went wide with shock and alarm. He knew who he was. They'd only met once, when he was 11 years old. Also, his physical changes, the goblin smiled in satisfaction, his eyes twinkling. He always enjoyed putting one over the arrogant wizards. "I saw you outside the bank 2 days ago, and I expected you to make your move sooner. It's obvious you intend some mischief within Gringotts, Mr. Potter. I noticed by your expression that you did not expect me to recognize you." "Well, goblins are highly perceptive, and we can always spot fakes, whether they be objects or people, so I immediately recognized you. Besides, you are dreadfully clumsy when following people. You need not worry, however. Your identity is safe with me." Harry relaxed and leaned back, his hands resting on the arms of the chair. There was no point in trying to lie to Griphook, that was certain. Harry also felt he could trust Griphook's promise to keep his word. The goblin's sincerity was quite obvious. His heartbeat also stayed regular. "I need access to Bellatrix Lestrange's vault. There's something stored there, something vital to the defeat of Voldemort. Will you help me get it?" The goblin looked at Harry, taking his time to answer. The boy who lived was sitting in his living room, though he did not look much like a human anymore. At least not to any goblin who really looked at him. He wanted into the Lestrange vault, which Griphook found very interesting indeed. He remembered every little thing the vault had contained. He had been the one to catalog the contents, after all. He kept silent for a few moments longer, before deciding he had played that game long enough. He would help the lad, certainly, as the world under Voldemort would surely be like jumping from the frying pan into the fire. "I will help you," he said. "Goblins hold no love for wizards, as you are well aware. I stress, however, you ask much of me, Mr. Potter, and I will set you a big task in return. I want you to use whatever influence you can muster to bring about fairness and tolerance for all the races under the sun, once this is all over." Harry's eyes widened a little bit, but he curbed his reaction. This was actually a great thing, he decided, and strangely in tune with what he wanted for his world. And if he could convince the goblin race to help him once this was all over, his chances of actually making a difference were that much greater. Still, he didn't want to be overconfident. "I accept your terms, Griphook, but you understand I'm just one man, practically a kid. People may not listen to me." The goblin smiled wryly. "Of course. Please understand, I'm not asking you to solve the problem overnight, young Mr. Potter, but I must say, you underestimate yourself. The man who defeats Voldemort will surely have great power among his peers." "I will try, Griphook." "You have my word," Harry said solemnly. "I thought you would. Now, on to the matter at hand. The Lestrange vault is empty, Mr. Potter. Now, before you get all rowdy, let me finish. Its contents, money and all, was seized by the Ministry in January 1996, on the very day of the mass Death Eater escape from Azkaban. It was put in a secure storage unit on the second floor of the Ministry. I assume you know what the second floor is? Harry nodded. He did know. Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Harry rubbed his face tiredly. How was he supposed to get in there? He could not possibly go in there and steal the cup without being seen, nor could he grab a hair on some Auror's shoulder and morph into that person via the polyjuice potion. That potion was way beyond him, even if Hermione had managed to brew it in their second year. Then again, she wasn't referred to as the brightest witch of her generation for nothing. He was brought back to the realm of the living by Griphook's clearing of his throat. Why only the Lestrange vault? They were not the only ones who escaped. After all, I do not know, Mr. Potter. The Ministry is not in the habit of explaining their actions to us goblins. May I ask what it is you seek? Hufflepuff's cup, Harry replied. Ah, yes, I remember it well. While Hufflepuff may have enchanted it, the cup is actually of goblin make, as are Gryffindor's sword, Ravenclaw's diadem, and Slytherin's locket. You seem surprised. It seems to be rooted in legend that the founders themselves created these things, but I assure you, us goblins never forget what we build, least of all such finely crafted items. Now, here's what I propose we do. I know of a goblin who can create an exact replica of the cup. Don't worry, we can count on his discretion. I will go to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, gain access into the storage unit, and replace the original with the fake. Should be easy enough. The department is stretched thin these days, as you can imagine. At that point, the goblin let out a long sigh. They are still reeling from the death of Director Bones. And that fool Pious Thickness is no Amelia Bones, let me tell you. The fact he was appointed as the head of DMLE by the late Rufus Scrimgeour makes no sense. And now the oaf is minister? It would certainly not surprise me to learn Voldemort had his claws in that man's hide. And his cronies, Dolores Umbridge and Yaxley, certainly fit the Death Eater mold. And then there's the whole Snatcher business. These are grim times, Mr. Potter. Bloody Snatchers. Harry had recently learned that Fenrir Greyback was the leader of that little group. Looking down, the young man sighed deeply. He had nearly forgotten about Madame Bone's murder. Riddle himself had killed the director in the summer of '96. Amelia had been a strict but fair witch. He recalled as much from that farce of a trial at Courtroom 10. Poor Susan Bones, she was all alone now, the last of the Bones. Harry shared Griphook's concern over the Ministry. He had come to that same conclusion some time ago, when he realized he was capturing the same bloody Death Eaters again and again. He was becoming tired of it and was seriously starting to doubt his methods. But that was a worry for another day. Right now, there was another issue that needed tending to. Wait, what had Griphook said about retrieving the cup? Harry looked back up and stared at Griphook in alarm. There was no way he would allow the goblin to put himself in such a precarious position. No, Griphook, I cannot allow Dash. I do not recall asking your permission, Mr. Potter, Griphook interrupted tartly. This fight against that usurper is on all of us, and I will do my part. Now, the hour grows late, and I must ask you to leave. I will be entertaining guests shortly. Return here in 2 weeks, and I shall have everything ready for our little excursion. You must be careful, Griphook. Never touch the thing with your bare hands. It's extremely dangerous. I quite know how to handle enchanted artifacts. Thank you, Mr. Potter. And with that, Griphook ushered Harry out of his home and into the street. Harry put his hands in his pockets and walked over to the leaky cauldron. He had taken a room at the inn, not wanted to apparate back to Gryffindor's place every night. He was exhausted for some reason, so he went straight to his room, not bothering with supper. The common room was full of people anyway, and he avoided crowds like the plague. He threw himself onto the bed and stared at the ceiling. As he lay on the bed, he wondered what his friends were doing at that very moment. Most likely working for the Order. Once this was all over, his friends would try to find their calling in life. He himself had wanted to become an Auror. The Aurors only ever accepted those whose Newt scores on the required classes were outstanding. He fondly remembered that time when Professor McGonagall had argued quite strongly with that bloody toad whether or not he had it in him to become a member of the Aurors. He knew most of his friends would have passed with great success. They were brilliant in their own way. Harry imagined Hermione might want to teach, and she'd be fantastic if she managed to add a little flair to her by-the-book way of thinking of things. Eventually, he knew she'd try her hand at politics. Ron would probably try and become Auror once this was all over. He had the potential to be good at it, too, Harry thought. He'd have to overcome his laziness, though. Neville would obviously be meaning to advance his knowledge of herbs. Really good at that, Neville was. Harry could see him becoming the next herbology professor at Hogwarts once Sprout retired. Luna would take over the Quibbler. There was no other thing Harry could see her do. Even if she could do whatever she wanted, she was that smart. She had it in her to give Hermione a run for her galleons, Harry knew. And Ginny would be at Hogwarts by now, having started her 7th and last year several weeks ago. Rather forcefully, Harry put her out of his mind. It was too depressing to think of her, even now after all those months. As Harry found himself slowly falling asleep, his thoughts wandered over to his Aunt Petunia. She had been popping up in his mind at the strangest times over the last few months. He wondered how she had reacted to his disappearance. For one thing, Vernon had to have been elated to be rid of him. He'd been waiting anxiously for the day Harry turned 17. While Dudley had been somewhat nicer to him, after that Demena fiasco, they would never be friends, Harry knew. Too much bad blood. That left his aunt. He was a bit older now, and his time away from that house had afforded him a new perspective. He had scoured his memories of his aunt and reached the conclusion that she had never loved her husband. At the very least, she certainly had never been happy. He could understand why. The man was a boorish thug. Harry was also sure his aunt had envied his mother's magical talents, remembering the time when Petunia had told him about the day her sister had received her letter. At the time, he had thought her remarks filled resentment and scorn, but now he believed they had been laced with sorrow and a bit of envy. Harry drifted to sleep shortly after. His dreams centered around the family at NR. For Privet Drive, it was the day before Harry was to meet Griphook. He was walking along the banks of the River Thames, his bag on his shoulder, when a gust of wind blew his way. Harry took several whiffs of the air, a peculiar scent filling his nostrils. A wet dog? No, this was something else. It was coming from the port, some distance away. Shrugging, Harry eventually found his way to the leaky cauldron and took a room. He'd been careful to mostly sleep in Muggle hotels since he started this quest, because the client base of the cauldron was not large enough that his staying often at the inn would remain unknown to anyone looking closely enough. He only stayed at the inn every few weeks, and if Tom the barkeep suspected anything, he most likely would not say anything. Oh, and the entertainment was so much better in Muggle hotels. He'd been catching up on all sorts of things, such as music and films. It was past midnight, and Harry paced the room. Why was he so hung up on this smell? He could not forget it, nor put out of his mind. A strong, foreboding feeling troubled his mind that evening. Sighing, Harry put his bag on the table and pulled out of it his long coat, the boots, and a shirt. Once dressed, he removed his sword from the bag and strapped it onto his back, under the coat. He perked his ears and heard only the steady breathing of a few sleeping people and a few loud fellows down in the common room. Harry crammed his cap on his head and quit the room. He made his way to a window overlooking the Muggle front of the inn and peeked outside. Once he was certain no one was looking, he opened the window and dropped down. He willed a trickle of air onto the window, which promptly closed. Harry quickly headed towards the port, and he picked up the scent in short order, stronger than before, with several variations this time. For some reason, it was giving him goosebumps, and he felt his stomach clench a little. Fear? He did not understand. He would, though, soon enough. Eventually, Harry entered an older section of the Port of London and immediately picked up a pair of voices, drifting his way on the wind. You think he's going to top the poor fellow? Who knows, mate? We all know how jumpy the boss gets after the full moon. I guess in his eyes, the poor bastard betrayed his own kind, so Harry found a cold sweat run down his spine. The full moon? Werewolves, that's what the smell was. He darted between containers, keeping to the shadows. With a sickening feeling, Harry stopped behind one of the containers, his eyes looking for the moon. It was just a tiny curve of white on the night sky. There was a good chance Fenrir Greyback was here this evening. The thought turned Harry's stomach to mush, his fear rising with each breath. The fact the full moon was such a long time away did ease Harry's fears somewhat, as the insane Greyback should be at his weakest. He silently advanced and peeked around the corner and saw a pair of men with red markings on their arms. Snatchers. He quickly and silently dispatched the two fellows and locked them in a container. He was not gentle. He remembered Greyback clearly, the savage face and the unbridled brutality. The man, no, the monster reveled in death and carnage. It ate people, for heaven's sake. An image of a badly injured Bill Weasley crossed Harry's mind as he came upon an old, abandoned warehouse. Filling the young man with a rage he quickly tried to subdue, to limited success. Harry climbed a stack of containers and jumped across to the roof of the building. Unable to muster his acclimacy and subdue his anger, he had worked himself into a bitter fury, his teeth gnashing. People like Greyback always seemed to think they could do whatever they wanted through sheer strength. Harry's train of thought was interrupted by the pungent smell of blood, combined with a familiar scent. It stopped him cold. No. There had to be a mistake. His mind, the fear and anger were surely playing tricks on him. Harry found a skylight, which he opened, and silently dropped onto a walkway, high above the floor. The source of the familiar scent could be found below. Remus Lupin was tied to a chair, and Greyback punched him in the face, a spray of blood flying to the floor, which was already a sea of red. Harry simply stood there and stared for a minute, unable to move. Eventually, he took a deep breath and scanned his surroundings carefully. 2 men outside, already dealt with, and 6 inside. 8 in total. He saw 3 of them on the walkway beneath him. Greyback and 2 others, a man and a woman, took turns on Lupin, who remained silent, aside from grunts of pain. Harry silently removed his coat, hardened his resolve, and got going. "Where's the Potter kid?" "Where?" Greyback screamed. Lupin stared back defiantly and said nothing, only spat blood at Greyback's feet. He would not give the bastard anything, and they had been at this for some time now. Lupin was surprised at Greyback's restraint. Surely the psychotic bastard wanted to kill him. The truth of it was, of course, that Lupin didn't know where Harry was. No one did. They didn't even know if he was still alive, although some believed Harry to be the vigilante that had been roaming the country for the past few months, which was utterly insane and ridiculous, of course. The Order had searched for the missing teen, exhausted every possibility. It had been very subtle. However, since they had surmised, the uncertainty seemed to be keeping Voldemort in check. Partly at least. There was something else going on with the snake, something that had to do with his failed attempt to possess Harry. Back in the Department of Mysteries, Lupin missed the lad terribly. Harry had been shaping up to become such a good man, and it had always been comforting to Lupin how much Harry reminded him of James and Lily. While the boy was almost the perfect physical copy of his father, he had his mother's eyes and her compassion, and her temper, of course. Unlike his father, however, Harry was completely devoid of anything resembling arrogance, even if Snape refused to see it. While the very ancient Potter clan had never put much stock in the old ways of pureblood society, James had been raised in it and had reflected that, to a degree. Lupin had always felt his friend had been a great man, but James, much like Sirius, had been possessed of an arrogant streak that had prevented both men from becoming all they could have been. Not bigoted by any means, but somewhat entitled, as pure blood science tended to be. James had rid himself of it for the most part by their 7th year, and once he finally got together with Lily, she had managed to mold Prongs into a young man every mother would be proud of. Greyback released an angry roar and slammed his fist into Lupin's stomach. Lupin's eyes closed as he doubled over in pain. Greyback was finally starting to lose his patience, and Lupin slumped against the restraints, gritting his teeth as he blinked away the tears. This was it then for Remus Lupin. He'd never see Tonks again. They had been married for less than a year. He had gone out on a mission for the Order. Something big was happening in the werewolf community, but it had turned out to be a trap. It had only been several hours since he left, so Tonks would not worry for a while yet, as it was not uncommon for Order members to be away for days at a time. Greyback interrupted his thoughts by giving him a backhanded blow, which caused the chair to fall over. Lupin's eyes flew open as he fell, and he saw something. Had Greyback and his cronies not been so intensely focused on him, they would have noticed the man skulking around the walkway above them, dispatching the guards as he went along. When the man dropped the last guard, Lupin closed his eyes and smiled. That did not sit well with Greyback, who grabbed his prisoner and yanked him up. He brought his face within an inch of Lupin's, and the monster stared him in the face. The look turned Lupin cold. There was murder in those eyes. "What are you smiling about, you pathetic fool?" Greyback snarled. "Don't you realize this is the end of the line? My face will be the last thing you see in this life." And with that, Greyback drew his hand back, but as he prepared to strike the killing blow, a cough stayed his hand. He and his henchmen whipped around to find a man standing behind them. He stepped forward and some kind of fireballs ignited in his hands. Harry stared at the people in front of him, shaking with anger. It was all he could do to remain calm as he held a pair of fireballs in his hands, but he dared not throw them right now, lest he hit Lupin. Harry took a deep breath and let the fire dissolve in his hands. Perhaps he could resolve this without further violence. There was little chance of it, Harry knew, but he wasn't sure he could fight all three of them and keep Lupin safe at the same time. "Evening, Greyback. I hate to intrude on your fun, but I'd like you to hand over that man. He's had enough, don't you think?" Lupin stared at the young man with fascination. At over 6 feet tall, he was standing face to face with one of the most dangerous men in the world, and he did not back down an inch, his confidence and power apparent. He was obviously a wizard, but he did not have a wand. So how had he produced those fireballs? And was that the hilt of a sword peeking out from behind his head? Lupin watched on as Greyback stared at the newcomer, while the other two moved to either side. The young man seemed unconcerned, his focus solely on Greyback, who seemed nervous. The vigilante took another step forward, his palms facing his enemy. Greyback actually stepped back, teeth bared in a silent snarl. "Just give him to me, and there will be no need for further violence. Be reasonable, Greyback. I have already taken care of all your men, aside from these two, and yourself." Yes, there was no doubt about it, Greyback was afraid. Of course, this was the man who had been wreaking havoc lately, and he'd hit the Snatchers hard. The lad was very imposing, and an obvious alpha. Lupin could clearly sense it and could see that Greyback was struggling with the beast within, which was urging him to submit to a superior being. The newcomer was no beast Lupin had ever met. His inner wolf was not responding to it in the usual manner, and humans did not project such an aura, and yet there it was, rolling of him in waves. Greyback's cronies were backing away, sweating and obviously losing the fight against their instincts. Their fear of Greyback was clearly the only thing preventing them from fleeing. The other man seemed to notice something similar and pressed his advantage. "You know, Greyback, dogs bare their bellies to those they consider superior. Perhaps you should just do that now and save all of us some time and trouble." Lupin watched the werewolf leader eye his followers and winced slightly. The boy had gone just a bit too far. Fenrir Greyback was a very proud monster, even if he was a coward, and he most certainly was not going to take that one lying down. And sure enough, he lunged forward with a howl. The other two followed closely behind. The man twisted his body and dodged their attacks, his superior speed making it look easy. He bobbed and weaved away from their punches before landing a few of his own. He threw a small fireball at the woman, who barely dodged, falling to the floor in the process. He spun in a semicircle and slammed his foot into Greyback's shoulder and sent him spinning to the ground. The one left standing tried to punch the young man in the face, but stretched too far, so the lad grabbed his arm and punched the attacker in the throat. The man crumbled to the ground, trying to catch his breath. The young fighter strode quickly over to Lupin and set about cutting the restraints. He looked at Lupin with worry. "Can you walk?" "Yes, I think so. They did not hurt me too badly. It looks worse than it is. Might I ask who you are and how you found me?" "Don't concern yourself with that for now. Just focus on getting on your feet. Just run, Lupin. I will take care of them." Lupin stared at the man, who obviously knew who he was. Had someone sent him here? If so, who? His savior turned around to find his enemies on their feet again, staring at him hatefully. Greyback was obviously seething with anger now. Not only had he beat them, he'd basically made them look like weaklings. Harry unsheathed his sword and watched the three closely. "Make a mockery of me? Will you, human? You are strong, but can you handle this?" Leather creaked as Harry gripped his sword tighter, ready for anything. He glanced back, only to find Lupin still there staring past him at Greyback, his eyes wide. Harry followed his gaze and nearly dropped his sword from the shock. How was this possible? The full moon wasn't for another 3 weeks. They were changing rapidly. And then, before him stood 3 growling, full-fledged werewolves, their spittle dripping onto the floor. Harry was vaguely aware of the 3 guards up top, running toward the window on the roof. Smart, since werewolves usually attacked indiscriminately. Knowing Lupin had not moved, Harry silently cursed the man. What the bloody hell was he playing at? He was of no use in this fight, human as he was at the moment. Harry was becoming desperate. He was good at multitasking, but even with all his powers, bringing Lupin out safely while fighting 3 werewolves was next to impossible. His friend had tried to play it tough, but Harry could now see the older man was barely standing. This test was as stern as they came, but Greyback had made a grave mistake. Human, huh? I suppose I was once upon a time, Harry said as he stalked forward, twirling his sword in front of him. Lupin watched as the boy walked toward the werewolves, sword in hand. Not human? Remus thought the young man certainly looked human enough. He could only watch as his rescuer engaged the beasts in battle, and that was when Lupin began to wonder just how much truth there was to the boy's statement. He was much faster than humanly possible, with the way he danced around, his sword slashing. His strength was nothing to scoff at either. He was clearly stronger than the beasts, by a fair margin, as he grabbed one and threw it away easily. He had the werewolves on the back foot now, keeping all 3 of them in front of him at all times. He had managed to cut the wolves several times, but they were mere flesh wounds. Indeed, he certainly was not a regular human. That much was clear by now. Remarkably, the boy himself had remained uninjured. Slowly, however, the table started to turn when the werewolves started working together. It was inconceivable. Lycanthropes did not work as a pack in their morph state. They were too savage, too wild to do so effectively. Apparently, the rumor he had learned of earlier had some truth to it. People who could change at will and retain some basic intelligence. The thought sent shivers down Lupin's back. If Riddle brought such a force to bear, along with the giants, that could very well be it for this war. He hissed loudly as he watched the young man spin to the ground by a glancing blow to the head. The beast tried to take advantage of his fall, but the man recovered quickly and rolled out of the way. Harry's vision on his right was blurred by blood as it ran freely down his face from a cut above his right eye. The beast that knocked him down came at him, an arm swinging. It was overconfident after his tumble, and it swung too wide, however. Harry neatly stepped inside and thrust his sword through the werewolf's heart. It went down with a growl and did not rise again. "Look out!" Lupin exclaimed suddenly. Harry's reaction, although late, saved his life. He stepped forward and grunted painfully as a werewolf raked the claws of one hand down his right shoulder blade and across his lower back with the other. The pain that followed was mind-numbing, but Harry managed to reverse the grip on his sword and thrust it backwards. He heard a pained howl, followed by a thud. He jumped out of the way and saw Greyback fly past him, arms and claws extended. The female was trying to scramble to her feet again, clutching her abdomen, blood oozing between her fingers. Harry quickly stepped over and brought his sword down on her neck, ending her life. 2 down, 1 to go. Grimly, he understood he had to put them all down. He could not let any of them escape this place. One werewolf, especially in Muggle London, could end an untold number of lives, particularly one as insane as Greyback. Harry gripped his sword tighter, ready to face Greyback, but fell to one knee, the pain in his back almost too much to bear. He would bleed to death soon if he did not get to his coat, which was lying near the rafters, and it were 2 vials of that healing potion he'd made. He heard a howl as Greyback advanced, ready to deliver the final blow, but then movement flashed across his vision. Lupin saw the young man fall to one knee, obviously nearing his limit. He had to have gotten seriously injured before. He saw Greyback howl in delight and start toward his opponent. Lupin felt himself shiver with unknown strength, and he lunged forward and placed himself in front of the kneeling man, arms outstretched. The werewolf hesitated for barely a second before thrusting his fingers into his abdomen, and then he flung him aside like a piece of trash. Lupin crashed into a steel column and crumbled to the floor. He grabbed his abdomen in a futile attempt to stem the blood flow. He looked up to see Greyback turn his attention to the young man who stared in his direction. His face distorted in anger, green eyes flashing brightly. Lupin turned his gaze on Greyback, and at that moment, he understood the psychopath's life was measured in minutes. Harry stared at Lupin, who lay crumbled against a steel column, his hands clutching his abdomen. He felt his face twist in fury as their eyes met for a brief moment. He turned his gaze toward Greyback and rose to his feet. He growled fiercely and felt his canines grow, and he felt stronger than ever before. He stood up and stalked over to Greyback, who suddenly stopped cold, then hunched over, clearly afraid. Harry made a sweeping gesture with his left hand, firing a huge fireball at his foe, who howled in pain and tried to scramble away, but Harry was not done. He swept the werewolf of his feet with a gust of wind and pinned the creature down. Harry cursed himself loudly in his head. Foolish, foolish boy. Thinking he was ready for the big fights. How could he have been so careless? He'd completely forgotten about his arm braces once the fighting had begun in earnest, and Lupin was dying because of it. His gaze hardened as Greyback reverted back to his human form, completely overcome with fear. The bastard was literally shaking. Harry came upon his foe. He wanted to kill him right then and there, his rage almost boiling over. But he had to make sure there were no more things like Greyback or those other two running around. How many of you are there, Greyback? Answer truthfully, or this may take the rest of the night. Harry had no intention of torturing Greyback, but he put the tip of his sword on Greyback's chest and drew a fine line across the thing's body. Not drawing blood, just enough to tickle the imagination. A slight burn appeared on the man's chest, and his eyes went wide with absolute terror. It wasn't every day you were attacked with a silverite blade. There was no one else. Only the three of us were strong enough to make it through the ritual. There will be no more, I assure you. The cost the Dark Lord paid the African bitch to perform the ritual was too high. What ritual, Greyback? Who performed it? The Dark Lord made a deal with someone. I don't know who it was, and I don't know any details of the deal. She performed some kind of ritual to allow us to control our gift. We still change with the full moon as regular werewolves. That's all I know, I swear. Harry nodded. Where are the headquarters of the Snatchers? Harry ignited a fireball in his left palm. He saw Greyback almost start to cry, straining against the airflow that held him down. Staring up at the angry wizard, the monster told him what he needed to know. It's in the Forest of Dean. I'm telling the truth, I swear. This time, Harry had been listening to Greyback's heartbeat, and he could tell the man was not lying. Satisfied, Harry put out the fire and looked his foe straight in the eye. Without further ado, Harry severed Greyback's head from his torso and turned around. Mustering his strength, he leapt up and raced up to the rafters. He staggered over to his coat and brought out 2 vials. He uncorked the first one and downed its contents before jumping from the walkway. He landed heavily on the floor and stumbled before slowly hobbling his way over to Lupin. Harry fell to his knees next to his friend, who was barely conscious. A large pool of blood was covering the floor beneath him, growing larger as the older man bled. Harry grabbed Lupin and propped him up against the column. He uncorked the second vial and offered it to Lupin, who managed to drink it without too much trouble. After that, Harry draped his coat over Lupin to try and keep him warm. The older man was too weak to side along apparate at that moment, and Harry dared not move Remus too much. The only chance was to wait until the potion did its work and hope he had not been too late. Harry felt his eyes moisten as he looked at Lupin. Lupin looked over to the young man, who sat on the floor in front of him, tears dripping from his eyes. Lupin wondered why he was crying. He noticed the boy had removed his cap. Not human, he had said, and those ears certainly were not those of any human. The boy grunted in pain as he shifted his position slightly, which afforded the older man a look at his teeth. Those canines definitely weren't human either. He watched in amazement as the teeth started to recede slowly. His eyes kept examining the man's face and stopped at his forehead. The blood loss had to be making him hallucinate, because on his forehead was a scar, a lightning-shaped scar, no less, and coupled with those green eyes. He chuckled, and a cough racked his body. The young man reached over and steadied him while it blew over. Lupin caught his breath once more, and he turned his gaze upon the young man. I realize I must be seeing things, but I know a young man with a scar very similar to the one you have on your forehead, my friend. His eyes are that exact color, too. The young man looked at him and smiled sadly. I know, Moony. I know him, too. Lupin stared at the young man, his eyes suddenly very sharp and attentive. Moony was not a name many people knew. In fact, they could almost be counted on the fingers of one hand. Harry, hey, Lupin, Harry said softly and smiled. It's been a while. I hope the next time we see each other, we won't have to fight any bloody werewolves. Remus Lupin was at a complete loss for words. This was Harry? Certainly not. Harry Potter did not have pointy ears, he did not have teeth like some sort of vampire, and he most assuredly did not top 6 feet. Lupin felt better now, the potion doing its job. The blood had stopped flowing, and he felt stronger. It seemed Harry had given him the potion, just in time. Where have you been, Harry? We've looked all over for you. We thought you were dead. Bloody hell. Wait, you're the one, that vigilante fighting riddle? Even though it had been phrased as a question, Harry noted it was a statement. Obviously, Lupin, how are you doing? I see there's some color returning to your face. I think you'll be fine, since you're not dead yet, but we must get you help. The potion will stop the blood flow, at least for a while, but it won't heal you outright. I have 1,000 questions, Harry, but I'd rather ask them at home. Will you take me there? I don't think I can apparate in the condition I'm in at the moment, not without leaving a part of myself behind. I doubt Tonks will approve. Harry snorted. I can think of at least one body part she'd really rather. You kept whole, Harry said and smiled, as the older man let out a painful chuckle. Don't make me laugh, Harry. Harry watched Lupin for a while, thinking hard. Remus wanted him to take him home, to ask him questions. Harry was more than willing to take his friend home to his wife. But there was a problem. He had never been to Remus' home. He voiced his thoughts to his friend. Lupin was quiet for a minute. Then a smile lit up his face. Can you use legilimency, Harry? I can show you my house in my mind. That should do the trick. I'm not good at it, but if you think it will work, then I can certainly try. Sometime later, they were standing in the middle of the road, facing a small, 2-story house on the outskirts of Hawkshead, a small village in Cumbria. It was a nice place, a cottage, made of bricks, with a tiled roof and a small garden. It had a white picket fence and a cute little gate by the sidewalk. Harry smiled. His friends deserved to live like this, to be happy and free. Harry heard a car approaching, some ways off, and he became acutely aware of their situation. To any bystander, they would have been an odd pair, to be sure. One was young, very tall, topless, and had a sword strapped to his back. He had the arm of the other one, a middle-aged gentleman draped across his shoulders, supporting his weight. Harry had removed his shirt and tied it around Lupin's abdomen, just in case. It's all right, Harry. There's just Tonks inside, no worries. In any case, she ought to be sleeping. Poppy gave her a few days off. Harry wondered what that meant, but decided to leave it alone, for now. They approached the house, and Harry opened the door, half carrying Remus inside. His own wounds hurt like hell, but he'd be all right. All he needed was a very hot bath. Harry gently laid Remus down on the sofa. He noted a change in Tonks' breathing on the upper floor. She had woken up. Harry put Lupin's feet onto the couch as well, and stacked a few pillows behind his friend to help him lie in a reclining position. Tonks is awake, Remus. Remus eyed Harry. How can you tell? I heard her wake up. She moved the covers on the bed. Is there any food? I'm starving. Lupin stared at Harry. He heard her wake up? Heard her moving in the bed? Surely. He was having a laugh. Harry gave him a small smile, confirming Harry's statement. Lupin heard footsteps on the upper floor, hurrying to the stairs, descending 2 steps 2 at a time, while Harry retreated to the kitchen. Nymphadora Tonks awoke with a start, instinctively looking over at the other side of the bed, only to find it empty. Despite her aura training, when she had started living with Remus, she could not sleep when he was out on missions. She'd been so nervous and afraid for her husband. Eventually, though, she had gotten over herself, but not before a long talk with Remus. She had since resigned from the Aurors, not happy with the direction the ministry was going. That whole institution was more crooked and gnarled than the Whomping Willow. Arthur had also left, as had Percy and Shaq. The ministry was no longer safe for those with questionable views, and she was a metamorphagus as well, so that bastard thickness was so deep in Riddle's pocket She was certain he never actually saw the light of day anymore. And the toad, Tonks had decided to focus on healing and had taken an internship with Madame Pomfrey. Minerva, as headmistress, had somehow managed to hide her payment from the school governors. Fortunately, ever since that fiasco with Umbridge as the Dada professor, the Wisengamot had ruled to make Hogwarts more autonomous than ever before. And as of yet, those who were in favor of tightening the reins on the school again had not managed a majority vote. Not that Minerva actually cared about that, in all honesty. All she cared about was the welfare and safety of her students. Also, it was not so bad to have another pair of experienced eyes at Hogwarts to try and make things as safe as possible. She heard voices downstairs, and she threw her covers off and put on a heavy robe. Her husband was home and apparently had brought someone with him. She hurried down the stairs 2 steps at a time. She was not prepared for what awaited her at the bottom of the stairs, however. Her husband lay on the sofa, blood all over him, and his face was a grimace of pain. A shirt was tied around his midsection like some sort of makeshift bandage. He grunted as he shifted himself a little higher on the sofa. He gave her a strained smile that somehow managed to be impish at the same time. "Hey, Dora. Say, do you think you could patch me up, please? I seem to be leaking." Tonks hurried to her husband's side and untied the shirt, then cursed under her breath as she saw the wound in his abdomen. She waved her wand over the wound, and luckily, there did not seem to be much bleeding, nor much internal damage. As she examined it, the bleeding seemed to be starting up again. She thanked the many lessons she'd had with Madame Pomfrey over the last few months, and she had gotten quite good at this, even if she said so herself. "What happened to you, Remus? I thought you had only gone to run down a rumor." "That was the plan. Turned out it was a trap laid by Greyback and his men." Tonks cursed under her breath. Greyback? Such a horrible person, if you could call that thing a person. She got to her feet and grabbed a first aid kit from a cabinet by the door. She took out a sterilizing agent and poured some of it onto his wound. Lupin hissed and arched his back from the pain. Tonks produced a vial of a strong, pain-killing potion. It would dull the pain, but keep his mind sharp. She had him down a blood-replenishing potion as well. She picked up her wand and pointed it at Lupin at a 45-degree angle. She gave her husband a look to confirm if he was ready. Because of the potion she had given him, this would not hurt, but it would be fairly unpleasant regardless. Lupin nodded, and she began. Lupin winced when he felt the wound begin to close. He looked behind Tonks at Harry, who stood in the doorway, leaning against the frame. Harry had removed the sword and the arm braces as well, and Lupin was glad to see his friend relax a little bit. He was starting to turn pale and was sweating an awful lot, though, and there was a tightness to his mouth and neck. Even so, when Tonks was done, Harry got a little twinkle in his eye. "Hey, Tonks, do you reckon the shirt is ruined? Or does the blood come out in the wash?" Tonks whipped around and let out a startled gasp as she noticed the hulking giant of a man standing in the door to her living room, smiling at her. Before she could raise her wand, however, Lupin held her back, a hand on her arm, forcing it down. "It's all right, Dora. It's Harry. It's Harry Love. He's the one who rescued me earlier." Tonks looked at her husband incredulously. Was he injured worse than she thought? Feverish? She put a hand to his forehead. He had to be, else he would never have made such an outlandish claim. This man was scrawny little Harry Potter? Impossible. For starters, Harry was just over 18. That man looked to be no less than 25. Much too tall and broad. It was simply impossible to be joking at such a time. She looked at her husband, annoyed. "Don't get cute with me, Remus Lupin. This can't be Harry. That boy is a scrawny little git. Whoever this is looks like a Braveheart reject. All that's missing is some blue face paint and a kilt, and he'd be raring to go." She turned to Harry. "No flashing your front. You hear me?" Harry burst out laughing. She really had a fantastic sense of humor, that Tonks. He hadn't laughed for a while, and it felt good. His laughter died down, but he still shook with silent mirth. He wiped the sweat from his brow and looked at his hand, frowning, before turning his gaze on Tonks once more. "Ah, that'd be good, Tonks. Or is it Nymphadora, now that you're a prim and proper housewife? You always did hate that name, though." Tonks looked at Lupin, her eyes wide and uncertain. He nodded and smiled, his hand squeezing hers. She stood up from the sofa and approached Harry. "Shut up, you," she said, and hugged him tightly, which caused Harry to groan painfully. Tonks released him, backed away quickly, and noticed her hands were covered in blood. She looked at Harry's face and saw that he's sweating profusely now. Tonks grabbed his arm and turned him around, sucking in a breath, and felt herself shudder. She heard Lupin suck in a breath too. "Harry!" the werewolf exclaimed in worry. His back was a bloody, torn mess. 3 severe claw marks ran down his right shoulder blade, and a further 3 across his lower back, each almost 1/4 of an inch wide, and who knew how deep. They were bleeding freely now, a rather large puddle forming on the floor. Harry grimaced when he noticed it. He turned around and looked at Tonks apologetically. "I'm sorry, and why I seem to be bleeding all over your floor. I didn't mean to be a both dash." He never finished the sentence, and she caught him as he fell down, his consciousness fading. Tonks struggled a bit with his weight, but managed to slowly let Harry slip to the floor, making sure he landed on his stomach. She felt her hands tremble as she examined the wounds more closely. She shook her head in wonder, more than fear, as she knew she could patch him up no problem. What she was wondering about was how the bloody hell he could have been moving around with wounds like that. How had he stayed conscious? She knew her friend had willpower to spare, but even that only took you so far, and it certainly did nothing for blood loss. She looked on her husband, a question in her eyes, before she set about healing Harry. "I know nothing, Dora. He simply appeared at the warehouse, where they were holding me. He was just in time, too." Greyback was getting nowhere with his interrogation, and he was about to end it all. "But look at him. Something happened to him, but I can't for the life of me figure out what. Open his mouth and take a look at his teeth. And those ears, what could have done this? You should have seen him move, Dora. It was unbelievable. He was faster than a werewolf, and not by a little bit either. He ran circles around them, and the strength, it wasn't even a contest." Tonks worked her wand carefully, mending Harry's wounds to the best of her ability. They would scar horribly, she knew, despite her efforts. Wounds caused by magical beasts usually did. Another unanswered question was how on earth he hadn't bled to death. Or her husband, for that matter. Unless, did Harry give you a blood-congealing potion, love? "Yes, I suppose that's what he gave me. Didn't explain anything, just chugged down 1 vial, and fed me the other one." Tonks nodded. It made sense. However, the potion might not have been brewed perfectly, as it should have done a better job of it. Of course, everybody knew Harry was pants at potions, but the fact that these wounds were caused by a werewolf might explain why it had not worked as intended. She put the finishing touches on Harry's back, then turned her attention to his head. That one was not so bad. She would simply clean it and let it mend on its own. Lupin got to his feet stiffly, and Tonks levitated Harry onto the sofa, covering him with a blanket. "Should we let someone know he's here? I mean, look at him. He can't go on like this, Dora. He'll kill himself if he does not stop." And Wyam shook her head. "I realize all that, Remus, but I can't do that until I've had a chance to speak with him. He's obviously worked very hard at staying hidden, or at the very least unknown. We owe him the chance to explain himself. I reckon he must have a pretty compelling reason for all this. No one would go through whatever this transformation is without one. Come on, let's go to bed and tackle this in the morning." Harry awoke, the setting sun's amber rays shining in his eyes. How long had he been sleeping? He blinked several times, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings before he remembered what had gone before. He carefully swung his legs over the side of the sofa, grimacing as he felt a tug on his back. His wounds, he supposed. He got to his feet and stretched, feeling the tension ease out of his body. There was no one in the house at the moment, aside from himself and a sleeping Lupin on the upper floor. He raised his arm and smelled his armpit, his face contorting from the smell. He needed a bath. He grabbed his mended clothes and went up the stairs. Before heading for the bathroom, however, he looked in on Lupin, who was sleeping soundly. Harry nodded in satisfaction before disappearing into the bathroom to clean himself. Harry descended the stairs, mentally preparing himself for the confrontation that was to come. He had heard when Lupin woke up and went downstairs to join Tonks in the kitchen, as she had come home from wherever she had gone. They would be full of questions, he knew, and he struggled with deciding if he should answer any. Perhaps he should answer all of them? Tonks and Lupin sat at the kitchen table, enjoying a cup of tea, their faces content. They looked up as their friend entered the kitchen, looking somewhat better than the night before. Lupin gestured for Harry to sit, while his wife said to make a cup for Harry, who sat down, a somewhat embarrassed look on his face. "How are you feeling, Harry?" Lupin asked once his friend had sat down opposite him. "I'm okay, Lupin, thanks to Tonks. Here you go." Tonks handed Harry a cup of tea. He gratefully took a sip, enjoying the feeling of the hot fluid running down his throat. It also gave him an excuse to focus on something else than the pair in front of him. His friend's gaze was a bit uncomfortable, to be honest. Lupin cleared his throat, an angry glint in his eyes. "I'd like an explanation, Harry Potter. Do you realize how much trouble you have caused? And for how many people, disappearing like that? We had almost given you up for dead." Harry looked on as Tonks laid a hand on Lupin's arm, calming him. She was in better control than her husband at the moment, a rare thing, but she, too, looked at Harry with a very displeased expression. Her hair was an angry red color now, as opposed to her usual mix of violet and pink. Harry sighed deeply and decided to throw caution to the wind and told them what he had set out to do, why he decided to go it alone too. He withheld any information about Fawkes, Gryffindor, his stronghold, and his transformation. He did not tell them of the horcrux in his soul, either. He was aware they noticed the gaps in his storytelling, and he would tell them eventually, but not now. Lupin shook his head in wonder, and he felt his wife grab his hand tightly. The sun was getting low and cast long shadows around the small kitchen. Lupin rubbed his face dejectedly. "You're telling us that Riddle carved his soul into pieces and stored them in objects scattered around Britain? I knew he was insane. But this, and you've found and destroyed some of them." "Yes. Dumbledore set out on this quest alone at first, then took me with him at the end of my 6th year. There are a few missing still." While they had been talking, Tonks had been watching Harry carefully. Her aura training helped her a great deal when it came to reading people. There was a picture on a shelf above hers and Lupin's heads. It was a picture of some of the Order members, and all of the Weasleys were on it, except Percy. Harry had been stealing glances at the photo all through the conversation when he thought they weren't looking. She saw the hurt and longing in his eyes. She knew it was unlikely to change anything, but she was annoyed with him, so she decided to be a bit of a bitch. "She misses you, you know. It took her a long time to get over your disappearance. She was angry at you for a long while too, Harry. We all were and some still are." "Oh, and what makes you think you can make such a decision for us? We are all grown people." Harry sighed and stared into his cup. "You know, I didn't have anybody I cared about for a long time, and not until I came to Hogwarts. It's in my nature to try and save the people I care about, to keep them from harm. I can't help it. Lupin, you were there yesterday. If Ron or Hermione had been there, they would have died, and you know it. Magic hardly works against werewolves. You know that too. I killed people yesterday. Remus, I don't want them to have to go through that. Not if I can prevent it. I know they're a part of this war, but at least they won't be a part of this. I'm also sick and tired of having people die to protect me, especially now that I have the power to protect them as well as myself." Lupin frowned and watched his friend for a few moments. When Harry put it like that, he supposed he understood where the lad was coming from. It didn't make him feel any better about it, but the look in Harry's eyes told him all he needed to know. There was still the fact that Harry had killed 3 people a scant few hours ago. Sure, they had been werewolves, rabid and dangerous, but people nonetheless, and he knew Harry would eat himself up about it. But the worst part was that Remus knew Harry had killed, even before he started on this quest, and it galled him not being able to help his best friend's son. "How are you feeling about what you had to do last night, Harry? It's never easy to take a life. I know the feeling. Fortunately, I've only had to do it twice, but it tore at me." Harry put his face in his hands for a moment and took a deep breath. He had hoped they would not talk about it, but of course they would. They were good friends after all. "I feel awful, and I had a nightmare about it. Quirrell was in there too, somewhere. Then there are some Death Eaters I'm certain I killed at Malfoy Manor. I know it had to be done, and I would do it again in a heartbeat. I could not risk those monsters roaming the country, unchecked. It's just hard, you know, when you think about the fact that they were human. In the end." Tonks reached over the table and took his hand in hers. She told him how the dreams would pass in time when his mind had accepted what he had done. She then went on to reassure him of all the good he had done. "As much as I hate the fact that you're out there alone, you have done a lot of good. Saved quite a few lives. You bring hope to people, Harry, and for that, we are grateful. I also must thank you for saving my aunt. She arrived at my mum's before Snape contacted the Order some time ago, and we kind of took them in after questioning them under Veritasrum. Snape's knowledge has been invaluable. He's been gone for an awful long time, though, now that I think of it. Mum and Aunt Sissy have begun to settle their differences, although their relationship is still a little strained. She's fine, by the way. Narcissa, I'm glad to hear it, Tonks, Harry said and smiled happily. In the back of his mind, however, he did notice that Tonks had not mentioned her father at all in the conversation. He noted and was somewhat intimidated by a slightly mischievous look that formed in Tonks' eyes before. She continued, "Yeah, apparently a tall, dark, and handsome stranger saved her life and literally swept her off her feet and carried her to safety. After that, he stared her down and told her exactly what he thought of her and her beliefs." Harry choked on his tea and blushed furiously. "What? Her words to my mom? Honest, you're having me on? Aren't you?" Tonks laughed jovially and patted his hand lightly before her eyes became serious once more. "What are you planning to do now, Harry?" Remus asked. "Well, my quest for the horcruxes continues, I guess. In fact, I will likely be getting my hands on another one tonight, if all goes well. I won't tell you any more than that. The lesser you know, the better. You know this whole quest of mine hangs on Riddle not finding out about what I'm doing. I don't want him to start moving those things around, after all. I'd like to ask you to keep my secret for a while. At least until I find one more horcrux, besides the one I'm getting tonight. Once I find that one, there should not really be any reason for me not to come in out of the cold. Now, I really must be going. I'm already late for my meeting. And promise me you won't try to go for those things yourselves. Please. These things are extremely dangerous, and you haven't the means to destroy them safely." Lupin began. "Promise me." Harry's stare was unrelenting, and his friends reluctantly nodded their agreement. They disliked allowing him to leave once more on his own, but knew Harry's mission was of the utmost importance. Lupin feared greatly for his young friend. There was a weariness in Harry he had sometimes seen in Moody. It was the deep, deep weariness of a man who was continually pushed beyond his limits, and Lupin knew Harry was being pressed further than at any time before in his young life. He put a hand on Harry's shoulder as the young man opened the front door and prepared to leave. "Our door is always open to you, Harry. Remember that. You must also remember you have friends who are willing to help you in whatever capacity you require. Please just be careful." Harry nodded, stepped out, and operated away. Lupin turned to his wife and smiled at her before gathering her in his arms. "He'll be okay, Dora. You know, Harry, once he gets like this, nothing is going to stop him from doing what he needs to do. On another note, did Narcissa really say all those things to your mother?" Tonks grinned at that. "No, not really. I was just having a laugh." Harry's reaction was priceless. "Admit it, you found it hilarious. Mum actually does think Sissy has it bad for Harry, though." Lupin's eyes widened a bit at that. "You're serious? What makes her think that? Andy does realize her sister is over 20 years older than Harry, right? Hang on. Did Narcissa reveal Harry's identity to your mother?" Tonks tapped her chin slowly. "Yes, Sissy did tell her. She reckoned sharing information like that was a good way to start mending fences. Mum refused to tell me, though, when I asked. And about the other thing, even if it's true, it's not that bad, Remus. We wizards live for a long time, after all. Narcissa should be looking at least another century and a half. At any rate, when Aunt Sissy visited my mum's earlier, Mum didn't really trust her, even if she told her that she had reconsidered her stance on the things that drove them apart all those years ago." "How did that go?" Lupin asked. Tonks shrugged. Narcissa admitted she had always felt it had been wrong to cast Mum out of the family. They talk a bit more then. "It was bad, Remus. Mum said she was completely cold when she told her about Malfoy's betrayal. You've met Sissy a few times since then, you know how she is. But when she started telling Mum about the rescue, she started blushing like mad and kept getting embarrassed. Apparently, Harry carried her through the forest, surrounding the manor, to safety. Mum was in stitches when she told me. Like a love-sick teenager's fantasy, she said." Lupin rubbed the back of his neck and let out a groan. "That does not sound like Narcissa Malfoy at all. One look from that woman could freeze over the Mediterranean. That aside, She does seem to be one to go after what she wants, so Ginny may want to stay on her toes. Lupin let out a long sigh. Harry never has it easy, does he? Narcissa Malfoy, of all women, I can scarcely believe it. Tonks laughed heartily and turned around in her husband's arms to look him in the eyes, slightly serious. Well, I don't know if it's something serious, but it's not too crazy she might be feeling like that. I mean, he did save her life, at considerable risk to his own. He could have left her there, after the stunner hit, according to Mom. But we both know that's not Harry, and Sissy must have realized that. And coming from a marriage, such as the one she was in, I can see her falling hard for a man like Harry. He's basically the complete opposite of Lucius Malfoy. Warm, caring, and selfless. It's very easy to fall in love with. And to be in love with a man like that sounds about right, Lupin said. I doubt he realizes it, though. He is completely clueless when it comes to women, after all. Tonks smiled sweetly at her husband at that. Too sweetly. Lupin smiled a sheepish smile, which turned into a worried frown. He looked his wife in the eyes. Tonks sighed. Knowing her husband as well as she did, she knew precisely what he was going to say, and she placed a finger on his lips before he could say anything. Harry did not need to know of my father's death at the hands of those disgusting snatchers, Remus. He has enough to worry about, that he does not need to carry around the guilt of my father's death, and you know he would. He needs to stay focused. Lupin merely nodded and brought his wife to him in a crushing hug. A little while later, Harry walked up Diagon Alley, his backpack swinging slightly with the pace he was going. He knocked on Griphook's door once there. No answer. Harry focused his hearing, and they could hear low grunts from inside, which stopped abruptly. He grabbed the doorknob, only to find it locked. He looked around, before putting his shoulder into the door, forcing it open. He quickly ducked inside and closed the door. He slowly advanced down the hallway to the goblin's living room. He found his small accomplice lying on the floor, hand clutching a silver cup. The goblin's eyes were closed, and froth had formed in his mouth. He had obviously been having some sort of seizure before his breathing stopped. Harry rushed over and grabbed a hold of Griphook's hand, forcing it to release the cup. It dropped to the floor with a loud noise. Harry ignored it for the moment, all his attention on Griphook, who relaxed immediately and began breathing once more. Once the goblin seemed to be breathing normally, Harry turned his attention to the cup lying on the floor. He stared at it for a moment. He knew he was late, but he had not thought the goblin would have gone after the cup without at least talking with him first. He didn't know what he could have done. He was not going to get into the ministry after all, but it would have been good to have known the plan. And why had the goblin picked up the cup with his bare hands? Griphook certainly knew better. Well, there was nothing for it. Harry reached down and grabbed the cup with both hands. He was at once attacked by waves of psychic energy. He fell to his knees, trembling in pain, trying to maintain some semblance of control. This was so much more intense than the time when he destroyed the locket. But at the same time, he felt more attuned to it somehow. He felt the walls he had erected around his mind shake with the force of the energy that was threatening to invade his mind. He had to destroy the thing before that happened, because he did not know if he could repel it this time, like he had done with the locket. So, once again, he pushed his mind outward, slowly pushing back against the power of the horcrux. There were a few lapses, moments where Harry fought back with desperation, until eventually, he felt the cup get warm, then scalding hot, as had been the case with Slytherin's locket. He felt a small explosion in his mind, and tried to let go of the cup when he felt a searing pain in his left palm. Harry tore it free, revealing a scar the shape of a badger. Harry grimaced. More scars. A snake in his right palm, and a badger in the other. What next? A raven on his bollocks? Harry stayed on the floor for a few moments, panting heavily. He placed the cup in his backpack, walked over to Griphook, and shook him slightly. The goblin awoke with a start. What? Who? Oh, it's you, wizard. What happened? You were attacked by the cup once you took it in your hands. Harry was furious. You were dying, but I got here just in time. What the bloody hell were you thinking? I warned you how dangerous this thing was. Griphook carefully got to his feet and sat down in a nearby chair, running his hands across his face. He felt as if he had fallen down several flights of stairs. He sat back in the chair, groaning as he did. He was certain he would ache for days. I cannot explain it, Mr. Potter. I felt this thing calling to me, an irresistible urge to touch it, to feel it in my hands. It was so exquisite in its perfection. It was meant to be admired, to be gazed upon with reverence. While I took care of it, Griphook, do you mind telling me how your foray into the ministry went? It was no problem at all, actually. It went without a hitch. Hardly anyone was in there, as a matter of fact. Apparently, there was some kind of battle down by the docks last night. They found 3 bodies there, werewolves, one of which was Fenrir Greyback. Yes, well, Greyback won't be bothering anyone ever again. I made sure of that, Griphook. It's the reason I was late. Actually, Harry informed Griphook. The old goblin stared at Harry, wide-eyed. This boy killed Greyback? Now, that was highly noteworthy. To be free of that menace was bloody brilliant, not to mention Voldemort lost a lieutenant as well. Griphook made a point of telling the head goblin of the young man's prowess. Harry got to his feet, wincing slightly when he did. So he had been injured in the battle. Not surprising at all, considering the foe. The boy approached him and extended his hand, which Griphook gladly shook. You saved my life, Harry Potter, and as such, you may consider me in your debt. It was an honor to help you, lad. I thank you for the sentiment, Griphook. I would like to thank you for all your help. It was much more than I, or any wizard for that matter, could have expected. But there is something I'd like to ask. Why was the Lestrange vault not seized by the ministry when they were caught after torturing the Longbottoms? And I assume you recognize the goblet, and that it was cursed? Why wasn't it removed? Griphook sighed. He sometimes forgot how young the man was. Mr. Potter, you know relations between wizards and goblins are, at best, tolerable. Back when Bagnold was minister, they were much worse, and there was a time when I was afraid there might even be another goblin war. So we were disinclined to help her. The only reason we allowed the ministry to remove the contents of the Lestrange vault when they escaped Azkaban was because of the excellent foundation laid by Amelia Bones. As soon as she became head of the DMLE, she worked to better the relationship between our peoples because she understood the importance of being allies. I can't imagine Fudge being too happy about that, Harry said with derision. He never knew, Mr. Potter. All of this was done behind his back. Amelia was quite the woman, and she will be missed. As to the goblet, it, by itself, is not a dark artifact, and there is no crime to be in possession of a cursed item, particularly when it is safely secured in one's vault at Gringotts. Furthermore, we goblins are not thieves, and customers can trust us to keep their things safe. And so long as our clients pay, we have no reason to inspect the vaults. With nothing more to add, Harry left Griphook's house and walked down Diagon Alley, one horcrux richer. He apparatted away, and a short time later, he entered Gryffindor's stronghold and headed for the basement, where he placed the cup on the table, next to the locket. Harry walked over to the fireplace and set it ablaze with a flick of his wrist. Then he pulled out his sword and set about cleaning it, thinking about the events of the last few days. 7. Harry moved his sword in slow, methodical movements, compact and precise. He flowed through the forms, a fine layer of sweat coating his body. He was panting slightly from the exertion, somewhat annoyed. He'd only been at this for an hour or so. 3 weeks had passed since he destroyed the horcrux within Hufflepuff's cup, and November was rapidly nearing its end. But he was still feeling the effects of it. His physical injuries were completely healed by now, and while Tonks had closed the wounds on his back, the body still needed time to recover from the ordeal. That, coupled with the intense attack of the horcrux, had left Harry completely exhausted, both mentally and physically, as well as magically drained. He experienced bouts of extreme weariness and sadness, which felt like clinical depression at times. He was getting better, though. He found exercising helped, and he had been building up his strength and stamina once more. That had afforded him some time to think about the promise he'd made Griphook. How was he going to approach this problem? Griphook had wanted him to use his influence once all this was over, which was all well and good, but the old goblin was assuming Harry would live through this whole thing. The whole horcrux in his soul thing, all but guaranteed he had to die to make certain old snake eyes could be killed. He put up his sword and cooled down for a few moments before stretching. Harry grabbed a piece of parchment, a quill, and a pot of ink. He had to try to set things in motion, just in case things went bad. But where to start? He rubbed his face, thinking hard. The list of beings and creatures mistreated by the wizard community felt near endless when he thought about it. Some were more prominent than others, of course. The Fountain of Magical Brethren came to Harry's mind. Destroyed in the battle that took Sirius's life, Harry was certain it had been rebuilt by the Ministry. Holding on to this notion of supposed superiority. What fools they were! Harry shook his head in annoyance, twirling the quill in his hand. He'd only seen the fountain twice, but he remembered it vividly. The way wizards had propped themselves up as some kind of superiors to the centaurs, goblins, and the house elves. Harry assumed this attitude extended to all magical beings, other than humans. Just how arrogant and conceited could you be? There were beings out there, vastly superior than regular wizards. For example, the Vila, while mostly human, could take over the world in a matter of days, should they desire it. It was simply a question of seducing the right people, after all. They were also just as capable at magic as regular wizards were, if Fleur's skills were anything to go by. She was also a very good person, if a bit blunt. Okay, fine, she was extremely blunt and could be a bit of a bitch, and she sometimes spoke her mind with little regard to how others would react. Harry knew her mannerisms had to do with how people reacted to her allure. It was a mask she had fashioned for herself, to keep people at arm's length. Harry had always worn something of a mask himself, and knew all too well how hard it could be to drop it. Even among friends, people cursed with lycanthropy or infected with vampirism fared pretty badly within Britain. Harry assumed prejudice against werewolves was as old as the affliction itself. It was for the most part unfounded, driven mostly by fear. Sure, Greyback had been an insane monster, but he had been an exception. His way was not what you'd call normal behavior by werewolves. Most of them bit, and infected others by accident, not knowing what they were doing. Greyback, on the other hand, had targeted children specifically, hoping to raise them to hate wizard kind and eventually build an army of his own. Harry rubbed the back of his neck. It would be hard work to try and change a whole people's views when they had been deeply held for untold generations. Still, it was those prejudices that drove people to join Greyback, who dragged them down with him to join Riddle's mad schemes. People also held an unfounded fear of vampires. Their powers and abilities were scary too. Most people, and that was perfectly understandable. However, the fact of the matter was that in over 200 years, there had not been a single confirmed attack by a vampire in the whole of the UK. A bloody long time, that. Perhaps it was time people came to grips with the fact that vampires were no longer a significant threat. There was but a single vampire clan in the whole of the UK, and they kept to themselves. He would have to go and try to discover if they had given their allegiance to Riddle. If he could find them, he had absolutely no idea where they lived or if they lived together, somewhere in some kind of conclave. Probably not. It seemed safer to assume they lived as regular humans or wizards, that they had integrated themselves into society. He'd have to find the head of the clan, whoever that was, and the giants. Now, no one would ever say people's fear of giants was irrational. Their numerous atrocities against the Muggle community during the First Wizard War were still fresh in people's minds. Quite many of them had been killed by special Auror squads, so the remaining giants in Great Britain had fled to the most remote areas of the world, hiding themselves away. They were known to occupy certain places in both Scandinavia and Eastern Europe. According to Hagrid, there were few of them left by now, since they were not great at living together and were slowly killing their own species to extinction. How siding with Riddle was going to change that, Harry didn't know, but there was a lot of hate on both sides on that one, so he gave up on the giants right away. Perhaps they joined simply to kill something else than a fellow giant for a change? Perhaps it might be best to simply get rid of them once and for all. Harry shook his head in dismissal. Dark thoughts and distasteful. Of course, he would never advocate such drastic measures. What Harry felt was truly unfortunate and disappointing was the way half-giants were seen and treated by others. On one hand, humans treated them with scorn due to their lineage, and on the other, giants looked down on them because of their smaller stature and inferior strength, the only two things that seemed to matter to their brutish race. Harry sighed sadly. He knew Hagrid had always had a problem with the way some people reacted to him. Most British wizards spent at least 7 years around the big guy, and Hagrid was a very likable person, but not everyone could look past his freakishly big body or cast away their bias. which they usually carried over from their families. Centaurs were not a large race, by any means. The single colony in the UK was safely hidden in the Forbidden Forest. Harry did not relish having to go and speak to the centaurs. Their disdain for wizard kind burned brightly. Harry did not blame them in the slightest, knowing they had been used as slave labor in ages past. People like Dolores Umbridge saw them as filthy half-breeds and treated them as such. Perhaps the centaurs should have been allowed to keep her that time in the forest. It would have complicated things, certainly, but she had deserved it, and no mistake. In truth, centaurs were highly intelligent and masters at astronomy and divination, a skill many wizards dismissed as fleeting and mostly based on chance. Harry knew better, of course, himself being the subject of a prophecy. Harry rolled his eyes. Bloody Trelawney and her prophecy. The fact many wizards believed the awesomely clever goblins to be inferior to wizards astounded Harry to no end. They ran bloody Gringotts, basically controlling the wizarding world economy, which made them absolutely vital to the progression of society. Furthermore, their skill as metalsmiths was nothing short of legendary. The objects he was hunting, along with Gryffindor's sword, were clear testaments to that. Professor Flitwick would be of invaluable help when it came to holding talks with the goblins, being a half-goblin himself. Harry had sometimes wondered how that had happened, or how Hagrid had happened. Goblins were so tiny, and humans. Harry shook his head. Nope, he was absolutely not going there. The first order of business would be to allow them the use of a wand. While goblins performed their own specific kind of magic without the aid of a wand, the instrument was a symbol of status. One wizard kind had always denied them. As a result, goblins refused to share the secrets of their own magic with wizards. Harry also had to admit it was pretty foolish to be on such bad terms with the ones who had all your gold. In locked vaults, in the ground, guarded by dragons. Stupid wizards. Last but certainly not least, Harry put quill to parchment regarding house elves. The way many house elves had been treated throughout history made Harry tremble with anger, and he vividly remembered Dobby's bandaged hands and ears, a testament to Lucius Malfoy's mistreatment of the little guy. Harry knew Malfoy's way was not universal, but he suspected it was widespread enough to be recognized as a problem. And the fact they were bound to their masters and could not be freed unless given clothes was just cruel. Harry hated to admit it, but the way Sirius had treated Creature, his own house elf, had a big hand in his godfather's death. Sirius had, of course, not hated house elves in general, just Creature, because he, in Sirius's mind, represented the Black family, and Sirius hated everything to do with those people. Harry knew it would be impossible to force families to free their house elves. Most of the elves wouldn't even want to be free, but he would try his best to make sure they were treated properly, and laws put in place to severely punish those who abused them. Harry leaned back in the chair. He had written down almost 3 full pages of all kinds of notes, detailing the promise he'd made Griphook, and what he'd like to do, who to talk to, and who the most important people were, how likely he'd be to succeed. Looking at the parchment, Harry was struck with an idea. It was perhaps the most radical of all the ideas he had put on that piece of parchment, and had almost no chance of coming to fruition, but he jotted it down there anyway, at the top. Harry rolled up the parchment and put it into his bag, thinking he'd better give this to Hermione as soon as possible. Thinking about the matter further, he realized how fortunate he was. He was friends with Lupin, Hagrid, Dobby, and Firenze. While not exactly friends, he knew he could count on Griphook's assistance in this matter, as well as Professor Flitwick's. Fleur would be more than willing to help him also, as well as her sister Gabrielle. He had contacts in almost every group of beings he'd scribbled down on that piece of paper. That only left the vampires. Harry walked over to a bookcase and took out Gryffindor's Bestiary, a very thorough book when it came to the many different beings known to live in Great Britain. While it was over 1,000 years old and very likely outdated, it might provide him with a reference point as we're to start looking for vampires. Harry leafed through the giant book until he found the installment on vampires, but it provided nothing of note except on how to kill them. He closed the book and returned it to the case and sat down again, rubbing his chin. He needed to shave soon. Suddenly, Harry slapped his forehead in irritation. He was going about this all wrong. Professor Slughorn's Christmas party, the one he'd attended with Luna. What was the name of that writer? who wanted to write his biography. Eldred Wurple. He'd lived among vampires and even befriended one. Sanguini, Harry thought the name was. There was his way in. He'd have to find the man and get him to reveal the location of the head of the vampire clan. Some time later, Harry apparat to Diagon Alley and headed to Flourish and Blots. It was rather early in the day, so Harry found the store mostly empty. He approached the clerk and asked him about Blood Brothers, My Life Amongst the Vampires. Harry reckoned reading the book would be worthwhile, a good way to understand vampires. One of the things Harry had always liked about Flourish and Blots was a small section in the back, a sort of cafe where customers could sit and read their newly purchased books. Harry found a small table in a corner, with a view of the door, since he liked knowing who entered and who left. Harry started on the book and found it surprisingly fun to read. Wurple's writing style was both vibrant and easygoing, while being interesting and informative at the same time. As Harry suspected, there was no mention at all of where any of the vampires lived. How easy that would have been. What it did give the reader was an amazing insight into the life of a vampire, and they were not at all what Harry had expected. The most commonly held belief concerning vampires was that they needed human blood to survive. While it was true that vampires did in fact require blood in order to live, human blood could easily be replaced by that of any other mammal. The problem was that human blood was highly addictive. This was getting very interesting. According to the book, vampire attacks had been fairly common in the past, and the fanged creatures were considered to be the apex predators for a very long time. They believed it to be so themselves, certainly, right up until vampire hunters burst onto the scene in the 13th century. Over the course of the next 5 centuries, the tide turned, and vampires were hunted to such an extent, some believe them to have been driven out of Britain, France, and most of Germany. Such was not the case, however. Around 200 years ago, the vampire clans of Britain united under one banner and elected a new head, someone who brought about many changes. He advocated peace and implored his fellow vampires to accept the fact that with their few numbers, they could never stand up to wizard kind. Some had wanted to go out and try and convert as many regular humans as possible, but that plan was swiftly swept away, as it was both impractical and would take much too long, since only one person in 1,000 that got bitten actually turned into a vampire. The rest died a horrible, painful death. The new leader, Marcus, also understood the ramifications of such a plan. On one hand, hunting vampires was both time-consuming and expensive, and Marcus was certain if there were no more attacks on humans, wizards would be content with leaving them alone. On the other hand, if vampires would go and redouble their attacks, wizards would bring down fire upon them, the like of which they'd never seen, and almost certainly not stop until every last vampire had been slain. After a peace summit held in an undisclosed location, vampire attacks mostly stopped, and wizards left the vampires alone. They were allowed to roam free and pursue any field of work they so pleased, under the condition they informed whomever was in charge of any workplace of their real identity, because vampires had the ability to pass off as regular humans. A little pale and a bit sickly looking, but otherwise indistinguishable from your average human. Unless they smiled. The sudden change did not sit well with a small group of vampires, who still remembered the good old days when humans cowered in fear. This led to a long and bloody civil war within the vampire community, which, luckily, was fought in secret, known only to a select few. Wizards and Muggle officials who were kept informed on the status of the war. Eventually, Marcus emerged victorious, and with victory came an era of peace, which still lasted to this day. That was not to say vampires had it good. Far from it. Their lives were filled with prejudice, even though laws were put in place to ensure no being could be discriminated against, based on race, gender, sexual preference, or beliefs. While the idea behind these laws was noble, they did little to change the way most non-human beings were treated. As was often the case with such laws, they were hardly enforced and people were rarely penalized for breaking them, as prejudices ran rampant in society. Harry flipped the last page, and on the inside of the back cover was a picture of Eldred Wurple with his wife and child. They lived in Hereford. As it turned out, Wurple was not only a writer, he did some freelance work for both the Quibbler and the Daily Prophet, Harry closed the book, a small grin on his face. He knew exactly how to get in touch with the writer. Several days later, Harry walked through the doors of Hereford Cathedral. While he was in no way a religious man, Harry still felt a little bit of awe as he walked down the aisle and looked around, his eyes lingering on the man nailed to the cross. Finally, he saw Eldred Wurple in a little side room, staring at a large medieval map, which Harry recognized as the Mappa Mundi. He made his way over to the room and stood next to Wurple for a minute in silence, before handing him a small bird figurine, which Wurple had stashed away in a predisclosed location. The writer put it in his pocket and eyed Harry and his surroundings in a nonchalant manner, obviously well versed in this kind of clandestine meetings. He spoke softly, even though they were alone. "You have information regarding Harry Potter's whereabouts?" "No, sorry, I lied about that. I need information I suspect only you can provide me with." Wurple eyed the young man suspiciously before turning his attention to the map in the display case. There was only one thing that could mean the man beside him wanted to know about the vampires. Well, he was certainly the most knowledgeable person around the UK when it came to his Fang friends, but most of it could be read in his book. He noticed the stranger looking at him with an intense gaze, which made him really uncomfortable, and he cleared his throat nervously. "What can I help you with?" "I need to get in touch with the vampires, Mr. Wurple." "Relax, I'm not one of Voldemort's lackeys. In fact, I'm working against him. A man in your profession must have heard something from your contacts in the Aurors about someone fighting Voldemort, someone they can't identify or find. I believe my actions should speak for themselves, Mr. Wurple. Perhaps you can tell me, have the vampires been approached by Voldemort yet?" Repressing a shudder at the Dark Lord's name, Eldred Wurple arched an eyebrow. This was him? The vigilante? Ministry officials have been scratching their heads for months, trying to figure out who this person was. Although, it had to be said, the Aurors had not been overly enthusiastic in their pursuit, particularly since that incident with Greyback. They assumed the vigilante was responsible for that bastard's demise. He really was fighting against Voldemort, so perhaps his cause was just. However, what the man was asking of him was no small thing. "Not to my knowledge, stranger. However, I am not privy to such sensitive information. I do not believe Marcus would join that murdering bastard. Not after all the trouble he went through to bring the vampire wars to an end. It would make no sense." Harry nodded. This was perfectly reasonable. "Call me Jack. There have to be some within the vampire community who'd relish the idea of fighting for Voldemort, if only for a chance at some sort of revenge. I need to speak with the head of the clan to see if there's a danger of vampires suddenly attacking wizards. Fighting one war is hard enough. I cannot betray Dash," Wurple began, but Harry cut him off. "Voldemort already has the giants on his side, as well as a number of werewolves and the Dementors. Just imagine what he could do should he gain the support of the vampires as well. You've seen it already, the effect the Dementors are having. You remember that article in the Prophet the other day, which said that general happiness is down by a sizable amount, and the people queried could not put their finger on why. At the same time, suicide rates are up as well. This trend started fairly soon after the Dementors left Azkaban, and I'd bet my last, not Voldemort has something to do with it. Why hasn't you-know-who sent massive groups of Dementors to attack everyone then? I assumed that would make it a short war. There aren't enough of those soul-sucking fiends for him to do that, so he does the next best thing. He attacks morale," Harry said. "Think about it, Mr. Wurple. Aside from the actual fighting itself, information gathering and supplies, morale is the most important thing in any war. You can imagine how low morale affects people in war, can't you? I gave my word, Jack. My honor as a journalist and a writer is at stake here. If people hear about me leaking their secrets, no one will talk to me again. It will ruin my career." Harry watched the man out of the corner of his eye. He hated doing this, he truly did, especially a man of actual principles, which was a refreshing change when considering. Harry's dealings with the press had been, up to this point, been mostly limited to Rita Skeeter. "Mr. Wurple, Eldred, think about your family. Your wife is Muggleborn, isn't she?" "Yes, she is." "What of it? And what do you think Voldemort will do if he comes to power? At best, he'll make Muggleborns wear a star on their sleeve, the same as Hitler did to the Jews. At worst, Dash. All right, I'll help you. I will not tell you anything you can't find in my book. I cannot betray Marcus' trust, It may take some time for me to set up a meeting to convince my friend to speak with a stranger, but I believe I can persuade him to at least meet with you in a neutral place. Please come back here in 3 weeks, and I may have something for you. It cannot happen any sooner, because Marcus is out of the country. Thank you, Mr. Wurple. With that, Harry left the cathedral at a brisk pace. 3 weeks, then he'd have time to look into the Dementors. After mentioning that article to Mr. Wurple, he'd not been able to let it fall from his mind. He hated those things almost as much as he did Riddle. Well, to be honest, his hatred for the enemy had faded and turned into pity some time past. He was still angry, but he refused to hate him or anyone. His time spent with Gryffindor had certainly helped. Many an evening, they'd spent talking about Riddle and why he'd become what he was, and eventually Harry had let go of his hatred. He knew where it led, and he would not allow it to happen. Despite his best efforts, however, he did hate the Dementors. If there ever were things that had no business being a part of the world, it was them. Harry felt a shiver as he remembered that evening in the underpass. Dudley lying on the ground, the cold pressing down on him. The unspeakable dread encroaching on his very soul. The feeling of utter helplessness. All the happiness drained out of you. Not dissimilar to the succubi of legend, who sucked out your life force. Only, they had the decency to make your last moments on this earth pleasurable ones. Finding a Dementor should not really be that hard. All he'd have to do was find an area with an unusually high rate of suicides, places with rumors of people falling into a vegetative state without apparent cause. If a Dementor fed on you for too long, you would eventually become an empty shell, devoid of anything called emotion, or anything, really. The ultimate weapon of the Dementor's kiss, sucked out your very soul, a fate worse than death. You would, in essence, cease to exist, yet your shell remained. A fate worse than death, indeed. Harry was faced with another problem. Assuming what he'd heard and read, there was no way to destroy Dementors. You could only hold them at bay and eventually drive them away with the Patronus charm, supposedly. Harry was not convinced. They weren't spirits, they had physical bodies, so they had to breed somehow. They did not simply grow from thin air. Anything with a physical body could be destroyed, he was certain. But if he took this train of thought further, he had to wonder why there was no record of someone killing those fiends. Was there really no one in history who'd managed to kill one? That didn't seem plausible at all, either. He was headed for uncharted waters once more. All he could do was to find one and try. He was certain he could fight against their effects for long enough to try and destroy one. They fed on your happiness, so it seemed a good bet you'd be able to fight it by focusing on memories you felt strongly about, but did not make you happy. Well, he had those in abundance, and his acclimacy might come in handy. About a week later, around 10 o'clock in the evening, Harry walked along a deserted street in Liverpool, his sword strapped to his back and a chocolate bar in his coat pocket. Always good to have a nice piece of chocolate around, especially when you were hunting Dementors. He'd been traveling all over the place in the days since his meeting with Mr. Wurple, trying to find a Dementor. So far, he'd been without luck. Harry grinned like a maniac. How crazy was it to go out and look for Dementors? He thought the chances of finding at least one of those things in this city were rather good. The city was in a bit of a slump, and it did not help matters that Liverpool and Everton were apparently both having a rather dismal go of it in the Premier League. At any rate, he was getting frustrated. He wanted to be looking for Ravenclaw's diadem, but he had no leads whatsoever. He had one theory, but he'd not had the time to explore it yet. Harry walked on, grumbling about what he'd rather be doing, when he felt the temperature drop very suddenly. He stopped short and let out a breath, which came out in a cloud of steam. He heard several people take a sharp breath from around the next corner, followed by a scream that was cut short. Harry sprinted towards the corner, unsheathing his sword as he went. As Harry came around the corner, found himself in a dead end. He noticed a trio of Dementors at once, all of whom had placed their hands on 3 homeless people, who seemed to make the alley their home. The Dementors leaned in, preparing to unleash their ultimate power, when Harry rushed them, blade at the ready. "Hey, get away from them, you filthy bastards!" The 3 fiends floated away from their intended targets and focused their attention on Harry as he came charging down the wide alley. The 3 homeless men stared at Harry, who motioned for them to flee, which they did at a dead run. As Harry closed in, the air became colder and colder until it became freezing. It had been raining earlier, so the ground was slippery, ice forming as the air cooled. Harry slowed down to a cautious walk. He did not relish the idea of falling on his arse. He knew they would descend upon him in a flash if he did. By now, the Dementors had fanned out and surrounded him almost completely. Harry assumed they were somewhat confused by his actions, as most people either ran for their lives or simply folded in a heap. Well, it would not be such easy pickings. Suddenly, one of the Dementors dived sharply towards Harry, its arms extended. Harry formed a fireball and flung it at the Dementor's head, catching it by surprise. The ball exploded into the Dementor's face, causing its cloak to catch fire. Arms flailing, the evil being staggered away. It thumped against a wall, and Harry dashed forward, slashing diagonally with his sword along the front of the Dementor's torso. The shrill scream that followed as the thing crumbled surprised Harry and sent shivers down his spine, threatening to burst his eardrums. Harry did not pause, however, and spun away when he felt a Dementor closing in on his back. He thrust his left hand forward and sent a spear of air toward his enemy, which caused it to stumble. Harry's sword pierced it through its center mass, and it sank limply down to the floor of the alley. He hoped the frantic pace would prevent the monsters from using their powers. He made sure to focus completely on his movements, using his occlumency to that effect. Harry used the opportunity to search for the third one. He looked frantically all over, but did not find it. Those bloody things made no sound whatsoever, and he could not smell them either. He turned around, his back to the wall where the first Dementor had fallen, his eyes roaming across what little sky he could see from the alley floor. The third one appeared on the other side, its gaze leveled at him, unwavering from within the hood. It floated his way slowly. Harry's hand tightened its grip on his sword, and a fireball formed in his left palm. He took a single step forward when he suddenly felt unnaturally long fingers close around his throat. He was drenched in more cold than he'd ever felt in his entire life. It snuffed out the fire in his hand, while he almost dropped the sword from the other. A sinking, desperate feeling washed over him when he saw the fallen Dementor rise from the alley floor, before joining its companion in front of him. How was this possible? He had felt the sword pierce through what little flesh there was on that thing, and even heard the flames sear the skin of the other, who now held him by the neck. Harry started to panic. He wanted to raise his hand and pry the fingers loose, but what was the point? They would simply overpower him again and again if that was required. How could he have been so arrogant to think that he, a mere human, could defeat such a being? Harry struggled weakly, but could not bring himself to fight. The grip with which the Dementor held Harry was not strong, but then it didn't have to be. Their psychic powers kept people from struggling much, if at all, similar to the way an insect relied on its poison to weaken the prey and make it docile. Harry watched with horror as the other two floated even closer, their pace agonizingly slow. His mind reeled from their relentless attacks. Images floated across his mind, each one more depressing than the one that came before it. Harry felt tears forming in his eyes as his mental shields evaporated. He didn't want to die. Or did he? Perhaps it would be for the best. What good was he anyway? Betrayer of friends and a murderer. Images of himself killing Greyback and the other two werewolves danced in his eyes. He hadn't had any choice. They would have killed both him and Lupin, and perhaps countless others. Had there not been a choice? Perhaps he was just as bad as Riddle. He wondered when the pained visage of Quirinius Quirrell flashed across his mind. Finally, the pair of Dementors had reached Harry, and one of them raised its hands to the hood covering its head and revealed the hideous face hidden beneath the flimsy cloth. It had a grayish hue and pasty-looking skin. The skin partly covered the empty eye sockets, as if melted wax had been poured all over them. Harry's eyes followed a long, narrow, and pointy nose down to a mouth that had no lips and no teeth, just a gaping hole. The Dementor placed its hands on Harry's head, who found some strength and started to struggle faintly. This caused the hand on Harry's neck to squeeze harder, blocking his windpipe. This seemed to snap Harry out of his stupor. He lifted his left hand and pushed the Dementors away as hard as he could, He then grabbed the hand covering his neck and broke a pair of fingers, before reaching back to throw the shocked Dementor over his shoulder. As the fiend flew over his shoulder, Harry launched it toward the far wall with a well-timed spear of wind. He felt his mind flood with memories and feelings for his friends. "Keep your friends close," Snape had said. Not that he'd ever admit it, but Snape had been very right. Harry felt absolutely elated, as his heart filled with emotion and passion for life. He became aware of the three Dementors swiftly gliding toward him once more, not willing to relinquish their prey. Harry smiled weakly. He would meet his friends again. Oh yes, he would. In a world free of riddle. He raised his sword, thoughts of his friends driving him, and for some reason, the memory of cradling Narcissa in his arms floated across his mind as well. He pointed the sword at the Dementors, and from the tip burst forth a massive silver stag. The three fiends staggered and stopped before trying to flee. The stag was faster, however. It charged the Dementors at great speed, and before they could get away, the elegant animal skewered them with its antlers. Their screams echoed in the night, before fading away as they twitched in their death throes. Harry sagged against the wall and watched Dementors simply fade away, leaving only their tattered cloaks as evidence of their existence. The stag trotted over to Harry and stared down at him, a peaceful feeling radiating from it. Harry pushed off the wall and raised his hand toward the animal. He'd seen his Patronus before, of course, but this time it was different. It was much larger than before and more solid. The crown was much bigger and more majestic than before. It felt more alive, if that made any sense. Harry softly touched the stag's nose, and the animal gently nuzzled his hand. Harry's mind cleared, and he felt immeasurably better. It was almost as if the Patronus was feeding happiness into his soul. The animal stepped back and looked at Harry for a moment before there was a flash of light. Once the light faded, there was tall, silvery, and statuesque woman standing in front of Harry, next to Prongs. She had long, wavy hair that shone brighter than the rest of her. She was wearing a loose-fitting toga, held together in the middle with a fine belt. In her right hand, she was holding a sword, exactly like Harry's own, and in her left, she was carrying a heater shield adorned with a variant of the symbol of the goddess Freya. The woman approached Harry and gently brushed his cheek with her knuckles before she placed a hand on his chest. There was a slight pulse of light, and Harry felt the rest of the cold and sadness fade. She flashed him a brilliant smile, then turned and mounted Prongs, and the pair bounded away, fading as they did. Harry found a box to the side of the alley and took a seat, resting his sword across his knees. He shook his head wearily. So his Patronus had changed. What next? That fight had been a close one, and he understood he really was in over his head. Most of the time, anyway. Oh, and he'd need to be careful of the arrogance that cropped up sometimes. On a positive note, he did not look like he had gone through a meat grinder, so that was something. A slight chill had returned to his body. He reached into his pocket and tore open the bar of chocolate. He broke off a piece and let it melt in his mouth. A warm feeling spread through his body, and he smiled. He remembered that time when Lupin had given him a piece of chocolate on the Hogwarts Express after his first encounter with the hellish Dementors. Lupin and Tonks, perhaps he should pay them a visit soon, since they knew his secret, and he could definitely do with some company. He took another bite of the chocolate, his mind wandering to the fight once more. Again, he'd been arrogant and overconfident, something he had to be wary of. He also needed to think more before charging in like that, else he'd meet an untimely end. One good thing had come of this fight, though. He'd established the fact that Dementors could not be destroyed with physical weapons. It had been an experiment, anyway, one which further research was required, done by someone wiser than him. Hermione, perhaps? In the end, he was happy that, at least it hadn't been a complete waste of time, the time he'd spent looking for the things. There were 3 fewer Dementors in the world. Well, he'd head home for now and wait for the time to meet Mr. Wurple again. But first, he wanted to talk to the person who had witnessed the fight. There was a loud crack at the mouth of the alley, and Harry recognized the telltale sound of Alastair Moody's wooden prosthetic. Harry relaxed and leaned back against the wall. He was too tired to care about Moody learning his secret. He had been planning on contacting the retired Auror in regards to the Snatchers. Anyway, He'd been putting it off because Moody's magical I would instantly see through any disguise. Besides, the old man had been watching the fight and most likely recognized his Patronus. So now was a great time to talk to him. The fact was, any fight against the Snatchers was bound to be anything but pleasant, and he needed help from someone more experienced when attacking them. The old man finally stood before him and stared at him in stoic silence. Harry looked right back at the grizzled fighter and smiled wearily. "Moody, Potter, want to have a seat? There's a right comfy-looking crate over there, to your left. I would offer you some chocolate, but it seems I ate it all. Sorry, I could have used your help earlier, you know? I almost got kissed, and let me tell you, the girl was not my type." Moody stared at the young man in front of him. So the boy had known he was watching. This new Potter really was something else. He'd been watching the battle before, a few rooftops away. A nice advantage of his magical eye, the ability to zoom in on whatever he was watching. The kid could fight, of that there was no doubt, and he was smart enough not to use his wand, as it could be tracked. The trace had never been deactivated. Of course, that same wand was safely tucked away at Grimmauld Place, anyway hidden by the wards. And this transformation was nothing if not fascinating. If you cared about that kind of thing, which he did not, all he cared about at the moment was that Potter seemed to be all right. Constant vigilance, boy. You were sloppy. Never allow the enemy to get behind you like that. It's a death sentence when you're in a melee, the old Auror growled. Now, what the bloody hell were you thinking, going after those things without a wand? You tired of life, Potter? Harry cocked a curious eyebrow and shrugged, obviously not wanting to talk about that. That's it? No lectures on how irresponsible I've been, or how much trouble I've caused. Moody chuckled wryly as he sat down next to Harry and took a swig from his flask. He passed it to the boy, who took a swig himself. He eyed the metal container in his hands. Chocolate milk? Really? Well, it made sense if he was there looking for Dementors, but still. He gave Moody a questioning look as he passed the flask over. Moody harumphed. I don't drink alcohol, boy. I might be caught unawares. And to answer your other question, nay, I'm not going to lecture you. You're a grown man, not some snot-nosed brat, though I will admit I was less than happy when you disappeared. Besides, I'm fairly certain our resident Metamorphmagus gave you an earful when you brought Lupin back home. You've been awful busy since last spring, haven't you, boy? I suppose. What are you doing here, Moody? Looking for Dementors? Lad, an old schoolmate working in the Muggle healthcare business, contacted me, wondering if something new was afoot on our side of the curtain. Apparently, there's been a bit of a spike in suicides around here recently, and they can't figure out why. Harry nodded along with Moody. Riddle had not been too aggressive in his attacks on Muggles, but someone was bound to realize something was going on. Moody passed the flask once more, and Harry took a long swig. Hey, since you're here, I was wondering if you were up for some action on, say, Thursday night? Moody slipped the flask into his coat, eyeing the young man as he did. What did you have in mind, Potter? I'm going after the Snatchers. I'm getting tired of those bastards. Going after people simply because they're Muggle-born? Fuckers. I know their base is in the Forest of Dean, somewhere. I also know Umbridge has her fingers in that pie. But unless she's there, I don't see how we can do anything about her, unfortunately. Anyway, you up for it? Moody frowned darkly. Bloody Snatchers and their list of undesirables, which annoyingly enough, had a lot of Order members on it. All of the Weasleys were on there, except young Ginny, since she was still in school and fairly safe for the moment. Himself was there as well, as Tonks and Lupin and Granger, and a few others. Shaq had managed to stay ahead of it, until he became fed up and resigned from the DMLE. Messing with the Snatchers' operations would help the Order significantly. Order members would be able to move around more freely with fewer people actively watching them. So, Greyback gave them up before you put him down, did he? Well done there, lad. Well done indeed. None of the Snatchers we have caught seem to know where the base was. Some form of obliviation we have never seen. Of course I'm willing to go after them. I hate those bloody bastards. The two of us are not enough, though, and I am not suicidal enough to try. Let me bring Lupin, Shacklebolt, and the two oldest Weasley brothers, and we're good to go. Harry nodded reluctantly. Moody was right. With the sheer number the Snatchers had at their disposal, assaulting their base of operations with just Moody would be too reckless. And with that, the pair went their separate ways. Moody arrived at the burrow, to find all available order members there, as he requested. He motioned for them to join him in the dining room and sat down at the head of the table. He sighed inwardly as he scanned the faces of the people who were looking at him expectantly. His gaze lingered on the current headmistress of Hogwarts. How he had ever let the girl talk him into taking over from Dumbledore as the leader of this little group, he would never understand. "I've some news," he began. "The Dementors were most definitely in Liverpool in high numbers, but I expect them to avoid the city for now." As usual, Granger leaned forward and stared at him excitedly. "And why is that?" Moody smirked. He liked the lass quite a bit. A good head on her shoulders, not to mention brave. He was quite certain she would get a rush from this. Then he casually tossed a torn, threadbare piece of pitch-black cloth onto the table. Granger, followed by the rest of those at the table, looked upon it curiously. "What is it?" she asked. "I just watched our friend, the vigilante, destroy a trio of Dementors, lass. Not drive them away. Dead. Gone. Nothing left but this thing here." The room descended into pin-drop silence. Wide eyes stared at Mad Eye as if he was well mad. Hermione, however, was immediately curious. You could not kill Dementors. It was impossible, right? Every book, test, and research on the subject had proven as much. Admittedly, the wizarding world was nowhere near as studious about the world and its trappings as the Muggles were. Muggles always strove forwards, asking themselves why and how, and most technological advances came about because of the need to overcome some problem. Wizards tended not to do that, and Hermione suspected it was mostly due to the fact that a lot of wizards explained things away with phrases like "it's magic." She huffed quietly. Wizards were just plain lazy. There was an obvious reason why most innovations in the magical community over the last 50 years or so had been put forth by Muggleborns and half-bloods. Looking at the cloth again, she asked the obvious question. "How?" Moody favored her with a predatory smile before answering the question. "I've no idea how it actually works, but they were shredded by what must have been the most solid Patronus I have ever seen. They did not stand a chance. It was quite the spectacle. Once it was over, I had a nice chat with him." He gazed over the group again. "Which leads me to the other thing I wanted to discuss with you this evening." He asked for my assistance in a matter which he felt required our attention. He's gained knowledge of the Snatcher's base of operations and is planning a raid Thursday evening. I told him I would help, but only if I could bring more people. This revelation was met with an excited buzz. Every member sitting at the table had been anxious to have a proper go at them, especially after what happened with Ted Tonks. There had been little action, however, aside from a scrap or two, since the order was mostly a reactive group. The chance to be on the offensive end, for once, was welcomed heartily by everyone there. Moody raised his hand for silence. "If you are willing, Remus, Shaq, Bill, and Charlie, I would like for you to accompany me." "What?" Tonks shot out of her chair, which fell over with a crash. She was glaring fiercely at the grizzled old man, and her hair turned a deep red. He was going to deny her a chance of going after the bastards who killed her father? Absolutely not. She would have some measure of vengeance. She stared at Moody for a while longer, before she felt her husband's hand on hers, pulling her gently down to her seat. Moody looked firmly at his former protege. "You're too involved, Tonks, you know that. I need people who I know will have a level head, and your husband, for one, will be distracted by your presence. This is a big operation and a chance we have been waiting for, and we can't fuck it up. Now, I have made my decision, and I expect you to respect my authority, rookie." Tonks glared angrily at Moody, then hung her head. He was right, of course. Besides, she needed to be here, ready to heal anyone who was sent back to this place. She gave a resigned sigh and sat back in her chair, prompting her husband to put an arm around her shoulders, hugging her to him. After Tonks' outburst, the meeting went without further incident. The rest of the Order members accepted Moody's decision without question. He valued their opinions, but ultimately, he had the final say in every big decision that was made. Harry crouched down at the edge of the clearing, watching the old, abandoned manor house closely. It was hidden by the trees rather effectively, but there were strong Muggle-repelling wards surrounding the property, as well as anti-apparition wards and anti-portkey charms. The perimeter wards were pretty bad, so they would not have much trouble getting past them unnoticed. He glanced at the Order members at his side. They had met up with him at a predetermined location outside the forest a while ago, and to Harry's surprise, it had gone without a hitch. Harry had decided to don a mask this night because he'd be surrounded by people he knew, and the chances of one of them recognizing him were high. Harry had already scouted ahead and gathered the necessary information, which he relayed to his temporary teammates. They have superior numbers. No fewer than 20, I reckon, and a few prisoners. No, Umbridge, though. We cannot underestimate them. But we all know these idiots are lacking in talent, and intellect is not very valued in that group, either. They make up for that in numbers. Moody nodded. He was of a mind with Potter on that one. I say we attack from 3 sides in pairs, Moody suggested. Harry shook his head at that, and the retired Auror gave him the word. I was thinking I might simply stroll up to the front door and announce my presence with a bit of a show. They're deathly afraid of me, and I can keep their attention long enough to allow you to slip in unnoticed. Wait until they come out to meet me. Don't worry, Scabier is dim-witted enough to send them out. The prisoners are our priority, and I want you to focus on them. And you? What will you be doing? Remus asked with concern. I am going after Scabier. I don't want that fucking coward getting away. We get him, and the whole thing falls apart. Most of the Snatchers are bloody cowards, just like their second in command. Hit them hard enough, and they will run and find themselves a nice hole and stay there. Umbridge is so bloody incompetent. There's no chance she'll be able to keep it all together by herself. Moody had to agree with the lad. It was a solid plan, if a bit risky. For Potter, mostly. Bill removed a small device from his pocket and performed a series of complex wand movements. The thing in his hand glowed, and Harry felt a small tremor in his senses. Bill pocketed the device and gave a thumbs up. I borrowed it from the goblins. It allows their curse breakers to quickly deactivate isolated parts of certain wards without being discovered, if they are simple enough. I figured it might come in handy. Harry smirked at Bill. Smart and competent, a winning combination. He'd always liked Bill a lot, even though he had only met him a few times. He hoped things were good with him and Fleur, but was a bit concerned over how faint Fleur's scent was on him. Discarding the thought for now, Harry got to his feet as the others tapped their wands on their heads and disillusioned themselves and followed Harry through the gap in the wards. While he strode down the path to the front of the building, the others fanned out, making their way to windows and doors. Harry gathered power into his armed guards until they were positively humming. Time to make his presence known. He wanted to draw as many of the Snatchers out of the building as possible. Not only would it place the others on the team in less danger, it would also give them greater chance to release the prisoners and help them escape. Hey, Scabier, you rotten bastard. You in there? Harry made a fist, and the double doors exploded outward, as well as a few windows on each side. Harry heard gasps and the shuffling of feet from inside before someone shouted back. Who goes there? Don't you know who we are? Harry smirked at that. You know exactly who I am, so stop with the bloody games. Did you honestly think I would never go after you idiots once I got rid of Greyback? Scabier tried to put up a brave front and laughed. It came out as a nervous squeak. We have 25 of our best men here. You are completely outmatched. Go back where you came from, and you may live a little longer. If you don't, we execute the prisoners. Harry's sensitive ears found a few Snatchers exiting the building under a disillusionment. Charm, 10 of them or so. Harry raised an eyebrow at that. Only 10? Well, the team would have no problem dealing with the rest of them. Then, Harry suddenly spun in a circle and sent a gust of wind in all directions and effectively broke the disillusionment charm his enemies had placed upon themselves. He rolled forward as a number of stunners came roaring his way and, judging by the color, a bone-shattering hex. Harry was a bit surprised. Ossus Fractiones was a fairly powerful spell. He barely dodged another curse, this one a sickly orange. He could practically feel the power radiating from the spell. As Harry came out of his roll, he tore a small rock from the ground and sent it shooting into the head of the nearest Snatcher, who went down hard and did not move after that. Harry smelled blood in the air and wondered if he'd killed the man as he twirled around another curse. Yep, the man was not breathing. He winced. He had not intended to kill anyone. Another 2 went down from a well-placed stone to the head, but Harry caught a bludgeoning hex to the side of the head, causing him to stumble, and he became slightly dizzy. He dropped to the ground, and a bombardus sailed over his head and impacted one of his enemies in the chest, which exploded. Harry was beginning to understand that the group of men he was fighting were not snatchers. He was fighting full-blown Death Eaters. Well, fuck. It was a bloody trap. After all that time, it was surprising, but more of an annoyance than anything else. Trying to keep one ear on what was going on inside, Harry was pleased to hear that his group was already engaging the enemy with great success. Seemed like all the Death Eaters were out here with him. Oh, he felt positively special now. All the prettiest girls came out to play with him? Well, perhaps it was time to get serious. Harry channeled power into his armed guard and slammed his fist into the ground, which resulted in a mini earthquake. The resulting tremors and shock wave knocked 3 of the remaining 6 Death Eaters off their feet. Harry darted over to the nearest one and slammed his foot onto the man's face, eliminating him from the fight. Before the rest of them could recover, Harry had taken out the other 2 he knocked down as well. Harry turned to face the rest, who backed away slowly. Harry ignited a pair of fireballs in his palms. There was no rush. As the fighting inside was over, Moody was yelling at Scabier, and the Snatcher answered in a shaking voice. Harry had lost his taste for this fight, seeing how Scabier had been caught and the prisoners freed. The young man advanced on the Death Eaters once more, his intent clear. He was going to finish this fight right there and then. Harry threw his fireballs at the 3 Death Eaters, who scrambled out of the way. Harry noted one of the men fumble with some kind of contraption and felt as the rest of the wards came crashing down, and the men operated away. He clicked his tongue, annoyed. Harry idly wondered whether they would return to their master and the suffering they would undoubtedly endure once he learned of their failure. Shrugging in indifference, Harry made his way to the house and into the doorway. The Snatchers had been placed under full-body binds, and Moody held on to Scabier, and each of the team members held on to a freed prisoner, most of whom were in bad shape. Among them was one Dean Thomas. Harry frowned darkly at seeing one of his friends. Even if they had never been close, Dean was a decent enough bloke. Well, this was a success, lad. As you can see, the prisoners are going to need medical attention. We will apparate them to St. Mungo's and Dash. Moody stopped talking when Harry put up his hand. He'd heard someone apparate in. One of the fallen men was enervated, and he heard muffled voices outside. He then heard a scream as someone was placed under the cruciatus, and the insane cackle that followed could only belong to one person. Get out of here now. Bellatrix is here. You all know what she's capable of. I'll hold her off. And don't come back here, you hear me? Right then, a tremor shook the house. The Order members took one glance at one another with uncertainty. None of them wanted to leave the lad alone with that crazy woman. Another tremor. Come out, wherever you are, Bellatrix chanted in that annoying, baby-like voice, the same she had used that night at the Department of Mysteries. She was not foolish enough to come into the building, so she was trying to bait them out of it. Harry eyed the door, then his teammates. Geo, he snarled at them. They gave him one last look before operating away, taking the freed prisoners to safety. Harry wondered why Bellatrix had come here alone. That was not accepted Death Eater policy. The cowards always attacked in numbers, preferably much greater than that of the opposition, so that there was no chance of defeat. He crawled to a window and saw the green light of the killing curse as she murdered the 3 men that had survived the fight and lay on the ground. Harry shuddered. Absolutely bonkers. He got up and walked out of the building. Hello, Bellatrix. Having fun. Bellatrix turned slowly and smiled at him, her rotten teeth showing. Despite the situation, Harry wondered why the woman had not fixed her teeth, or done something for her hair that lay limply down to her back, or AK'd herself. She walked over, her hips swaying enticingly. Harry's eyes involuntarily roamed over her body, and he realized she did have attractive curves, but she was still as thin as before. She really needed to put on some weight, Harry thought. Then he remembered that time he'd been inside Riddle's head and was promptly pulled back to reality. She winked at him as she noticed his eyes on her body. Like what you see, love? Harry snorted. Flirting? Now? Hardly the time for it, to be honest. Then again, Bellatrix reveled in death and destruction. So was it really such a stretch to find this was the kind of thing that got her going? Fine, he could play. You're too skinny, Bellatrix. Your sister Narcissa. However, now, there's a fine woman. Bellatrix snarled a curse, which saw Harry dive from the doorway and onto the ground, the debris from the shattered wall raining down on the steps below. He rolled and sent a spear of wind her way, which Bellatrix countered with a wind spell of her own before sending a Cruciatus's way. Harry raised a small patch of earth to block the curse and sent the resulting rubble at her in return. Bellatrix watched as her Cruciatus sailed toward her opponent, only to be blocked by a patch of earth rising from the ground, the rubble of which he sent her way with a wave of his arm. She transfigured the rubble to a bunch of feathers, which harmlessly floated in the air. With incredible speed, she sent several curses his way, a mix of bone-shattering, cutting, and exploding curses. She watched on as her opponent jumped, rolled, and twisted out of the way, only catching a cutting curse to the side of the cheek, which barely fazed him since he turned with the beam. How was he performing all of this magic without a wand? Unimportant at the moment. All that mattered was the battle she was engaged in. The way he moved sent shivers down her spine. His movements were graceful and efficient, and he was smart and decisive. Not to mention extremely powerful, very closely matched to herself, she thought. Possibly even stronger. She had wanted to fight him ever since he had managed to free her sister, nephew, and that traitor Snape all those months ago, and made a complete fool out of her. The resulting punishment had not been pleasant, nor had her exile been any better. She had gotten lucky before and intercepted the fools that had escaped from the fight earlier, and they had told her of him. Then she had stunned them. No one was going to interrupt their battle. She had apparat immediately, not waiting another moment, lest she miss her chance. Neither her master or husband would be happy with her, but she would not be denied. She felt the familiar burning sensation of the mark, compelling her to return to her master, and she could almost feel his rage, but she ignored it. She could, on occasion, resist the urge to obey, but it was hard, and she felt herself slowly losing the battle, made all the worse by the knowledge that her master would be most displeased. Perhaps he would even send her away again? She felt saddened at the thought, but she needed to finish this. Bellatrix shot a freezing spell at an incoming fireball, which the man fired at her from his right palm, the other flinging a big rock her way, which she levitated to the side before, sending an entrails exploding curse his way, followed by an organ liquefier which he dodged with ease. She giggled happily, despite her looming punishment. Oh, this was worth almost anything. She had always been gifted at dueling, and she was having so much fun. Her opponent was forcing her to give it her all. The last time she'd had this much fun was when she had fought her cousin at the ministry. He'd not hated it either. Unfortunately, he'd been overconfident and she'd killed him, ending their fun far too quickly. She moved to cast a blood-boiling curse at her opponent, but instead wailed in disappointment as the searing pain of her master's call became too much to ignore, and she gave her opponent a sorrowful glance before she apparated away. Bellatrix reappeared at Malfoy Manor, a bit breathless. What a wonderful fight it had been. Exhilarating even. How she desired a rematch. The things she would do to the young man when she defeated him. A moan of pleasure escaped her lips. Oh, yes, she would play with him and take him as her own once she had broken him. With an effort, she calmed herself and strode briskly into the manor, steeling herself for the punishment she knew was coming her way. As soon as she entered the throne room, she was hit with a Cruciatus, and she crashed to the floor and writhed pitifully in all-encompassing agony as her master let his displeasure be known. Half a minute later, an eternity, the curse was lifted. Bellatrix twitched for a while on the floor before she managed to get up on her knees. Her master's pet, Nagini, slithered around the room, hissing at everything and nothing, the possibility of a meal exciting the snake. Had she been able, Bellatrix would have shivered. She had always hated that disgusting thing. I am sorely disappointed, Bellatrix, her master said in his hissing voice. Because of your actions, we missed a golden opportunity to capture that annoying little fly that has been frustrating our plans. We could have sent our best, but the chance is lost. What do you have to say for yourself? Bellatrix pressed her forehead to the floor in total submission. Don't bother answering, Bellatrix. There's no excuse for such behavior. He bested you before, and you wanted revenge. Understandable, I suppose. But for you to let your emotions overpower my commands? That I cannot forgive. Crucio. Some time later, Bellatrix appeared at a Death Eater's safe house in London, still twitching from her master's punishment. He had sent her away, only to return if he called her. He had only done so twice before. The first time, after her failure to procure the prophecy from the ministry, had lasted for weeks. And the second time, after the events at Malfoy Manor earlier, and her exile had been even longer that time. She could only hope it would not be so long this time. After all, her sole purpose for living was to serve her master, which she could not do if she was not in his good graces. It made her physically ill to be apart from her master for too long. Sighing, she sat down at the dinner table, her chin in her hands, and a wistful smile adorned her face. In the end, she deemed the fight worth the punishment. Most fun she'd had in a long time indeed. Harry ate his breakfast, thinking of the night of his raid on the Snatchers. According to Moody, no permanent damage had been done to any of the prisoners, for which Harry was grateful. After the fight with Bellatrix, Harry had left, as Aurors had arrived at the scene, to take away those that were left behind, and Harry had to wonder how long it would be until they joined the fray once more. Days, weeks? Moody told him they had taken care of Scabier. In what way, Harry did not know, and he had not cared enough to ask. All he knew was that the man was out of the fight, and that was good enough for him. After that, he had told the grizzled man a bit of his fight with Bellatrix, before bidding Moody a fond farewell, and they had gone their separate ways. Harry cleaned his plate and put it away. He was supposed to meet Eldred Wurple today at Hereford Cathedral. If all went well, he'd be meeting with Marcus, the head of the vampire clan, soon. He had to stay focused, as it was a very important meeting. He kept asking himself, though, what gave him the right to go out and make deals and negotiate with other beings for the rest of wizard kind? Was it right of him to go about as some kind of negotiator? True, he was only asking them not to join Tom Riddle, but he was not foolish enough to think he'd not have to make promises. No one did anything for nothing, after all. He had already sent Griphook a letter, detailing the changes he wanted to advocate if he found himself in the position to change anything. For some reason, the fight with the Dementors had really gotten him going on that front. He had spent the week not doing much but meditate and scribble more notes on how he wanted to change things for the better, for those who were hard done by in the magic world. He laughed softly to himself. He had been channeling his inner Hermione these past few days. Her organization, SPEW, also known as Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare, came to mind. While her heart had been in the right place, her methods had been somewhat less than agreeable. Overzealous might be a fitting word for it. Hiding those knitted hats and socks, where the house elves would pick them up by accident, had not been a good idea. Harry laughed out loud when he remembered Dobby walking around with a bloody tower of the things on the top of his head. He even gave some of them to poor Winky. On a more serious note, the house elves took pride in their work around Hogwarts, and had been offended to the point where they stopped cleaning the Gryffindor dorm, leaving poor Dobby alone to do all the work. And Winky, on the days she was almost sober, Harry washed his plate and utensils, deep in thought. Poor little Winky, Barty Crouch Sr. had freed her against her will, and it had destroyed her. She had turned to drink, to try deal with the severe depression of not being employed by the Crouch family any longer. Forced freedom wasn't any kind of freedom, and if you didn't embrace it, freedom could be as oppressive as any chain or shackles. Harry ran a hand through his hair, annoyed. He was bloody nervous, and as a result, his thoughts were all over the place. Why was he so nervous? He had not been this nervous when he went for Slytherin's locket, nor had he been that time when he fought Greyback. He was fairly confident in Mr. Wurple's insistence that the clan leader would not come to this meeting looking to renew hostilities. That did not mean it could not go disastrously wrong. However, Harry entered the cathedral at noon. He had arrived a little earlier and found a bench a ways off from the entrance to the cathedral. He kept tabs on comings and goings, and so far he had not seen anyone overly suspicious enter the building. Once he saw Mr. Wurple enter, he quickly did the same, wanting the meeting over with, so that the man could go about his life in what little peace one could find in these trying times. As soon as Harry entered the room which held the Map-a-Mundi, he could tell something wasn't quite right. Mr. Wurple was there, exploring the map, much the same way he had the last time they met. Harry stopped for a moment and looked at the writer with concern. He looked like Mr. Wurple, but his movements and overall mannerisms weren't the same. Also, the man was sweating and he was nervous, and he did not smell right either. It could be the occasion was getting Wurple this worked up, but Harry doubted it, since the man had clearly shown he was used to these kinds of meetings. The polyjuice potion was a very tricky one to make, and it was even harder to identify someone who'd ingested it. They had obviously had the potion ready before Harry had met Mr. Wurple the first time. After all, it took a full lunar cycle to make the polyjuice potion. Someone had tried to lay a trap for him, obviously. But where was the real Eldred Wurple then? Harry's mind was racing with the possibilities, none of which were appealing. He would have to play along for now in order to find Mr. Wurple. He approached the older man warily and stopped right next to him by the map. The other man eyed Harry before turning his attention back to the map. "You're late, Jack." Harry frowned thoughtfully. If this man knew about his alias, they had definitely gotten to Wurple. Harry cursed himself. If he had thought of contacting Eldred Wurple, then Riddle would have also. It was the easiest way to locate Marcus, after all. It was too much of a hassle to kidnap a high-level ministry employee, even if Riddle controlled most of the government. Another question wormed its way into Harry's mind as he contemplated his options. Why hadn't Mr. Wurple gone into hiding? Surely, a smart man like him would have realized the danger he was in, given the knowledge he possessed. Realizing he'd been quiet too long, Harry answered the imposter. "Sorry about that, couldn't be helped. Were you successful in arranging a meet with the clan leader, Mr. Wurple?" The man passed him a folded piece of paper. "Yes. He will meet you at this address tonight." Mr. Wurple's doppelganger stormed out of the cathedral after that and left Harry alone in the room. Harry walked over to a nearby pew and sat down, unfolding the note as he did. The meet was to take place at a pub in London after midnight. It made sense, Harry supposed, the other party being vampires and all. Assuming any vampires would be there at all, he would be at a major disadvantage. He'd more than likely be meeting up with a bunch of Death Eaters, eager to introduce him to their master. Harry folded the note and put it in his pocket as he got to his feet. He walked down the aisle toward the massive doors. Before he left, he turned and gazed at the man nailed to the cross. He had no choice. If he was going to find Mr. Wurple, he would have to go to this supposed meeting, spring the trap, and hope for the best. He contemplated calling his friends, but decided against it. He got himself into this mess. He'd get himself out of it. That evening, Harry found himself on a rooftop, close to the pub wherein the meeting would take place. There were two men outside the house, both of whom were obviously guards. He had not managed to get there ahead of time, so he had no idea of what to expect. Harry steeled himself, walked over to the fire escape, and down to the alley on the other side. Before he left the alley, however, he heard footsteps from around the corner, preceded by a weird, dead sort of feeling. He readied himself. The man who rounded the corner was tall and somewhat imposing, despite the fact that he looked pale and a bit pasty. Harry focused his senses, but could not detect a heartbeat, nor any body heat. A vampire, then? Harry reached for his sword, but the newcomer raised his hands, palms forward. "Do not be alarmed, young man. I mean you no harm." "Who are you?" The other man let his hands fall slowly and beckoned for Harry to follow him a little further into the alley, which Harry did, albeit hesitantly. "I'm the one you came to see, Jack. I am Marcus. I have no way of proving to you who I am, but I wanted to warn you. That pub over there is full of your enemies, waiting to ambush you as soon as you enter. The man you met earlier today was not my good friend Eldred, but an imposter. They got to him before we had a chance to speak." Harry stared at the vampire for a moment, a bit shocked. So Mr. Wurple had never even managed to meet up with Marcus, assuming this was him. That complicated things. "How do you recognize my name if you did not meet Mr. Wurple? He's the only one I've told the name to so far. Perhaps you are the one who's trying to kill me. While the real Marcus is waiting for me across the street, I've got no way of knowing." "Legitimacy dash only works on the living," the vampire interrupted. "Don't ask me why, but that's how it is. You are right to be doubtful, of course, but I assure you, I am Marcus. Now, there's a faction within my clan that desperately wants to join Voldemort, to sate their need for bloody carnage, to relive the glory days, as they put it. I have a source on the inside who feeds me information on a regular basis. She told me of you. Am I right to assume you wanted a meeting with me to discuss our stance in the war?" "Hey, slow down there, Lugosi," Harry said and frowned at the man. "You just bombarded me with a whole host of things I have no way of verifying. How can I be certain you are who you say you are? You can't, so I guess you'll have to trust me, won't you?" the newcomer said with an infuriating grin. Harry glared at the man for a moment before turning his attention back to the pub. The man was most likely telling the truth, Harry decided. Besides, if the vampire was allied with the ones waiting for him in the pub, then he would have simply attacked him or called for aid. There was also the possibility of Wurple being held in there, so he was not willing to go back without at least finding out whether or not the rider was in there. He heard footsteps coming from beyond the same corner Marcus had appeared from, the same dead feeling preceding the newcomer as before. Harry turned and saw a very attractive woman appear in the alley, her hips swaying enticingly. She eyed Harry, then walked right up to Marcus and started whispering in his ear. Harry made a motion with his hand. "There is no use whispering. I can hear everything she's saying just fine, so please share with the rest of the class. Jack, this is Maria, my inside source. Eldred is in there, alive for now, if slightly worse for wear. There are only 2 entrances into the pub, one in the front and one in the back. I suggest attacking both at the same time. Maria and I will go in the back. We'll leave the front to you. Sound good, I suppose? I'm a fan of frontal assault. Anyway, how many are there? Vampires and Death Eaters? Any regular humans?" At that, Maria left Marcus' side and walked slowly over to Harry. She walked around him in a circle, a finger tracing his shoulders and finally his jaw. She stared up at him, her eyes finding his own. She placed her hand on Harry's chest and bit her lower lip, her fangs showing clearly. "Who is this lovely young creature, Marcus?" Just looking at him makes a girl's blood run hot. Harry kept staring at her, defiantly. He was not backing down, that was for certain. He grasped her hand gently and removed it from his chest. Undeterred, the vampire placed her other hand on Harry's cheek and pressed her body into his. Harry opened his mouth to speak, only to find her finger on his lips. "Hush, my sweet. We will continue this later." Harry held her gaze for a while longer before moving away. Maria stepped back, a little breathless, her eyes following Harry as he stepped over to Marcus. "Sorry about that." Maria has never been one to hide her feelings or desires. She is a fantastic agent, nevertheless. Now, to answer your question, Maria came upon the pair. Her demeanor completely changed. The woman Harry looked at now was serious and calculating and obviously very deadly. Harry raised an eyebrow when Marcus chuckled soundlessly at his reaction. "We have 5 Death Eaters and 5 vampires, including the guards outside the front door. I was supposed to guard the back door. Eldred is being held on the upper floor. Marcus, one of the kin, is part of Valentine's personal guard." Harry saw Marcus frown deeply, obviously unsettled by the news. He rubbed his chin absent-mindedly. "That complicates things. Quite a bit, actually. They're some of our best fighters, Jack. Very strong. But we must do this now, lest they kill Eldred, and I'd really much rather return him back to his wife and lovely daughter Lisa in one piece. This will be a hard fight, but Maria and I are certainly not wet behind the ears when it comes to battle. I dislike the idea of revealing Maria's identity to them, but she must help us. How about you, young man? Ever faced a vampire before?" Harry removed his coat and threw it onto a nearby trash can before unsheathing his blade. He twirled it in his hand before leaning it against his shoulder. "I haven't, but I am strong, fast and agile, and I learn quickly. This is a goblin-made silverite sword. It should get the job done," Harry said, before going on a bit sheepishly. "Sorry about the showboating." Marcus eyed the young man warily. This was an exquisite weapon, fit for kings. Clearly very old, yet it was in perfect condition. The fighter in front of him obviously took great care of it. How he got his hands on a silverite weapon was a question he would very much like to get an answer to. Silverite was extremely rare and easily the deadliest substance known to vampires, werewolves, and to a great number of other magical beasts and beings. But that was for later. Now they had to hurry. He signaled Maria, who set out in the other direction. "One more thing, Jack. I have no desire to kill any humans, so we will not do so, if we can help it. But do not give quarter to any vampire. They are traitors to our clan, and make no mistake, they will kill as many humans as possible if Valentine is not stopped, so strike ruthlessly and kill whenever you're faced with one of my kin during this battle. Or any battle for that matter. These individuals are not thinking of what is best for our kind, and must be exterminated." Harry nodded and watched the vampire follow his comrade. He sheathed his sword and quit the alley and slowly made his way across the street. Once he was at a good distance, he formed a small fireball in his left hand and threw it at the pair of Death Eaters guarding the front entrance, causing them to dive out of the way. At the same time, Harry's right hand, curled in a fist and a pocket of air he had formed behind the front door, exploded outward, crushing the door and collapsing a part of the wall, affording Harry a clear look at the bar. A flick of Harry's hand saw a pair of stones hit the two wizards in their heads, rendering them unconscious. 3 more Death Eaters. Harry dashed toward the gap in the wall, drawing his sword as he went. He vaulted over the gap and kicked a wobbling vampire in the temple, stunning the creature, before he thrust his sword through the monster's heart. 1 down. 4 to go. He heard a gurgle by the back door and saw Maria strike one of her kin through the chest with nothing but her bare hand. 3 vampires left. Vowing to not ever get on Maria's bad side, Harry ducked a pink beam coming his way and sent a spear of air towards the enemy wizard, who was sent flying into a nearby wall. 2 more. Turning, Harry avoided a strike by a vampire, who retreated quickly as Harry brought up his sword in a defensive stance. He was dimly aware of Marcus engaging a pair of Valentine's thugs, gracefully avoiding their attacks, and even managing to strike down a Death Eater at the same time. Harry turned all of his attention onto the vampire in front of him, who'd produced a long knife from somewhere. A pair of screams let Harry know that Marcus had dealt with his foes, which left 1 wizard, and the single vampire he was facing. Harry rushed forward, his sword swinging low, which the fiend avoided easily. Harry dodged a stab of a knife and jumped back slightly. Suddenly, Maria cut in front of him, and Marcus took a position behind his enemy. "Marcus and I will take care of this one. He's much too skilled for you. Go and free Eldred. I had this under dash." Maria silenced him with a cold, hard look, the seductress far, far away. This woman was a stone-cold killer, Harry realized then, so he wisely held his tongue. "He's toying with you, Jack. Just do as I ask, please. You'll live longer." Maria was surprised when Harry sighed and handed her his sword, clearly not willing to let her fight unarmed. He gave her a look that seemed to say, "I'm trusting you with my weapon. Take care of it." Accepting the offered weapon gladly, albeit with a slight wince, she gave him a short nod, before turning to face her enemy as Harry ran for the stairs in long strides. He really was interesting, she thought as she gripped the sword tightly and advanced on the vampire in front of her. She decided she was going to get to know the boy better, more intimately. Much more intimately. Marcus warily approaching from the back, armed with a pool cue. Bombard! Harry dived through an open doorway to his left, as the blasting curse flew his way when he crested the top of the stairs. It had probably not been the greatest idea to run all the way up the stairs. Harry peered out into the hallway and saw the single remaining Death Eater, standing at the end of the hallway, with a very distraught Eldred Wurple in a choke hold, his wand pointed to his captive's temple. Harry slowly quit the room, his hands in the air. "I'm unarmed. Let the rider go, and you'll get out of here alive. All of your Death Eater friends are down, and don't think we won't do the same to you if you harm Mr. Wurple. It'll be easy, seeing you're much too worked up to apparate. Just give up, and this will be quick and painless. Stand back. I'll kill him, you'll see. Nothing you can do will be worse than what the Dark Lord will do to me once he finds we have failed." Harry narrowed his eyes. It never stopped bothering him how scared of Riddle his own followers were. How the man ever got any recruits made no sense. Surely people talked among themselves. There had to be at least rumors. Was the promise of power and wealth really worth it? Perhaps they were just stupid. For instance, why had this idiot not operated away when he heard the noise downstairs? Harry snapped his fingers, and the ashtray he had been floating behind the Death Eater smacked him in the head with a loud thud. The man slid to the floor, leaving Eldred standing, trembling slightly. Harry made his way over to the journalist. "You all right, Mr. Wurple? Marcus is downstairs taking care of things. They didn't hurt you, did they?" "No, not too badly. I'm sorry I ratted you out. They threatened to kill my wife and daughter, Jack. They're all I have. I cannot imagine losing either of them." Harry lifted a hand and scratched the back of his head. "The fault lies with me, Eldred. I should never have put you in this position in the first place. For what it's worth, I am sorry." Eldred looked up at Harry and shook his head slightly, his eyes weary. He approached the fallen Death Eater and rummaged around in his robes until he found his confiscated wand. He returned to Harry's side and motioned for him to head down the stairs. "It's not your fault. They would have come for me anyway, Jack. I'm smart enough to know that. I always wanted my family to have as normal a life as possible, and foolishly did not take into account what might happen once I learned you know who had returned." The pair reached the bottom of the stairs and into the common room. Harry only heard the voices of Marcus and Maria, so he assumed the last vampire was dead. His allies turned around as Harry and Eldred approached, and Marcus rushed over to embrace his friend fondly. "Eldred, it's good to see you, old chap, though I wish it had been under better circumstances." "Likewise, Marcus." "Hello, Maria. You're looking especially deadly this evening. Tell me, Marcus, has she already tried to seduce my young friend here? Or has she finally learned some manners?" The vampire leader shook his head slightly, a twinkle in his eye, which resulted in a rueful snort from the beleaguered Eldred. The rider watched with some humor as the vampire vixen smiled at him, then shifted her gaze onto Jack and stared at the young man, as if she would devour him on the spot. To his credit, Jack stared right back, although he was frowning darkly at Maria, who let her tongue slide sensually along her upper lip before flashing him a mischievous smile that bared her fangs. She was enjoying this entirely too much. Eldred reckoned it must have something to do with the defiance in Jack's eyes. Maria usually got any man she wanted, vampire or otherwise. Eventually, however, the young man looked toward the east with a tired stare. "Sirens in the distance. The Muggles are on their way. I suggest we leave before the Aurors get here. Or anyone else." Again, somewhat surprised at the young man's prodigious hearing, Marcus nodded his agreement. "Go home, Eldred. Jackson is standing watch outside your home. Be well, my friend. Jack, please meet Maria and me on the Tower Bridge tomorrow evening at 10. There are some things we must discuss." With that, Eldred Wurple placed a hand on Harry's shoulder before apparating away. The two vampires were already out the door, and Harry ran across the street and grabbed his coat. It was only then that Harry realized Maria still had his sword. Well, wasn't that just perfect? Just as Harry apparated away, he heard faint popping noises as the orders started to apparate in. Kingsley Shacklebolt and Nymphadora Tonks arrived on the scene, with a rather large contingent of Order members, all current or former Aurors loyal to Shack and Amelia before him. They was also accompanied by trainees Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger. At Moody's insistence, they were being put through Auror training, even if neither of them actually were a part of the Auror program. Tonks immediately got to work on setting the perimeter and set two former Aurors to put up some notice-me-not charms around, so they could work in peace. Kingsley, however, along with the recent Hogwarts graduates, made his way into the pub, his eyes lingering on the massive hole in the wall, as well as the two Death Eaters on the sidewalk, who were just coming to. Ron stunned them before following his girlfriend and Kingsley inside. There were two more Death Eaters inside, who were rounded up quickly by a pair of Aurors, who apparated away presently. Kingsley surveyed the room silently, making notes in his head as he did. 5 vampires dead, killed with a long blade, quick and clean, except one. He found it very interesting that every Death Eater so far barely had a mark on them, when it seemed the vampires had been killed without mercy. He ran a hand down his face, as an Auror floated another Death Eater down the stairs. "The top floor is secure, Shack. I found this." His subordinate handed him a wallet before apparating away with his captive. Kingsley opened the wallet and, to his surprise, found Eldred Wurple looking back at him from his journalist ID. Now, what had the man been doing here, of all places, and in this company? He'd probably been held here against his will, most likely due to his knowledge of his fanged friends. It was rather obvious. He was friends with the clan head as well, and from what Kingsley knew of Marcus, he was most definitely not a Voldemort supporter. So, a schism within the vampire community? Very likely. Pocketing the wallet, he heard Ron clear his throat. He turned to see Ron come from the back room, making his way over to him, while looking at Hermione, who was busy examining the closest vampire body. "I reckon there were at least 3 attackers, Shack. One attacked the front, creating a diversion, while at least 2 more came in from the back, catching their enemies by surprise." "An astute observation, Ron. I concur. What have you found, Hermione?" "Well, there is the same strange magical aura in the air here as I found in the warehouse. Greyback was killed. There are traces of meteoritic silverite in the wounds of these vampires. I found the same in the wounds of the werewolves that morning. Kingsley. This was, without a doubt, the same individual. Kingsley nodded at her. She was an incredible asset to the Order, and her boyfriend wasn't bad either. Ron's strategic mind was always working, always finding ways to use each and every location to its greatest effect. He was rather insecure, however, and had an alarming tendency to ignore other people's opinions and suggestions. His temper could be a problem, as well, not to mention the occasional bout of jealousy, which Kingsley simply could not understand. Now, Hermione was an absolute star. Her knowledge of magic and how it worked was invaluable, and it grew day by day. Her attention to detail was incredible, but unlike Ron, she made certain to include others. This was a trait she had picked up from Harry Potter, who was a natural leader. At least that was what Kingsley had found when asking about the boy. Hermione only had two obvious flaws. Going by the book a bit too much, Kingsley thought. She had demanded to be placed in the field, and out here, you had to be able to improvise. Secondly, she was prone to blind obedience to people in authority. Moving on from his observations, Kingsley motioned for the two of them to follow him outside before the three of them plus Tonks apparat to London once more to brief Moody on the situation, before leaving the active Aurors behind to work the scene. The following night, Harry made his way onto the Tower Bridge and found the vampire pair waiting for him by the railing, looking over the River Thames. Harry stepped up to them, sharing in the view, listening to the world as they stood there in silence for a few minutes. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry saw a subdued Maria produce a wrapped-up bundle, which she held out to him. "Your sword, Jack. It really is a marvelous weapon. I was honored to wield it, though I could not bear to touch it for more than a few moments. If I may ask, have you fought with it many times?" Harry looked at the vampire, her subdued manner a surprise. He looked over at Marcus, who had turned around and leaned against the railing, watching the pair with interest. Harry decided to answer the question. It seemed innocent enough. "Not too often, fortunately. I dislike violence and try to avoid it if possible." Maria looked at him, eyes sparkling with curiosity. Another layer revealed itself. Not only did he resist her more than ample charms with ease, he had layers upon layers to his person. He did not like violence, but fought brilliantly, although he obviously lacked experience. She arched an eyebrow. This coming from the man who killed Greyback and his fellows, likely with this very weapon. "He didn't give me a choice, Maria. Besides, the world is a better place without him in it. Killing that thing gave me no pleasure, and I even tried to resolve it peacefully, even though I knew it was next to impossible. I can't go around killing everyone who stands in my way. I'd be no better than Riddle if I did. And before either of you ask, no, I'm not going to tell you where I got the sword." As soon as Harry stopped talking, Maria shed the act and literally threw herself at him, hands going around his neck. Harry backed away, bumping into the railing. Maria stared up at him, her eyes smoldering with heat. "You're the most interesting man I've met in decades, Jack. Will you not come away with me for the night? I do so desire to get to know you better." Harry looked at Maria with a frown. She was incredibly attractive, he would not deny it. She also seemed completely crazy. They had met 2 times, and she was throwing herself at him like that? She was growing antsy, her face hot, and her breathing heavy and slightly ragged. As Harry grabbed her upper arms to gently push her away, he could not help but wonder how a being with no heartbeat could get hot and bothered. It made no sense. In order to get a little payback, he decided to play with her a little bit and leaned in close. Maria opened her mouth slightly and tilted her head, her eyes heavy-lidded and glistening, eagerly anticipating the kiss that was surely coming. Before Harry's lips met hers, however, he angled his head a little and whispered to her, his breath hot in her ear. "I belong to another, Maria, and I will never betray her like this. I have nothing but respect for you and your abilities, but that may change if you keep acting this way. Please stop." Maria felt his hot breath on her ear and shivered with desire as Harry gently pushed her away from him. She backed away slowly and stared at the young man, her eyes showing intense arousal. He'd rebuffed her that easily? Such strong character had to be respected. She wanted him even more now, she realized. She was careful not to let it show on her face, but her pride was severely wounded. She opted for a sexy grin and twirled a lock of her raven hair around her finger. She would have to have a last word. She always did, after all. She turned to leave, but looked over her shoulder to stare him in the eyes. She's lucky, whoever she is, and with that, she walked slowly along the bridge, her hips swaying a little more than was normal. Harry and Marcus watched her walk away. Marcus had a very peculiar look on his face. He turned to Harry and grinned, clearly amused. Harry, however, was wondering if he had lied to Maria, if he actually belonged to anyone anymore besides himself. You may have dodged a hex there, lad, but you just stoked her fire that much more. She may not come after you tomorrow, or even a year from now, but she will approach you again. Make no mistake, with much more fervor, so I suggest you watch yourself. Harry frowned. What's with her anyway? This reaction is completely daft. How about the foggiest, my boy? I've known her for a long, long time, and she's always been this way. Although this is the strongest reaction I've ever seen from her, I must admit. I'm certain it has something to do with you not being completely human. Oh, and you refused her, something that has not happened in a very long time. Now, the night is young, Marcus continued, and I have much to do yet before the sunrise, and we have some things to discuss. Mainly, I want to know on whose authority you have approached me. I know you do not come from the ministry. There are proper channels to go through with any serious discussion between our peoples, Jack. And I have steadfastly refused to speak with both the Order of the Phoenix as well as Voldemort. So why should I speak with you? What do you have to offer? Harry looked over the river flowing gently below them. He had known Marcus would ask these questions, and the vampire leader was right to do so. He had also known he would have to reveal his true identity to the vampire leader, because what he was about to ask of Marcus required trust. Harry could hardly ask Marcus to blindly trust him in such important issues concerning their whole race without him knowing who he was talking with. Harry took a deep breath and pulled his cap from his head to reveal the scar on his forehead. Marcus stared at him, shock clear on face. Harry Potter, I was under the impression you were a normal wizard, not whatever you've become. I was also under the impression you were thought dead. After all, you have been missing for quite a while. Harry grinned at the man. I changed myself, Marcus. I am not willing to go into any detail in regard to my transformation, but rest assured that I am fine and sane of mind. As you know, I've been fighting Riddle for a while now, and what's more, we are fated to fight him and I. Is that so? Marcus asked with a surprised look on his face. I had heard the rumors, but Harry nodded. According to prophecy, one must kill the other eventually, and I'd rather be the one who's left standing. Killing that bastard is only half the battle, however. If nothing in the magical world changes once this war is over, then it has all been for naught. You understand the underlying reason why this conflict is as dangerous as it is, yes? And why Riddle's gathered so many followers? Naturally. Of course you do. We need to change our whole society, and we must start with the pureblood nonsense, but it also must include changing the way wizards treat other magical beings. The oppressed always rise up against their oppressors. The only question is how violent it will be. We are at a turning point in our history, and we must make the right choices for future generations and learn from our mistakes. I realize you've heard all of this before, but the fact that we will have to largely rebuild our government and society once this conflict is over gives us an opportunity we must not miss. Marcus nodded. And I suppose the person who defeats the Dark Lord will have enough influence to do that? Perhaps. I had already decided to not support Voldemort, should he come knocking, so you do not need to worry about that. I am more than willing, however, to be a part of this dialogue you are proposing. Who else have you talked to? I've only approached the goblins thus far to initiate a dialogue. I am currently juggling a few projects, one of which must be my foremost priority. I'm sorry, but I cannot go into it, as absolute secrecy is vital to its success. I am here mainly to inquire whether or not you're joining Riddle, but it is clear you are not. But I am also here to start laying the foundation to what comes after. Marcus watched as Harry put the cap back on his head, his brilliant green eyes looking into his own gray ones, as if it was trying to look into his very soul. This was a remarkable young man, it had to be said. The vampire leader was in no doubt Potter would keep his word and work toward peace and equality within the wizarding world. He could feel the passion radiating from him. The older man smiled and reached a hand to Harry. which the youth grabbed tightly. "You have an ally in me, Harry Potter. I am not willing to commit my kin to this war, but Maria and I will always stand ready to assist you. We will, however, be busy with purging the traitors from our family for the foreseeable future. I may also require your assistance on occasion. Should I need to speak with you, I will find you. I would like to ask you a question if I may." Harry nodded as he let go of Marcus' hand. "Why are you out here by yourself? Surely a man of your standing has friends willing to help? Judging by the way you look and the weariness in your step, you could use a helping hand." Harry stayed silent for a while, pondering the question and how much to tell Marcus. In the end, he elected to tell him the simple truth. "Too many people have died to protect me so far in my life, Marcus. My parents, Sirius Black, Albus Dumbledore. Honestly, I'm sick of it. I can't take it anymore. To always rely upon others to protect me, when I should be the one protecting myself and my friends. As I thought, you have a noble spirit, Mr. Potter, and I admire you for it. Don't lose yourself. However, the darkness can swallow the careless. Well, I must be going. It was good to have this talk, Mr. Potter, and please, rest assured, I will guard your secret carefully." Marcus turned away, but had only taken a few steps when he turned around to look at Harry with a curious expression. "What?" Harry asked, confused. "It just occurred to me that I was a young man once, and that young men tend not to think too far ahead. Might I suggest a trip to Gringotts soon, to put your affairs in order, just to be on the safe side?" With that, Marcus put his hands in his pockets and walked over to Maria, who was waiting patiently a ways away. She looked over at Harry and blew him a kiss before leaving. Harry headed in the other direction, deep in thought. The following week, Harry walked Diagon Alley at a leisurely pace and soon found himself at Griphook's house. He knocked on the door and had to wait a while before the goblin answered the door. He stepped back and let Harry inside. As before, the pair headed for the living room, and Griphook made tea. "What brings you to my door, Mr. Potter? I was under the impression that you and I were not going to be seeing much of each other until this was all over." Harry took a sip of his tea. "Well, this has nothing to do with the war or our agreement. It is of a more personal nature. I need to make a will, Griphook. This quest of mine is very dangerous, as you know, and with the combined assets of houses Potter and Black, I am a very wealthy man. I need to make sure this wealth goes to where it will do the most good should something happen. And, of course, determine who my heirs will be, and who will take the house seats on the Wisengamot." Harry shuddered at that last bit. Griphook nodded in understanding. "Ah, I understand perfectly, Mr. Potter. You should indeed go to Gringotts as soon as possible, and have the bank validate the will if you've made one. They can also help you make a will via pensive, which most people elect to do, as it is much more personal." Griphook peered at Harry over the rims of his glasses before he put down his cup and cleared his throat. "Mr. Potter, I have a pair of nephews who have been working at Gringotts for some time, and I would view it as a personal favor if you would be willing to have them oversee the making and officiating of the will and take over as account managers for houses Black and Potter. It will increase their reputation." Harry shrugged. "Sure, I don't mind. But is it safe for me to go to Gringotts? I don't want my identity revealed." Griphook gave him a stern look. "Mr. Potter, we goblins take pride in our work at Gringotts, and one of the very foundations of that bank is the very strict client confidentiality policy. Rest assured, Mr. Potter, your secrets are safe with us, and I personally vouch for my nephews. Now, I will meet you at a hidden entrance located on the side of the building at 9 tomorrow morning, an hour before opening." Harry nodded at the goblin, grateful for the assistance. He reached into a pocket in his coat and produced a roll of parchment. He presented it to Griphook, who took it from his hands with a raised eyebrow. "I must get going, Griphook, but I have something for you. These are some further ideas I have in mind for after the war. I would like you to look over them and present them to your people if you are satisfied with what I've written down." "I will, Mr. Potter." In the morning, Griphook led Harry through the halls of Gringotts until they found themselves in a conference room of sorts. It had a large table in the middle, surrounded by comfortable chairs, and on the table rested a pensive. Empty, by the looks of things. Attached to the bowl was some kind of microphone. Griphook excused himself and left the room, leaving Harry to his thoughts. He was pretty certain how he was supposed to use the pensive. He stared at it for a moment, before a small cough brought him back. He turned around, and found himself looking at two of the shortest goblins he had ever seen. They were also identical twins. They stood before him, grinning in a way that had Harry wondering if there was a reason why their uncle had to ask for things on their behalf. "I am Goblin Guybrush, at your service," one said. "And I am Goblin Threepwood, also at your service," the other followed. Yep, Harry was completely certain these twins were troublemakers and complete failures as goblins. For instance, they seemed sociable and jovial, whereas goblins were supposed to be surly and unapproachable. No wonder they were at the bottom of the totem pole. Oh well, if Griphook vouched for them. Yes, thank you. I need to establish a will. I was hoping the pair of you could help me. So, Chapter 7 done. I hope you liked it. Thanks for reading. Hey. Harry bolted upright in his bed, his hand immediately clutching his side as the pain had returned with a vengeance. Panting, he wiped the sweat from his brow absent-mindedly. Bloody nightmares. This was happening more and more often. It was 2 days since his battle with the giant, and he was still awfully sore. His mind wandered toward the nightmares again, and he winced. They were usually the same. The faces of the people he had killed over the past few months were haunting him, quite severely. Sure, they had been Death Eaters, werewolves, and vampires. But still, what bothered Harry the most, however, was the self-doubt that crept up behind him every time he woke up after a night of dreams. Especially if they were accompanied by dreams of his friends, the death of Sirius and Dumbledore, or Cedric. Even Quirrell was starting to make the odd appearance. Groaning, Harry got out of bed and somehow managed to get dressed, hunched over as he was. He would get some breakfast, bathe, and get in a good meditation before lunch. There was little else he could do until he recovered anyway. This, aside from the loneliness, was the biggest issue Harry had with this quest of his. He could not risk going to St. Mungo's. He'd surely be captured, or worse. At the very least, he'd be questioned by someone in authority, and then the game was up. He could go to Tonks, he supposed, but if he showed up like this again, he just knew she and Remus would not be willing to keep it to themselves. There was one other place available, but he did not want to worry them. Those sisters had enough to worry about. Harry sighed. What was he thinking? He'd have to go there and have them take a look at him. They would be really rather cross with him if he did not, and he knew they were quite good at demonstrating their displeasure. Useful as the potions he had made were, Madame Pomfrey was an absolute wonder when it came to healing. He could attest to this, having been on the receiving end of her care more often than he cared to count. He could go to the library and look at the countless tomes on everything magical healing, given that the library was charmed in such a way that every book or scroll that was logged into the Hogwarts library was magically duplicated in there. But, as mentioned before, he was pants at potions, so Harry slowly limped over to the library and perused the shelves. He saw several books he recognized, original versions of some of his textbooks, along with the new ones. Harry also saw many tomes which he knew would only ever be found in the restricted section of the Hogwarts library. He briefly stopped by a book that covered the art of turning oneself into an animagus. Harry had seriously considered attempting it, thinking he could accomplish it, but he and Gryffindor both agreed eventually to leave it be. It took way too much time, and the steps it required were not easily undertaken unless you had plenty of time. First, you had to keep a mandrake leaf in your mouth for a full lunar cycle. It could not be dropped or swallowed, lest you had to start all over again. And you had to hope the latter moon was on a clear night, because the leaf had to be spit into a moonstruck container. Then, you had to brew a really complex potion, a sign in itself you should leave it alone, which required, among other things, a silver teaspoon full of dew, untouched by the sun or touched for 7 days. A few further steps were to be taken, but ultimately, Harry had deemed it a waste of time. Also, they had no idea how it might affect his already transformed body, or how it might interact with the spirits Harry had conquered within his mind. When reading the various books on spells, curses, hexes, and charms, Harry often wished he had his wand with him. The arm braces, wonderful conductors of magical energy that they were ill-suited for any kind of finesse, hence their primary use for battle. He could dabble in wandless magic, of course, but he would be severely limited in what he could do. He was strong, yes, but there was no real substitute for proper magical foci. He could try and create one, he supposed. It would not be registered by the ministry, but opted against it. He doubted he had the skills required to craft it properly. and he did not fancy the idea of it exploding in his face. He also needed something to use as a core, and none of those things were readily available. Not even a phoenix feather, it turned out, as he had tried to summon Fawkes on several occasions, but his friend had not answered his call. One day, Harry had found a staff, an actual wizard staff, on a stand in one of the rooms. When he went exploring, feeling a rush of excitement, he had grabbed it, and Gryffindor had laughed good-naturedly at the boy's enthusiasm, since he knew that in many stories, wizards wielded staffs instead of wands. That particular staff, however, was not well suited for Har at all. The energy generated clashed with Harry's badly, and his muscles twitched for hours afterwards. Needless to say, he left it alone after that. Some weeks after, Gryffindor was still laughing at it. Harry found yet another book he recognized from his own personal collection. The heavily revised edition was lying in his trunk, back at Privet Drive, assuming the Order had not removed his possessions from that house, following his disappearance. Harry carried the book over to a comfortable chair and sat down. As he leafed through the book, his mind took off. Christmas was upon the land, and for the first time in Harry's life, he was completely alone. Sure, he had spent last Christmas at this stronghold, but back then, he had at least had Gryffindor to talk to. He wondered what the people in his life were doing this day, aside from getting ready for the festivities. The Weasleys had probably spent the morning in brand new Weasley sweaters. Harry smiled fondly at thought about Ron, in his maroon-colored one. His best friend hated the color, and as such, did not like the garment overly much. Fred and George did, though, calling them lovely and warm, which they were, of course. Molly Weasley was such a caring mother, if a bit overbearing. Harry just hoped that, by now, Ron had finally truly understood and appreciated what he had in his mother. And his father, of course, to know the love of a parent, what Harry would give for such a privilege. He knew Molly saw him as one of her own, but it just wasn't the same. Not that he'd ever say anything, of course. She realized it, he knew, but hearing him say it would break her heart. As the night rolled on, Harry grew restless. For some reason, thinking of Molly had brought to his attention the fact that he had never been to visit his parents' grave. He decided he was going there as soon as possible. He knew the village was a popular wizarding tourist attraction, given the fact that Riddle had met his previous downfall at his parents' house. Harry hoped it was not too crowded at this time, it being Christmas and all. Aside from all the tourists, it was a village where wizards lived in unusually large numbers, so it was not a purely magical village. Only Hogsmeade could boast of such. Harry knew the Abbott family lived there, and it had been the home of the Dumbledores as well. Godric Gryffindor had also been born there. It was at New Year's Eve when Harry James Potter walked into Godric's Hollow for the first time, wearing his charcoal coat and wool cap. He was wearing his arm braces, but not the sword, nor had he brought his bag with him. He did not expect any trouble. It was a nice little village, well-kept houses, and he could feel the cobbles on the street beneath the fine layer of snow that covered the ground. It was nearing midnight, and not a soul could be seen outside. Harry made his way along the main street and found himself on the main square shortly. What he saw there made him stop and stare for a long while before approaching it. It was a statue of two people sitting atop of a large, square slab of stone. Lily Evans sat there, next to her husband, who had his hand across his wife's shoulders, and Lily was cradling her infant son in her arms. The parents looked lovingly down on their son, who in turn stared back at them, a happy look on his face. Harry's eyes misted over as he stared at the memorial for a long time. He laid a hand on the statue before turning away to head on a church lane. He felt the telltale signs of a muggle-repellent charm on his left-hand side as he walked along the street and decided to follow it. Eventually, he discovered the source, and the lump that had formed in his throat got a little bigger. His parents' home had once been a lovely two-story cottage with a thatched roof and white walls. Not unlike Lupin's house, just quite a bit larger. The windows had been small and cozy, and the garden would have been lovely, surrounded by a hedge, which had grown wild over the years it had been left untended. The house had obviously been destroyed in the explosion that had taken place. The right side of the top floor was missing, as was most of the roof. Harry found it likely that his room had once been in that part of the cottage. Harry assumed the rebounded Avada Kedavra had done the damage, though he supposed the fight between his father and Riddle might be a more likely cause. Harry walked over to the sign by the fence and read the gold-laden inscription on the gate carefully. On this spot, on the night of 31st of October, 1981, Lily and James Potter lost their lives. Their son, Harry, remains the only wizard ever to have survived the killing curse. This house, invisible to muggles, has been left in its ruined state as a monument to the Potters and as a reminder of the violence that tore apart their family. Harry stared at the sign, then at the house, but could not bring himself to enter. He knew it was silly. It was just a bloody house, an empty one at that. Still, he turned away and found the graveyard some time later. He entered it and walked among the tombstones aimlessly for a while. He saw stones marked Kendra Dumbledore and Ariana Dumbledore, his former headmaster's mother and sister, respectively. A while later, he came upon several Peverell graves and a few abbots. A deep sigh escaped Harry's lips when he saw the grave of Hannah's mother. Well, at least there was not one for Hannah herself. There were a number of Gryffindors there as well. No Godric, though, to Harry's wry amusement. At last, he found his parents' resting place. The snow in front of the white marble gravestone was trampled a little, and there were several bouquets of flowers lying on the grave. Apparently, he was not the only one who wanted to visit his parents at this time. He sniffed the air and looked at a pair of roses on the side of the stone and smiled sadly. Tonks and Remus had been here no more than a few minutes ago. Harry sat down in front of the grave, not minding the snow, tears running down his face. He noticed the inscription on the base of the grave marker. The last enemy that shall be destroyed is death. Harry was weeping freely now. Here lay his parents, then. For 18 years they had lain there, resting peacefully. Harry felt the sorrow swell within him, followed by guilt. He knew it was unreasonable. He had been but an infant at the time, but if he had not been born, Riddle would not have had any reason to search for them specifically. He cleared his throat painfully. "Hey, Mom, Dad. It's me, Harry. Sorry I've not been by before. I've had a busy few years, and Aunt Petunia couldn't be bothered to bring me here. I don't really know what I'm supposed to be talking about, to be honest. Riddles is back, just in case you were wondering, but I suppose you probably know that, watching over me and all. And if not, then Sirius probably told you about it. Anyway, he murdered you guys way back when, but he obviously didn't. Managed to kill me, as you can see." Harry sat there on the ground for over an hour, pouring out his soul to the grave marker. Once he was done, he rose from the ground slowly and placed his hand on the marble with a sad expression. He felt much better now, relieved, though he could not in any way understand why. He did know part of it was the fact that he had finally visited his parents' grave, which was something that had been hanging over his head for a long time. Harry quit the graveyard and walked down to the main square again, simply wanted to walk around the village some more. He closed his eyes and perked his ears. He breathed in the air, noting smells and sounds of the village. Peaceful and beautiful. He just hoped it would last. It was doubtful, though. Soon, Riddle would feel he was ready to make his big move. Harry sighed and took one last look around before operating away. A few days later, Harry was sitting in his chair in the basement of Gryffindor's stronghold, staring at the two former horcruxes in his possession. He had to find Ravenclaw's diadem, which incidentally was a hard thing to do with no leads whatsoever. Well, he had one idea, but it was a bit of a stretch if he was honest. He had contemplated entering Riddle's mind once more, but quickly dismissed the idea as foolish and reckless. He had almost been caught last time, and Riddle could absolutely not discover what he was about. That was the reason. The whole reason. Yes, definitely. It had absolutely, in no way whatsoever, anything to do with the fact that he was not interested in seeing a rerun of the hit reality TV show Sexy and Psychotic, starring Bellatrix Lestrange and Tom Riddle. No, he was not about to risk that. As fun as being crazy sounded, he actually did value his sanity. A little bit, anyway. He thought about the idea that had formed in his mind. After his adventure in first year at Hogwarts, while he was recuperating in Poppy's care, Dumbledore had told him of Quirrell and how Riddle had possessed him, that it had taken place in Albania. Now, why would Riddle's spirit travel such a long way? There was no obvious connection between the diadem and Albania, unless the thief had brought the diadem all the way over there. But why? Still, there had to be a reason why. Riddle's spirit made the journey. Harry wondered if Quirrell had gotten wind of the diadem being somewhere in Albania and encountered Riddle and been possessed. Then perhaps Spirit had ordered his slave to take the diadem and hide it? If that was the case, then Harry felt there was an excellent chance of the diadem being hidden at Hogwarts. Riddle was certainly arrogant enough to hide a piece of himself under his enemy's nose. Or perhaps the diadem was still in that forest, carefully hidden? After thinking about it for a long while, and turning it this way and that in his mind, Harry decided he had to go and try and find evidence of the diadem in Albania before he went to Hogwarts. Going to the school was risky, and if he got into trouble, he wanted to make certain it was not lying in a hollow trunk in an Albanian forest. Bertha Jorkins had also been murdered over there by either Riddle or Pettigrew, and that was too much of a coincidence for Harry to be comfortable with. It would take several weeks to get ready, to brew less than half-decent potions and the like. The Ministry carefully monitored the sale of many of the potions Harry wanted to brew, and some could only be bought at either St. Mungo's or at some shady shop in Knockturn Alley, and he was not willing to buy them there. Harry wanted to be as prepared as he could be, for once. He popped over to Flourish and Blots one morning and bought a bestiary, containing information on the various known beasts and creatures that inhabited southeastern Europe and the Balkan area. He also felt it rather prudent to familiarize himself with the area, its legends and folk tales. Knowing himself, he was certain he was bound to run into some mythical beast or other. He brewed healing potions, blood-replenishing potions, and some type of vitality potion. It was similar to the Muggle energy drinks, but much more potent and took instant effect. It was also heavily addictive if used irresponsibly. Thus, he only brewed 3 vials of that potion. He would only use it if the situation was truly desperate. Most of the potions he was brewing required a long time to complete, so he suspected Madame Pomfrey always had her cauldrons going. Either that, or she bought hers pre-made, but somehow, Harry doubted that. No, that didn't feel right. From what he could guess from his interactions with the mistress of the Hogwarts medical ward, Poppy most definitely brewed her own potions. On an unrelated note, she was also nice. Harry was afraid he was making a mistake by going to Albania, but he had to chance it. If there was even a shred of information to be gained, he had to at least go and investigate, even if it meant he would not be able to respond should Fawkes send him a vision of something that warranted his attention. Question was how to travel to the mainland. Operating between countries was not something people did. Even if they knew the other place really well, the distances were too great. There was something called an international port key, but as things were, they were out of Harry's reach because you had to register your travel with the Ministry, and they had ways of discovering illegal port keys. He needed a broom, preferably a fast one. His firebolt was not available, and he hoped Ginny was using it for Quidditch at Hogwarts, so that was that. He'd have to buy a new one. Using the speed of his current firebolt as reference in a map, he deduced it would take him some 14 hours of hard flying to reach the general area of the forest Dumbledore had mentioned when telling him about Professor Quirrell. 00000. January had come and gone, and it was well into February, when Harry found himself heading to Quality Quidditch Supplies to purchase a new broom. Harry tugged his bag a little higher upon his shoulder and headed inside. He walked straight over to the counter and rang a bell. The store was practically empty, since kids were back in school after the holidays. Eventually, a middle-aged, pot-bellied man appeared. His bored expression told Harry how riveting it had to be selling Quidditch supplies in the dead of winter. The clerk kept eyeing Harry with the same bored expression. "Yes, I need a broom. The fastest one you have. Gold is not an issue." The man's expression changed abruptly, and he became a lot more energetic. The lad needed a fast broom. Well, the firebolt too. 0 would not hit the market until next week, and it was the fastest broom ever made. He had his doubts about the lad, but if he had the money and was willing to pay a little extra, he walked over to a display case in the middle of the store, plastered on his best fake smile, and waved Harry over. "Step over here, lad, and feast your eyes on the firebolt too." 0. The fastest broom ever made, almost half again as fast as the original firebolt, if you can believe it. It has better handling as well. Harry stared at the broom, absolutely mesmerized. It was perfect, no less than perfect. It looked strong, but sleek and delicate at the same time. He was so distracted, he barely even heard the clerk ask him if he played Quidditch. Oh yes, I played Seeker. Never would have guessed with your physique. I would have bet on you being a keeper or a beater. Oh well, appearances can be deceiving. So, lad, will you be leaving my humble establishment today with a brand new firebolt too? 0. Yes, I believe so, sir. Excellent. Now there's just the matter of payment, and after that, the registering of your broom, and you can be on your merry way. Harry frowned. Brooms had to be registered? He'd never even considered that possibility, but now that he thought about it, it made sense. The ministry could not monitor apparition, only ward against it, but they did monitor the flu and portkeys. So why not broom purchases? While he did not think the ministry could trace a broom, the knowledge of who owned one could be very valuable, similar to the Muggle car registration system. No matter how much Harry pressured the man into not registering the broom, he was adamant. He could lose his store after all. Harry sighed in resignation and thanked the man, then proceeded to apologize for wasting his time. Harry quit the store deep in thought. He looked up and gazed upon Gringotts some distance away. Now he could go to Stan's second-hand brooms, which could be found in a side alley of Nocturne Alley. There was no doubt he could buy an unregistered broom from Stan, but there were 3 main reasons why he was against buying anything from that man. First, he was terribly sleazy and wore the most ridiculous purplish plaid coat Harry had ever seen. Second, Stan insisted on wearing a hybrid of a pirate and 10-gallon hat that always seemed to be closer to a 20-gallon hat, but then it had to be in order to fit onto his large head. And lastly, his massively exuberant hand gestures made Harry think the man was trying to take flight himself. In short, Harry did not fancy falling to his death somewhere over the channel because of a faulty broom. Scratching his chin absent-mindedly, Harry stared at Gringotts in the distance, and he felt his face slowly split in a mischievous grin. Well, he could always go and fetch that. Harry entered Gringotts and was soon greeted by Guybrush and Threepwood, who led him into an unscheduled conference room. "What can we do for you, good sir? I'm going on a little trip, and there's an item I would like to grab from one of my vaults, and I would be very grateful if we could exit the bank through a less crowded way than the main lobby. The reason being, the item I require is somewhat of a rarity in the magical community, I'd imagine." The twins' faces broke out in massive grins. They would most certainly help him get that thing out of storage. At Mr. Potter's request, they had been going through the Potter and Black vaults, and this particular thing they suspected Mr. Potter was after excited them to no end. They were, after all, highly curious by nature. There was, however, a matter which required the young man's immediate attention. A trio of documents he would need to sign in order for them to take effect. Guybrush produced a pair of folders from a briefcase and placed them on the table and opened them before he slid them over to Harry. An arched eyebrow prodded Threepwood to explain to Harry the contents of the documents on the table. He did so in a manner that was very formal, and it made Harry uncomfortable. "It was most fortuitous you visited the bank this day, Mr. Potter. These documents were drawn up at the behest of the late Sirius Black a short time before his death, but were never signed, so they cannot be finalized. They," Threepwood said and gestured with his hand, "are documents which terminate the marriage contracts between Bellatrix Lestrange née Black and one Rodolphus Lestrange, and the one which binds Narcissa Malfoy née Black to one Lucius Malfoy, due to a breach of contract. These ones are the original marriage contracts." The goblin motioned the other folder. Harry arched an eyebrow. "A breach of contract?" "Indeed, Mr. Potter. In both contracts, there exists a clause which enables the current head of House Black to terminate each of them, should either Mr. Lestrange or Mr. Malfoy bring dishonor upon the name of Black. Sirius Black took a dim view of the pair of them being sentenced to Azkaban and sought to terminate both contracts. Bellatrix was sentenced to Azkaban herself," Harry supplied with a frown. Guybrush acknowledged that fact with a nod of his head. "Irrelevant in this case, Mr. Potter. The clause does not in any way mention actions perpetrated by the sisters Black, only their husbands. This would not change things too much, should the women themselves not wish to be separated from their husbands, but it does allow us goblins to remove their dowry from the vaults of both men. And let me tell you, the sum is substantial. I imagine they will be most displeased once they regain control of their vaults." Harry was a bit confused. "Hang on. I thought the Ministry froze all movements of the vaults of the Death Eaters caught after the Battle of the Dom. At least, the contents of the Lestrange vault is currently in storage at the Ministry, so Lestrange and Malfoy should not have access anyway. A thought came to Harry then. Unless they have accounts in other countries, which makes sense, I suppose. They do have accounts with the goblins of Switzerland, a rouge element of our people. Now, the contents of the vaults are protected by ancient magics. Nothing can be removed from the storages at the Ministry unless in the presence of a goblin. Additionally, any human that wishes to remove anything from that storage will have to be in possession of the master key. Conveniently, both keys are now held here at Gringotts and have been ever since the mass escape of Azkaban. And why is that, Guybrush? Harry asked. A safeguard put in place after we learned of Riddle's return in 1995. Through our contacts, we learned the identity of the men that appeared in Little Hangleton. We realized, of course, that Riddle would eventually make a play for the Ministry, and in case their vaults were confiscated, we could ensure they were cut off from their wealth should the Ministry become corrupt. Well, more than usual. Harry was impressed with the foresight. Smart. Both goblins grinned happily at that. Quite, Threepwood continued. Now, after the appointment of one Pious Thickness, the Ministry has on several occasions demanded the return of the Master Keys. However, the keys can only be removed from our care by Lucius Malfoy and Rodolphus Lestrange. And since both men are known Death Eaters and escaped felons, we are well within our rights to deny them their keys, should they approach us. However, we believe we can only delay it for so long. I would imagine the Ministry will force the revoking of both men's status as criminals soon enough, and of the rest of those people. It may prove difficult, however. And why is that? Threepwood sighed. Because there's barely any semblance of a working government in Britain, but despite that, Riddle has not yet managed to gain full control of the Wizengamot. And as long as that's the case, some of the things he'd like to do are impossible, unless the Chief Warlock, Augusta Longbottom, signs off on it with a majority of votes. He has seemed reluctant to go on a murder spree against the mostly pure-blood Wizengamot, most likely because it will undermine everything he supposedly stands for. And some members have not been willing to attend meetings, citing security issues, which prevents the termination of their seats. Wait, Madam Longbottom is Chief Warlock. When did this happen? I thought Thickness was Warlock, Harry said, frustrated at his lack of knowledge. It had simply slipped his mind to keep track on the Wizengamot. Not that he could do anything about it. No, the Wizengamot threw him out almost at once, since they realized he is an idiot and quite likely in Riddle's pocket, and with the Ministry as corrupt as it is, they have been unable to investigate. Harry inclined his head in understanding, before turning his gaze onto the last piece of parchment. And the last document officially welcomes one Andromeda Tonks née Black once more into the House of Black, as well as her daughter, Nymphadora Lupin née Tonks. Nymphadora is of course a Lupin now, so reinstating her as a Black is mostly a formality, although it does protect her should something befall her husband. And with Theodore Tonks' death, it only makes sense to prepare for the worst. Harry stared at the goblin. Tonks' father was dead? He made a mental note to ask her about it if he met her one of these days. He idly wondered if it had happened before he had rescued Lupin, and if so, why she had not mentioned it. Putting it aside for now, Harry pondered the rest of the information. To welcome Andromeda into the house once more was a kindness he was most willing to offer her. If Tonks was any indication, Andromeda was a decent person, and Harry assumed Ted Tonks had been as well. Harry was more than willing to end Bellatrix's and Narcissa's marriages, just to mess with Riddle a little bit. He knew, of course, that Narcissa's marriage was over in all but parchment, considering Malfoy's actions. And Bellatrix, well, who knew what that crazy woman was thinking? Harry found himself incredibly relieved that he in fact did not understand the inner workings of her mind, because if he did, then it might be time to reserve a nice, cozy bed next to the Longbottoms at St. Mungo's. As Harry stared at the documents on the table, he heard a little voice in the back of his head that recalled Narcissa's lamentations into the night and, unknown to her, to a captivated audience of one. By her words that night, neither sister had been a willing wife to the sods they had been contracted to. Both of them had been subjected to an injustice, brought about by yet another archaic tradition in the wizarding world. He felt his mood darken, Something clearly had to be done about this ass-backwards world he lived in. Furthermore, Narcissa's words made it seem Bellatrix had not been the insane woman she was now, before she'd been given to Lestrange. All right, let's get this over with. I have places to be, lads. The brothers shared an uncomfortable look. Then their faces turned grim, and Harry became distinctly uncomfortable. A grim goblin was not a pleasant sight, and they were, oh, so cute and cuddly, usually. You know, the same way a gremlin offspring was cute after the transformation. There's one more thing we must discuss before we allow you to sign these papers, Mr. Potter. You can sign Narcissa's and Andromeda's documents right now, but there are problems with Bellatrix's contract you must be made aware of before we can continue. You may want to sit down because what we are about to reveal to you will affect your life and a number of others. Harry sat down, and the goblin removed the original marriage contract between Bellatrix and Lestrange from the open folder. Harry eyed the piece of parchment curiously. There was a compulsion placed upon Bellatrix's contract, Mr. Potter, Threepwood said, and frowned down on the document and tapped a bony finger on the lower left side of the parchment, revealing the name Rodolphus Lestrange. We believe Mr. Cygnus Black placed a compulsion upon the parchment before Lestrange signed it, his blood effectively binding Bellatrix to him. That does imply it was not a consensual marriage, does it not? That's not the worst of it, however. The witness to the signing of the contract placed his own compulsion upon the poor woman, most likely unbeknownst to Lestrange and Black. I believe you are acquainted with the man in question. Guybrush moved up and tapped the parchment on the other side, revealing another name, written in neatly flowing handwriting. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Harry's eyes narrowed, and he leaned over to stare at the parchment. Threepwood cleared his throat to catch Harry's attention. Have you ever been placed under the Imperius, Mr. Potter? Harry leaned back and nodded twice. I managed to throw it off after a few seconds, both times. Both goblins nodded sagely, a rather weird look considering their somewhat mischievous nature. They could probably give the Weasley twins a run for their galleons, if Harry was any judge of character. Most people don't feel a thing, but whenever a strong mind is attacked by the Imperius, that person feels the presence of another and a voice that usually gives the victim commands, as you are aware, Mr. Potter. You also know that, in order to throw it off, one must make a conscious decision and actively fight it. You may not know, however, that it is your subconscious that starts the process. It detects the intruder and notifies your higher brain functions of the breach. Threepwood said, and ran a hand through his sparse hair before he continued. We have consulted with a curse breaker, as well as an experienced mind healer, and determined that these particular compulsions work in a similar way, but they are much more vague, not as direct as the Imperius. They are much worse, however, in the way that you cannot throw them off. Your subconscious does sense the intrusion and immediately starts fighting it. However, these disgusting compulsions are designed to corrupt the signal sent toward the higher brain functions, and in doing so, prevent the mind from sensing the alien presence and eject it. And in order to preserve the victim's sanity, the brain stops fighting and retreats. Harry raised an eyebrow at that. In order to preserve the victim's sanity, Bellatrix was completely insane. No doubt, years in the maximum security ward at Azkaban, with no animagus form to soften the impact of the Dementors, was certain to leave anyone insane. But she was like that even before her incarceration. He told the two goblins as much. They seemed slightly affronted at his comment. Yes, we took that into account, Mr. Potter. We goblins are very good at our job, and we are extremely thorough, Guybrush said with a scowl. What the healer believes to be the main cause for her apparent insanity are the two separate compulsions on the parchment. If one had been stronger than the other, she might not be in such dire straits, but unfortunately, both are almost exactly the same. Imagine, if you will, two separate Imperius, fighting for dominance, and your mind pulled one way and another, with neither one managing to emerge as superior. That is what we believe is happening in our mind. Even as we speak, Harry was absolutely fuming by now, and his mind was racing. The implications this revelation brought about, the fact the woman had been mind-raped for over half her life, was making him shake with anger. Harry's mind drifted to that time when he had seen Bellatrix and Snake Eyes going at it, and it made him feel even worse about it than before. Riddle was a rapist on top of everything else. Harry resolved he'd castrate the bastard when they met for the last battle. Or let Bellatrix do that, if things worked out that way. Harry picked up the parchment and read it carefully. According to the contract, she had been sold to Lestrange on the 5th of April 1969, right out of Hogwarts, a few years before the start of the war. Harry wondered why no one had taken notice of Riddle's name on the contract, but quickly realized Voldemort's real name was known to but a few in this day, and likely to even fewer back then. Harry was also certain that this contract had not been brokered by the goblins, because they would never have let it be finalized with these compulsions in place. And in the end, they had not had any reason to go through any of House Black's magical contracts until Sirius started sticking his nose into things. Then, there was the matter of Bellatrix's trial, or lack thereof. The trial Harry had witnessed in Dumbledore's pensieve had been a farce, and he would not be surprised to find that no one had even bothered to make certain Bellatrix had been under her own persuasion when she had supposedly tortured the Longbottoms into insanity. Orus out for blood, and typical ministry corruption and incompetence had seen 2 blacks sentenced to Azkaban without due process and innocent, no less. How many people had been unjustly damned by those hacks over there? Harry slapped his palm on the table and glared at the goblins. Let's fuck a little with old Riddle, shall we? Guybrush brought forth a black wooden case and removed from it a familiar-looking black quill. Harry scowled and his right hand clenched into a fist, the words, "I must not tell lies," stark white and puffy against his tan skin. A blood quill. He wasn't surprised. He had been expecting it, in fact, but his mind still traveled to all those nights spent in detention/torture. With the bloody toad, he grabbed the quill and brought it to the document annulling Narcissa's marriage and signed his name. He did the same with Andromeda's document, feeling the familiar sting as his name appeared on his hand for a moment before disappearing once more. He looked at the brothers as a thought entered his mind. Will Malfoy and Narcissa not be notified of the fact that they are no longer married? The same applies to Andromeda's notification of her reinduction into House Black. I'm trying very hard to be missing, you know. Guybrush and Threepwood shared a mischievous grin before putting the papers into the briefcase. The director has suggested, unofficially, you understand, that we forget to send Ms. Narcissa Black her notification. Apparently we tried to get a hold of Mr. Malfoy, but being a wanted criminal in hiding made it all but impossible. Oh, and we must be awfully forgetful, despite our tender years, because we will have forgotten to owl Andromeda's letter as well. Harry grinned at the pair of them. He liked them quite well, and the director seemed like a person he'd get along with famously as well. At last, Harry grabbed Bellatrix's contract and held it in front of him. How do we break the compulsions upon Bellatrix, boys? Will it be enough to void the contract? Yes, you could simply sign your name on the line there with the blood quill, and should effectively break the charm and remove the compulsions from the poor woman. Our mind healer, however, advises against removing them without taking certain precautions first. He believes being placed under such strong charms for so long will no doubt have taken its toll on her mind, Guybrush explained. I don't doubt that, Harry said. What might happen to her? He theorizes that such abrupt removal may be akin to removing 2/3 of her mind, resulting in her mind completely breaking, or she might enter a vegetative state. Either way, it is not deemed feasible, Threepwood said. Harry frowned darkly. His heart went out to Bellatrix. It truly did. No one should be subjected to such brutalities. What do you suggest, then? For some reason, Harry instinctively knew the answer to his question, and he did not like it. Not one bit. Guybrush nodded, then reached into the briefcase and brought out yet another folder, this one containing a single piece of parchment, identical to the one Harry had been looking at earlier. As you can see, Mr. Potter, this is another annulment document, identical to the one on the table. This one has been charmed with a compulsion. Once you sign it, Riddle's and Lestrange's charms will cease to function, and the new charm will take effect, instantly transferring the power over Bellatrix to you. Harry scowled unhappily at the goblins. His hunch had been right then. So, Bellatrix is simply being handed from one master to another? Will I have to be her master forever in order to prevent her from descending even further into insanity? Guybrush and Threepwood looked at Harry with a sad gaze. They had known the lad would not be happy with this, but they also knew that he would do it, his noble heart more than apparent to anyone who spent more than a few moments in his presence. Threepwood, the bolder of the twins, decided to answer these questions. You must not look at it in that way. We are removing a pair of highly toxic compulsions from her mind, replacing them with what we hope will be a much more benign connection. According to the mind healer, removing just one of the compulsions already in place would result in her mind immediately starting to heal itself. A connection with a mind of a completely different nature than those two vile humans will help things along immensely. You, Mr. Potter, are a kind, caring, and honorable man, and the connection will reflect that. Her mind should react accordingly. This will help her recover, Harry, Guybrush said almost pleadingly. The young man sighed. There was no way he was going to be able to refuse now, damn it. I'll ask again. How long will I have to maintain the connection? How long until she is stable? You understand I'm fighting a war. What will happen to her should I die? The brothers smiled at Harry. He was going to go through with it. Of course he was. A smiling Threepwood continued. The fact Bellatrix is even moving around suggests an incredibly strong mind, Mr. Potter. The state of her mind may be much better than it has any right to be. Her stay in Azkaban may actually have been in her favor, as the Dementors will have dampened the connection to Lestrange, and Riddle's connection will have all but disappeared during his time as a spirit. The mind healer believes it may even take her a mere few weeks to stabilize enough to remove the compulsion, which will happen on its own. That's clever, Harry said. Yes, quite. The stronger her mind grows, the weaker the link becomes, until it fades away completely. But just to be safe, we recommend taking her to someone she should care about. A family member, perhaps? As it happens, Andromeda Black is a mind healer of great skill and a master legilimens. Having Bellatrix stay with her would be the best thing for her, as her sister will be able to help things along. If she's willing, of course. Andromeda may also prove to be strong enough to have the connection transferred to her, should the worst happen and the connection to Bellatrix severs with you too soon. Will Riddle and Lestrange know who broke the compulsion? No. The connection will simply disappear from their minds, and I see no reason to think Riddle or Lestrange should trace this to you, supplied Guybrush. Gringotts has many ways to break such charms. This is just the easiest way to do so in this instance, and really the only way to save Bellatrix. They may even believe her to be dead, which would be best, I think. Now, once the charm on the new document takes hold of Ms. Black, she will be compelled to seek you out, Mr. Potter. As a result, I would suggest you postpone your trip, at least while you sort things out with Bellatrix. So, how does this work, exactly? Simply go somewhere you believe her to have operated before, and will her to be there, and she will be compelled to arrive in short order, Threepwood said and smiled at him. Harry sighed. Yet another thing on his mind, literally this time. He readied the quill and brought it to the parchment. Once he was finished, he let out a long breath through the nose and stood from the table and thanked the goblins. As he prepared to leave, he turned to the brothers and asked them for the notifications of the voiding of the contracts. When the tiny goblins inquired as to why, he told them his identity would obviously not remain a secret once he brought Bellatrix to her sister. Once he had those in hand, he hurried out of the bank and in a nocturne alley. Voldemort twitched in his seat when he felt a small throb disappear from the back of his mind, a feeling he'd had whispering to him since 1969, ever since the day he had placed the compulsion upon Bellatrix. The connection was gone, he realized. He quickly called a Death Eater to his side and placed a long, bony finger on the man's dark mark, focusing on Bellatrix. Waiting for a few moments, he became restless when she did not appear. He operated to a safe house in London and searched every room in the house, only to find it empty. As he slowly made his way to the living room, Rodolphus Lestrange appeared as, well, looking very flustered. Noting the rage on his master's face, his servant dropped to his knees at once. Tom motioned for him to rise. "My lord, it's Bellatrix. The connection. It's gone. I cannot feel her any more. She's not here, is she?" "Indeed, she is not, Rodolphus. It seems the goblins have removed the charms placed upon the contract. Not overly surprising, I suppose, but it is a most troubling development, my friend. She was privy to a lot of information, after all. I wonder where she will go." Narcissa is in the wind, as well as her sister Andromeda. No doubt they are hiding under the Fidelius somewhere. Stay alert, Rodolphus. If there's even whisper of a rumor regarding her whereabouts, investigate. We must find her But first, take a team of followers and change every password where applicable and vacate every safe house, in case Bella has been taken by the enemy." The servant nodded his head gravely and operated away. Voldemort sat down in a nearby chair, his hand tapping his chin repeatedly, deep in thought. Of course, they could not ignore the chance that she might be dead. Well, better that than in the hands of the enemy. Bellatrix Black walked along Nocturne Alley, her face hidden beneath the hood of her robes. She was thankful for the evening darkness, which further helped hiding her features. She felt light on her feet, light in her soul, lighter than she had for decades. For one thing, she did not feel the urge to kill every person she came across, nor did she feel the need to torture them, which was strange, because it was her favorite pastime. At least it had been. Only a few minutes earlier, something had snapped in her mind, and it felt as if a cloud had been lifted from her mind. She had been disoriented for a few moments, and she had almost panicked, but then a light, soothing blanket had descended upon her mind, and she had calmed down once more. It felt good and wholesome, benign, and she felt warm whenever she thought of it. She turned to the right and into a side alley. When she was halfway down the alley, a man stepped into her path. She stopped dead in her tracks. He was the same man she had fought at Malfoy Manor and at the Snatchers HQ. Her initial reaction was to reach for her wand, but she found she could not. She felt compelled not to. The man in front of her smiled at her, a kind, caring smile with a hint of sadness to it. Quick as a flash, he grabbed her hand and, without warning, operated them away from Nocturne Alley. She found herself standing by a park bench, bathed in the glow of a nearby light post. The man sat down and smiled at her, then motioned for her to sit as well. She did. She had not felt compelled to do so, but his smile was so nice and disarming, not to mention sincere, very different from the devious grins of her master she was used to, or the mocking sneers of her husband Rodolphus. "Hello, Bellatrix," the man said. "You must be wondering what you're doing here, with me, of all people. I suppose it would be good form to show you who I am before this goes any further." The man removed his cap, and Bellatrix's eyes immediately focused on the lighting-shaped scar on his forehead. Potter? She could scarcely believe it. For months her master, somehow that thought felt strange and wrong now, had been searching for him, and here he was, sitting with her in some park, without a care in the world. She could not help it. She started laughing, which turned into raucous bellows. Oh, this was simply smashing. She eyed the young man, who was watching her with a bemused expression on his face. "Harry Potter in the flesh. You're looking fit for a dead man. Quite a bit different from the little boy I fought in the Department of Mysteries," she said with a teasing lilt in her voice. Her eyes lingered on his ears for a bit, before finding his emerald eyes. Harry noted her own were a beautiful violet, marred by a sadness she did not feel. Not yet. He felt the last of his resentment toward the woman evaporate. He had been certain he would hate her. Hell, he wanted to hate her, even knowing what he did. It would be so much easier. Instead, he saw a woman who'd been dealt an awful hand in life, and it showed. He saw it in her eyes, clear as day. Still, he was not about to let her teasing go unanswered. Bellatrix noticed a mischievous glint form in his eyes. "I regret to inform you that you're looking mostly the same, Bellatrix. You need to eat more, get some meat on those bones." The woman leaned her head back and let out a surprisingly lovely, velvety laugh. At least, it was not the insane cackle he had always associated with her. Both of them noticed a pair of muggles walking their dog. She returned her gaze to Harry and gave him an enigmatic smile. "So why are we here? Why did I feel so compelled to meet you? And why can I not draw my wand and hex you into oblivion? I feel strange tonight, strangely clear and level-headed. No sense of seething hatred, either, and very little anger. I look at those muggle fools on the other side of the street, picking up their dogs' droppings, and I don't mind them much. Or at all, really. I know for a fact that less than an hour ago, seeing muggles perform such menial acts would have caused me to look at them with disgust and contempt, and most likely I would have tortured and killed them." Harry inclined his head slightly. "I'm not surprised, Bellatrix. There's no easy way to tell you this, so I will just go ahead. I assume you're aware that on the 5th of April 1969, your father, Cygnus Black, signed a marriage contract on your behalf, to Rodolphus Lestrange. "Of course I'm aware, Potter," Bellatrix snarked. "It's no secret." "All right," Harry said. "What I'm certain you don't know about is the compulsion charm your father placed upon the contract, which bound you to your husband. What's more, the witness to the contract, Tom Marvolo Riddle, placed his own charm upon the contract, binding you to him as well. To be fair, it is believed he did so without your father's consent or knowledge." "A compulsion?" she asked with a frown. "Yes. I am certain a smart witch such as yourself understands the ramifications of having two such links fighting over dominance of your mind. As your head of house, I have voided the contract, thus releasing you from the bonds. Unfortunately, due to complications with releasing you from the charms, I had to place you under a compulsion of my own, which will disappear in time as you recover and become stronger. Do you understand what I am saying, Bellatrix?" Bellatrix stared the young man in the eyes, shaking her head slightly in disbelief. She wanted to tell him he was crazy, that he was a lying bastard, and he was lucky she did not hex him into next week, but she knew he was telling the truth. Somehow, she knew those eyes would never lie to her. Her eyes narrowed in desperation as the implications of his words hit her. She had done such terrible things in her life. All the lives she had taken, all the pain and suffering she had caused. An image of the Longbottoms writhing in pain on the floor of their home flashed through her mind. Sirius. She had killed little Siri, her own cousin. While she had never really gotten along with her cousin, she had cared about him when she was young. And his brother Regulus. Walburga had been a crazy bitch, but every family had that one crazy relative. And Orion, well, he'd been mostly the same as her own father, so it was no wonder Sirius had left to live with the Potters, who she knew to have been good people. There were other things going through her mind as well. Memories that involved her, her former lord as well as Rodolphus in intimate situations. She felt something wet on her cheek. She brought a finger to her face and scooped up what turned out to be a tear. She stared at it, as if it was some foreign substance. She had not cried in decades. More tears fell, and she started shaking as her body was racked with sobs. She felt Harry hesitantly grab a hold of her and bring her to him and wrap his arms around her. At first she recoiled, the touch of a man revolting, but after a while she gave in and buried her face in his shoulder, and the floodgates opened. She wept for herself, and she wept for her victims. For a long time, she wept until she could weep no more. All the while, Harry was silent. What could he possibly say to ease such terrible, heart-wrenching pain? Once no more tears would come, she brought her feet upon the bench and laid her head in his lap. Bellatrix was physically and mentally exhausted, Harry knew. He himself felt utterly defeated and helpless when thinking about the woman whose head rested in his lap. He could not even begin to imagine what she was going through as the weight of her actions, involuntary or not, crashed upon her. She did not even have the strength to stand on her own 2 feet. She stared dully into the darkness beyond the light. Harry rose with her in his arms. She placed her arms around his neck and looked listlessly up at him, her violet eyes dead and empty. Harry felt the anger and disgust he had felt toward Riddle and Cygnus and Lestrange earlier in the day erupt in his chest once more. He was careful not to let Bellatrix feel it through the bond, however. "Where are you taking me?" "To Azkaban." "No, Bellatrix. If I can help it, you will never see the inside of that accursed place ever again. I'm taking you somewhere safe," Harry said in operatic way. 00000. Harry walked up to the small cottage, where Tonks had patched him up after his fight with Greyback, holding an unconscious Bellatrix in his arms. She had faded as soon as they had appeared on the other side of the street, her exhaustion finally getting the better of her. Tonks and Lupin were at home. Thankfully, there was no one else there. He lightly kicked the door a few times and heard Tonks walk to the door. She yanked it open and glared at the person who she was certain was a door-to-door salesman, momentarily forgetting about the notice-me-nots placed upon the property. Her face lit up, and she smiled happily when she recognized Harry. "Oi, Remus, Harry's here." She eyed the woman in Harry's arms and grinned wickedly. "Watch her, Wonder Boy. Who's the girlfriend? She have a bit too much to drink? You need a place to crash? I can expand the sofa, but I do not condone." Bellatrix moaned in her sleep and turned her head a little, affording her niece the first good look at her face. Tonks' reaction was immediate. She backed away quickly, drew her wand, and pointed it at her aunt. "Bloody hell, Harry! Did something rot your brain? What the devil are you thinking?" Remus came running at his wife's outburst. He recognized Harry at once, and his eyes widened when he saw who was cradled in his arms, sleeping like a baby, despite Doris yelling. He stared at his friend's son. "Harry, why are you holding Bellatrix Lestrange in your arms?" "Sorry to bother you, Remus." "Tonks, a lot happened this afternoon. But first, can we put Bellatrix in a bed? She's exhausted and needs rest. She won't do anything, you have my word. If it makes you feel better, know that I have her wand in my coat pocket." The Lupins moved out of the way, and Harry carried Bellatrix over the threshold, and Remus closed the door. "Your bed." At their reluctant approval, Harry carried the beleaguered woman up the stairs and dressed her down in the bed. As he made to leave the room, he glanced at her. She looked so peaceful when she was sleeping. Harry sighed and closed the door. It would not last. Once he descended the stairs, he removed his bag, coat, and arm braces. Then he rolled up his sleeves. Remus motioned for him to join them in the kitchen for a cup of tea. Tonks was pretty much glaring at him, while Remus waited patiently, since he knew Harry would have a good reason for all this. Harry rubbed his face wearily before taking a drink of his tea. "Care to explain why you brought that murdering psycho bitch into our home, Harry?" Tonks asked and looked him up and down. "You don't look any worse for wear, so I'll assume there was not a big fight." Harry gave her a stern look, which seemed to deflate a somewhat confused Tonks. Her hair turned a mousy color. Harry did not stare people down. He was a gentle and shy boy. "I suggest you curb your tone, Tonks. There are things you know nothing about, and I assure you, you will be ready to sick up once I'm done tonight. Can you contact your mom and your Aunt Narcissa and ask them to come here? They need to hear this, and I would really like it if I could tell you all together. I don't particularly want to go through this more than once." Tonks gave Lupin a look before she nodded and went to send a Patronus to her mom's. "Narcissa is staying with Mom. I told her it was urgent, so they should be here in a few moments," Tonks said as she took her seat once more. Harry nodded and took another sip of his tea. He made a note of the fact that Draco's name was not mentioned, nor was Snape's. Putting his cup down, he reached over and grabbed Tonks' hand. She arched an eyebrow. "I'm sorry about your dad, Tonks. I heard about it today. Fucking snatchers. At least there won't be any trouble anymore, yeah." Tonks smiled weakly and thanked him for his kind words and his part in blowing up their operation. "I only wish I would have gone after them a little sooner," Harry said bitterly. Tonks squeezed his hand in return. "You can't save everybody, Harry. Nor can you do everything by yourself. You're already doing more than most. And don't you dare blame yourself for his death. I don't, and my mom certainly doesn't." Tonks smiled at the look on Harry's face when he realized what she had said. "Mom knows, Harry, as does Narcissa. Aunt Sissy figured out who you were after that rescue of yours, and when she and Mom started to fix things between them, Narcissa told her in a show of good faith. You don't have to worry, Harry. They're blacks, and blacks know how to keep a secret," Tonks said and tapped her temple with her index finger. "I suppose," Harry said. He glanced up at the ceiling as he became aware of moaning and thrashing on the upper floor. He sighed deeply. He had known this would happen, being something of an expert on nightmares himself. He suspected his own were kid stuff when compared to hers, though. Bellatrix is having a nightmare, and it's a bad one, by the sound she's making. I'm going to see if I can't calm her. I'll be back when she's settled down again." Harry left the small kitchen and hurried up the stairs, making his way to the room. He entered and closed the door. Bellatrix was twisting and turning on the bed, moaning out names he did not recognize, well, except Sirius' name, of course, or Frank and Alice. Harry sat down on the bed and gathered Bellatrix in his arms. She barely noticed that he'd taken her in his arms, rocking her back and forth. Eventually, she buried her face in the crook of his neck and started crying. As Harry worked to soothe the troubled woman, he wondered how twisted fate seemed to be. Had someone told him just that morning he'd be doing this, he'd have told them they were insane. He dimly heard the front door open and a pair of women rush into the house. He closed his eyes and tuned out everything but Bellatrix. She deserved his full attention, and by Merlin, she was going to get it. Remus and Tonks jumped slightly as Andromeda and Narcissa came striding through the front door. They had apparently left the house in a hurry, as they were both a bit untidy. Andromeda was not one to care overly much about appearances, whereas Narcissa would, as a rule, not leave the house looking anything less than perfect. However, they had been told it was extremely urgent, and they had dropped everything and operated right over. "Well, Nymphadora, we're here," Andromeda said as she entered the kitchen with her sister, 2 years her junior, following in her wake. "What is the emergency?" Tonks glared at her mother. "Don't call me that, Mom. It's Tonks. I refuse to call you by your surname, Nymphadora," Andromeda said, with an emphasis on the name. "Your dislike of your name is both juvenile and foolish," Andromeda huffed irritably. "I've told you 1,000 times, Nymphadora is a perfectly fine name. Just be grateful your middle name is not Euphemia." All the while, Narcissa had been staring at the coat and backpack lying on the floor by the sofa. She thought she recognized both. She looked over to her niece, who smirked at her, confirming her suspicions. "Harry's here." The effect on Narcissa was instantaneous. She conjured forth a mirror and started making herself as presentable as she could, her wand tying her dark brown hair in a messy bun. She applied a little glamour to her eyes, cheekbones, and lips. She was careful not to use too much. She was certain Harry preferred women as natural as possible. She could not explain why, but to her, he just seemed to be a man of simple tastes, and she was quite fond of the idea. Andromeda and her daughter watched in amusement as the woman busied herself in front of the mirror, while Lupin took a very sudden interest in the kitchen sink. He had thought Andy had been laying it on thick for her daughter's benefit, but it was quite apparent Narcissa really was enamored with Harry, going by her reaction. After a while, Andromeda turned to her daughter. "Surely you did not contact us with your Patronus, just to get a front row seat when your aunt embarrasses herself in front of Mr. Potter," she said, her tone teasing despite her serious expression. Her sister made a face and vanished the mirror, then took a seat at the table, accepting a cup from Remus. Narcissa eyed her niece curiously. There was something big going on, judging by how serious Dora's demeanor went all of a sudden, and Remus was unusually grim, even by his standards. Both sisters shuddered when Tonks placed a very distinct, curved wand on the table. A wand both Narcissa and Andromeda knew very well. The sisters stared at the wand, then at each other. The only way Bellatrix would ever give up her wand was if she had been caught or killed. If you're wondering where Harry is, he's upstairs with Bellatrix. Apparently, she's having a nightmare, and he went upstairs to calm her down. The sisters stared at Tonks, their faces locked in a mask of disbelief. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, Narcissa cleared her throat and spoke, her shaking voice betraying her fear of her deranged sister. "I'm sorry, did you say Bellatrix? And you say Mr. Potter, of all people, brought her here?" Narcissa watched her niece's face turn from serious to grim, and her hair turned dark gray. Lupin answered the afeared women, sitting on the other side of the table. "She did. Harry arrived at our doorstep a little while ago, carrying her in his arms. Bellatrix Lestrange, the second most wanted criminal in the whole of magical Britain, was actually sleeping in the arms of Harry Potter. Though I must point out that he seems to be making a habit of holding the Black Sisters in his arms. I do believe it is your turn, Andy." Narcissa huffed in mock annoyance and turned her head, not quite managing to hide the slight blush on her face. Andromeda was not so easily distracted, however, and she pressed the issue firmly. "Why is Bellatrix here?" "I believe I should answer that, everyone." The people sitting at the table jumped at the sound of Harry's voice. He smiled apologetically and ventured into the kitchen, where he leaned against the counter and crossed his arms over his chest. Giving the sisters Black a once-over, he was surprised to see how alike Bellatrix and her sister Andromeda were. Add 30 pounds to Bellatrix and lighten her hair color a little bit, and they'd practically be twins. Turning his attention to Narcissa, he was glad to see she was looking better than the last time he'd seen her. She seemed happier, at least. He noticed her hair was dark brown now, and he had to admit she looked very much like her sisters, even though her likeness to Bellatrix was less striking than that of Andromeda. His eyes found her hair again. Evidently, before all this, she had charmed her hair blonde, most likely in an effort to fit in with the Malfoys. Inwardly, he smiled. She was much more preferable as a brunette, and it complemented her skin tone much better than her formerly blonde locks. Narcissa and her sister were both absolutely gorgeous. Shaking his head to get rid of those thoughts, he noticed Narcissa smiling demurely at him, clearly enjoying the attention. No one else seemed to notice, thankfully. He cleared his throat. So, I had an interesting meeting at Gringotts this afternoon. Andromeda pressed the fingers of both hands to her temples and rubbed them slowly before she sighed deeply and shook her head. She was clearly frustrated and angry. Narcissa was much the same, while Tonks and Remus shared a look but said nothing. They had not known Bellatrix before everything that had happened to her, so this was not the time to say anything. It was a time to listen and learn. "This explains so much, Mr. Potter," Andromeda said. The sudden change in her personality, the mood swings, everything. How she went and chased after that bastard Vo riddle. She is an extremely intelligent woman, and smart people generally don't go and join a cult. Narcissa picked up where her sister left off. Bella was always the one of us sisters who was most accepting of the black family motto Tozier's purr. Always pure. But she was also loving and caring, if a bit cold, to those she did not know. A trait we sisters all share, I suppose. I must confess, I took to the pure blood mantra, as well, as you know. Andy, well, she always hated it and was smart enough to leave when she had the chance. "So, you'll help?" Harry asked Andromeda in a hopeful voice. "Of course I'm willing to help," Andromeda said. "Bellatrix is my sister. I could hardly do anything less, especially knowing what I do now. You made the right choice when you brought her here. Being with family will certainly help with the healing process, and we, sisters, have missed our Bella terribly. If it is at all possible, I do believe you should visit her regularly until the bond disappears. I'm going to have to insist you stay the night as well." "And why is that?" Harry asked Andromeda. "In her vulnerable state, she will need someone she trusts when she wakes up in an unknown house. Even if she was exhausted, the mere fact she could relax enough to fall asleep in your arms speaks volumes. The bond also helps, naturally. She will sleep here tonight, and Sissy and I will take her to my home tomorrow. After Sissy came to live with me, I put it under a fidelius. I am my own secret keeper, and I will reveal its location to you when we get there." Harry accepted Andromeda's reasoning. "All right, now, I have further news for you." Harry walked over to his bag, pulled out a pair of envelopes and a satin pouch. He handed the sisters one envelope each, placed the pouch on the table, and sat down again. He waited in silence as the sisters read the parchments, and allowed a small smile to adorn his face as the realization dawned on the pair of them. "I had a rather productive day, all things considered," he admitted. Narcissa put down the document and closed her eyes for a moment. She smiled a beatific smile, and a look of absolute contentment found its way onto her face when she opened her eyes again. She reached across the table and took hold of Harry's hand. She squeezed it tightly and looked him right in the eyes. The look in her icy blue eyes startled Harry in its intensity. All common sense told him I should never look so warm and inviting. And yet, "Thank you so much for this, Mr. Potter. I know I do not deserve this kindness, even if you did it mostly for the benefit of the house." Harry moved to say something, but Narcissa shook her head to stop him. "Please, Mr. Potter, I need to say this to get this off my chest. I knew about many of the things my ex-husband did in the name of his master, and I did nothing to stop it. In all fairness, I would not have been able to do much, even if I had brought my knowledge to the Auror office. Amelia would have taken it seriously, I'd imagine, but the Wisingamot would have swept it under the rug. Too many of them are, or were in Mr. Malfoy's pocket. Most likely, it would have cost me my life, and I was too much of a coward to chance it." Narcissa sighed softly. "So I ignored it. I need you to understand, Mr. Potter, that I was raised a pure blood and have spent most of my life among people who view all those with less than pure blood with at least a measure of disdain. I even helped Mr. Malfoy raise our son in such fashion, and he took to it wholeheartedly, a fact I have come to sorely regret. I do not know if I will ever be able to completely rid myself of that way of thinking, but my sister has helped me. Andy and I come from opposite ends of the spectrum, and living with her has afforded me a different perspective." Narcissa's eyes became desperate and pleading, a look that did not seem at home on her lovely face, and it made Harry uncomfortable as Narcissa soldiered on. I wish to beg your forgiveness for my actions or inactions. I am aware of my son's behavior and actions toward you and your friends, and again, I would like to apologize for my part in that, even if it was indirect. I would do more, but I do not know what more I can do except express my sincere hope that you will allow me to stand at your side, to let me help you realize your hopes and dreams. Harry stared at Narcissa. Where was she going with this? He realized she was apologizing, of course, and what's more, she seemed sincere. She was not making excuses. She was accepting her role in whatever happened in the past during her marriage to Malfoy, and it made Harry glad. They had not spoken since he had exploded at her the night of his raid on Malfoy Manor, and he'd had the feeling she hated him, but this seemed to prove otherwise. He managed to keep his face neutral for the most part, but in the back of his head, he realized he was entirely too happy to find that was not the case. He also did not mind she kept holding his hand. Not at all. In fact, he quite liked it. He gave her a small smile and was surprised when she blushed a little and averted her eyes before forcing it under control. Narcissa, I would like to apologize for my outburst that night in the forest. I was out of line, even if what I said was true. I could have been more gentle, given what you all had been through. Now to the other matter. I did not dissolve your marriage to that blonde bastard in some ploy to benefit House Black, though it most certainly does. You were given to him via contract which you had no control over, same as your sister. Even if it was not charmed to hell by some sick, meddling bastards, forcing their own twisted ideals upon their children. And Harry went on. Anyway, I avoided it because it was the right thing to do, especially after his actions against you and Draco. Lucius Malfoy had a family once, and he should have protected the two of you. He chose himself and his ambitions instead. After the way I grew up, family is a sacred thing to me, and it sickens me that he could throw it all away, Narcissa. And the fact that your father was willing to basically sell his own daughters off in a bid to increase his power and influence. I wonder how many young men and women have been forced into such marriages. I can't. Narcissa stared at the boy in wonder. He was practically shaking, his eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. Anger, passion, disgust, even sadness. The sincerity of it astounded her, and it made her squeeze his hand even tighter. It also reinforced her belief that he would need all the help she could give him when he took his place on the Wizengamot, if he so chose. Honest, noble men did not survive in that place. It was a place of cutthroats and backstabbers. In essence, perfect for her and her machinations. She stole a look over at her sister, who stared at Harry in wide-eyed fascination. She imagined she herself had a similar look on her face. She noticed the smiles on the faces of her niece and her husband. When Harry continued, she leaned over the table slightly, all her attention on her young head of house. He looked at both her and Andromeda, a fiery determination shining out of his eyes. I am your head of house, Narcissa, and the way I see it, I have an obligation to take care of you. All three of you sisters, even if you do not accept the offer to become a Black again. Andromeda, I consider you a part of this family, and you will always have a place in my house. The same goes for Tonks and Lupin. To that end, I had these commissioned today, Harry said and reached for the pouch and removed a pair of smaller ones. They are directly connected to a vault I had the goblins set up, and with a drop of your blood, they will be keyed to you too. I know Sirius left Remus and Tonks a lot of money, so they should be fine. You received a good amount as well, Andromeda, but Narcissa and Bellatrix got nothing, which was understandable at the time. In the pouch, there is one more, intended for Bellatrix. A warm feeling slithered through Andromeda, and she smiled at Harry, who smiled back. Hey! Slight fluttering in her heart surprised her, but she managed to keep a straight face, though it was hard. To hear such words being said by the head of House Black was a dream come true for her. He had the makings of proper head, and a man she could easily throw her lot behind. She gave the parchment in front of her another look, her smile never faltering, and she reached for Harry's other hand. I gladly accept your offer of becoming a Black once more, Mr. Potter. I never regretted leaving, but it always hurt to know I was not considered a part of my family anymore, even if I did not share their ideals. I imagine you plan to change things, to make House Black stand for something nobler and genuine. and I would be honored to stand with you and my sisters as a force for change in the world once this war is over. We stand with you, of course, but you knew that, boyo, Tonks said and smiled at him. Harry looked at the people present in the room and smiled, happy at the way things had turned out. There was a question that had been eating at him for a while, though, and he felt he needed an answer. How is Draco doing these days, Narcissa? The woman retracted her hand and crossed her hands under her breasts. She gave him a pained look and averted her eyes for a moment, while Harry kept his eyes focused on her. When she returned his look, however, her eyes were frigidly cold and her voice even more so, and Harry was quite surprised. Severus and I, along with my son, had been hiding at a house Severus keeps if his other home has been compromised. A few days after the rescue, before the Order had responded to Severus' contact, Draco disappeared, leaving a note for us to find. He went to find his father, Mr. Potter. Apparently, he was not willing to abandon his teachings, despite what Mr. Malfoy did to him. Harry stared at Narcissa at that revelation, then shook his head in disbelief. Narcissa shrugged her shoulders and continued. Furthermore, he did not believe a group of filthy mudbloods and half-bloods and beings of even lesser standing had a chance of defeating the Great Lord, as he called him. I am ashamed that he would waste his chance at a new, better life. As yet, Severus has been unable to determine if he is alive still. I know you are aware that Severus made an unbreakable vow to keep Draco safe before the start of your 6th year at Hogwarts. I have released Severus from the vow, given my son's foolishness. Knowing the Dark Lord as I do, I have my doubts as to me son being alive still. The Dark Lord does not forgive, as you well know, Mr. Potter. I was hoping Bellatrix might have some answers so that I may put this behind me. If he's still alive, however, the things Riddle will have had him do in order to accept him into the ranks will undoubtedly have been horrific and vile. I am sorry, Narcissa, Harry said soberly. She waved away his words. Do not blame yourself for his choices. You are my head of house, and I will not have it. Mr. Malfoy's son chose his path, as we all must, and whatever his fate, he sought it out on his own. Again, Harry was surprised at the coldness in her voice when she spoke of her son. If you ever want to talk, I'm here for you. He gave her hand a squeeze before he rose from the chair, which prompted the others to do so as well. It was getting late, and he wanted to get a few hours' sleep. Tonks enlarged the sofa and conjured a pair of thick blankets, while Andromeda and Narcissa walked to the door. We will return in the morning, around 10, Andromeda said. I am anxious to meet Bellatrix. I have not seen her in many years, and Narcissa has not met her either. Not really. I think us meeting Bella and moving her to my home shall be quite enough for tomorrow. For now, I bid you good night. Harry bid the Lupins good night and went upstairs to the master bedroom. He found Bellatrix sleeping in the same spot he had left her before going back downstairs. He watched her for a few moments and walked around the bed and lay down on top of the covers on that side and was asleep in moments. So, what did you think, Andy? Narcissa asked her sister when they had returned to the older woman's house. Andromeda made her way into the kitchen and got herself a glass of water, which she finished quickly and then turned to face her sister. She was Narcissa, realized to her amusement, a little flushed, and her eyes were a little glossy. It was a good meeting, and I cannot wait to meet Bella in the morning. She smiled. I was fine until he presented me with the chance of becoming one with my family again. I had to keep from crying, but it was so hard, sissy. And I just know he will bring the blacks to the light. You cannot believe how utterly elated I am to be able to say the name Andromeda Black and feel pride and joy instead of disgust and sadness. Narcissa smiled at her sister, a smile that turned slightly smug. Andromeda suddenly felt somewhat nervous. Her sister did not smile that often, and never did she smile in such a smug way. It was, after all, rather unbecoming of a lady. It did not help either that Andy knew precisely why her sister was smiling at her in such a way. I was talking about Harry. Andromeda blushed and averted her eyes and made a show of filling her glass again with water. Damn that Narcissa. She just had to notice the way she had been looking at the young man earlier. With a sigh, she turned to her sister, who stood in the doorway to the kitchen, leaning against the frame with a knowing smile on her face. And he gave her a small one in return. He's quite something, is he not? Narcissa remarked, as she grabbed her own glass from the cabinet and with a slight wave of her wand, filled it with water. Andromeda sighed softly. I believe I must take back everything I have said to you regarding Harry, sissy. I very nearly melted onto the floor when he smiled at me back there. I just hope he did not notice it. Or Nymphadora. Merlin, I would never hear the end of it, sissy, Andromeda said and ran a hand through her luscious locks. Merlin's wrinkled ass. What the hell is wrong with me? I've met the man once, and my heart is fluttering like a teenager's. He's almost 7 years younger than Nymphadora, for Merlin's sake. Then there's Ginevra. Narcissa laughed at her sister's perturbed state. Language, sister dear? I had similar thoughts and feelings at first. Andy, there's something about him that calls to me, something that has been growing stronger, and I cannot ignore it. Nor shall I try to do so. I am aware of the youngest Weasley's feelings, but I am selfish and do not care. Then again, according to Nymphadora, Ms. Weasley has been spending an awful lot of time with the Longbottom boy, so it may not matter. Once there's time, I plan on making my feelings known. He may not return those feelings, but I must at least make the effort, if only to quiet my heart. Narcissa scourgified the glass and returned it to the cabinet. I also wanted you to know, Andy, that I will not be opposed to the idea of you making eyes at him, or even Bella, should it come to that for whatever reason. You know the position he will be in once the war is over, and you also know what he hopes to achieve. I've told you as much, though I doubt we know even a fraction of his plans. In any event, he will need the support of strong, intelligent people in the right positions, and there are none as strong as the Black Sisters, after all. Andromeda stared at Narcissa, wide-eyed. Thinking on it, she realized her sister was right. Harry was in a unique situation, but surely it was a bit early to be thinking about that. Narcissa was a master at plotting, however. Not that Andy believed her sister had anything untoward planned for Harry. On the contrary, she was quite certain Narcissa was nothing but sincere in her intentions, and it was very refreshing. Deciding to tease her a bit, she awarded her sister with a coy smile. You never know, sissy. I just might go for him before you do. Oh, and those eyes. Lupin finished putting away the cups and joined his wife on the sofa and put an arm around her as she snuggled close. He stared at the ceiling, not quite believing who was sleeping in their bed at the moment. It was bloody mental. All of it. His thoughts drifted back to the small meeting they'd had earlier and how impressed he'd been with Harry. The maturity shone through, and he obviously wanted to be there for these women. Narcissa seemed very taken with Harry, and if he was not mistaken, Andy was starting down the same road. He just hoped it was nothing but a little infatuation that would pass quickly. That didn't mean he couldn't tease his wife about it, though. Fighting a grin, he kissed her on the forehead, which made her purr low in her throat. He had to butter her up a little bit before mentioning this, else she would kill him. Slowly, he eyed Tonks, who was lying beside him, with a thoughtful frown on her face. So, this meeting was interesting, Dora. Are you certain it's just Narcissa who's interested in Harry? Your mum, she gave him quite a few looks earlier, when she thought no one was looking, he said in that completely neutral voice he knew drove his wife insane. Tonks raised her head and glared at her husband, who only smiled innocently at her in return. Not one word out of you, Remus Lupin. I'm trying to forget that happened. The idea of Mum and Harry. Tonks shuddered before she lay her head down on Lupin's chest. She frowned as she kept thinking about it. Damn it, Remus. Now I'm thinking about it. I'm still thinking about it. You bloody menace. Remus chuckled fondly at his wife's predicament. You know, it is rather interesting to note that both of them react to him in such a way. They are exceedingly powerful women, and we know Harry is no weakling. Perhaps that's what is calling them to one another? It is not unheard of, you know. They may not see it, but fairly certain Harry was reacting to them as well. Shut up, Wolfie, and go to sleep, you perverted old man. It's just a phase. They'll be over it soon enough. Tonks was soon fast asleep, but Remus found sleep hard to come by. His thoughts kept going to Harry and what he'd been through that day, and how proud he was of how the young man had handled it. James had been a good man, but he was nothing compared to his son. Harry cared for people on a level Remus had never seen, and knew he would brave any danger for anyone he held dear, but he'd need all the help he could get. With that in mind, Remus gently removed himself from Tonks' embrace, who fortunately stayed asleep. He entered the kitchen, grabbed a self-inking quill and parchment, and started to write. Bellatrix woke up and found herself in an unknown bed in an unknown room. Managing to control her initial panic, she calmly looked around until her eyes came to a stop on a young man who was sleeping in the bed with her. Harry Potter. So it hadn't been a dream. He had freed her from her captors and, according to him, brought her somewhere safe. Wherever that was, she rolled over on her side and studied Harry at her leisure. Tall, strong, and powerful, she mused as she let her eyes feast on him. Those ears were quite something, and they gave her a little pause. And the eyes, he had changed an awful lot since that night at the ministry, and she knew there was a story behind those changes. A story she desperately wanted to learn. She somewhat fondly recalled their duel at the Snatchers HQ. Even if she had been trying her best to kill him at the time, it had been the most fun she'd had in ages. She realized she was utterly fascinated by him. She let out a barely audible sigh, and Harry stirred and blinked his eyes a few times before turning his head toward her. He smiled. "Good morning, Bellatrix. How are you feeling?" She grimaced at that. "I'm all right, I suppose. It helps being a master of clemens. I can hide the bad thoughts and memories away." Harry frowned at that. "Hiding behind your shields is not a solution, Bellatrix." They were both silent for a few moments before Bellatrix spoke up again. "Where are we? I brought you to your niece's home. She and Remus allowed me to bed you down here for the night. Your sisters are coming around at 10 to speak with you and take you with them if all goes well." Bellatrix rolled over on her back again and let out a long breath. Was she ready to meet her sisters? She did not think she was, but perhaps it would be best to get it out of the way. If she was going to be mending any fences, she reckoned she needed all the time she could have. Andy, she had not met in over 20 years, and their last meeting had been a terrible one. The things she had said that day were fresh in her mind, as if she had spoken them only the day before. The Andromeda, she remembered, had been a practical woman, not one to hold on to petty grudges, so perhaps it might not be so bad. Narcissa was another matter. Narcissa was both proud and haughty, a proper pureblood, and people like her did not take lightly to offense, and she had the ability to hold and maintain a grudge for years. Bellatrix accepted what she had done to Draco was horrific, but she hoped her sister could forgive her. She felt Harry grab her hand and give it a reassuring squeeze. She felt warm and safe at his gesture. In fact, she reveled in it and wished the feeling would never stop. "It'll be all right, Bellatrix. I've spoken with Andromeda and Narcissa. They know everything. Perhaps it was not my place to tell them, but I felt it was a good idea to give them a chance to digest and discuss what happened to you before they met you, and to figure out where to go from here." Bellatrix smiled at him appreciatively. That certainly made things much easier. She noted that Harry had not let go of her hand, nor did he seem to be in any hurry to do so, as he stared at the wall with a weird, blank look on his face. There was something bothering her. She would very much like to understand why he was helping her. After all, she had murdered his late father's best friend, the boy's godfather, and the closest he had for a family aside from the Weasleys, if Malfoy was to be believed. Not to mention all the other ghastly things she had done over the years. "Why are you doing this, Harry? Why are you so good to me? You should hate me for all the things I've done. Merlin knows I hate myself. I understand you loved Sirius like a father, despite the little time you had together. I took him from you, so why?" Harry scratched the back of his head, and he looked at her, a pained expression on his face, which made Bellatrix wince. She really had not meant to hurt him by mentioning Sirius. "I am the head of your house, and it is my responsibility to take care of you." Bellatrix's eyes narrowed. "Is that the only reason?" "No, I suppose not," Harry said and sighed deeply. "By all rights, I should hate you, and I wanted to. I mean, I really, really wanted to. It would have been so much easier. But I can't bring myself to do it. You were subjected to a terrible injustice, Bellatrix, and I will not be able to live with myself if I do not do whatever I can to help you." Voiding the marriage contract was just the first step in doing so. I have done the same with Narcissa's contract to Malfoy. You might want to know I also extended an invitation to Andromeda, offering her to become a part of the Black family once again, and she has accepted. Bellatrix smiled happily, and the warm feeling from before spread throughout her body, nearly making her breathless. Such selflessness and nobility. And he had given her the chance of reuniting with her sisters. She wanted to feel more of this warmth, but something held her back. She instinctively realized the warmth she felt this time was different from the kind she felt through the bond she now clearly felt between her and Harry. This feeling came from within herself, and it frightened her. She had never felt this way, and she had trouble understanding it. Harry got out of bed, and she eyed him as he stretched lazily. Tonks and Remus are up. I'll go and ask if she has any clothes you can borrow. He looked at his watch. I reckon you have about an hour before your sisters get here, so you may want to take a shower. I'm sure Tonks and Remus won't mind. It's just down the hall. Leave the door unlocked, and I'll put the clothes just inside the door. Bellatrix gave him a grateful smile, which turned mischievous. Leave the door unlocked? You could just ask to join me in the shower, Harry. I'm sure there's room in there for the both of us. She had expected to embarrass him, but to her delight, Harry gave as good as he got. I would, but I don't think the hot water charm would last the time it would take for us to get clean, Bella. She let out that wonderful velvety laugh, and Harry found it infectious. They shared a good, long laugh before Harry turned to leave. When he was about to close the door, he heard the woman call out to him softly. He turned around in the doorway. I'd like it if you'd call me that, Harry. Pardon? Bella. I would like you to call me Bella. I was called that by my sisters before all this. Then that bastard Riddle took it as his own. I want you to call me that. You've earned it, Harry, and it would make me very happy. Harry eyed the woman sadly. Sure, he could call her by her nickname, but for something so simple, so small to make her so happy, give her comfort, and from a complete stranger, well, maybe not a complete stranger, and there was trust now. The bond saw to that. If you're sure, I am Harry. I'm at the beginning of a new life, and I want you to be a part of it. After all, you're the one who freed me and put me on the path. Harry drummed his fingers on the door frame a few times before he nodded and left the room. He headed down the stairs and found his friends having a spot of breakfast. They regarded Harry as he leaned against the door frame. Tonks gave him a small smile and motioned for him to sit at the table. How is she? Remus asked carefully. Harry shrugged. I don't know, Remus. I've never done this before. As good as can be. Expected, I suppose? She did not have another nightmare, at least. Tonks, do you have any clothes she can borrow? She want to take a shower? I hope you don't mind. Tonks nodded and went into the washroom and gathered a few things. The clothes would fit well enough, as the Black sisters all had a similar build, and Tonks took after her mother. Strongly, she handed her friend a small bundle, as well as Bella's wand when Harry requested it, and returned to the kitchen, while Harry went upstairs and put the clothes where he had told Bella he'd put them. Bellatrix stepped out of the shower and slowly dried herself with her wand. Once done, she turned it on the mirror and vanished the fog off it. She studied herself in the mirror, and she was very unhappy with what she saw. Her pitch-black hair, which had been her pride and joy once, hung limply down to her lower back. She had dark circles under her dull eyes, and her teeth were completely rotten. She did not understand why she had not fixed those. In her body, she was rail thin. Though she had curves still, the Black sisters had been blessed with gorgeous hourglass figures and a very generous bust. The years in Azkaban and complete lack of personal care in the months since her escape had taken their toll, however. Would any man look at her again and find her desirable and enticing? Would Harry? She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Now was not the time for such thoughts. It was much too early, and he was not a man who would rush into anything. Of that she was certain. She would have to get closer to him, get to know him properly. In any case, she doubted he would do anything while the bond was active. He would feel as if he was taking advantage of her. Not that she would mind terribly if it was him, but he would not. Bloody noble git. She found it somewhat alarming that she was thinking of him in such a way. Less than 24 hours since he had rescued her and bound her to him, and she appeared to be falling for him. It was mental. Well, Bella was certain she was mental, so perhaps it was not so far-fetched. Now, it wasn't as if she was ready for such a relationship, not even remotely. In front of her lay a long road to recovery, both physically and mentally. And Harry was right, of course. Hiding the pain and horrors behind a wall of occluded shields was not a permanent solution. It would help her function in day-to-day life. Other than that, Bella imagined Andy would be the one to help her there. She grabbed the clothes and put them on, irked by the way the garments hung about her frame. She put her hair in a ponytail and quit the bathroom to find Harry leaning on the wall by the stairs. He gave her a reassuring smile and walked over to her and grabbed her hands. You ready? Your sisters just arrived and they're waiting downstairs. It'll be fine, Bella. Trust me. I'll be there with you the whole time and we will confront them together. Or you can do it alone if you wish. It's up to you. Not that I think there will be too much trouble. In fact, I'm certain they will be quite happy to see their sister. Bella took a deep breath, smiled at Harry, and squeezed his hands before letting go and taking to the stairs. Harry followed in her wake, happy that she'd found the strength to take the lead. They came to the bottom of the stairs and found Andromeda and Narcissa sitting on the sofa. As soon as the sisters saw Bella, they rose and eyed their sister carefully. To her credit, Bella did not shrink away from their gaze, but stood proud, as a black should. Then the younger black sisters both smiled, and Bella rushed forward into their embrace. What followed were a few hours of heartfelt apologies, reminiscing and reassurances that Andromeda and Narcissa did not blame Bella for anything that had happened in the past, which was just that, the past. All three were beginning a new life, and they would brave the world together. A little after midday, the sisters were ready to leave. They asked Harry to accompany them, since Andromeda wanted to reveal the secret to Harry and key him into the wards. Once that was done, he could come and go as he pleased. Harry grabbed his things and motioned for the others to go ahead. He needed to talk to Remus and Tonks. I'm going on a little trip, and I don't know how long I'll be away. Hopefully no more than a couple of weeks, at most. And before you ask, no, I'm not telling you. The less you know, the better. Keep an eye on those sisters for me. Would you, Tonks? Can do, Wonder Boy. Just be careful. You hear me, you barmy bastard, Tonks said in her usual bubbly way, but a worried look was clouding her eyes. Remus was no less worried, but kept silent. It'll be all right, Mooney, NYM. I'll try to swing by once I get back. Okay. And with that, Harry left and joined the black sisters on the sidewalk. Andromeda grabbed a hold of him, while Narcissa did the same with Bella. A little while later, the foursome found themselves in an alleyway in Croydon. Making their way down the street, they stopped, and Harry and Bella were each given a piece of parchment. Andromeda and Narcissa Black live at NR 45 Lewisham Street. Suddenly, a house appeared and the travelers hurried inside, lest someone see the building. Once inside, Andromeda keyed Harry and Bella into the wards. She motioned for all of them to go to the living room and take a seat. So, what happens now? Bella asked Andromeda. I will begin, Bella, by treating your physical ailments. Heal the body, and the mind will follow holds true. After all, to a point at least, I know a man who can give me all kinds of restorative potions, and believe me, sister, you need them. After that is underway, I will start on healing your mind. Bella simply smiled at her sister and nodded her thanks. Harry let his eyes wander and found this house to be quite cozy, and it had a warm feeling about it. In other words, it was a proper home, which was just what Bella needed. Harry was loath to leave, but he had to go. There was no time to lose. An idea came to him, and he removed a roll of parchment and handed it to Narcissa. Would you be willing to look over this, Narcissa? I could use your input. Narcissa smiled at Harry. Of course, I will, Mr. Potter. Well, I had better go. I trust you will take good care of your sisters, Andromeda. Harry asked in a teasing manner as he placed his hand on the doorknob. I most certainly will, Mr. Potter, and I must insist you call me Andy. My friends and sisters call me that, and I have little patience for formalities. Harry smiled at that. A woman after my own heart. Well, then I'd like you to drop this Mr. Potter nonsense and call me Harry. That goes for you too, sissy. The woman in question smiled happily at him. Harry walked over to Bella and took her hands in his own. I'm going on a trip, Bella, and I hope to return soon. Please let your sisters help you. It will make everything so much easier. I will come by as soon as I'm able. All right? Bella smiled sadly at Harry and in a surprising move, kissed him on the cheek. Go do what you must, Harry. We will be fine. We sisters are quite strong, you know. Harry smiled. Of that, there's no doubt, Bellatrix. Harry smiled at her and inclined his head to the other two before he rushed out the door. As soon as the young man had left, Bella turned around to find her sisters eyeing with mixed emotions. Finally, Sissy clicked her tongue in mock annoyance. Well, it seems to me like someone works fast. We had better apply ourselves if we hope to stand a chance, Andy. After all, she has already spent the night with him. At Andromeda's burst of laughter, Bella blushed prettily, but inwardly, she was almost deliriously happy. The teasing and laughing, this was how they had been back when they had been teenagers at Hogwarts. She smiled at her sisters and took their hands in her own. Shall we? That's chapter 8. Hope you liked it. No action this time, but I think this may be my favorite chapter yet. Thanks for reading. The Sisters Black, as I see them. Andi. https://www.deviantart.com/nastyescaya/art/Vivian. Tabri. 665429752. Beta. https://www.deviantart.com/nastyescaya/art/Yennefer-657286641. cc. https://www.deviantart.com/nastyescaya/art/Kira. Mets 657736387. It was early evening, and Harry limped up the stairs as NR 45 appeared when he approached it. He quickly closed the door and entered the hallway. He called out, and Andy asked him to come to the living room. As soon as he entered, he was assaulted by a raven-haired missile that latched onto him and gripped him tightly, ignoring his pain-induced grunts. After catching his breath, Harry put his arms around the woman, kissed her on the top of her head. "It's okay, Bella. I've fine." Bella backed away and glared at him and motioned with her hand. "You are most certainly not fine, Harry James Potter. If this is your definition of fine, then I'd hate to learn what you call being hurt," she huffed before joining her sisters by the fireplace. Narcissa and Andromeda had looked at the scene, smiling, before turning their own glares upon the young man. Harry felt cold at that and opened his mouth to greet Andy and Sissy. Andy deepened her glare and pointed to a conjured examination table. "Lie down, Potter. I've contacted my daughter. She'll be here soon." Not daring to do otherwise, Harry scrambled onto the table and sat down. Bella and Sissy went to the kitchen, leaving Andy alone with Harry. NYM's mother immediately set about removing his clothes with tender fingers. As his injuries were revealed, her hands started to tremble, but she kept going, making soft, horrified noises as his various scars were revealed. When she saw the slightly cooked wound on his thigh, she gasped and looked away. When she turned back, she had brought herself under control. "It looks worse than it is, Andy." She gave him a flat look. "Oh, does it?" Harry smiled awkwardly. "All right, it hurts just as bad as it looks." Andy noticed his hair was a little disheveled on one side, and she carefully moved it around until she saw the large cut on Harry's head. She stifled a gasp, and her gaze found his eyes. "Oh, Harry," she said as her hand moved and cupped his cheek. Harry leaned into her touch. "Why must you do this? You have people, friends and allies, who are so much more than willing to help you, us three included. Why can't you allow us to do that?" Harry smiled faintly at her. "You know the answer to that question, Andromeda." She leaned closer to him, her eyes still on his. "It's Annie, Harry, please. I do know it, but that does not mean I have to like it, and I am not inclined to accept it any longer." She whispered, "I know what may await you, Harry, but I don't know what I'd do if something was to happen to you before then." "I'm not going anywhere, Andy." "Not yet," Harry said and let his eyes wander to her full, moist lips before bringing them up to her dark brown eyes. A lock of hair had escaped from her ponytail, and he tucked it behind her ear before he smiled at her. "You had better not, Harry Potter," Andy said, and leaned in to capture his lips with her own. The kiss lingered a while, before Andy moved her hand behind Harry's head and played with his hair, while the other wrapped around his neck. She licked his lower lip, begging entrance, which Harry happily allowed as he ran his hands up and down her back, holding her close. Locked in their passionate kiss, neither of them noticed the green flare in the fireplace, announcing the arrival of Tonks. With a horrified gasp, she dropped her bag and practically shouted at the pair. "Mom, stop snogging my patient. And you, Harry, lie down on the table. You're injured and need to take it easy." If she had hoped to break them apart with her shouting, she was sorely disappointed. Harry and Andy kissed for a while yet, with deepening passion, completely alone in the universe. After a while, they reluctantly broke apart, only to rest their foreheads together and gaze lovingly into each other's eyes. "Try to be more careful, love," Andy said before turning away, only to find her daughter there, flanked by Bella and Sissy, who gave their sister approving smiles. The woman in the middle, however, glared at her mother. Andy blushed prettily before stepping forward to hug her daughter. "Nymphadora," she exclaimed sweetly. "So nice of you to join us, dear." NYM gave her mother another glare. "Don't call me that. I so did not need to see that, Mum. Go into the kitchen with Bella and Sissy, and don't come in here unless I call for you. I can't concentrate with you lot in here." The three older witches filed out of the room and closed the door behind them. Harry looked at Tonks with an apologetic look on his face. NYM, Tonks shot Harry a glare as she pulled out her wand, which made her patient lose all the color in his face. "Button up your trap, Harry. I've been trying to tell myself this wouldn't happen, that if I ignored the way she looked at you or talked about you, that it did not exist. Let's just do this thing, okay, Harry? I can't talk about this now. We'll do it later. Or never. Yeah, let's go. With that works just fine for me." Tonks grumbled as she started waving her wand over her friend. The three black sisters found their way to the kitchen and just made it before Bella erupted into hysterical laughter. Sissy, a bit more tactful than her older sister, hid her amusement behind a raised hand. However, she was clearly enjoying her sister's embarrassment just as much as Bella was, if the glint in her eyes was any indication. Annie sat down at the table and dropped her head in her hands. This was not how she had wanted her daughter to find out about her and Harry. When Bella regained control of herself, she sat down opposite her sister and Sissy joined her. "So, you finally decided to listen to your heart, Andy," Sissy stated and smiled. Bella reached for Andy's hand, which prompted her to look tearfully at her sisters. "I did, and it was wonderful. I'm just afraid that I won't be able to handle it when he's gone, Bella. We know he has almost no chance of surviving, unless someone can find a way to remove that disgusting thing from his soul." Bella and Sissy smiled sadly at their sister. "We know that, Andy," Sissy said. "I tried to resist after he told us about that, but I could not." "Bella didn't," Andy said miserably. Narcissa smiled softly, while Bellatrix grinned happily. "Of course not. She is Bella, after all. There's always a chance he could be cured, Andy. Bella and I decided to allow ourselves to pursue this, and we are both happy we did." Hoping to diffuse the tension, Bella smiled impishly at her sisters. "I just hope Nymphadora doesn't kill him, Andy, or hex his bits off. I'd be rather cross with her if she did. I'm hoping to, well, you know. Anyway, who shares his bed tonight then? I vote myself, as I am the most gentle, and he needs to recover from his injuries." Sissy stared at her sister incredulously, while silently praying her niece did not take any drastic measures with their man. Finally, she said, "I don't think any of us are quite ready to take it that far, Bellatrix. That aside, there is no way you are the gentlest. You're like a bull in a china shop. For Merlin's sake." Bella just stuck out her tongue at her sister. "Oh, very mature, Bellatrix," Sissy huffed. As her sisters kept teasing each other, Andy just stared at them and laughed softly at their antics. They were really good at making each other feel better, and no wonder. They knew each other better than any living soul. Looking in the general direction of the living room, she hoped Harry was okay and that her daughter wasn't too angry with him. "So, Andy," Bella said with lascivious grin, "how's that body? Come on, tell us. You're the only one of us who's seen him without clothes, after all." Andy sobered up immediately and regarded her sisters for a while before answering. "There are scars, Bella. Merlin, the scars. How he's still alive, I can't fathom." Both Bella and Sissy had turned completely serious. "It's that bad, Andy?" Narcissa asked softly, only for her sister to nod, unable to speak. Bellatrix was very unhappy with her sister's revelation and glared at the wall that separated the living room and kitchen. "I'll talk to him, make him understand that this cannot go on." Tonks had just finished with Harry when she rapped her knuckles on the top of his head with an annoyed growl. Yelping in pain, Harry grabbed his shirt and scooted over the table and off the other side, hoping to stay out of her reach. He quickly put on the shirt. He was not too keen on Bella or Sissy getting a closer look at his body just yet. He also knew Tonks was still pissed with what she had seen earlier between him and her mother, and he was not taking any chances. She might hex his bits off, or something even worse. Well, Harry couldn't readily imagine something worse than having no bits, but it could happen. Tonks was rather unpredictable after all, and clumsy. What was that for? Harry asked and rubbed his head tenderly. I'm a wounded man and YM. Tonks huffed at him and gave him her best impersonation of a McGonagall glare. It's for being an idiot, Harry. Really? Going against a giant on your own? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Your injuries this time are much worse than that time you went up against Greyback. Do you not care one bit about those who love you? Those 3 women in the kitchen? What about Remus and me? Ron and Hermione and Ginny? The rest of the Weasleys? Hagrid and Minerva? How about Fleur? She does not have so many friends that she can afford to lose one because he was stupid. And let's not forget Poppy. One of these days you're going to be hurt badly enough that even she won't be able to help you. Fucking hell, Harry. Harry was stunned, to say the least. Tonks was shouting at him by now. The tears were running in her eyes. Neither of them noticed her mother and 2 aunts standing in the doorway, looking at them wide-eyed. Tonks wasn't finished, though, and took a trembling breath before continuing. I've kept your secret ever since you saved Remus' life and brought him back from that fight with Greyback. But I really shouldn't have, Harry. Remus wanted to tell everybody, but I told him no, that I could not betray your trust. But it's obvious you can't be trusted with yourself. Look at yourself in the mirror. Harry, and I mean it, really look. Keep this up, and Alastair, Bloody Moody, is going to look like a poster boy for healthy living. She spied her mother and her sisters and closed her eyes, trying to calm herself down, but it wasn't working. In Wyam, I didn't even know the giant was Dash, Harry began, only to be interrupted by his friend, who angrily wiped her eyes on her sleeve. Oh, no you don't, Tonks hissed. I only let you call me that, and that's because you're a precious friend to me. But I'm not sure you are my friend anymore, Potter. And don't think for a minute you're doing this to keep us safe. You're doing this for your own selfish reasons. Tonks went about the room and gathered her things, refusing to look at Harry. She stepped over to the fireplace and grabbed a pinch of flu powder. She looked at the sisters, who had moved into the room proper. The idiot needs to rest for a few days and not strain his body too much. Do you think you can manage that, Mum? She asked angrily and with a hint of something else, but Andy couldn't quite place it. Tonks looked at Narcissa. I'd recommend an Incarcerus, but that might further break his ribs, and I can't be bothered to come back so soon. She shot Harry a vile look. Or at all. Without waiting for a response, Tonks threw the powder into the fireplace, stepped into it, and disappeared. Looking over at the stunned Harry, Narcissa and Andromeda gave their sister Bella a meaningful look, left the room, and closed the door behind them. Bella vanished the table and walked over to the young man and grabbed his hand to lead him to the sofa, where she sat down and pulled his head into her lap. She gently worked her hands through his hair, as Harry stared vacantly into thin air. She said nothing. After all, they were all thinking it. Nymphadora had just happened to be the one to say it out loud, even if she had been unnecessarily cruel about the way she went about it. Then again, she was a black, and most blacks had a cruel streak in them. Some just hit it better than others, and Nymphadora was a master at it. It seemed. She hates me, doesn't she? Harry asked after a while in a weak voice. Bella kept working her fingers in his hair. He'd reacted just as she had expected. In some ways, Harry was even more broken than she was. At least, she had her sisters to help her. Harry had never been helped with his problems, and it was in moments like these you could see them clear as day. She sighed sadly. Don't be foolish, Harry. She cares for you a great deal. Probably more than she dares to admit. Do you honestly think she would have been so angry if she hated you? You heard her, Harry whispered tonelessly. Harry, if she hated you, she would have acted indifferent to this whole situation. No, she just wants to be there for you, to help you. We all do. We know why you took this upon yourself, and while noble, it is terribly misguided. You feel awful, I know, but just how awful do you think the others feel? The ones who don't know you're okay? Most of them think you're dead, Harry, and I know you're aware of it. I found my niece's words a bit cruel before, but anything she could say to you pales in comparison to what you've subjected your friends to over the last 2 years. Harry stared Bella in the eyes. They don't understand how dangerous this is, Bella. I've almost died a number of times, and Dumbledore was dying already, even if his death was expedited by a few weeks by Snape, Harry said and took Bella's hand and kissed it. Am I being selfish, Bella? She shook her head and sighed. You're deluding yourself. If you believe they don't know the realities of war by now. I don't think your decision was inherently selfish, Harry. What I do think, and mind you, you can blame the family shrink for this one. I think on some level, you are deathly afraid of losing everyone and being left alone. Not unreasonable, as fears go, but it is unreasonable for you to try and decide for a group of adults and fully trained wizards what is suitable danger for them and what is not. It is their right to make that decision, and you took that from them. Bella lay down on her side, and Harry lay down on his back. She rested her head on his chest and listened to the sound of his beating heart, and the steady rhythm soothed her. She enjoyed this a lot, how close and intimate they were being. The bond had disappeared a few minutes ago, and her first thought had been a rather naughty one. Not willing to break up this nice moment, she settled for lying with him on the sofa, and she was fully content. Besides, Narcissa had first go at him. She chuckled softly at the idea of them taking turns with their lover. Harry opened one eye slowly. What's so funny? Nothing, dear. Just sleep, love. You need rest. Harry smiled at her words and closed his eye again, knowing he would sleep like a baby in the arms of his Bella. As he fell asleep, his mind wandered into the realms of dreams, which were often filled with his memories. An hour after he had left Bella with her sisters, and one tiny mischief later, Sirius would have been proud. Harry emerged from a hidden side entrance of Gringotts, walking a rather large motorcycle by his side. He turned around to the pair of tiny, smirking goblins, who winked at him and closed the panel behind him. Harry put the foot down and examined the bike carefully. For all intents and purposes, it looked like a regular vintage motorbike, except it could be fitted with a sidecar, which Harry had left behind in the Black Vault. What was not regular, however, were the 3 buttons on the steering apparatus. According to the instructions left behind by Sirius, they had been charmed by Harry's mum to make the bike invisible, soundless, and able to take flight. Most handy. Harry smirked. There was no registry in neither the wizarding world nor among the muggles for a flying motorcycle. It would take much longer to reach Albania this way. Days at least, because the bike was limited to its regular top speed of less than 100 miles per hour. Sirius had not used the thing for speed, after all. No, it was the simple pleasure of riding the bike which had persuaded his godfather to purchase it all those years ago. It had its advantages, though. Due to the charms placed upon it, Harry would be able to travel at any time, whereas the broom would have been limited to travel by night or in the clouds, since he did not have his invisibility cloak or his wand to disillusion himself. Harry mounted the motorcycle, and after a few kicks of the kickstart, got it running. He immediately pressed both the silencing and invisibility buttons, startled by the noise. The exhaust was surprisingly loud. Harry chuckled as he sat on the vehicle, examining it further. He would not have put it past Sirius to have installed such a loud exhaust, simply to be able to go full out in a muggle neighborhood late at night or early morning. Harry put the stand up, squeezed the clutch, and tapped his left foot down gently. The bike jolted forward slightly as it grabbed the first of 4 gears. Harry eased up the clutch, and the bike slowly rolled forwards. He gave it some more gas, and it picked up speed. He pressed the flight button, leaned back, and revved it heavily. He almost fell backwards, but his strength and heightened reflexes saved him. He leaned forward and revved the motorcycle even further, and it finally took to rise into the sky gracefully. After a few minutes, Harry was high up in the air, grateful to be wearing warm clothes, and especially happy with the goggles that had accompanied the bike. The young man felt simply elated to be flying again, and the motorcycle was surprisingly nimble. It did not hold a candle to a proper broom, of course, but it was amazing nonetheless. A compass was fastened to the fuel tank, and Harry turned to the east, picturing the map in his head. He would try to reach Paris for the first leg. From there, he would aim for Geneva, then Florence, or he could push himself a little and reach Napoli. Then he would cross the Adriatic. As Harry flew over what he presumed to be Hastings, he brought a hand to his cheek, and he'd have sworn he could still feel the burning sensation of Bella's lips on his cheek. To say her kissing him had taken him by surprise would be a massive understatement. Not that it had been unpleasant. On the contrary, he'd rather enjoyed it. But what really gnawed at his mind was the fact that Sissy had been there and not done the same. Or Andy. Harry shook his head in desperation. She was Tonk's mom, and Sissy was Draco's. And yet, he was falling for those women. He knew it and could feel it in his bones. But why was it happening? And why so quickly? He had met Andromeda twice, Narcissa all of 4 times, and 2 days ago, he had hated Bella with every fiber in his being. Sure, the youngest and second oldest black sisters were beautiful, no gorgeous, and he had no doubt the oldest would be the same once she recovered, but he was not so shallow as to see nothing but the looks. He knew they were extremely intelligent. He could see it in their eyes, and seeing Bella in action suggested immense power, which he suspected Andy and Sissy had as well. Harry sighed and focused on maneuvering the bike through the skies. He would have to tackle this problem once he had destroyed the next horcrux. Aside from a few lightning storms over France, which had delayed his progress by a couple of days, the trip had gone well and without incident, really. He had decided to stay on the ground during those days, as it seemed detrimental to one's health to be riding a metal bike in the air during a lightning storm, or any storm really. Harry had gotten the hang of the bike quickly, but he'd been unable to shake the feeling he'd been on it before. Had Sirius taken him on his bike sometime? Harry grinned at the thought, and imagined his mum might not have been too fond of such adventures. Harry was flying over the Adriatic, the sky clear and the currents were favorable, if a bit stiff. A massive roar, coming from somewhere close by, brought Harry out of his reverie. It was followed by another, of a distinctly different kind. To Harry's dismay, he recognized the latter roar. He had heard one very similar to it before in the Triwizard. He angled the bike down a bit and saw his suspicions confirmed. Some distance below him, he saw a pair of huge dragons engaged in a heated battle. When Harry had faced the Horntail in the first task of the vaunted competition, he had felt the sheer, feral power the huge beast radiated. Its savage nature was nothing short of prodigious, and Harry had felt suitably cowed in its presence. A lot of time had gone by since then, and his feelings toward the beast had not changed one bit. He shuddered and thought he felt a little tug on the scar on his shoulder, where the dragon had grazed him with its tail. He turned his gaze upon the Horntail's enemy, and instantly, the Horntail seemed like a child's toy. The other dragon was absolutely massive. Its talons were the size of Harry's entire arm, and the fire it spewed had a distinctly disturbing hue of white. It was covered in pale scales, and its eyes were a light pinkish color. During the time Harry had spent with Gryffindor, they had talked extensively about dragons, the various types, their strengths and weaknesses. Harry identified the larger beast as a Ukrainian iron belly, the largest known dragon species. The Horntail was completely overmatched, and Harry watched as the iron belly overpowered the smaller dragon fairly quickly, and a bite on the neck had the Horntail falling soundlessly into the sea, far below. Harry decided he had seen enough and turned the motorcycle in the right direction once again and revved it slightly. Harry heard the iron belly roar again, and he looked back, only to see it staring directly at him. He got a sinking feeling in his gut as he remembered another thing about iron bellies. No kind of disillusionment charms or spells worked against them. Some suspected they could even see through invisibility cloaks. Harry set his shoulders, leaned forward, and revved the bike as much as he could. He glanced back and saw to his relief that the beast was not gaining on him. His smaller size worked in his favor now, as he cut through the air much more easily than the bulky iron belly. Harry did note, however, that the wind was picking up. Unfortunately, this time it was not favorable. As soon as that thought left him, a massive gust of wind hit him, and he felt the bike strain to keep up the speed. Harry instantly knew he was in trouble. The iron belly's vastly superior mass would carry it much further, and at greater speed into the wind than his own. As if by cue, the massive dragon roared mere feet behind Harry, and the young man could actually hear as the beast opened its mouth to eat him. He did the only thing he could think of. He dove almost vertically down, and he felt the massive beast fly by him. The force of the air the beast pulled with it clashed heavily against the wind coming from the other direction, and the bike spun in the air violently. Harry was barely hanging on, but he noticed the dragon flying on its merry way out of the corner of his eye. Great, that was one problem less to worry about. Harry started to slowly weave his body against the movements of the bike, hoping to stabilize it, when the absolute worst happened. The engine died. Harry let out a long, tired sigh. The engine died. At the worst possible moment. Of course it did. As Harry struggled to both bring the bike under control and the engine running again, he realized this was how it was supposed to be. Had the engine not died, he'd have been truly worried. It would have been most unnatural. He was falling rapidly, the ocean approaching fast. Eventually, Harry managed to regain control, and 100 feet or so before the bike hit the water, he got it running again. He immediately revved it to its fullest, and gradually, the front end of the machine started to rise, ever so slowly. Harry felt the rear wheel touch the water and saw the spray on either side before it climbed gracefully into the clouds once more. Harry laughed gleefully as he angled the bike in the right direction, once more, the adrenaline fueling the exhilaration of surviving. He faced death at every turn, it seemed, but at least his life wasn't dull. In a house, far away, a black-haired, violet-eyed witch paced the floor in her sister's study in an agitated state. She ran a hand through her hair and eventually sat down in the sofa and visibly relaxed. She let out a deep breath and closed her eyes before taking a deep, calming breath. Her sister eyed her curiously. "Bella, what's wrong?" "It's Harry. Something happened. He was extremely agitated and scared for a while, but he's calmed down now." Andy stared at her sister. "You can feel that? How deep does this bond go?" "Exactly." Bella tapped her lips a few times in thought before answering. "It's not like I can read his thoughts or anything like that. It's more like I can feel his most basic emotions, anger, joy, relief, that sort of thing. I can tell he's far away to the east now, and he's moving further away still. And on top of it all, I can feel the bond weakening as we speak, and it has nothing to do with the distance between us." Bella seemed a little sad at discovering that. Andy smiled happily. "Going by what Harry told you, that just means you're growing stronger, Bella. It's only been a few days, and all we've done is given you a few potions. And fixed your teeth, of course, which should do wonders for your self-confidence, to be honest." Bella pouted. "I don't want him to disappear, Andy. It's incredibly reassuring to feel him there, to know he's worrying about me." Andy turned serious at that and fixed her sister with a slightly hard look. "It will not do for you to be too dependent on Harry, Bella. We cannot base your treatment on that feeling. What will happen if he d-dash?" "Don't ever say that, Andy," Bellatrix said. She quickly rose from the sofa and walked over to the window, hugging herself. "I cannot bear thinking of it, even if I know it can happen at any time with things being the way they are. I'm falling in love with him, Andy, and it scares me. It's happening so fast, and I can't control it. What if he does not feel the same? What if he won't care once the bond is gone?" Andy walked over to her sister and grabbed her hand. Just then, Sissy came into the room, carrying a tray with tea and biscuits. Feeling the atmosphere in the room, she walked up to Bella and took hold of her other hand. "I could not help overhear you too," Narcissa said. "You're not alone in that, Bella. Andromeda is quite quickly falling for him also, and I know I am somehow desperately in love with him by now, despite not having met him for months and practically no interaction before then. He's on my mind constantly, and it takes conscious effort to think of anything else. It is just as hard for us to know he's out there alone, risking his life for us. That's why we must be strong and rely upon ourselves and each other. Harry cannot afford to be distracted." Bellatrix felt her face flush and made to say something, but Andy held up a hand to stop her. "Sissy is right, Bella. If all we do is rely upon Harry, then we cannot support him in whatever it is he's doing, and certainly not what comes after, which will be no less of a battle. I find the fact that we are all three falling for him very interesting and strange, same as you, and it bears looking into. I just don't want to be a bother to Harry. He'll hate me if it comes to that," Bella said, miserably. Andy grabbed her and led to the sofa and sat her down. Sitting beside her, she stared into her eyes, and all she could see there was uncertainty and misery at the thought of being a burden to Harry. "Then focus on getting stronger, sister, and help us support him. But I know Harry will not hate you, Bella," Andy said gently. "If he did not hate you earlier, he will not hate you now, or ever, I suspect. He's a good man, and he is determined to help you, as he has helped us. You know this. It is just your insecurities playing with your mind, something we will work on." Bella smiled in appreciation and looked up at Sissy, who had placed her hand on her sister's shoulder. We're here for you, Bella. We will see you through this, and we sisters will emerge from this stronger than ever before. Harry had finally made it to Albania and was cruising along a deserted road which would take him towards his destination. It was rather cold, and it was raining, as it usually did in the winter in the south of this country. He journeyed for most of the day until he finally found a small village, a number of houses scattered about. It did have an inn, luckily enough. Not wanting to spend the night outside, Harry parked the bike and entered the establishment. It was obviously not a terribly prosperous inn, but it was a nice, comfy little place. 6 rooms and a common room. Only a few locals were present, and Harry gave them a polite nod in greeting. He approached the counter and asked for a room and a meal. Something local. The young barmaid, Anya, smiled happily and gave his order to her boyfriend Eden, who set about cooking his meal. Harry sat down, and a little while later, the young woman brought out his meal and a key to his room. Up the stairs, the second room on your right. I must say, February is a strange time to be traveling, especially on a motorcycle. Harry found Anya's English to be excellent, if heavily accented. He told her that he had always wanted to go to this region of the world, and that no time was like the present. He mentioned her good English and discovered she had studied in the U.S. But had returned home when her father took ill and could not manage the inn any longer. She and Eden were going to keep running the inn, and she'd try to take a correspondence course from a university that offered such. Harry and Anya spent the rest of the evening conversing jovially when she was able, and found they enjoyed each other's company immensely. Eden looked on and smiled. He later told Harry he was happy to see the usually worried girl relax a little bit. Around midnight, the two young people discovered the common room was empty. Anya then decided it was time to go home to her father. She would be back in the morning to prepare breakfast. Harry bid Anya and Eden good night, locked the door behind them, and turned off the lights. Harry ventured up the stairs and found his room in short order. As soon as he entered the room, he felt nauseous and his scar hurt for the first time in a long, long time. Harry's hand went to his forehead and he rubbed it for a while, until the pain subsided to a dull ache. Harry put his bag down by the door and sat down on the bed. He knew he had closed off the connection to Tom, so that was not the cause of the pain flaring up. He stared at the floor for a while. Then he remembered a part of a conversation he'd had with Sirius once. Listen, I knew Bertha Jorkins. She was at Hogwarts when I was a few years above your dad and me. And she was an idiot. Very nosy, but no brains, none at all. It's not a good combination, Harry. I'd say she'd be very easy to lure into a trap. He remembered Bertha was murdered in Albania, and he realized, much to his dismay, that he was sitting in the very room wherein Riddle had murdered the poor woman. So this was where it truly began, the whole Triwizard fiasco. Bertha might have been a fool, but she had worked in the Department of Magical Games and Sports, and as such, had been privy to all sorts of information. Harry shook his head. The blame for Bertha's death lay at the hands of Riddle. However, Barty Crouch Sr. was just as responsible. His vastly overpowered obliviation when she had found out about his son had messed with her mind. Bloody, useless ministry. Knowing he was not about to get any sleep, Harry rested his back against the headboard and spent the night meditating and thinking. About Ginny mostly. She had been on his mind quite often of late, and his conversation with Anya had him thinking about Ginny and their relationship, or lack thereof. He did not know why he felt so strongly for her. When he thought about it, they had never really been close before suddenly he went and crushed on her bad in his 6th year. Oh sure, she'd had a crush on him for years that never really went away, and he'd always noticed her for some reason. That time when her elbow hit the butter dish at the burrow had been adorable. He used his occlumency and searched his mind for their interactions through the years and his own observations of her. He knew he had always liked Ginny, even if their earliest interactions had been little more than her squealing and darting from the room. Nothing much happened after that, except, of course, the whole Chamber of Secrets, Tom Riddle Diary thing, but that was not what he was focusing on at the moment. Then there was 4th year, especially the ball. He remembered dancing with Parvati, and he had noticed Ginny was having about as much fun with Neville as Parvati was having with himself. He'd had a nibbling sensation in the back of his mind that perhaps he should have asked Ginny to be his date. 5th year, she really came into her own, and her confidence grew, and she finally became somewhat comfortable in his presence, a fact he was very happy with. Of course, they had spent a significant part of the train ride to Hogwarts in each other's company, as Ron and Hermione had gone to the prefect's compartment. While they certainly hadn't spoken much, he'd found her company enjoyable. That year, he realized, was when he started noticing her properly, even if at the time he did not realize just what it meant. Then she broke up with Dean, and how worried he had been if someone else asked Ginny out. Soon after, they kissed in front of all those people. He could go over it again and again. He understood now that he'd been falling in love with her for years without realizing it. Not that it mattered anymore. There was little chance of her not being involved with someone by now. Thinking about all this led him to think of the other 3 women he was falling in love with, and he became even more confused than before. He needed to talk to them and clean the air before he became obsessed with this, he reckoned. The following morning, Harry left the village after breakfast and made his way further south. Needless to say, he'd left a huge tip up in the room. He liked Anya and Eden, and the service had been excellent. Soon after midday, he found what he was looking for, a deep, forested valley. There was a marked path leading into the trees, but a warning sign caught his attention. Apparently, the forest was home to several wild beasts, wolves, and the like. People also had a tendency to disappear and never be found, and as such, any visitors to the forest visited at their own peril. Well, that was lovely, wasn't it? A perfect little piece of information to set the tone for this little outing. Harry led the bike of the path, making certain the invisibility charm was still active before leaving it behind. He removed his sword from the bag, hung the pack on the bike, and headed over to the entrance proper. He took a deep breath and relaxed his mind, but not too much. He had to be alert. This, he knew, would be the first real test of his newfound senses. A forest like this was bound to be completely filled with animals and creatures, quite a few of which he might feel. And he would not only sense the animals, of course. The trees were living beings, even if they did not possess awareness in the way sapient beings understood it. Harry shuddered with excitement and perhaps a touch of fear. He would really have to work to keep up with his senses, to keep them from overwhelming him. He reached out carefully, and at first it came to him like a tidal wave. It rushed over him and threatened to wash his awareness away like a piece of garbage on a windswept shore. Harry kept calm and breathed his way through the initial rush. In a few moments, it had become tolerable, and he managed to brace himself. He strapped on his sword, and in he went, his eyes focused on the path before him. It was badly overgrown, and it was apparent that it had not been tended to for a long time. As he made his way further into the forest, it became denser, and the sunlight had a harder time penetrating the treetops. The path started to slope downwards as he ventured along. Afraid to let his mind wander too far into the forest, Harry kept his abilities in check and open to only the most immediate area. It was hugely helpful in allowing him to keep tabs on everything that was happening, and nothing could sneak up on him. Ahead and down, the path wound, and Harry noticed that the further he went, the fewer and fewer animals he could feel. He found it strange, because it got steadily warmer as he walked further down. While his experience with animals was limited to Hedwig, how he missed her, and Fawkes, and whatever interesting animals and creatures Hagrid brought to care of. Magical creatures. It did not make sense to Harry that animals would avoid warmth, especially in the dead of winter. There had to be a reason for it, and Harry was fairly certain he would not like what it was. A fox came running over the path, and it stopped to regard Harry. It walked over to him and sniffed his hand before going about its business. In fact, the animals in the forest, at least the ones he had come upon, seemed to relax in his presence, seemingly understanding that he was no threat and that he meant them no harm. Harry was glad of it. He rather liked animals and would have been quite put out if they would avoid him because of the nature of his changes. He had been walking for quite some time when the feeling in the forest became strange, oppressive, and nauseating, and the heat uncomfortable. He had to be nearing the heart of the woods. Harry placed a hand on a nearby tree to brace himself when a large bear came bustling toward him. Harry made a non-threatening gesture with his hands, but the enraged animal kept charging, and it forced Harry to dodge and pull out his blade. The bear turned around impossibly quickly for a being of its size and slashed toward Harry with its paw, the claws barely missing their target. Having recovered from his initial shock, Harry twisted and turned away from the beast's attacks, trying to find a way to take it down without harming it, but it seemed impossible. Most animals would have retreated when bashed with a rock or blasted with a well-aimed wedge of air. So, with a deep sigh, Harry charged the bear when it had conveniently risen on its hind legs. Feeling disgusted with himself, Harry thrust the sword deeply into the heart of the beast, and it fell with a dull thud. Harry pressed on and was later attacked by a small pack of wolves, which he dispatched easily enough. Something was very, very wrong in here. Animals did not act this way. Surely, and he realized he had lost the connection with the forest. Whenever he reached out with his mind, it was completely blank, as if he was a regular old muggle. It was very disconcerting, but he pressed on still, determined to find out what was wrong. Perhaps the horcrux was here, after all, perverting nature with its evil? Sometime later, Harry came upon a large clearing with a massive tree in the middle of it. It was glowing red, and the heat it was radiating from a small alcove in its trunk was almost scalding. But all of that paled in comparison to the utterly evil presence he felt when he entered the clearing. At the other end, he could spy a creature he had seen in Gryffindor's bestiary. His shoulders sank a little at the sight. Bloody hell! A less hen, he muttered darkly as he unsheathed his sword and gripped it tightly. Less hen were not foes people attacked alone, due to the fact the monster had an innate ability to control the animals and plants within its immediate area, as well as the ability to attack with roots. He would have to rely on his superior reflexes to dodge, as the roots that it would without a doubt attack him with were strong and could kill him with a single strike. There was nothing for it, however. Harry had to discover what it was that made this whole place practically ooze with evil. Harry walked into the clearing proper and sidestepped a root that came burrowing towards him with force. He threw a fireball at the less hen, and while it did not catch on fire, it screamed in pain and anger. Harry rushed in and sliced and diced before rolling away when the less hen retaliated. He was not keen on being gutted by its claws, nor did he desire to be skewered by its antlers. A little overzealous, Harry rushed forward when he saw an opening, only to be met with a root in the face. A blinding pain, followed by a rush of blood, told him the thing had broken his nose. Another root came flying. Harry twisted out of the way and rolled under the Lushen's arms, then struck with the sword, cleaving an arm off. An ungodly shriek followed, and Harry's eardrums nearly burst. He struck blindly and hit the creature in the side, where the sword got lodged in. Before Harry could muster the strength to remove the weapon, the lesson attacked and forced Harry to fall back. Gryffindor would have been furious. The only time a warrior did not hold his weapon in battle was if the warrior was dead. Harry eyed the monster warily. Now he would have to rely on his arm braces. Not a bad thing, per se, but holding the sword was reassuring to him. He focused on the stump of the arm he'd cut off and noticed it was liberally leaking tree sap. Harry ignited a fireball in each hand and threw them toward the creature, focusing on the severed arm. Both balls connected solidly with the beast and exploded. Harry rushed forward, throwing fireballs at the less hen as he went. Finally, just as Harry was about to reach it, the monster fell to its knees in pain. Harry grabbed his sword and yanked it free and brought it down on the less hen and severed the head from its body. The thing fell and did not move again. Harry summoned what water he could from the area and put out the fire. Breathing heavily, Harry retreated to a low tree stump some distance away and sat down, exhausted. He felt his nose and placed the forefingers of both hands on either side and with a pained grunt, twisted it in place. After a few minutes, Harry got to his feet and approached the tree cautiously. Finally, stood in front of the alcove and saw a marble orb glowing red in the darkness. The orb was covered in runes and pulsed regularly, not unlike the orb in Gryffindor's study. Harry reached out to it, but stayed his hand when the ghost of a young man appeared next to it. "Do not touch it, brave warrior. It will taint you, poison, and kill you. Strike it with a sword, and it should be destroyed, my lord." Harry eyed the ghost of a man who was garbed in clothing not dissimilar to what he had found and worn in Gryffindor's house. Wait, there was a ghost here, randomly floating in the forest? Not very likely that. More likely, he was here for a very specific reason. A reason, he wagered, had something to do with Helena Ravenclaw. They would get to that, but first he had to destroy that sphere thing. What is it? Do you know who made it? Harry asked the ghost. The specter floated closer to him and eyed the thing with a look of clear distaste. It is a spirit tether, my lord. Someone sacrificed a being of great power and bound its spirit to the sphere. The purpose of such a tether is for the one who created it to feed on its energy to sustain their own spirit if their body has been destroyed. When a tether is created with the spirit willing, they are not corrupted such as this one. That only happens when they are ripped from whatever creature they originally possessed and forcefully placed in the anchor. The anger grows and festers and turns into hate for all living things. And eventually, if left alone, the anchor cannot contain all the energy and it bleeds into the environment, the way it has this forest. Now, as to who made it, I do not know, but he was light of skin and dark of hair. He came here many years ago and did something to my mistress diadem, and before he left, he created the anchor. Harry nodded at the ghost. So, that's why he came here and how the bastard survived. Without assimilating one of his horcruxes, he muttered to himself. You say a slash with my sword will destroy it? At the ghost's nod, Harry grabbed his sword in both hands and with all the strength he could muster, brought the weapon down on the sphere, which flickered a few times before the pulses slowed until they stopped and the red light disappeared. Almost at once, the forest started getting colder as things returned to normal. Harry motioned for the ghost to follow him as he went back to the stump he had used earlier and sat down. What is your name, ghost? Balor, my lord. You came here with Helena Ravenclaw after she stole her mother's diadem? The ghost blinked several times before nodding. I did. I was her manservant and lover. Her mother did not approve of our love, so we eloped, but not before Helena, in vindictive anger, stole her mother's most prized possession. We came here, fleeing a man her mother, the Lady Ravenclaw, had sent to find us. Eventually, he did, and my love and I were killed. Why did he not take the diadem? Ballard shook his head ruefully. The man never cared about the diadem. He only wanted Helena. When she both spurned his advances and refused to return with him, he killed her, and myself in a fit of rage. I learned later that he took his own life as his grief over her death was too great to bear. The diadem lay hidden for an untold number of years before the young man I told you about discovered it and performed some kind of dark ritual on it before placing it in the same spot he found it. Is it still there? Harry asked hopefully. The ghost shook his head. Some time ago, a man in a turban came into the forest looking for the diadem, I believe. What he found was the spirit of whomever made the tether. It possessed him and had the man remove the diadem. Where it was taken, I do not know. The wheels in Harry's head were turning rapidly. Quirrell had taken the diadem. Of that, there could be no doubt. Hogwarts, then. It was the last place anyone would look, after all. A sudden thought struck Harry. Did Helena come back as a ghost? Could she be nearby? I do not know, my lord. If she is nearby, I have certainly never seen her. That's not to say it did not happen. Not all ghosts appear instantly. Some take years to arrive from the in-between. Harry grabbed the bag from the bike and put the sword and sphere in there. He got on the motorcycle and headed toward the village with Anya's inn. If he went as fast as he could, he might make it in time for breakfast. At almost 10 in the morning, Harry entered the inn and was greeted with a hug and a firm handshake from his new friends. When asked what had happened to his nose, he told them he'd fallen off the bike, which strangely escaped in perfect condition. Anya and Eden did not believe him. You went into the forest, didn't you? Anya asked accusingly. Harry froze. How did they know? Were they agents of riddles, set here to watch the forest and take care of anyone who went in there? As Harry's mind raced, Eden shook his head, clearly irritated at Harry. The signs are there for a reason, Harry. People get hurt in there, and you clearly did. Some say there are monsters lurking in those woods that take away those who venture in their unawares. Did you see something worth mentioning? Harry smiled at the pair. No, they were not evil. They merely worried about him. No, nothing too interesting. Ran into a few wolves, though. Had to chase them off and got tripped by a root. Kinda stupid, really. Anyway, it's time I was on my way. Perhaps we'll see each other someday, yeah? As Anya and Eden watched Harry drive off, an older man joined them in watching him go. After a couple of minutes of silence, he spoke to the younger people. Mr. Potter got rid of that thing in the woods? Yes, I believe he did, Anya replied. The old man smiled. then he's still on the right path. Come, children, let us leave this place. The lady will want to learn of this. A few breaths later, a very confused Anya. Eden and Anya's father wandered into the inn, trying to piece together a pair of missing days since none of them could remember a single thing. Harry walked into the living room at NR 45 and was greeted by Narcissa and Bellatrix. An hour earlier, he had returned the bike to Gringotts. He really hoped he would not need it again. He very much preferred brooms. Much smoother and faster. And, of course, speaking from experience, he knew it was easier to outrun dragons on a broom, too. He saw the worried expressions on their faces, and while he did not like worrying them, he did feel a little special knowing they felt he was worth their worry. He knew they would ask what had happened, and he decided at that moment that he would always be forthcoming and tell them the truth. Not only was he their head of house, they had thrown their lot behind him, and they deserved his respect, and lying to them was no way to show them he respected and cared for them. As soon as he thought that, he felt the guilt over the fact that he was hiding from his friends wash over him. Are you all right, Harry? Over the last 2 weeks, I felt some things through the bond which made me uneasy. Bella asked in a small voice. Harry looked over the woman and found the 2.5 weeks he'd been away had been good to her. She looked much better. Her teeth had been fixed and her hair was getting livelier. She was also filling out well, despite being a bit too thin still. Her sisters had clearly taken good care of her. With Andy and Sissy there, she would be fine, he knew. I'm fine, Bella. I had a little run-in with an iron belly, but it worked out fine in the end. Though I must confess I'd really rather not meet one again anytime soon. An iron belly? Where? Narcissa was greatly intrigued. Wild dragons were fairly rare these days, and iron bellies were possibly the rarest breed of them all. They said an iron belly could be found in the very bowels of Gringotts, guarding the oldest vaults, but she wasn't certain she believed the rumors. I found one battling a horntail somewhere over the Adriatic. Once the iron belly had dispatched the horntail, it set its sights on me. I got away, though it was a close thing. The Adriatic? Where the blazes did you go? Andy asked as she entered the house. She was carrying a few bags of groceries, which put themselves away with a flick of her wand. Harry looked at Andy and smiled at her. Later, he said. She nodded in understanding and did not press the issue. How are things here? Are you getting on all right, Bella? You look much better. Bella smiled happily at Harry. Yes, we're getting along quite well, Harry, thank you. Andy and I have begun working through what happened to me, and she tells me we have made great strides. I'm sleeping better, and the nightmares have almost stopped. Her cheer faded a little as she grabbed his hand and stared him in the eyes. The goblins certainly knew what they were doing with this compulsion of theirs. I can feel the bond. Helping me, it gives me strength, but in no way does it disrupt my daily life. In order to feel it properly, I have to consciously reach out for it. It is weakening even as we speak. I know that means I'm growing stronger and getting better, but it frightens me a little. Bella stepped into him, and Harry wrapped his arms around her. He did not see it, but her extremely content smile gave her sisters a pause, Narcissa in particular. Bella was obviously moving on him, and was not willing to wait too long for a prize. Sissy resisted the urge to fiddle with her hair, a nervous habit she had developed in her second year at Hogwarts and never really gotten rid of. She had to do something quick. Not that she was opposed to Harry and Bella having a relationship, but she needed to tell him how she felt. If she managed to do that before Bella outright told Harry she was falling for him, it would make what came after a little easier. Before any of them got too serious, she would need to see if he was amenable to a life shared with her, Bella as well as Andy, even if their sister was in two minds on what to do. Narcissa was certain she could nudge her sister in the right direction if she needed help. She formed a little plan for her own confession, but before all of that, there was a little something she needed to take care of. As Harry and Bella broke their embrace, Narcissa walked over to them and placed a hand on her sister's shoulder and looked very pointedly at Harry's nose. Were you going to tell us what happened to your nose, Harry? The young man smiled sheepishly and scratched the back of his head, looking a little guilty. I was rather hoping it would not come up, actually. I'm sure you don't want to spend your evening listening to my problems. All three sisters arched an eyebrow in an identical way, which would have made Harry laugh if he had not felt he was suddenly in a very precarious situation. Fine, Harry said with a sigh. I fought and killed a less-hand sissy. One of the roots it sent at me slapped me across the face. Had I known there was a less hen there, I probably wouldn't have changed anything. I'm pants at planning, really. I'm much better at thinking on my feet. Anyway, less hen are a difficult foe, not to be taken lightly. Narcissa crossed her arms and tapped a finger on her upper arm. She shot her sisters a questioning look which they shared. What the bloody hell was a less hen? Well, no matter. Harry seemed fine, and she wanted to spend some time alone with him. She would invite him to have dinner with them, and perhaps afterwards the pair of them could adjourn to Andy's study and talk about that fascinating parchment he had placed in her possession before he left. One of many meetings, she supposed, and dearly hoped for. Harry, would you like to join us sisters for supper this evening? She asked him, a pleasant smile on her lips. At his nod, she smiled even wider and waved her wand in front of his face, and his nose set itself properly. She ignored his pained gasp and started for the kitchen. Ow! You could have used a numbing charm, you know, Harry exclaimed and grabbed his nose with one hand, while the other tried to wipe away the tears that he kept blinking out of his eyes. Narcissa turned her head and grinned darkly at him. She spied Andromeda, watching Harry with a worried expression, and decided they could do with a little time by themselves. Yes, I could have. Be more careful next time, and I won't have to fix you up. Bella, could you help me in the kitchen? Andy, please keep Harry company for a while. Bella joined her youngest sister, leaving Harry alone with Andromeda. She sat down on the sofa and picked up a Muggle magazine and flipped through it without interest. Harry allowed his senses to flare a little bit and listened for Andy's heartbeat and found it slightly elevated. She was nervous, and he thought he sensed a sadness in her. He scooted a little closer to her and took the magazine from her hands and took them in his own. Surprised, she looked at him and found his intense, emerald gaze upon her, and she just about managed to fight down a shiver. You know you could talk to me, Andy. Everyone needs someone to talk to every now and then, and I'm here for you, Harry said softly. After a moment's hesitation, Andromeda smiled at him and nodded. Supper should not be ready for another hour, at least. Care to join me for a walk? A little later, the pair was walking down the street at a slow, steady pace. Andy kept her gaze on the sidewalk and wondered what to say. Harry was silent, knowing she would eventually start talking if she wanted to. Ted and I met in our 6th year at Hogwarts, she said suddenly and smiled wistfully. He was a Muggle-born Hufflepuff and a prefect. He was funny, witty, and smart, and quite handsome, and we quickly became a couple. Andy chuckled softly before moving on. I quite remember how shocked Sissy was when she found out, but she kept it to herself, knowing the repercussions of anyone else learning of the relationship. Ted and I met in secret and were extremely careful. Harry grimaced and grabbed Andy's hand. She eyed him out of the corner of her eye and was a little surprised to see an irritated look on his face. She squeezed his hand and laced her fingers with his. Knowing the Hogwarts rumor mill as I do, that can't have been easy. Keeping things secret in that castle is next to impossible, Harry said. Andy scowled at that. No, it wasn't easy, but as I said, we were careful. We made it through that year and were quite happy together. Then, at the second term of 7th year, a series of events led to the ousting of our relationship. Mainly, I learned of Father and Aunt Walburga's plans of contracting me to Thorfinn Rowell. Harry sighed dejectedly. She stopped and looked up at him. What is it? Harry shook his head slowly. It's just that I've captured him on at least 2 different occasions, only for the bloody ministry to release him again. Sometimes I feel like I'm banging my head against a wall. Snapping their wands does delay their return, but eventually they always come back. He smiled at her apologetically. Sorry for interrupting. This outing is about you, Andy. Please go on. Andy was silent for a moment before she started speaking again. Well, Hogwarts went into a bit of an uproar over the relationship between Ted and I. A Slytherin and a Hufflepuff? An unusual pairing. A pure blood of the finest stock, and a black no less. Dating a Muggle-born? Impossible. It was more of a scandal than Ciri being sorted into Gryffindor. Needless to say, my family was not pleased. Father sent me a letter, demanding I cease my involvement with that filthy mudblood. I refused, and at the end of term, I bid Sissy farewell and left with my boyfriend. Andy let out a deep sigh and continued. I did not meet either of my sisters for almost a year. I'd heard that Narcissa had been given to Malfoy, and I was very distraught. I knew of his reputation. After all, with some difficulty, I managed to contact Narcissa without anyone knowing and convince her to meet with me. She agreed, and we set up a meet. A few days later, I arrived at the cafe to find both my sisters there. At first, I was very happy, but the meeting did not go well. I tried to convince them both to leave with me, but neither of them was willing. Sissy wasn't. Harry asked, somewhat surprised. No, but I'll get to that, Andy said. Of course, as we know, those bastards Lestrange and Riddle had gotten their hooks into Bella by then, and I could not get through to her. She was so proud of her mark. She then proceeded to call both Ted and I all manner of foul names, and ended by telling me I'd been blasted of the family tapestry before operating away. Sissy and I spoke for a while before she had to leave. Sissy knew I blamed myself for her fate, but she told me she'd probably have married Malfoy, even if I'd been there, that she did not share my courage to leave. Besides, had I not left, I'd have been forced to marry Raoul, who Narcissa had learned was a sadistic, evil bastard. I was not surprised. He was friends with Malfoy, after all. She told me to live my life and be happy, and perhaps we'd see each other again. After that meeting, I did not see Narcissa until she suddenly appeared on my doorstep after you rescued her. Harry blushed a little bit and was caught completely unawares when Andromeda hugged him tightly, and after barely a moment's hesitation, he hugged her back. I want to thank you, Harry, for bringing us sisters together again, she whispered in his ear and stepped back. It has been so much better than I'd imagined, and I could not be happier about it. Harry assured her that it had been his pleasure and that he was glad they had reconnected. On the way back, Annie told Harry of her life with Ted and regaled him with stories of her daughter. She was a little surprised Harry remembered Nymphadora from Hogwarts, as she had been a 7th year and in a different house when he joined the school. Harry told her it was a little hard to forget a bubbly girl with spiky, bright pink hair who seemed entirely too happy. Annie laughed out loud at that. That most certainly sounded like her Nymphadora. By that time, Annie had taken a hold of his arm as they neared the house, and she found she had enjoyed the walk immensely, and she felt lighter than she had ever felt since Ted's death. She had half dreaded that Harry would tell her he was sorry he had not managed to save her late husband, but he had not. She suspected her daughter must have had something to do with that. She was very glad. He carried way too much on his shoulders as it was. When they reached the house, she gave him a slow kiss on the cheek and thanked him for everything, after which they went inside for supper. Narcissa was looking at the parchment in front of her, though her mind was elsewhere. She had seen Harry and her sister approach the house and noticed how her sister clung to his arm. Andy had been quite a bit livelier during a truly fantastic supper than she'd been for a long time, and Narcissa could only assume Harry had managed to get her to open up to him. She was glad. Focused on helping Bella and herself work through their numerous issues, Andromeda kept her own pain all too close to her heart, and it could not be good for her, and Narcissa knew Andy was slowly slipping into depression. Hopefully Harry could help her. She heard Harry enter the study and motioned for him to sit with her on the sofa so they could look over his notes together. Harry, this is quite a fascinating read, this parchment you left with me. Incredibly ambitious, to say the least. I have to ask, though, why come to me for help? I was not raised in a house with tolerant beliefs. Harry stared her in the eyes, and he became completely serious. I've come to realize you are an incredibly intelligent woman, Narcissa, and I'm certain I'll need your help to make most of this happen. I shudder to think what Malfoy would have accomplished had he known what he had in you. Fortunately, he is a fool who drove away an amazing woman, and now I have the opportunity to learn just how brilliant she is. Not knowing how to react, Sissy made a show of reading a part of Harry's notes more carefully. The sincerity of his words reached her very soul, and the familiar warmth ran through her. Was that how he saw her? Truly? Then it might be time to see if he was able to engage her properly. Mr. Malfoy never really could, and she yearned for it. I thank you for the sentiment, Harry. Now let's start at the top, shall we? I must admit your first point surprised me greatly. Abolish the Hogwarts house system? I assumed you were a proud Gryffindor? After all, you certainly embody the values of that house very well. She tapped her chin a few times, but when I look closer, I can see a mix of all 4 houses in you. Harry smiled at her and tapped the parchment. I had to ask the hat not to put me in Slytherin, Sissy. It said the house would lead me to greatness, but if I was sure, then it had better be Gryffindor. Meeting Draco on the train, where he insulted Ron, may have had something to do with my choice, I reckon. Narcissa smiled at him. It was not too surprising, really. Your reasoning for the abolishment of the houses? I'm fairly certain I've come to the right conclusion, but I'd like to hear it from you regardless. To make certain there is no misunderstanding, of course. Of course. If we want to change anything in the wizarding world, we have to start at the beginning, sissy. You know what Hogwarts is like. This stupid rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin is completely ridiculous and serves no purpose. Brave, reckless, and chivalrous lions. The cunning and ambitious snakes. The cold and smart ravens full of wit. The supposed brains of the school, and last but certainly not least, the just loyal and hard working badgers. The house no one wants to go to because all they supposedly have going for them is their loyalty to their friends. And people say it almost as if that's a bad thing. Harry growled at that. Idiots. The young man ran a hand through his hair, which brought Narcissa's attention to his ears. One of these days, she really needed to learn what he'd done to his body. Similarly, when he smiled a full smile, which he rarely did, she could see those canines of his. It all added to the mystery that was Harry Potter, and she desperately wanted to learn more. That blasted hat sings about house unity almost every year, which is a bit foolish since all the house system actually does is create and maintain a divisive atmosphere. There's even a house cup that you can win if your house does not break the rules and does well in school, which would perhaps work to encourage students if it wasn't for vindictive wankers such as Snape, who has abused the system throughout his tenure at Hogwarts. Narcissa snorted. Of course Severus would do that. In some ways, he's such a foolish man. Sometimes, yes, Harry agreed. But the problem does not stop there. I mean, people identify themselves by which house they were sorted into throughout their lives, sissy. And it's not like it doesn't have an effect on your life, you know? A company owner who went to Slytherin will probably never hire someone that came from Gryffindor or Hufflepuff. I imagine they'd likely hire a Ravenclaw if no Slytherin was available. That's true, I suppose, Narcissa said. This needs to change. Both Slytherin and Ravenclaw are notoriously individualistic. There's no real camaraderie within those houses. I mean, sure, they throw their support behind their Quidditch teams, but that lasts, what, an afternoon 3 times a year? The rest of the time, the Ravens compete internally for the top spot in their year, academically. They don't help each other out either. Oh no, that might give someone a leg up. The same is true of Slytherin. What with the backstabbing and cheating, it's completely different within both Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. Narcissa eyed the parchment, then looked back at Harry. Well, that's how it's always been, Harry. What you're proposing will take a 1,000-year tradition and effectively throw it out the window. I know most people will not take well to such ideas. No, they won't, but let me ask you this. Where is the highest concentration of purebloods at Hogwarts? Slytherin. Where do most of the Death Eaters and the worst bigots come from? Slytherin. That's not a coincidence, sissy. Some of these people come to Hogwarts as children who have been conditioned to believe they are superior to others, simply because of the purity of their blood and the fact that they are human. Then they spend the next 7 years in Slytherin, surrounded by kids with similar views, and it only grows and festers. Draco is a prime example of just that. He's a below-average wizard who holds steadfastly to those ideas. And that's even despite the fact that there's not a shred of evidence of any kind that suggests magical strength is always hereditary in families. In the end, it's all about the individual. There are bigots in more places that just slither in Harry, Narcissa pointed out. Of course there are, Harry said, conceding the point. Ron Weasley is one of them. He may not mind centaurs, werewolves, or muggles, but if you're from Slytherin, you must be evil, so stay away. I'm certain Molly and Arthur have not actively encouraged such behavior, but they may not have given him a reason to believe otherwise. I know there are many decent people in Slytherin, or have been. Merlin, Horace Slughorn, even though he's an opportunistic arse. Slytherin himself, of course. He was a right decent bloke, or so I've heard. Filing that bit about Salazar, Slytherin away for later. Narcissa gave him a look, and Harry stared innocently at the ceiling while twiddling his thumbs. Can't think of anyone else? She asked, a teasing lilt in her voice. Harry pretended to think about it, then gave her a teasing smile. Nope, that's about it, I think, he said, and laughed heartily when he saw the look of mock indignation on Narcissa's face. The hour was late when Narcissa rolled up the parchments, and she and Harry sat back in the sofa, relaxing for a bit. Well, Harry was relaxing, while her own mind was a swirl of emotions. She was nothing short of ecstatic. Not only was Harry very intelligent, he was also possessed of a devious streak that she found, to her amazement, highly arousing. But the thing she was most happy about was the underlying kindness in everything he was hoping to accomplish, and how he spoke to her as an equal and listened to her input. He even deferred to her experience when he felt she had the right of it. She found it a little sad that this was a rather novel experience for her, but it felt great and she loved him for it. Over the past few weeks, she had gone back and forth from wanting him and denying it, but there was no hiding it any longer. She was, for all intents and purposes, head over heels in love with him, and she needed to make it known to show him proof of her affections. "Something on your mind, sissy?" She nearly jumped out of her skin at the sound of his voice, but managed a small smile. "A few things, Harry. Nothing for you to worry about, though." Harry eyed her for a moment. "If you say so," he said before standing up to get himself a drink of water. He didn't drink alcohol, apparently. When he asked her if she wanted anything, she told him she would not refuse a drink herself. He made his way over to the cabinet, but got sidetracked by a shelf with 4 white stones that had a red cross painted in the middle of them. Deciding to ask Andy about them sometime, Harry moved on to the cabinet. Narcissa watched him move and decided she was going to take a leap of faith. She rose from the sofa and stalked over to the young man, who was busy pouring his own drink. Just as he turned around to ask her what she wanted, Narcissa fisted his shirt with both hands and crushed her lips against his in a feverish kiss. Harry instinctively grabbed her lower back and pulled her against him, while his other hand caressed the nape of her neck. Narcissa moaned into the kiss and opened her mouth a little, and her tongue sought out his own. Their bodies melted together, and the intimate and very passionate kiss went on for a while before they leaned back to catch their breath. Narcissa leaned in and rested her head against his chest, feeling quite happy and content. "Wow," she mumbled softly as she listened to Harry's heart hammering in his chest. "Hey, that's what I was going to say, you thief," Harry joked. She looked up at him to find him gazing down at her, a happy smile on his face, although it was a little embarrassed. She smiled back before leaning from him a little. He still held her, not really wanting her to retreat, but allowed her a little space. She was quite thrilled at his possessive nature. "Harry, she began, but Harry silenced her with a quick peck on the lips. "I have a little confession to make, sissy," Harry said, and looked directly into her eyes. "I've thought of you constantly, ever since that moment I held you in my arms in the forest surrounding Malfoy Manor. I cannot explain it because I don't understand it, but there it is. I know a spark formed there, and it has grown into a raging bonfire. Your beauty and brilliant mind have captivated me in ways I cannot fathom, and I am overjoyed to learn you feel the same way." At that point, Harry's emerald eyes had grown bright, almost to the point of glowing, but then suddenly they seemed to shut off and go lifeless and dull, and he let her go. Narcissa grabbed his hand and led him back over to the couch. She still held his hand, but Harry seemed unable to meet her eyes. "What is it, Harry? If it's about you falling for my sisters, I am aware of it, and I don't mind it." Harry turned to stare at her incredulously. "What? You know? How?" Narcissa chuckled and placed her hand on his thigh. "It's painfully obvious, Harry. At least to me. And it's not as if it's one-sided either. You mean the world to Bella. You're her everything, and she will test you soon, I'd imagine. You did not see her expression earlier, when you held her in your arms, but I've never seen her so content before. Don't let this bond of yours get in the way, Harry. If she makes a move, and you are willing, don't resist. And then there's Andy." "Andy?" Harry asked, surprise evident in his voice. "Yes, Andy. She's on the fence, I believe the saying goes. She wants to explore it, but she is worried about how little time has gone by since the death of Theodore, as well as how Nymphadora would react to her mother taking a lover that is almost 7 years younger than her own daughter. Not to mention someone who's her friend. Harry, the idea of a polygamy is nothing new in the wizarding world, especially among the purebloods. As such, almost every pureblooded which learns at a very young age to accept the fact that she may have to share her husband with another woman, sometimes even more than one. It is rare these days in Britain, but it does happen. Narcissa moved closer to Harry and kissed him on the lips and hugged him. While she had realized this was definitely bothering him, she was also very certain there was something else he needed to tell her as well as her sisters. I know you are aware of the possibility of multiple wives by the lack of surprise on your face. This most likely makes you a little uncomfortable, but I hope you'll come to accept it as a possibility. If you do choose to accept it, I know you'll make us very happy, Harry. Never doubt that. You seem to have a problem accepting that others care about you, and it has something to do with your upbringing, and we will discuss it with Andy and Bella at a later date. Now, will you please tell me what it is that's really bothering you? Harry leaned back into the sofa, his mind working furiously. Narcissa had kissed him, and he had responded in kind, and it had felt just right. It was almost like slaking a thirst after working in the sun on a warm summer day. But the thought of the horcrux in his soul had brought him crashing down. He needed to tell them they deserved nothing less, considering what was forming between them. Narcissa, could you bring your sisters in here, please? They need to be here for this. I'll be back in a few minutes. Narcissa, who was greatly alarmed by Harry's grave expression, nodded and left the room to fetch her sisters. Meanwhile, Harry quit the house and apparat to the stronghold, and put the former horcruxes as well as the tether he had found in Albania into the bag, and popped over to Andy's house again. He entered the study to find the sisters pacing the room in a nervous fashion. Harry opened the bag and placed the goblin on the table as well as the locket. Andy looked thoroughly confused, whereas Bella and Sissy stared at locket and goblet in a shocked silence. "What are those, Harry?" Andy asked, and looked at the young man. "The locket of Salazar Slytherin and the cup of Helga Hufflepuff. I took the locket from the sub-basement of Malfoy Manor. You remember, don't you, Narcissa?" She nodded at him. "A friend stole the cup from the ministry, and I collected it from him." Bellatrix looked from the goblet to Harry, a frown on her beautiful face. "I remember when Riddle entrusted me with that thing. I was so proud that I took it and never questioned what it was. Not that I questioned anything the man did, being his thrall and all. These are exquisite items, true, but what do they have to do with anything?" Narcissa asked, "What was it you did back at Malfoy Manor? I recall you collapsed and experienced terrible pain." Harry sighed and steeled himself. This was going to be hard on all of them. These items contained a piece Riddle's soul, a pair of horcruxes. As long as these things exist, he cannot be killed. His body can be destroyed, but his spirit endures. I do not know the specifics of creating one of these, nor do I care to, but I know you must split the soul, and to do that, you must commit murder in cold blood. All three sisters stared at him, and then onto the table in disgust. This was what Harry was hunting? Now, they at least partly understood why he was so adamant about keeping his activities hidden, at least concerning these. It would not do to have Riddle start moving them around. Narcissa realized now that at the time, the biggest reason he had saved her and Draco and Snape was so that he could use their escape as cover, so that no one would suspect anyone had been into the sub-basement. A move worthy of any Slytherin. But knowing him, something that would make him feel unworthy of her love. She made a mental note to disabuse him of any such foolish notions. It made her want him more, not less. "How many of those vile things are there?" Bella asked in a slightly choked voice. Harry started naming every horcrux, picking them up with his fingers. There was the diary Malfoy placed in Ginny's cauldron this summer, before her first year, and caused the whole fiasco of my second year. I destroyed that one, with one of the fangs from the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. Then, there is a ring that belonged to Riddle's grandfather, Marvolo. Gaunt. There are these two, Harry said, and gestured to the items on the table. And I think I know where to find the next one, which I believe to be Ravenclaw's diadem. I looked for it in Albania and found evidence that suggested it can most likely be found at Hogwarts. I also believe Nagini, his familiar, to be a horcrux. And he looked thoughtfully at Harry. And with him being the seventh. It makes sense from arithmetic standpoint, I suppose. But Harry, surely there are some problems with splitting your soul like that? And would he not have absorbed one of his horcruxes to come back? Sure, Harry said. He's much weaker than he should be, and 6 times is the most you can split your soul. One more and you die, or at least that's the theory. But the theory doesn't appear to be entirely accurate. He did in fact create a seventh horcrux and lost one, I think. The night he murdered my parents, he lost his body, and I think it was destroyed because, technically, it was a horcrux, since it only held one part of his soul. He left a part of himself behind, though. Bella and Sissy, you've both seen how he looks these days, frail and weak. Unnatural. His soul is too weak to form a proper body, and he is too afraid of death to seek out and reclaim the pieces he has split from his soul in order for him to get a proper body. Bellatrix sat down in the sofa, her hands trembling a little. She grabbed Harry's hand tightly. She was staring at him, and he saw the truth dawning on the horrified faces of her sisters. They both found a place to sit, their eyes never leaving their head of house. Eventually, Bellatrix mustered the courage to ask the question that was on all their lips. "What is the last horcrux, Harry?" she asked in a small voice. Harry took a deep, calming breath. "You're holding it, Bella." The room went completely silent. Bella stared at Harry in horror. "Can it be removed?" Narcissa asked, and looked at him with watery eyes. Harry shook his head. "The only way to destroy a horcrux in a living being is to destroy the vessel, Sissy. The horcrux integrates itself into the host, and in my case, my soul. That is why it cannot be removed. The only way to remove the soul from the body is death or the Dementor's kiss, and I will not become a vegetable. What this means is that, in order for Tom to ever die, I have to die first." Harry reached into the bag and brought out the two halves of the tether, holding one in each hand. "I've often wondered if Riddle used one of his horcruxes to come back before. And now to answer your question, Andy. When I was in Albania, I destroyed a thing called a tether he created to maintain his spirit. It's a kind of double insurance. It bypasses the need for him to assimilate a horcrux each time his current body is destroyed. I have no way of knowing if he made any more of these things, but it seems likely. So, unless I die, he could, theoretically, return again and again, using the same ritual Pettigrew performed in the graveyard of Little Hangleton. Assuming there is someone around to put his spirit into a homunculus like they did last time around, could we not bind his spirit to such an anchor, like he did whatever poor thing he trapped in this thing?" Bella asked. "Probably. But what then? Do we hide it under the Fidelius and hope it will never be found? Or do we kill whoever guards the secret so that it can never be revealed? What if someone, at some point, discovers a way to counter the charm and finds Riddle, or destroys the anchor? That will not kill him. Not while I still live. I cannot in good conscience do that, Bella. He must die, for the sake of everyone. I will not settle for anything less." Bella hugged him tightly, then leaned back. "Why tell us so suddenly? Why now?" Harry smiled sadly at her. "Because Narcissa and I shared an incredible moment earlier, something I've been thinking of ever since I rescued her all those months ago. I've also admitted to myself that I've fallen in love with all three of you, and I let myself go too far with Narcissa without telling her about this, and it was not fair to her or you. I had to tell you, because if there's a chance of you loving me back, you must know." The silence that followed Harry's words was decidedly uncomfortable. Harry walked to the door to the study, but looked back before he left. "You have a lot to think about, and I want you to take your time. It's not an easy decision to give someone your heart, especially knowing they may not be around for long. I'll be back soon. Please put these things away somewhere safe.